Chapter 301 The opportunity to destroy the Temple of Ammon. Now Napha has confirmed that the murderer of Yarmoz is the Temple of Amun. Although Ahmose died, Napha was the biggest beneficiary. But Napha had no gratitude to the Temple of Amun, because Napha didn't want to lose her only brother after Kamose died. More importantly, what the Temple of Amun did trampled on the authority of the pharaohs. Now the Temple of Amun can kill Ahmose for their benefit, proving that they can also kill Nefer for the benefit of the Temple of Amun. Loie, what do you think I should do next? Napha looked at Roy with pleading eyes and said, now my mind is in chaos and I can no longer make the right choice. Looking at Napha, who had lost all his brothers, Roy held her tightly in his arms with pity and said while caressing her back with his right hand, Napha, you have 3 choices now. The first choice is to pretend not to know the truth about Ahmose's murder and return to Thebes. Inherit the throne and become the female pharaoh of Thebes. The second choice is like your ancestors. Go to the city of Atavi and become a female pharaoh, staying away from the city of Thebes and the Temple of Amun. The third option. What's the third option? After hearing Napha's inquiry, Roy said firmly, the third option is to avenge Ahmose and destroy the Temple of Amun. Napha was so frightened that his whole body trembled and he said in a panic, do you know what you are talking about? You asked me to destroy the Temple of Ammon. Do you know that the Temple of Ammon is dash? I know that the Temple of Ammon is an ancient temple that has existed for more than 1,000 years. Longer than your pharaoh family. Under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible to destroy the Temple of Amun. But we have a great opportunity now. Roy said confidently. Now the city of Thebes has 85,000 soldiers you brought. This is enough power to suppress the Temple of Amun. Killing your brother Ahimoth in the Temple of Amun is our great cause to suppress the Temple of Amun. Fame. If we miss this opportunity, even if we have the power to suppress the Ammon temple, there is no legitimate reason to suppress the Ammon temple. The temples of various city-states in Egypt are almost in a relationship where one is prosperous and the other is depleted. If you suppress a certain temple without justifiable reasons, you will be hostile to all other temples. Kill Ahimoth in the Temple of Amun. This was apparently enough to justify the suppression of the Temple of Ammon. After all, Ahimoth was not only Neph's brother, but also a pharaoh. The Temple of Amun is so crazy that even the pharaoh dares to kill it. The temples of other city-states will never support the Temple of Amun, let alone have any sympathy for the suppression of the Temple of Amun. But that is the Temple of Ammon after all. If we want to completely break up with them and become enemies dash. Seeing that Napha could not make up his mind to destroy the Temple of Ammon, Roy put his cheek against Napha's little face and said softly to Napha like the most affectionate lover, Naphal, if you can't make a decision, then let me make the decision for you. You are my woman, and I will not do anything to hurt you. Only what is good for us. Although Napha is a proud princess, she is also a girl who is only 16 years old. After the death of his half-brother Kamose, Napha began to feel dependent on Roy, as if he regarded Roy as Kamose's replacement. Now the death of his half-brother Ahimoth has made Napha's heart even more fragile. Under Roy's active emotional offensive, Napha finally nodded and said, then let you make the decision for me. We are a couple who share everything, so you won't do anything detrimental to us. After sending Napha to the carriage, Roy summoned the generals in the name of Napha and ordered them to prepare to return to Thebes with the soldiers. After the generals all left, Andromeda, who had been following Roy, suddenly whispered, I have been observing you and Napha these past few days. And now I finally confirm one thing. After hearing Andromeda's words, Roy looked at her curiously and asked, what did you confirm? I've confirmed that your feelings for Napha are all fake. You don't love her at all. Andromeda said with a complicated expression. When I look at you and Napha, it's like I see you and me. Since your feelings for Napha are fake, then of course your feelings for me are also fake. No wonder you are so merciless. Treat me like a slave. After hearing Andromeda's words, Roy couldn't help but pinch her chin with his right hand and teased. Andromeda, are you still an innocent princess who hopes for love? The so-called love is a feeling that only carefree people can consider. For most people in this era, a partner who can bring them happiness is the person they really love. If love is unconditional, will a princess with a normal mind fall in love with a lowly slave, be played and humiliated by the male master together with her slave husband, and give birth to sons and daughters who continue to be slaves? If love is conditional, it means that love that can bring you happiness is true love. What can bring happiness is true love. Seeing Andromeda repeating her words, Roy smiled and teased. And you don't have the ability to read minds. How do you know whether my feelings are true or false? The person who can really judge whether my feelings are true or false is not you, but Nafel. If Nafel thinks that my feelings for her are true, then my feelings for her are real. After saying that, Roy left directly. Andromeda returned to the carriage a little lost. When Nafa saw her look, not only did he not blame her, but he asked with concern, Andromeda, are you feeling unwell? Nafa's unusual reaction did not surprise Andromeda. Now Nafa was in great sorrow over the deaths of his two older brothers, Camos and Amos. It would be abnormal if Nafa reacted as usual. Princess Nafa, I want to tell you that Roy is using you to do what he wants to do. Do you really not see it? After hearing Andromeda's words, Nafa was stunned for a moment. Then said with a smile, I believe Roy. Maybe you can't understand. But when Roy held me, I could even feel his heartbeat. I know that Roy really cares about me. And I also know that he will never do anything to hurt me. Even if he really uses me to do what he wants. It is his legitimate right. After all, husband and wife are family members who take care of each other. And I never thought about asking Roy to pay for me unilaterally. The Pharaoh family has a tradition of family intermarriage. And the husband and wife are really family members connected by blood. So Nafa really treats Roy as a family member like a real brother. After listening to Nafa's words, Andromeda couldn't help but think of the memory of herself being held in Roy's arms. What I felt at that time was Roy's feelings for him true or false. Thinking of the happiness and joy at that time. Tears welled up from Andromeda's eyes. Some things can only be cherished if they are lost. Chapter 302 Declare War in an Upright Manner. The historical facts of another world have proven that if there was no pharaoh family in the city of Thebes, the high priest of the Temple of Amun would be the real master of the city of Thebes. Because he knew the strength of the Temple of Amon very well, Roy replaced Nafa and commanded the 35,000 troops back to the outside of Thebes. He did not directly declare war on the Temple of Amon, but first followed the 50,000 troops who stayed here. The armies gathered together and brought the 50,000 troops back under Nafa's command. The next day, Roy divided the 85,000 army into two armies again. Nafa took 35,000 troops to control the 50,000 recruits recruited by Amos. And Roy took 50,000 troops to take over the city of Thebes. Nafa's 50,000-strong army entered the city of Thebes without encountering any obstruction. Because no matter how smart the high priest of the Temple of Amun was, he would never have thought that Nafa was crazy enough to want to destroy Amun, who had dominated the city of Thebes for thousands of years. Temple. After commanding an army of 50,000 to control the city of Thebes and driving the civilians on the streets back home, Roy led an army of 5,000 to surround the Temple of Amon in the city. Even at this time, the Temple of Amon still did not notice the crisis, and thought it was Nafa, who wanted to get the support of the Temple of Amon. Not to mention the Amon Temple. Even the generals and soldiers who followed Roy to surround the Amon Temple did not know that their mission was to destroy the Amon Temple. Thebes city center. The Temple of Amun is located next to the Pharaoh's palace. After thousands of years of repairs and expansions, this building has become a huge building that is not inferior to the Pharaoh's palace in scale. Roy and a group of generals led soldiers to the door of the Temple of Amon. The high priest of the Temple of Amon enthusiastically led a group of male and female priests out to greet Roy and others. Seeing that Nafa did not come to the Temple of Amon in person, the high priest said with some disappointment and dissatisfaction, "Did Princess Nafa go to the palace? Please rest assured that now Princess Nafa is the sole heir to the Pharaoh's throne. Our Temple of Amon will definitely support Princess Nafa. If Princess Nafa wants to receive her at the palace, I am willing to go to the palace with you." Seeing the defenseless appearance of the high priest of the Temple of Amon, Roy couldn't help but want to kill the high priest directly. But in the end, Roy decided to kill the high priest openly. "Generals, soldiers, although you came to the Temple of Amun with me, you still don't know our true mission. Now I want to tell you that the Temple of Amun is the murderer of Pharaoh Ahimath. The mission given to us by Princess Nefer is to destroy the Temple of Amun and avenge Pharaoh Amos." Hearing Roy's words, the generals and soldiers behind Roy were all in an uproar. Destroy the Temple of Amon. God Amun is the protector of the country. And the Temple of Amun is also the state religion. Princess Nafa even has the identity of the daughter of Amun. As the daughter of the god Amun, Princess Nafa actually wants to destroy the Temple of Amun. This is like the sun rising from the west, making everyone doubt that they are not in reality. Although it was hard to believe Roy's words, The generals and soldiers did not resist the destruction of the Temple of Amun because they were all selected by Roy generals and soldiers from other city-states. The Temple of Amun can have an influence on the generals and soldiers of Thebes. But it cannot influence generals and soldiers from other city-states who believe in other gods. The high priest and priests of the Temple of Amun were also shocked by Roy's words. Although Ahmo's death was related to the Temple of Amun, Princess Nefer was the biggest beneficiary. How could she repay kindness with hatred? After recovering from the shock, a senior priest standing next to the high priest said, "Your Majesty the King of Athens. The great daughter of the god Amun wants to avenge His Majesty Ahmose. And our Temple of Amun is willing to find the murderer who killed His Majesty Ahmose. Even the high priests and Jarmos, it is related to the death of Pharaoh Mose. And we are willing to hand over the murderer to Princess Nefer. You just said that you want to destroy our Amun temple. This must be a slip of the tongue. In order to protect itself in the Temple of Amun, even the high priest was willing to hand over to Nefer. If Nefer himself were here, her idea of destroying the Amun temple might be shaken. But Roy did not let go of the idea of the Amun temple. Priests of Amun. As Nefer's fiancé, I want to tell you on behalf of Nefer that because of the crazy act of killing Ahmose in the Temple of Amun, Nefer decided to abolish the protector of Amun and as the patron saint of the city of Thebes. He wiped out all the temple priests and priest nobles of the Temple of Amun. After Roy finished speaking, the high priest immediately sneered and mocked. Nefer wants to abolish the identity of God Amun as the protector and patron saint. Does this little girl really think of herself as a female pharaoh? We at the Temple of Amun are willing to support her so that she can become a female pharaoh. If we the Temple of Amun does not support her, our Temple of Amun is the master of the city of Thebes. And no one can abolish the identity of God Amun as the patron saint of the city of Thebes. Your Majesty the High Priest. You only said that Nefer could not abolish Amun's identity as the patron saint of Thebes. But you did not say that Nefer could not abolish Amun's identity as the protector of the country. It seems that you acknowledge Nefer's role as the protector of the city of Thebes. The sole heir to the pharaoh throne can abolish Amun's status as the protector of the country. Snort. The high priest said with an ugly expression. Princess Nefer is the daughter of God Amun. She is an enemy of her father. She must be bewitched by you. A foreigner. Now I will kill you. A foreigner. And then correct Princess Nefer. Wrong idea. After the high priest finished speaking, thousands of fully armed temple soldiers poured out of the Amun temple and confronted the 5,000 soldiers brought by Roy. These temple soldiers not only have sophisticated equipment and strong physiques, but they are also fanatical believers of the god Amun. And they all have a fighting will that is not afraid of death. Roy just took one look and knew that it would be difficult to defeat these temple soldiers with the 5,000 soldiers he brought. But from the beginning, Roy wanted to use his own power to destroy the Temple of Amun. Generals. Soldiers. You must defend yourself and don't let anyone in the Temple of Amun go. After saying his order, Roy brandished his war spear and rushed towards the high priest of the Temple of Amun. Boom! Accompanied by the huge and astonishing impact of divine power, Amun appeared above the city of Thebes in a huge figure that was thousands of meters tall. Under the impact of Amun's divine power, Roy's strength was suppressed. The priests and temple soldiers of Amun's temple were all blessed by Amun's divine power. Human. You are so brave. You dare to trick Nefer into abolishing my identity as the protector of the country and the patron of Thebes. Looking down at Roy on the ground, Amun roared angrily. As punishment, I want you to die here. After speaking, a huge amount of divine power was poured into the body of the high priest by Amun. The high priest's body immediately experienced astonishing fluctuations in divine power, instantly possessing the strength of a demigod hero, enemy of 10,000 people. Great God Amun. Thank you for your divine power. I will destroy your enemies now. With the blessing of Amun's divine power, the high priest rushed towards Roy with a war spear, preparing to use Amun's divine power to destroy Roy. Chapter 303 Pushing the statue of Amun off the throne. After the high priest, who became a demigod hero, led 1,000 temple soldiers to surround Roy, Roy couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. If Roy could normally exert his power as a demigod hero, even if pseudo-demigod heroes like the high priest and 1,000 temple soldiers were added together, Roy would not regard them as a threat. However, under the suppression of Amun's divine power, Roy's strength has been reduced from a demigod hero, enemies of 10,000 people, to a great hero, enemies of thousands of people. Just when the war between the two sides is about to break out, the lion goddess Sekhmet, with her dazzling eyes, descended from the sky and came to confront Amon. Human. I'm here to help you. In return for me. You know what to do. As he spoke, the divine power released by Sekhmet and Amon's divine power cancelled each other out. So that Roy was no longer suppressed by Amon's divine power. Goddess Sekhmet. Roy looked up at Sekhmet, who had a lion's head and a spear in his hand, and said with a grateful smile, after this war is over, I will definitely let Nafa worship you as the protector of the country. After speaking, Roy took the initiative to attack the high priest. Although the high priest, with the blessing of Amon's divine power, now possesses the strength and speed of a demigod hero, he is not a battle-experienced warrior after all. And his actual combat experience is completely incomparable to Roy. Under the onslaught of Roy's bronze spear blade, the high priest could only dodge Roy's attack in embarrassment, and was unable to fight Roy head-on. The high priest retreated under Roy's fierce attack and ordered the surrounding temple soldiers. Kill him quickly. As long as you kill him, you can become glorious priests and nobles. Even if you die fighting for God Amun, your souls will enter the arms of God Amun after death, and will not fall into the underworld. Suffer. Encouraged by the high priest, the temple soldiers rushed towards Roy crazily, not caring about their own life or death. Roy would certainly not show mercy to these temple soldiers who wanted to kill him. While swiping his spear blade to kill the surrounding temple soldiers, Roy approached the high priest who kept retreating out of fear. Your Majesty the high priest, are you worthy of Amon who trusts you and bestows blessings and divine power on you by escaping like this? Although I know that you are a temple priest and not a warrior, in order to defend Amon's interests now, you are even more protecting yourself. You must fight me like a warrior. Don't come over here. Seeing that under Roy's ruthless killing, the temple soldiers turned into corpses one by one at Roy's feet. The high priest stepped back and said to the other priests, what are you waiting for? Go kill him quickly. Upon hearing the high priest's order, the high-level priests, mid-level priests and low-level priests, regardless of gender, all rushed towards Roy with weapons. Although these priests knew that they could be killed by Roy, they disobeyed the orders of the high priest, who would also kill them. And they also believed that now that they died fighting for Amon, their souls will be saved by Amon and will not fall into the underworld and be judged. Amon looked down at the ground and saw Roy unilaterally killing the priests and temple soldiers of Amon's temple. He asked Sekhmet with an angry expression on his face, Sekhmet, do you really want to be my enemy? Without your help, this human being is suppressed by my divine power and would not be able to kill my servants like he is doing now. Amon, do you think I will be afraid of you? The lion-headed Sekhmet looked like a lioness in hunting mode, staring at Amon with excitement and joy and said, you have now been deposed as the patron saint of the country by the only heir to the throne of the pharaoh family. Although Nafa cannot dethrone your status as the patron saint of Thebes city, you are the patron saint of Thebes city. And I am also Itaway city patron saint. 400 years ago, I was able to take away the throne of the patriot god from you. And now I can also take back the identity of the patriot god that was taken away by you 100 years ago. You are talking nonsense. Amon gritted his teeth and said after hearing Sekhmet directly saying that he wanted to compete with him for the throne of the protector god. Since you know that I became the protector god earlier than you, then you should understand that the throne of the protector god belongs to me. Since none of us are willing to give up, let us let our strength speak for itself. Sekhmet said while stabbing Amon with his war spear. As long as you can defeat me, you can kill Roy and then control Nafa, or kill Nafa, and let a descendant of the pharaoh royal family, who is willing to respect you inherit the throne. Even if you don't say it, I will do it. There was a loud explosion. Amon waved his golden scepter and collided with Sekhmet's war spear. In the first confrontation between the two gods, Amon showed even greater power. Although he relied on more powerful divine power to suppress Sekhmet's attack, Amon murmured with an angry expression. Damn it. After losing my identity as the protector of the country, my divine power has declined so much. If Amon still has the identity of the protector of the country and can use the power of the king of Egyptian gods, he can defeat Sekhmet, who is just the protector of the city-state, with just one blow. It is a pity that Amon has lost his identity as the protector of the country, and now he only has the power of the protector of Thebes. After the confrontation with Amon, Sekhmet couldn't help but frown. Although they are both patron saints of city-states, just as Thebes is more powerful than Atavi, Amon, the patron saint of Thebes, also has a power that is more powerful than Sekhmet, the patron of Atavi. of divine power. Amon. It is indeed not an easy task to take back the identity of the protector god from you. I can forgive your offense if you give up. Ha 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 ha. If I hadn't been the protector of the country for 300 years, the queen above all the gods, I would definitely follow your advice and give up fighting for the throne of the protector of the country with you. But I have been for 300 years, I have been a protector of the country for many years. And I know how powerful the throne of the king of gods will give me. Now that I have a rare opportunity to regain the throne of the protector of the country, I will never give up. While Sekhmet and Amon were engaged in a battle of gods, seeing the obvious strength gap between Sekhmet and Amon, Roy gave up killing the high priest and rushed to the main hall of Amon's temple. The high priest saw the statue of Amon enshrined on the throne in the deepest part of the main hall, and immediately understood that Roy wanted to push the statue of Amon off the throne and make Amon lose his status as the patron saint of Thebes. No matter how afraid of death the high priest was, he had to take the initiative to attack Roy at this time. The high priest waved his spear and attacked Roy risklessly while giving orders to the temple soldiers. Stop him. Stop him quickly. Never let him get close to the statue of God Amun. Seeing that the high priest was able to overcome the fear of death in order to protect the statue of Amon, Roy said with a joking sneer, Your Majesty the high priest, let me let you feel what true despair is. Sky wings. As Roy summoned in his heart, a pair of black wings condensed with divine power appeared on Roy's back. After Roy flapped his wings and flew up, the high priest immediately showed despair on his face, because he knew that no matter how many people there were in the Amon temple, they could not prevent Roy from approaching the Amon statue. Chapter 304. The statue of Amon finally landed. In order to prevent Roy from approaching the statue of Amon on the throne, the temple soldiers of the Amon temple used their bodies to block Roy. Although Roy could kill all these temple soldiers and knock down the statue of Amon, Roy had no time to delay. Once Amon defeats Sekhmet and ends the war between the gods, Amon can stop Roy himself. So in order to knock down the statue of Amon as soon as possible, Roy flapped his wings and flew behind the statue of Amon, and kicked the statue of Amon directly on the shoulder. The 10-meter-high statue of Amon immediately left the throne and fell to the ground. Looking at the image of the statue of Amon falling forward, Roy showed a victorious smile on his face. But the next second, Roy's smile froze on his face, because hundreds of temple soldiers, regardless of life and death, raised their hands to support the fallen statue of Amon, so that the statue of Amon did not fall directly to the ground. Looking at the temple soldiers holding up the statue of Amon like ants carrying food, Roy couldn't help but said coldly, Looks like I'm going to kill you after all. After saying that, Roy fell to the ground, preparing to harvest the lives of the temple soldiers. If the temple soldiers still want to survive, their only option is to escape from under the statue of Amon and let the statue fall to the ground. Just when Roy swung his spear blade and started to attack, the high priest rushed towards Roy like a madman. Outlander. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. Then go die. Although the high priest is blessed by Amon's divine power and has the strength and speed of a demigod hero, he is ultimately just a pampered high priest, not a battle-hardened warrior on the battlefield. They also have the power of a demigod hero, but the gap in strength between Roy and the high priest is so huge that it is impossible to make up for it. After the high priest came to Roy with his spear blade, Roy used dangerous moves to avoid the high priest's spear blade, and at the same time stabbed the high priest's heart with his own spear blade. Poof! Roy's spear blade penetrated the high priest's body. Seeing the high priest's eyes widening, as if he couldn't believe that he would end his life so easily, Roy said in a cold voice with no expression on his face, Stupid guy. You don't have the strength and speed of a demigod hero to become a demigod hero. Without the actual combat experience of hundreds of battles, you are just a fake demigod hero. After finishing speaking, Roy withdrew the spear blade from the high priest and swept it towards the temple soldiers like chopping melons and vegetables. Although the temple soldiers are all fanatical believers of Amon and have the will to regard death as home, when the shadow of death really envelopes them, there are still some soldiers who cannot overcome the fear of death. Seeing that the high priest had been killed, Roy began to ruthlessly harvest their lives. Some temple soldiers fled in fear and no longer held the statue of Amun with their hands. More and more temple soldiers escaped, and more temple soldiers were killed by Roy. The weight of the statue of Amun has not decreased. Then the statue of Amon began to slowly approach the ground. Finally, there was a muffled bang. The head of the statue of Amun hit the ground. Click. A crack appeared where the head of the statue of Ammon was in contact with the ground. Then the crack gradually expanded. And finally the crack extended from the head of the statue of Ammon to the feet. Witnessed by Roy and a group of living temple soldiers. The statue of Ammon finally broke into two halves from the middle. Over the city of Thebes. The battle between the goddess Sekhmet and the god Ammon continues. Although Sekhmet has a tenacious will to fight, she and god Ammon ultimately have a strength gap that is difficult to bridge. So the war between the gods continues until now. And the balance of victory has completely tilted towards Ammon. Ammon, who was confident of winning, said while attacking Sekhmet with the golden scepter. In order to regain the identity of the protector god, you are actually able to fight with me until now. You are worthy of being a powerful goddess with divinities such as the goddess of the sun, the goddess of war, and the goddess of vengeance. Unfortunately, the city of Thebes is the strongest city-state in southern Egypt. As the base, I the patron saint of this city and the most powerful god in southern Egypt. You cannot defeat me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ammon's face turned extremely ugly. Because Ammon had already felt that his statue of Ammon left the throne and hit the ground. Seeing that Ammon not only suddenly stopped attacking, but also that the divine power fluctuations in Ammon's body began to weaken. Sekhmet, who was already desperate for victory, immediately couldn't help laughing. Ammon, you lost. Your statue has been destroyed. And you are no longer the patron saint of Thebes. That human. Ammon turned his head angrily and looked at Roy in the Ammon temple with golden eyes burning with flames. Sekhmet immediately stood in front of Ammon and said, I won't let you hurt him. I need that human to help me convince Napha to agree to enshrine me as the protector of the country. Sekhmet. That human is not an Egyptian. He is a foreign invader. Ammon roared angrily. Now that you are the winner, don't stop me from destroying that human being. If you can't see the threat that human being brings, you will definitely regret it in the future. Don't scare me with such alarmist talk. Sekhmet said jokingly. I have seen how he ruled Egypt. Although the priests and nobles of Buto, Sais, and Atribis were all wiped out by him, he did not shake the status of the patron saints of Wadjet and Night. Only Hentiti was deposed as the patron saint by him. Although I don't know the reason why Hentiti was driven away by him. I am a goddess like Wadjet and Night. Even if he wants to destroy Itawu city, the priests and nobles will not affect my core interests. In the cities of Buto and Sais under the rule of Loi's kingdom of Athens, the sun snake Wadjet is still the patron saint of Buto. And the war goddess Night is still the patron of Sais. Loi has proven with facts that Egypt's native gods, at least the goddesses, are not deprived of core benefits. Ammon couldn't say anything to refute. So he could only look at Sekhmet with anger and hatred. Since you protected the invaders for the throne of the protector god, then you just wait for my revenge. The throne of the protector god was only temporarily taken away by you. Soon I will retake my city of Thebes and take back the throne of the protector of the country belongs to me. After saying that, Ammon turned around and left. Looking at Ammon's leaving figure, Sekhmet sneered disdainfully. Ammon, are you still unwilling to let go of your arrogance as the protector of the country? The king of the gods. After you lost your identity as the protector of the country and the guardian of Thebes, do you think other gods will help you regain your position? On top of their heads? Or adding insult to injury to you? Temple of Ammon. Roy, who was covered in blood, walked out of the temple door holding a bronze war spear with a bleeding blade, and gave orders with a ferocious smile. Generals, soldiers, now I order you to destroy all the temples of Ammon in Thebes and surrounding areas, and to wipe out all the temple priests and nobles of the temple of Ammon. As a reward for you, you will start from Ammon. Only half of the wealth and food collected from the temples and the homes of priests and nobles need to be handed over. And the remaining half is divided equally among all the generals and soldiers. Chapter 305, Divide the wealth of Ammon temple. Destroy the temple and kill the temple priests who serve the gods. These actions are often considered blasphemous. Even if the generals and soldiers selected by Roy have nothing to do with the city of Thebes. And the god they believe in is not Ammon. I am afraid they are not willing to commit the crime of blaspheming the god. But Roy allowed them to divide half of the spoils. And the situation was completely different. For the most ordinary soldiers, they will lose their lives on the battlefield at any time. Even if they commit the crime of blaspheming the gods. The gods cannot make their lives worse than they are now. If the fallen Ammon cannot punish them, then the more loot they grab from the Ammon temple, the more benefits they will get. For the generals, They can leave the task of destroying the Temple of Amun and collecting loot to ordinary soldiers. And they will only participate in dividing the loot. As long as they did not participate in the destruction of the temple, Amun would naturally have no reason to punish them. Amid the revelry of the generals and soldiers, a looting of the Temple of Amun began in Thebes and all surrounding villages. In these temples of Amun, which had accumulated wealth for thousands of years, all the statues of Amun were pushed to the ground. The male priests and male servants were killed. And the female priests, maids, property and food were turned into spoils of war. At the beginning, only 50,000 troops participated in the carnival. After Roy returned to Naffa, he allowed the remaining 35,000 troops and 50,000 recruits to participate in the carnival to avoid causing their dissatisfaction. Letting all the 135,000 troops participate in this carnival will not only win over the morale of the troops, but also make them all enemies of the Temple of Amun and staunch supporters of Naffa. After they committed the crime of blasphemy against Amun, they could only escape Amun's punishment by supporting Nafrul and letting Nafrul use the power of the pharaoh to suppress the Temple of Amun. Outside Thebes, Naffa's military camp. After the laden teams brought their loot to the military camp, Roy generously allowed them to leave only half of their belongings and food. The priestesses and maids of the Temple of Amun and the remaining half of their belongings and food were all provided by they divided among themselves. More and more property and food were dedicated to Roy and Naffa. And when the warehouse in the military camp could no longer hold it, Roy immediately recruited people from the city of Thebes to move the countless property and food to the city of Thebes. Royal warehouse, Naffa said in disbelief, as he looked at the mountains of trophies piled up in the military camp. The wealth of the Temple of Amun is actually greater than the wealth of our pharaoh family. This is the wealth accumulated by the Temple of Amun for thousands of years. Roy teased with a smile. 100 years ago, your ancestors moved the capital from Itaway to Thebes. So far, your pharaoh family has only accumulated wealth in Thebes for 100 years. If the wealth of the pharaoh family can be as good as that of A, it's abnormal to be compared to the temple of God. Naffa said with a solemn expression, as he looked at the mountains of trophies. We have destroyed the Temple of Amun. What should we do next? Although he used the 135,000-strong army to sweep away the Temple of Amun completely, Roy did not intend to implement the policies of the Kingdom of Athens in the city of Thebes. Because when other city-states see the policies implemented by Thebes, they will definitely regard Lowy and Naffa as their public enemies. Naffa, now we are going to send envoys to other city-states to let other city-states know that you destroyed the Temple of Amun because the Temple of Amun killed your brother Yamos. Next, you will destroy the city of Itawui. The goddess Hemet was regarded as the protector of the country, and she asked the priests of the goddess Sekhmet to take over the temples of Amun in Thebes and change all the temples of Amun into temples of Sekhmet. Then when will we move into the palace? Do you still want to live in the palace in Thebes? Naffa nodded without hesitation. As the Queen of Egypt, of course I should live in the palace left by my ancestors. Roy shook his head and said, although no matter how powerful the Temple of Amun is, it is impossible to turn all the male and female servants in the palace into chess pieces of the Temple of Amun. But the chess pieces of the Temple of Amun in the palace certainly cannot be completely eliminated. So in order to prevent you from repeating, we must not make the mistake of Behemoth and live in the pharaoh's palace in Thebes. When things in Thebes are over, we will go to Itaway and live in the palace in Itaway, in Ator-Tawi city. As long as we don't conflict with the Sekhmet temple, there will be no problem with your safety. The pharaohs ruled the city of Thebes for only 100 years, while the Temple of Amun ruled the city of Thebes for thousands of years. The death of Behemoth is enough to prove that there were many male and female servants controlled by the Temple of Amun in the pharaoh's palace. Naffa didn't want to risk her life, so she only hesitated a little before agreeing to Roy's proposal. Although the Temple of Amun cannot run away, the temple priests and priest nobles of the Temple of Amun are all humans who can escape. During the destruction of the Temple of Amun, some temple priests and priestly nobles managed to escape. As time passed, some rumors began to appear in Thebes and other city-states. Originally, Naffa had sent envoys to tell other city-states that Naffa decided to destroy the Temple of Amun because the Temple of Amun was crazy enough to kill Pharaoh Ahmose. In this rumor, it turns out that Naffa sent people to kill Pharaoh Behemoth in order to prevent Naffa from seizing the throne. The Temple of Amun wanted a descendant of the Pharaoh family to inherit the throne. So Naffa frantically destroyed the Temple of Amun. Although this rumor spread very widely, Roy did not let Nafil defend himself, because defense would usually be regarded as guilty conscience. As long as Naffa does not affect the interests of other city-states, Other city-states will not become enemies of the future female pharaoh because of some rumors without evidence. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Envoys from the 15 major city-states in southern Egypt, as well as many small city-states and large tribes, all came to the city of Thebes. When all the envoys arrived, Napha personally received them in the barracks. Napha's barracks. Roy and Napha walked into the barracks with Andromeda. When the messengers saw Roy, a foreigner with a different skin color, standing together with Napha, they immediately began to whisper to each other. When Napha sat down on the throne, some envoys from big city-states took the initiative to question Napha. Princess Nefer, we heard rumors that you killed your brother Pharaoh Ahmose. The Temple of Amon wanted to prevent you from seizing the throne, so it was framed and destroyed by you. Are these rumors true? Even if Amon Temple is really the murderer, why not punish the high priest and senior priests of Amon Temple, but destroy Amon Temple completely? After listening to the envoy's questions, Napha said with an unhappy expression, I have sent an envoy to tell you the truth. Don't you believe me? But believe the rumors without any evidence. If you are stupid enough to be taken advantage of, then you will attack me, the brother who killed Ahmose, and destroy the murderer of Meng Temple. Chapter 306 Obtaining the recognition of the envoys. It would be a joke to say that the messengers cared about the death of Ahmose and the destruction of the Temple of Amun. Nefer and Ahimath are half-brothers and sisters. Even if Ahimath was really killed by Nefer, it was an internal matter within the pharaoh family, and outsiders had no right to interfere. The ruling families of other city-states certainly do not want their families to be interfered by external forces when they are fighting for power. Thebes is the largest city-state in southern Egypt. As the true ruler of the city of Thebes, the Temple of Amun has accumulated countless wealth over the past thousands of years and developed the power of the Temple of Amun enough to fight against the pharaohs. Even if other city-states did not envy and hate the Temple of Amun, they would never sympathize with the destruction of the Temple of Amun. Now the envoys are questioning Napha together, but they don't want the same thing to happen in their own city-state. Napha knew what these messengers really thought, so she spoke directly to them. You can rest assured that I will not change any traditions after inheriting the throne. Although I destroyed the Temple of Amun, I will let the priests of the goddess Sekhmet take over the Temple of Amun. Except that the Temple of Amon becomes Sekhmet the temple. Everything in the city of Thebes will be the same as before. After hearing Napha's words, the messengers smiled with satisfaction. Since Napha would not break the tradition and would not harm their interests in any way, there was no need for them to be enemies with Napha. Princess Nefer, of course we won't believe the rumors. Your brother Ahmose must have been killed by the Temple of Amun. The Temple of Amun is powerful enough to fight against the pharaoh. So your ancestors moved the capital from Thebes to Itawua 400 years ago. The Temple of Amun not only fights against the pharaohs, but also oppresses the city-states and tribes near Thebes. We have long been unwilling to endure their oppression. After listening to the envoy's statements, Napha continued. Since no one objects to me becoming pharaoh, let me talk about my goals. Although my grandfather Dao I, father Dao too, and brother Kamose all died on the battlefield in the war against the Hyksos. But I will continue to fight the war with the Hyksos until I drive the Hyksos out of Egypt. In order to better rule northern Egypt and to fight the war with the Hyksos, I will move the capital from Thebes. City was transferred to Itawua city. Before the invasion of the Hyksos, the city of Itawua was originally the capital of the Kingdom of Egypt. Therefore, when Napha moved the capital to Itawua city, other city-states had no reason to object. Seeing that the messengers had no objection, Napha continued. When brother Kamose succeeded to the throne, the Kingdom of Egypt only had 16 city-states in the south. Now that I have inherited the throne, the territory of the Kingdom of Egypt has expanded to more than 20 city-states. In order to rule the even larger Kingdom of Egypt, I must recruit more soldiers. For this reason I want to turn all the land in the Temple of Amon into royal land to support the soldiers. Do you have any objections? As the territory of the Egyptian kingdom increased, Napha needed more soldiers and more land to support them, which is very reasonable. Since Napha is not using the wealth of other city-states to support soldiers, the envoys naturally have no need to object. Princess Napha. Just when Napha was about to continue, a middle-aged messenger said with a solemn expression, I have no objection to your continued war with the Hyksos. But you are already the only direct descendant of the pharaoh family. When your grandfather Dao I died on the battlefield, his son Dao Tu succeeded to the throne. Your father Dao Dao when King Tu died on the battlefield, he had his son Kamose to inherit the throne. When your brother Kamose Pharaoh died on the battlefield, Your brother Kamose left neither a son nor a daughter. So he will inherit the throne with Pharaoh Ahmose. Please take Pharaoh Kamose as a lesson, and do not go to the battlefield in person. And it is best for you to give birth to a child as your heir before starting a new war with the Hyksos. Another messenger followed. If something unexpected happens to Princess Nafa, the direct line of the Pharaoh royal family will be cut off. Those collateral lines of the royal family who are qualified to inherit the throne will compete for the throne, which is likely to trigger a civil war. I can understand your concerns. Nafa nodded and said, as a direct descendant of the Pharaoh royal family, I know what kind of burden I bear. I promise you that when I return to Itawu City, I will get married immediately and fulfill my obligation to give birth to an heir for the Pharaoh family. Expel Hyksa. I will not start the war with the Sri Lankan people right away. After all the messengers showed satisfied expressions, Nafa continued. Finally, I want to tell you that because Itawu City has become my capital, the goddess Sekhmet, the patron saint of Itawu City, will become the patron saint of the Pharaoh family and the protector of the kingdom of Egypt. In the future, Sekhmet the goddess Ti is the sun goddess of the entire kingdom of Egypt. According to past traditions, when a city becomes the capital, the patron saint of the capital will also become the patron saint of the country. Therefore, Nafa wanted to enshrine the goddess Sekhmet as the protector of the country, and the envoys did not object. Moreover, 100 years ago, the goddess Sekhmet had been the protector of the country for 300 years. If the Hyksos had not invaded, perhaps the goddess Sekhmet would still be the protector of the country. After all the messengers left, Roy immediately said to Nafa, who was relieved, Nafal, just like what I said. As long as you don't harm the interests of other city-states, they have no reason to be your enemy. Now you believe it. Nafa nodded and said, Loie, thanks to your encouragement, I can handle it calmly. Without your help, I would have been very nervous. This is called onlookers are clear. The authorities are confused. If you stand from the perspective of a bystander like me, you will know that other city-states do not have the strength to confront you alone. And they have no reason to unite against you. So as a queen who rules over them, you should not be nervous and timid in front of them. It is they who should be nervous and timid in front of you. Do not doubt your strength. You can suppress any city-state that resists you at will. You asked me not to doubt my own strength. Nafa looked at Roy with a faint look and whispered, without you by my side, can I really suppress them at will? After hearing Nafa's words, Roy was immediately speechless. Without Roy, whether Nafa could order those generals at will was a question. As a princess of the pharaonic royal family, Nafa may have been educated to be a queen, but she was not educated to be a queen. And Nafa is just a 16-year-old girl now. Without Roy by her side, she will only become a puppet. Nafa did not blindly regard Roy's strength as hers. It seemed that she did not doubt her own strength. It was because he knew his own strength so well that Nafa dealt with the messengers cautiously. Chapter 307, Exchange of Property in the Name of Pharaoh. 1600 BC. The far east of this era was either ruled by Shiaji, the last emperor of the Xia dynasty, or the Shang dynasty had been established by Shang Tang. Under the rule of the Xia dynasty or the Shang dynasty, aristocratic slavery was also practiced in China. Although the king of Xia, or the king of Shang, is nominally the co-owner of Liuhe and Bahuang, and all the princes in the world are the king's subjects. In fact, the princes are only the king's nominal subjects. As long as the princes are strong enough, they can defeat the king and replace the king as the new co-lord of the world. Shang Tang was originally just a prince who submitted to the Xia king. By defeating Xia Ji, he established the Shang dynasty and became the king. 600 years later, GFA, a vassal of Emperor Xin of the Shang dynasty, also defeated the Shang dynasty in a war and established the Zhou dynasty. In Egypt in this era, the pharaoh was also the nominal co-owner of each city-state. As long as these city-states are strong enough, they can replace the old pharaohs and become the new pharaohs. The city-states did not express any objection to Nafa's desire to inherit the throne and become pharaoh. Not only because Nafa did not harm their interests, but also because the city-states did not have the strength to resist Nafa. The city of Thebes is the largest city-state in southern Egypt. As long as Nafa is not hostile to all the city-states, and Nafa controls the city of Thebes, her throne will be as stable as a mountain. It is precisely because the city of Thebes is so important that before leaving the city, Nafa arranged for 3 consuls to jointly manage the city of Thebes on the advice of Roy. and also arranged for 3 generals and 15,000 thousands of troops were stationed in Thebes to prevent the rule of Thebes from being taken away by a certain family. After making all arrangements, Napha immediately led an army of 120,000 people and headed for Itawu city in a mighty manner. At the front of the army that looked like a long dragon was Napha's luxurious carriage. The carriage was pulled by 4 horses. And the carriage was as huge as a room. Roy lived with Napha and Andromeda in a carriage. Not only could he sleep on the soft bed, Napha could also receive envoys from various city-states in the carriage. At this time, in the carriage, Napha and Andromeda were chatting and laughing about girls. Seeing that their relationship was getting better and better, and seemed to be developing into best friends, Roy had been hesitating about one thing: letting Napha know the identity of Camo's murderer. Although Napha knew that the murderer of Camo's was Andromeda's uncle Phineas, the boat of her friendship with Andromeda would definitely capsize immediately. But let Napha do it without knowing it. Next, becoming best friends with Andromeda was even more cruel to Napha. Just when Roy was about to speak, the driver driving outside the carriage suddenly said, "Princess Napha, there is a messenger from the Temple of Horus who wants to see you. Let the messengers from the Temple of Horus come in." After Napha agreed to receive the envoy, a middle-aged priest entered the carriage, knelt down in front of Napha and said, "Princess Napha, I bring you the blessing of Horus, and I have something important to discuss with you." The messenger from the Temple of Horus was not the first temple messenger that Napha received. Since Napha left the city of Thebes with his army, several envoys from various temples have asked to see Napha. Seeing the respectful attitude of the messenger from the Temple of Horus, Napha said with a satisfied smile, "I accept the blessing of God Horus. Your Excellency." "Messenger, just tell us your purpose." After hearing Napha's request, the messenger was stunned and said, "Princess Napha, the great Horus was not only the patron saint of the city of Hierakonpolis, but also the patron saint of southern Egypt before the establishment of the first dynasty. Now Princess Napha wants to let other gods replace the god Amun to become the protector god. Is it possible to consider making the great Horus the new protector god? After all, the goddess Sekhmet is the deity of northern Egypt, and only the gods of southern Egypt will truly protect the southern Egyptians." Napha drove the god Amun off the throne of the protector god, which allowed other gods to see the opportunity to ascend the throne of the protector god. Although they knew the hope was slim, various temples still sent envoys to persuade Napha to worship their gods as protectors of the country. Before receiving the envoys from the Temple of Horus, Napha had already received the envoys from the Temple of Hathor, the Temple of Anubis, the Temple of Upuat and other temples, and rejected their requests. Hearing the same words said by the messenger from the Temple of Horus, Napha immediately refused. "Your Majesty the messenger, I am the queen who rules the whole of Egypt. The northern Egyptians are also my people. I have equal respect for the gods of northern Egypt and the gods of southern Egypt. So I will not change my ways to let Sekhmet the idea of a goddess becoming a protector of the country." Although Napha's rejection was expected, the messenger couldn't help but say with a disappointed expression, "Princess Napha, then after you ascend the throne and become the female pharaoh, will you order the restoration or construction of a new temple of Horus?" In the history of ancient Egypt, in addition to building pyramid tombs for themselves, the pharaohs of the past dynasties also spent a lot of manpower and material resources to build temples to gain support from various temples. Various temples can also use the temples built for them by the pharaoh to enhance the authority of the temple. After thousands of years, it has become almost a tradition to repair or build new temples for various temples. Seeing Napha's troubled expression, Roy immediately spoke. "Your Majesty the messenger, in order to fight the war with the Hyksos, Princess Napha cannot afford to build a temple at all. If the Temple of Horus can donate wealth to Princess Napha, Princess Napha is willing to use it in the name of the pharaoh. Repair the Temple of Horus, or build a new Temple of Horus. Let the Temple of Horus pay for its own repairs or build new temples. It is certainly impossible to say that the Temple of Horus cannot afford this money. It's just that various temples are accustomed to asking the pharaoh to pay for them to repair temples or build new temples." Because Napha had the right to fight a war with the Hyksos, the messenger could only say helplessly, "If Princess Napha is willing to use the name of the pharaoh to repair the temple for our Horus temple, I believe the high priest of the Horus temple will agree to donate the property." After the messenger from the Temple of Horus left, Napha immediately smiled. "Roy, you can actually think of asking each temple to spend its own money to repair or build a new temple." And from their reaction, it's not that they can't accept it, because rather than their property, They want to use the name of the pharaoh to enhance the authority of the temple. Roy said with confidence. If there is really a temple that donates property to us, we must pluck his wool and make it worth the money to sell it in the name of the pharaoh. After saying that, Roy looked at Andromeda next to Napha. After some hesitation, Roy finally decided to temporarily hide the relationship between Camo's murderer and Andromeda from Napha. When he returns to Atava city and takes Andromeda back to the kingdom of Athens, he will tell Napha the murderer of Camos. Chapter 308 Tell Napha who the murderer is. From the city of Thebes to the city of Itaeway. It is a journey of thousands of miles. Napha wanted to take this route with an army of 120,000 men, because he would pass through 13 city-states along the way. Showing Napha's 120,000 troops to the city-states passing along the way can make the rulers of these city-states feel in awe and willing to obey Napha's orders. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Napha came to Itaewua city with an army of 120,000 people. The high priest of the Sekhmet temple personally led a group of temple priests and priest nobles to greet Napha outside the city. Surrounded by everyone, Roy and Napha entered the pharaoh's palace in Itaewua city, and saw that the palace not only had hundreds of male and female servants, but was also ready to welcome Napha's feast. Banquet hall. Roy and Napha sat on the throne and saw that the priests and nobles of Itaewua city were obviously headed by the high priest of the Sekhmet temple. Napha said with a solemn expression, "Your Majesty the High Priest, I want to know who is the supreme ruler of Itaewua city now after it was recaptured by my brother Camos." The high priest of the temple of Sekhmet is a middle-aged priestess. Seeing Napha's unhappy expression, the high priest immediately said respectfully, "Princess Napha, Itaewua city was originally ruled by a governor appointed by Sephus. After Pharaoh Camos expelled the Hyksos, he had not appointed a new governor for Itaewua city. So Itaewua city now it is jointly managed by the Sekhmet temple and the priests and nobles. In the future, Itaewua city will become the capital of the Pharaoh family. And Itaewua city will naturally be directly ruled by the Pharaoh. In the city of Thebes, if there was no Pharaoh family, the high priest of the temple of Amun was the real master. This shows how much authority the high priests of each temple have. At this time, the old rulers of Itaewua city were driven away, and no new rulers appeared. The high priest of the Sekhmet temple naturally became the de facto ruler of Itaewua city. Although Napha was dissatisfied with this situation, she was not as afraid of the high priest of the Sekhmet temple as she was of the high priest of the Amon temple. Because the authority of the Sekhmet temple was first suppressed by the pharaohs for 300 years, and then by the Hyksos for another 100 years. The authority of the temple of Sekhmet in the city of Ator is completely incomparable to the authority of the temple of Amun in the city of Thebes. Since Itaewua city should be directly ruled by me, I want to arrange soldiers to take over Itaewua city. Do you have any objections? Regardless of whether other people have any objections, the high priest of the Sekhmet temple has no objections. After all, Napha will regard the goddess Sekhmet she serves as the protector of the country and her temple of Sekhmet as the state religion. The current high priest of the Sekhmet temple is Napha's staunchest supporter. Even if Napha wanted to wipe out all the priests and nobles in Itaewua city, the high priest of Sekhmet temple would not have any objections. After the banquet to welcome Napha ended successfully, the high priest said to Napha impatiently, "Princess Napha, the Sekhmet temple has been prepared for you. Tomorrow you will go to the Sekhmet temple and become a pharaoh with the blessing of the goddess Sekhmet. I will represent the goddess Sekhmet. Let you become the daughter of God. And from now on you will be the daughter of the goddess Sekhmet and the highest priest of our Sekhmet temple." Hearing the words of the high priest, Napha couldn't help laughing and teasing. "Your Majesty the high priest, you seem more anxious than me. Are you afraid that I will be persuaded by other temples and suddenly change my mind and regard other gods as protectors of the country?" The high priest shook his head and explained, "I am so anxious because all the Egyptians are eager for you to ascend the throne and become pharaoh." Seeing that the high priest was unwilling to admit it, Napha said with a smile, "Now that the high priest has made arrangements, I will go to the Sekhmet temple tomorrow morning." After the high priest left the palace with the temple priests and priest nobles, only Roy and Napha were left in the banquet hall. Roy hugged Naphal and lay on the large throne. Naphal said with a smile, "Tomorrow I will ascend the throne. Although I broke the tradition that only men can inherit the throne, everything went smoothly. I know that this is all because you are by my side. If you make a request to me, I can become the queen according to tradition and let you inherit the throne as my husband." Upon hearing Napha's suggestion, Roy immediately shook his head. Because Roy's goal was to break tradition and rule Egypt with the policies of the kingdom of Athens. If Lowy succeeds to the throne as Napha's husband and becomes pharaoh, And the temple priests and priest nobles of various Egyptian city-states become Loi's nominal subjects. It will be difficult for Loi to destroy them. Naphiel. I just want to be the king of Athens. Not the king of Egypt. That's such a shame. Napha said with some disappointment. Since you don't want to be the pharaoh, then marry me and help me give birth to the next generation of pharaoh. Even without your help, I can rule Egypt well. I can marry you. But you have to agree to my request. Seeing Napha's displeased expression, Roy said firmly, my kingdom of Athens needs a lot of food. As long as you sell me all the surplus food in the kingdom of Egypt, I will marry you. Don't you agree to marry me if I don't sell you the grain? That's right. Seeing Napha pouting his lips with a dissatisfied expression, Roy said without hesitation, if you don't agree to sell me grain, I will refuse to marry you. You? Napha said angrily. Do you think I can't get married? Although I can't find a nobler and more powerful husband than you, the king of Athens, I can find a lot of suitors who are not as good as you. So why do you want Egypt's food? Not to be king of Egypt. After hearing Napha's angry words, Roy said with a serious face, caressing her beautiful neck with both hands. Napha, even if I kill you, I will not let you marry another man. Don't let me hear your angry words just now a second time. I can't tell you the reason why I don't want to become the king of Egypt. But I can't tell you now. But I can make a deal with you. As long as you agree to sell the grain of the kingdom of Egypt to the kingdom of Athens, I will tell you who the murderer of Chamos is. Do you know who is the murderer of brother Chamos? Then why haven't you told me? Bang 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 bang. Napha angrily waved his two small fists and beat Roy on the body for a while. After venting his anger, Napha gritted his teeth and said, I promise you, as long as you tell me who killed Chamos' brother, I will sell the grain to your kingdom of Athens. After hearing Napha's answer, Roy said slowly, Napha, listen carefully. The name of the murderer who killed Chamos on the battlefield was Phineus. He was the younger brother of Cephus, the king of the Hyksos, and the uncle of Andromeda. Andromeda, that bitch's uncle, is the murderer of brother Chamos. Chapter 309 Egyptian female pharaoh Napha. Roy was not naive enough to think that after a few days of plastic friendship between Napha and Andromeda, they would be willing to let go of the family member who killed his brother and enemy. In order to prevent Napha from taking revenge on Andromeda, Roy spent a night with Napha in the same dormitory. The next day, Andromeda and other maids came to Napha's dormitory to help Roy and Napha get up. After Roy and Napha woke up from their sleep, they saw Andromeda's figure. Napha immediately stared at Napha with extremely ferocious eyes like a beast staring at its prey. Napha, sensing something strange about Naphal, Roy immediately wanted to comfort Naphal. Naphal, who was wearing thin pajamas, jumped out of bed with bare feet and pounced on Andromeda like a lioness in hunting mode. You bitch! Did you know the truth a long time ago, and did you come here to please me on purpose? Under everyone's surprised gaze, Napha threw Andromeda to the ground, and then grabbed Andromeda's neck with both hands, obviously wanting to kill Andromeda. Andromeda resisted vigorously, trying to pull Napha's hands away from her neck, and asked doubtfully at the same time, Ahem. Naphal, why on earth did you suddenly do this to me? Don't act stupid in front of me. Naphiel said angrily while holding Andromeda's neck. You must have known for a long time that my brother Chamos was killed by your uncle Phineus. So you would please me. Uncle Phineus killed Chamos. Having been plastic best friends with Napha for a few days, Andromeda certainly knew how deep Napha's feelings were for Chamos. If it was his uncle Phineus who killed Chamos, it's no wonder Napha reacted this way. Just when Andromeda's resistance was getting weaker and weaker, and she was about to be strangled to death by Naphal, Roy's hands hugged Naphal's slender waist from behind and directly pulled Naphal away from Andromeda. Hugged. Naphal, calm down. The murderer of Chamos was not Andromeda. Don't vent your hatred on Andromeda. Let me go and don't stop me from avenging brother Chamos. Napha shouted while struggling in Roy's arms. I have already decided that not only the murderer of brother Chamos, but also everyone in his family will be buried with brother Chamos. As long as you don't stop me from taking revenge, I will obey your arrangements in everything from now on. Seeing Andromeda sitting on the ground stupidly, Roy immediately shouted to her. What are you thinking about? Leave immediately. Andromeda glanced at Napha with complicated eyes, then quickly stood up and left the room. After Andromeda left, Napha calmed down, looked at Andromeda's leaving figure and sneered. Killing her directly would be too easy for her. I want to capture all her relatives and kill them. So that she can feel the pain of losing her relatives. With a new goal. Nafa said to Roy, dissatisfied. Can you let me go? I promise I won't hurt her again. Nafa's words didn't sound like lies. Roy took his hands back from her waist and said, Nafa, the most important thing for you now is to go to the Temple of Sekhmet to inherit the throne. Only when you truly become the Queen of Egypt can you fulfill Kamos's last wish to expel the Hyksos. And capture Phineas, the murderer of Kamos. I understand what you mean. Let's go to the Sekhmet temple now. After washing up under the service of the palace maid, Nafa left the palace dressed in gold ornaments. Originally, the palace maids also wanted to dress Roy up with gold ornaments. But Roy refused them. Because for Roy, the nobility and power set off by several kilograms of gold ornaments are completely false nobility and power. As long as he possesses the strongest strength among humans. Even if Roy is wearing tattered linen clothes, he is still the noblest and most powerful person in the world. Temple of Sekhmet. Roy and Nafa came here with dozens of male and female servants. And saw all the priests and nobles of Itawua city gathered here. Waiting for Nafa's arrival. Roy and Nafa walked into the main hall where the Sekhmet statue was enshrined. The high priest of the Sekhmet temple came over to greet them personally, and brought Nafa to the Sekhmet statue. The high priest and Nafa walked to the altar at the foot of the Sekhmet statue and turned around. The high priest said loudly and happily, Priests, nobles. 100 years later, Itawua city has once again become the capital of Pharaoh. On behalf of the goddess Sekhmet, I announce that Princess Nefer has received the greatest favor from the goddess Sekhmet. She is the divine daughter of the goddess Sekhmet. With the support of the goddess Sekhmet and our support, Princess Nefer now inherits the throne of the Pharaoh and will be the queen who rules Egypt in the future. After the high priest finished speaking, everyone inside and outside the main temple knelt on the ground, worshipping the female Pharaoh Nefer, the daughter of the goddess Sekhmet, as if they were worshipping gods. The high priest next to Nephil also knelt down. After Roy was left standing, Nephil said excitedly, My subjects, now I can assure you that as your queen, I will guarantee the interests of all of you. My only goal is to fulfill the last wish of Brother Kamos and my ancestors, and bring the hateful Hyksos to justice. Everyone is expelled. After listening to Nafa's words, the high priest reminded him in a low voice, Your Majesty Nafa. Nafa lowered his head and glanced at the high priest. Then turned to look at the statue of Sekhmet and said, Now I am the daughter of goddess Sekhmet. As a pharaoh, I will enshrine the mother goddess Sekhmet as the protector of the kingdom of Egypt, the queen of gods above the gods. Ha 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 ha. After Nafa finished speaking, the goddess Sekhmet's joyful laughter immediately sounded from the Sekhmet temple. Under Roy's gaze, the statue of Sekhmet on the throne turned into the goddess Sekhmet herself, and then bloomed with dazzling divine light. Under Sekhmet's divine light, everyone inside and outside the temple, including Nafa, saw Sekhmet's figure. My daughter Nafa. After revealing his figure, Sekhmet lowered his head and looked at Nafa with a smile and said, As proof that you are not an ordinary human, I will now grant you the blessings of the Queen of the Gods and the power of a demigod. After saying that, Sekhmet leaned over and pressed Nafa's forehead with his right index finger. The next moment, dazzling golden divine light poured into Nafa's body from Sekhmet's index finger. As Sekhmet's divine power was injected into Nafa's body, Nafa's body began to undergo radical changes. When Sekhmet retracted his right index finger, Nafa turned around and looked at everyone with majestic eyes. Roy actually felt that Nafa had the aura of a goddess. Although Nafa's body has powerful divine power that is not inferior to that of the demigod hero, 10,000 enemies. She is just like the high priest of the Temple of Ammon. She has no practical experience in hundreds of battles and cannot exert her half power at all. The true strength of the divine hero, the enemy of 10,000 people. Chapter 3:10 Queen of the Gods Sekhmet. After Sekhmet bestowed blessings and divine power on Nafa, he no longer showed his dazzling divine light. Although ordinary humans could not see Sekhmet's divine form, Sekhmet did not leave the temple directly, but declared in a majestic voice, Gods of Egypt, I have once again ascended the throne of the protector of the country. Now I want to recreate the temples belonging to Sekhmet. And the gods who are willing to surrender to me will come to me immediately. With the blessing of the protector god, Sekhmet's voice resounded throughout every land of Egypt and reached the ears of all Egyptian gods. The next moment, the crocodile god Sobek, the patron saint of Crocodile City closest to Itawua city, came to the Sekhmet temple. Sobek, the crocodile god with a crocodile head and body, knelt respectfully in front of Sekhmet and shouted, "Great Mother Goddess." Sobek congratulates the Mother Goddess on becoming the queen of the gods again. Hearing Sobek's name, Sekhmet stared at Sobek fiercely like an angry lioness and said, "If you dare to blaspheme my reputation as a virgin again, I will kill you." Faced with Sekhmet's threat, Sobek hurriedly changed his words. "I shouted wrong. My Mother Goddess is the Goddess Night. Please forgive me for my mistake. The kind queen." "Sobek, who do you say is your Mother Goddess?" Following the embarrassed question of the Goddess Night. The Goddess Night, with her wings spread out from behind, also arrived at the Sekhmet temple. Seeing the Goddess Night, Sekhmet said in surprise, "Nate, do you want to join my pantheon too?" Goddess Night immediately shook her head and said, "My city of Sais now belongs to the kingdom of Athens. Even if I want to join, I will join the pantheon of the kingdom of Athens. I am just here to observe and learn from you about your experience in creating the pantheon. You want to learn the experience of creating the pantheon dash." Sekhmet teased with a smile. "Do you think you will become the queen of the gods in the kingdom of Athens? Do you think I don't have the strength and qualifications to become the queen of the gods?" After asking Sekhmet, Knight looked at Roy. Because whether Knight can become the protector of the kingdom of Athens is not decided by Sekhmet, but by Roy. After Roy avoided Knight's gaze with a guilty conscience, Knight looked at Sobek with cold eyes and said, "Sobek, who do you say is your Mother Goddess?" "Mother Goddess." Sobek looked at Knight with aggrieved eyes and said, "Do the two Mother Gods not want me as their son? Although I, Sobek, don't like Seth Zeus to be my cheap father god, I obviously like both Mother Gods very much. The crocodile god Sobek is a newly rising god. 400 years ago, Napha's ancestors moved their capital to Itawua City, influenced by Itawua City becoming the capital. Crocodile City, which is located in the same area as Itawua City, developed rapidly and regarded the crocodile god Sobek as its patron saint. As a newly rising god, Sobek voluntarily became the cheap son of Sekhmet, queen of the gods, in order to increase his authority and popularity. Later, the Hyksos came to dominate Egypt, and the city of Sais became the capital of the 14th dynasty. Sobek became the convenient son of Set, Zeus, the patron saint of the Hyksos, and Night, the patron saint of Sais, the cheap son of the goddess. Because Sobek is a new and weak god, so being a son to those ancient and powerful gods has more advantages than disadvantages for Sobek. But for Sekhmet and Night, they obviously did not want to have an unrelated son and tarnish their reputation as virgin goddesses. Just when Sobek complained that the two cheap mother goddesses did not accept his cheap son, more and more gods descended on the Sekhmet temple. The patron saint of Hermopolis Thoth, the heron-headed god in charge of wisdom and the moon, the patron saint of the city of Nikob Nekbet, the queen of the gods of southern Egypt before the establishment of the first dynasty, the patron saint of the city of Heracleopolis during the 9th dynasty. He became the protector god Khrushchev, the patron saint of Karwu city Karwu Khet, one of the 8 gods, the patron saint of Hu city Hu, one of the 8 gods, the patron saint of Asut, the war god Upuat, with the head of a wolf and the body of a man, the patron saint of Armam city, the protector of travelers and children, the patron saint of Abydos Anubis, the god of death in the underworld with the head of a wolf. Hathor, the cow god and sun goddess, is the patron saint of Dandara, the patron saint of Hierakonpolis Horus, who became the protector of the country in past history. The patron saint of Aswan is Satit, the elephant goddess who presides over war and hunting. The patron saint of Elephant Island is the ram god Knum, who is in charge of the source of the Nile. The patron saint of Sahel Island Anuket, the goddess of the Nile. In addition to these city-state patron saints, gods such as the scorpion goddess Serket without a patron saint seat, the plant god Nefertum, the war goddess Mut, the moon god Kongs, the scarab god Kebli, and other gods also came. Temple of Sekhmet. After these gods stood in 2 rows according to their strength. The sun snake Wadjet, the patron saint of Butuo city, came belatedly and walked up to her sister god Nekbet. Although Wadjet and Nekbet are the patron saints of northern Egypt and the other is the patron saint of southern Egypt. But before the establishment of the first dynasty, Wadjet and Nekbet had become the protector gods of northern Egypt and the protector gods of southern Egypt respectively. After the unification of Egypt, the 2 goddesses often appeared together as double women. Their names were also added to the name of the pharaoh. Nebet, Wadjet. After the two goddesses greeted each other, Wadjet sighed. We haven't seen each other for 100 years since the invasion of the Hyksos. I didn't expect that not only would Amorn lose the throne of the Protector God, but he would be able to ascend the throne of the Protector God again with the help of the Hyksos invasion. Even Sekhmet can once again ascend the throne of the Protector God. My dear sister, when will you be able to ascend the throne of the Protector God again? Nekhbet said with a wry smile. Dear sisters, every patron saint here has had a glorious history. But how many gods can return to glory like Amorn and Sekhmet? Don't expect me to become a patron again. National God. Because I am also counting on you to return to the throne of the National Protector. And then I will increase my authority and popularity as your double female sister. After saying that, the two goddesses looked at each other and smiled. Although they had a glorious history in the past, like most gods, they have completely given up on rising again. Because it is almost impossible to rise again, unless they are willing to be wives, sisters or daughters of the newly risen gods. Not only Wadjet and Nekhbet, but other gods with good relationships were also whispering to each other. Horus, the eagle-headed man, even spoke enthusiastically in front of the sun goddess Hathor. Dear Hathor, just marry me and become my beloved wife. I was once the protector of the country who was above all the gods. Am I not worthy of you? Hathor glared at Horus impatiently and teased. Do you think I can't see it? You want to marry me just because I am confused with Sekhmet. Now that Sekhmet has become the protector of the country, my authority and popularity will also increase. You just want to use me increase your authority and visibility. Chapter 3:11 The Temples of Sekhmet. After all, this is not the first time Sekhmet has become the protector of the country. Looking at the gods gathered in front of him, Sekhmet not only looked calm, but also observed the gods carefully and found that compared to 100 years ago, there was no Buba controlled by the Hyksos in front of him. Bastetto, the patron saint of the city of Stis, Seth, the native Egyptian storm god, and the sun god Ra, who were confused with Seth, Zeus, as well as Petar, the patron saint of the city of Memphis, and the patron saint of the sun city, who were kicked off the patron saint's seat. Gods such as Atum, Hentiti, the patron saint of Atrebus, and Amorn, the patron saint of Thebes. After retracting his gaze to observe the gods, Sekhmet spoke loudly in a majestic tone. It makes me as happy as I was 400 years ago to see you respond to my call, as you did 100 years ago. Now I ask you to swear allegiance to me, as you did 400 years ago, and become a pillar of my pantheon. Oh, I promise not to shake your throne as the patron saint. Even gods without a throne can still be based in Egypt as gods of faith. Sekhmet did not ask the gods to become his subordinate gods. Because just like the pharaoh can only be the co-owner of all city-states in name, Sekhmet can only be the queen of the gods jointly respected by all gods. Because they only surrendered to Sekhmet in name. When the gods heard Sekhmet's request, they all surrendered without hesitation and offered nominal loyalty to Sekhmet. Seeing that among the gods present, only the goddesses Nata and Wadjet, who belonged to the kingdom of Athens, did not bow to him. Sekhmet nodded with satisfaction and said, Very good. Now give me your divine power, and let me complete the creation of the temples again. After saying that, Sekhmet stretched out his hands towards the gods and began to draw out the divine power of the gods. The gods did not resist Sekhmet, because only if they contributed their divine power to participate in the creation of the temples would their thrones be found in Sekhmet's temples. When Sekhmet extracted enough divine power from the gods, Sekhmet immediately condensed the divine power of the gods and his own divine power into a sphere. Sekhmet said with a smile as he looked at the sphere of divine power that merged with the divine power of the gods and bloomed with colorful divine light. 400 years ago, I used the Sekhmet temple at that time as the prototype to create the temples. Now, 400 years later, I will use the current Sekhmet temple as the prototype of the temples. After Sekhmet finished speaking, the sphere of divine power as the core of the temples expanded and deformed like a liquid, and soon turned into a building that overlapped with the Sekhmet temple. Although the shape and structure of Sekhmet's temples are exactly the same as those of Sekhmet's temples, the temples created by the divine power of the gods are all magnificent, large and small, like palaces made of gold. Somewhat different from the Sekhmet temple, the deep part of the hall is not an ordinary throne made of stone, but a golden throne inlaid with a sun disk. There are 20 golden thrones of various sizes arranged on both sides of the aisle of the main hall. After the creation of the temples was completed, Sekhmet sat on his golden throne and then spoke to the expectant gods. My subjects, please all return to your respective thrones. After Sekhmet finished speaking, the gods immediately walked to the 20 golden thrones lined up on both sides of the aisle of the hall. The thrones on which the 14 city-state patron saints stand are all golden thrones blooming with divine light. The thrones on which the 6 gods, without the status of patron saints stand are all dim silver thrones. Seeing his subjects returning to their respective positions, Sekhmet looked at Knight and Wadjet and teased. Nate. Wadjet. Although you now belong to the kingdom of Athens, I believe that Nafa will conquer all the city-states in northern Egypt. Whether it is you or Basteto and Set, they will eventually enter my pantheon. If you want a good seat, I can leave you the first throne on the left and the first throne on the right. Unnecessary. Knight said coldly without hesitation. My hunch tells me that I will never become your vassal. After hearing Knight's answer, Sekhmet looked at Roy with an unhappy expression and said, Loey, you and Nafa will become husband and wife soon. Please return the cities of Buto and Sais to the kingdom of Egypt. As a reward for you, I will allow you to become my son of God and help you after your death. You will be made a god and you will have a throne in my pantheon. Generally speaking, goddesses, even if they are virgins, would not hate having their priestesses become the daughters of the goddess. But goddesses usually hate when men become the sons of their goddesses. As the queen of the gods and the virgin goddess, Sekhmet is not only willing to let Roy become her son of God, but is also willing to help Roy become a god. Anyone else would have eagerly agreed to Sekhmet's request. Not only did Roy not agree to Sekhmet's request, he also rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction. Because Sekhmet's ambition is obviously not only for Knight and Wadjet, but also to make the kingdom of Athens her territory, and to make all the gods of the kingdom of Athens her subjects. Goddess Sekhmet, I am a priest of the goddess Metis, so I cannot be your son. What a fool. Crocodile god Sobek immediately complained. I want to be her son, but I don't have such a chance. Roy didn't take the bait. Sekhmet said disappointedly. As long as you agree to become my son of God, I will give you the blessings and divine power of the queen of the gods, giving you power second only to the heroic god, 100,000 enemies. The power second only to the hero god, 100,000 enemies. Roy was shaken for a moment, then shook his head and said, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The more I get, the more I pay. You should think about it more. As long as you are still the king of Athens, you can change your mind and come to me at any time. As long as I'm still the king of Athens. Could it be that the promise you just made was not to me, but to the king of Athens? While Roy complained in his heart, Sekhmet said to the gods with a smile, my subjects, now let's release our divine power and raise our temples to the sky. After speaking, Sekhmet was the first to release his divine power. After the gods released their divine power, the temples immediately left the ground and flew into the sky. Only Knight and Wadjet were left behind in the Sekhmet temple. Because Knight and Wadjet do not belong to Sekhmet's pantheon, they will not be transferred with the pantheon. Libyan Desert. This desert is located in the northeastern part of the Sahara Desert, including central and western Egypt and eastern Libya. At this time, the sun god Amon, the sun god Atum, and the eagle god Henteheti, who were kicked off the patron saint's seat, formed an alliance of wandering gods here. When the temples of Sekhmet rose into the sky and illuminated Egypt with divine light, Amon looked at the temples of Sekhmet and said angrily, this should be my glory. Damn Nafa. Her ancestors betrayed me 400 years ago, and moved the capital of the pharaoh family from Thebes to Italy. Now, 400 years later, not only did Nafil betray me, but he also allowed Roy, a foreign invader, to drive me off the throne. Women really shouldn't become pharaohs. Chapter 3:12 Andromeda and Nafa. The pharaoh's palace in the city of Ator. Nafa and Roy, who had become the queen of Egypt, returned to the hall where the throne was. Nafa excitedly pulled Roy to sit on her throne and said, my dear, now I have finally become a real female pharaoh. Next, you will lead our army to drive out the Hyksos and fulfill Brother Kamo's last wish. Hearing Nafa's request, Roy shook his head without hesitation. Because for Roy, only when the Egyptians and the Hyksos had an even confrontation could the kingdom of Athens establish a stable rule in Egypt. If Roy helped Nafa expel the Hyksos, Nafa would certainly demand the return of the Egyptian lands ruled by the kingdom of Athens. Nafil, I have been away from the city of Athens for a long time, so I must return to the city of Athens. If you must start a war with the Hyksos, Then you can only let your generals fight with the Hyksos. The Hyksos fought wars. If you don't want to suffer the consequences of losing the war, first train your soldiers and give them equipment and weapons. Although Napha now has an army of 120,000 at his disposal, this army not only has 50,000 new soldiers, but also 100,000 of the soldiers use wooden sticks as weapons and have no armor to protect their bodies. Such an army only has a numerical advantage. If it really fights the Hyksos army, it is likely to lose at least half of the war. Although Napha has no experience in commanding an army, she also knows that the Hyksos army is very powerful. Even her brother Kamos often loses to the Hyksos in wars and can only rely on huge weapons. Numerous superiority depleted the Hyksos' numbers of soldiers. Napha said with a displeased look on his face when Roy refused to fight the Hyksos. Without the leadership of your powerful demigod hero, it would be impossible for my army to defeat the Hyksos. Since you are going to return to Athens temporarily, I will wait for you to come back before fighting the war with the Hyksos. But before you leave, you must marry me first and let me conceive your child. As a direct descendant of the Pharaoh family, I have the responsibility to continue the bloodline of the family. And I have no heirs now. Once I die suddenly, Egypt will there will be civil strife over the throne. We have already agreed that as long as you sell grain to the kingdom of Athens, I will marry you. You don't have to worry about me breaking my promise. Then I will arrange the wedding now. Tomorrow we will go to the Sekhmet temple and become husband and wife under the witness of the goddess Sekhmet and all the temple priests and priest nobles in Itawu city. After Napha began to work on the wedding, Roy returned to his room alone. Seeing Andromeda standing at the window looking north, Roy walked behind Andromeda and said, "Your uncle Phineas was the murderer of Kamos, that's what I told Nephel." Seeing Andromeda turning around and staring at him in surprise, Roy continued, "I'm not doing this to ruin your relationship with Napha. Nor do I want Napha to bully you. I just want Napha to know the truth. Tomorrow I will hold a wedding with Napha. And the day after tomorrow I will take you to the city of Athens. So you don't have to worry that Napha will always bully you or even find an opportunity to kill you. You're going to marry Napha Dash." After hearing the news, Andromeda looked at Roy with a painful expression and said, "Since you want to be Napha's husband, you will definitely join the Egyptians and become the enemy of our Hyksos people. Maybe in order to please Napha, you will kill my father and my son with your own hands. Uncle and my brothers. Even if you don't kill them, you will turn them into prisoners and slaves for humiliation, just like you are turning me into a slave for humiliation now. It is already destined that I will become enemies with the Hyksos." Looking at Andromeda's little face, Roy shook his head and said, "No, I have long been enemies with you Mycenaeans. A branch of the Hyksos. Which means I have long been enemies with you Hyksos. Then you regarded me as your enemy from the beginning and never thought about marrying me." Roy shook his head again and said, "I thought about marrying you. And then integrating the Hyksos into the kingdom of Athens and giving up their belief in Zeus. Unfortunately, you did something stupid like betraying me. So I had to give up marrying you and letting the Hyksos the Thosians were integrated into the kingdom of Athens. The responsibility for the Hyksos' inability to integrate into the kingdom of Athens actually lies with themselves." Being accused by Roy of a crime related to the life and death of the Hyksos, Andromeda felt like she was carrying a huge mountain on her back. Her legs were weak and she knelt down in front of Roy and cried and begged, "You still can't forgive me. I have remembered the lesson and will never dare to betray you again." Looking at Andromeda's pitiful appearance, Roy stretched out his right hand and pinched her chin and said, "You want me to forgive you, it's not impossible. But you have to be a slave for at least half a year before I give you a chance to get rid of your slave status." Half a year? With the specific time to get rid of her slave status. Andromeda cried and laughed with joy. Roy picked up Andromeda from the ground with both hands, held her in his arms, and said while gently stroking her back with his right hand to comfort her, "Hurry up and get your mood together. You can easily get sick like this." Andromeda agreed. Then grabbed Roy's gold belt dishonestly with both hands. Realizing that Andromeda wanted to take off her golden belt, Roy said with an unhappy expression, "Don't do anything you shouldn't do." After speaking, Roy pushed Andromeda away from his arms, then turned and left. Andromeda, who was left alone in the room, whispered with a determined expression on her face, "There is not much time left for us Hyksos people. For the future of us Hyksos people. Even if I cannot get his favor, I will get his children. In the future, my children will become Hyksos people. The king of men. Can he still deal with the Hyksos ruthlessly, and not give us Hyksos a way to survive? The next day, as agreed, Roy and Nafa came to the Sekhmet temple together. After completing the sacred wedding in the presence of the goddess Sekhmet, all temple priests and priestly nobles, Loie and Nefer returned to the pharaoh's palace. The queen's bedroom. Standing at the window looking at the city of Athens, Roy was thinking about whether he and Nafa should become a de facto couple. Thinking of Procne and Philomela, who would meet him soon. Roy finally made up his mind and turned around. Nafal. Although I married you for food, I can't become a de facto husband and wife with you. Now I feel sorry for my fiancé. So I want to become a de facto husband and wife with my fiancé first. After hearing Roy's words, Nafa, who was lying on the bed waiting for Roy, said calmly, I don't want to get pregnant right now, and I won't be able to rule Egypt as queen. After saying that, Nafa immediately turned his back to Roy. It was only then that tears shone in her eyes. Chapter 3:13 The Queen Who Rules 5 City-States. On the second day after marrying Nafa, Roy took Andromeda with him and left Itawua city by boat with a feeling of returning home. 2 days later, Roy's ship sailed from the Nile River into the Mediterranean Sea, and then arrived at the port of Pharos. Taking Andromeda to the city of Pharos, Roy was surprised to see Ares, the governor of Pharos, personally training the soldiers here. What surprised Roy even more was that there were 3,000 more brown-skinned slaves building roads in Pharos. Although most Egyptians have brown skin. In northern Egypt, because there are a large number of people of West Asian race and Egyptian and West Asian race mixed here, the skin color of northern Egyptians is closer to that of West Asian race. It is obviously an abnormal thing to see 3,000 brown-skinned young men in northern Egypt. His Majesty. While Roy was observing the slaves, Ares spotted Roy and Andromeda. He immediately abandoned the training soldiers and ran to Roy, saying as if he wanted to take credit. Are you observing those slaves? They were Libyans who attacked the city of Pharos. After I defeated them with the Athenian soldiers, I turned them all into slaves building roads. Turns out he's a Libyan. To the west of the Egyptian region is the Libyan region. The indigenous people living in Libya are Libyans. 3,600 years later, due to the rich natural resources in the Libyan region, Libya once became the most developed country in Africa. But in the era 3,600 years ago, because oil, natural gas and other resources could not be turned into wealth, neither the Egyptians nor the Phoenicians were interested in ruling the Libyan region. The backward civilized Libyans live a nomadic life and often wage war against Egypt, which is rich in food. No longer curious about the slave, Roy immediately said to Ares, Ares, I am now ready to return to the city of Athens. I came to the city of Pharos to tell you that I have married Queen Nafa of Egypt. In the future, our kingdom of Athens can purchase food from the kingdom of Egypt ruled by Nafa. After hearing the good news, Ares looked at Andromeda happily and said, Your Majesty is so powerful. Not only did he take care of Princess Andromeda of the Hyksos, but he also took care of the Queen of the Egyptians. In the future, we can buy food directly from the Egyptians, because Princess Andromeda is Your Majesty's the women around us. And the Hyksos navy will not stop our grain ships. Roy nodded and said, Theoretically speaking, the Hyksos really don't dare to block our grain ships anymore. If the Hyksos navy blocks us, you threaten them with Andromeda and say I will kill Andromeda. Lomeda in retaliation. Your Majesty's threat to the Hyksos is probably not serious. If the Hyksos don't care about Andromeda's life or death, I don't mind giving Andromeda's head to Cephus. Seeing that Ares was so frightened that his smile disappeared, Roy reached out and patted Ares on the shoulder and said, Ares, after I leave Pharos, Buto, Sais, and Atrebus, these 4 cities belonging to the kingdom of Athens, and with a population of more than 100,000, will be temporarily handed over to you to manage. Your main task is to implement the policies of the kingdom of Athens so that the land and population of these 10,000 square kilometers are no different from the kingdom of Athens. After hearing what Roy said, Ares' legs softened and he knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, are you serious? Even your father-in-law, Lord Pandion, was only appointed by you as the governor of Corinth. Now you ask me to become the governor of 4 city-states. I really don't dare. I beg you to find someone else. Even if Ares is a short-sighted young man, he knows that Roy's appointment is extremely dangerous. So he refuses Roy's appointment without hesitation. Roy smiled with satisfaction. Then you should give some guidance to the governors of Buto City, Sais City, and Atrebus City. And don't let them cause trouble. After Roy and Andromeda left the port of Pharaoh's City by boat, the two stood at the stern of the boat and looked at Pharaoh's City. Andromeda couldn't help, but asked curiously, "Your Majesty, did you really want General Ares to become the governor of the 4 cities just now?" Roy said immediately, "Even if he were my brother, I would not give him such power. I was just testing his ambition. I will hand over the position of governor of the 4 cities to others. That's more than 10,000 square kilometers, 1/3 of the territory, and half of the population of the Kingdom of Athens. Who can you trust so much?" Roy turned around and looked at Crete in the distance. "You will know soon. If you had not betrayed me. I originally wanted you to become the governor of the 4 cities." Andromeda lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have betrayed your trust." 5 days later, when the fresh water in the cabin was almost exhausted, Roy's ship finally arrived at Donia. While the crew went ashore to replenish fresh water, Roy took Andromeda to the palace in Donia. Palace Hall. Pandora, who was sitting on the throne, saw Roy and Andromeda walking in, and teased with a playful smile on her face. "The number of women around you really increases every once in a while. When will your greed be filled?" Roy walked over to Pandora and sat on her throne, then held her in his arms and said, "She is Andromeda, the daughter of Cephus, king of the Hyksos. She was once regarded as my own woman. But now she has been demoted to a slave by me because she betrayed my trust." After explaining Andromeda's identity to Pandora, Roy smiled awkwardly. "But you are right. There is indeed an extra woman by my side. Her name is Napha. She was originally the sister of the Egyptian pharaoh Khamos, and is now the queen of the Egyptians." Seeing the hesitant expression on Roy's face, Pandora smiled and said, "If you have anything to say, just say it, Pandora." Roy took a deep breath and said, "The main purpose of my coming to you is to hope that you can go to Egypt and manage the cities of Pharos, Buto, Sais and Atrebus in the west of the Nile Delta for me. In return, I can let you become the patron saint of Pharos City." After hearing Roy's words, Pandora's eyes immediately lit up. She is now just the queen of Donia City, and has become the governor of Roy's 4 cities. She is the queen who rules 5 city-states. Then she asked with some confusion, "Since Queen Napha of Egypt is your woman, why don't you let her manage these 4 cities on your behalf?" "Because she is the queen of the kingdom of Egypt, not the queen of the kingdom of Athens," Roy said with a serious expression. "The policies implemented by the kingdom of Athens are completely different from those of the kingdom of Egypt. Once the kingdom of Egypt has dealt with the Hyksos, perhaps a war will break out between the kingdom of Athens and the kingdom of Egypt." "I see," Pandora said suddenly. "In order to rule Egypt with the policies of the kingdom of Athens, you have long had the idea of destroying the kingdom of Egypt. That queen of Egypt named Napha must not know that it is you and her who will make her the queen of subjugation in the future." Married husband. Chapter 3:14 Finally returned to the city of Athens. The scorching sun of May hangs in the sky, and the spreading sunshine gradually makes the temperature become hotter than summer. Roy's sailors were all sweating and shaking the oars, and the ship sailed towards the port of Piraeus, as if riding the wind and waves. Standing on the deck and looking at the land in the east, Roy couldn't help but smile with joy when he saw patches of golden barley ready to be harvested. Andromeda walked up to Roy and looked at the land curiously and asked, "Is this the Attica Peninsula?" Because he was in a good mood, Roy nodded immediately and said, "The land we see is the coast of the Attica Peninsula. It seems that we can return to the city of Athens before evening." Andromeda turned her head and looked at the smile on Roy's face. "I have never seen you as happy as you are now. Are you so happy because you are back in Athens? Or because you can meet the girls in Athens?" "I am so happy because the city of Athens is my home with my family." The evening when the sun starts to set in the sky, Loe's ship successfully sailed into the port of Piraeus. As a natural port, Piraeus port has 3 bays, large, medium and small. Roy took Andromeda to the land for observation. He saw that compared with more than a month ago, Piraeus port was smaller. Very huge changes. Now there are hundreds of merchant ships of all sizes moored in the large bay of Piraeus port. And all the warships of the Kingdom of Athens have been moved to the middle bay and small bay. Looking at the bustling commercial scene of Piraeus port, Andromeda murmured with wide eyes, "Is this the port of Athens? I always thought that the city of Tanis, ruled by the Phoenicians who were good at doing business, was the trading center of Egypt and the most prosperous city in the world." I didn't expect it to be even more prosperous here. Even Roy was surprised by the changes in Piraeus port. It was no wonder Andromeda had this reaction. It seems that the city of Athens has completely replaced the city of Knossos as the trade hub of the Aegean Sea. Before nightfall, Roy and Andromeda hurried back to Athens. Acropolis. Royal Palace. Roy and Andromeda walked into the palace courtyard and saw Procne, Philomela, Chiron, and Io sitting at the dining table in the hall. Roy shouted excitedly, "Procne, Philomela, I'm back." Hearing Roy's voice, the four girls ran out of the hall to greet Roy. "Brother Roy, you are finally back." Seeing Roy's figure really in the courtyard, Procne and Philomela ran over in tears with excitement. After Roy opened his arms and hugged the two of them, he found that their bodies were stiff at the same time, as if they were resisting physical contact with him. Procne and Philomela also noticed the abnormality in their bodies and immediately relaxed their bodies. Roy didn't care about Procne and Philomela's abnormal reactions. After picking them up and spinning them around for a few times, Roy put them down and asked, "Good sister, have you missed me?" "We miss Brother Roy every day in our dreams." Philomela smiled without hesitation. "Now that Brother Roy is finally back, Brother Roy will stay with us tonight." Thinking of Roy sleeping in the same room with the two sisters, Philomela was surprised to find that her body instinctively resisted saying the next words. Roy also noticed Philomela's abnormality at this time and asked worriedly, "Philomela, is there something wrong with you?" Procne explained for her sister. "Brother Roy, during the time you were away, Philomela and I became the priestesses of the goddess Metis. Because the goddess Metis is a holy virgin goddess, we, as the female priests of the goddess Metis, priests should also imitate the goddess Metis and be girls who are pure in body and mind. Philomela must be thinking about impure things, so she cannot speak out. You want to be a priestess who is pure in body and soul." Seeing Procne and Philomela nodding at the same time, Roy couldn't help but feel angry. Loie had no problem with Procne and Philomela becoming priestesses of Metis. When Roy asked them to become the trainee priestesses of Metis, he had already considered letting them become the priestesses of Metis. But Roy never thought of letting them imitate Metis and become pure girls in body and mind, or even girls who would never marry. "Procne, Philomela, I am very happy that you want to be a priestess who is pure in body and mind and do not want to have impure contact with men. But I am your fiancé, and you should not resist contact with me." Procne and Philomela looked at each other. And then Procne said shamefully, "Brother Roy, we don't want this either. But our bodies are out of control. And our inner thoughts have also undergone some changes. Even your hearts have changed." Roy glanced at Metis' temple with a cold expression. Then looked at Chiron and Io and asked, "Could it be that you two have also become priestesses of Metis and want to be girls who are pure in body and mind?" Yi shook her head and said, "I am the priestess of the goddess Hestia. Even if I lose Hestia's blessing and divine power, I will not change my beliefs." Chiron said with a guilty look on her face, "I did not become a priestess of the goddess Metis, but I am now a priestess of the goddess Amphitrite." Hearing Chione's words, Roy smiled bitterly with a complicated expression. "It seems that during the time I left, not only the city of Athens and the port of Piraeus have changed, but you have also undergone tremendous changes. Brother Roy, who is this woman you brought back?" Philomela pointed at Andromeda with her right hand and said, "Is she our new sister?" Roy shook his head and said, "She is Andromeda, the daughter of King Cepheus of the Hyksos. Although she is a princess with a more noble status than you, she is not my woman, but my slave. Because she once betrayed me. Trust. Leave the city I gave her and go home to take care of her seriously injured and dying father." After hearing Roy's explanation, Procne couldn't help but say, "Since she is doing it for her father, it is understandable that she betrayed Brother Roy's trust. Is Brother Roy's punishment for her too severe? The reasons don't matter to me. Betrayal of my trust should be punished," Roy said with a serious expression. "Procne, Philomela, even if you are the most important girls in my heart, once you betray me, I will turn you into slaves without mercy." Without the example of Andromeda, girls might have thought that Roy was just talking. With Andromeda as a living example, the girls all looked solemn and took Roy's words to heart. "Brother Roy." Philomela leaned into Roy's ear and whispered, "If I become Brother Roy's slave, I won't have to work so hard to manage the city of Athens. I really want to become Brother Roy's slave." Roy immediately rolled his eyes and said, "Even if you become a slave, I will continue to arrange work for you." Chapter 3:15 The Story of 1001 Nights. Late at night, Roy took Prochny and Philomela back to the king's palace. After lying on his big bed, he saw that although Prochny and Philomela crawled to his left and right sides, but deliberately kept a certain distance from him, the expression on Roy's face became even more unhappy. In the past, Prochny and Philomela would have loved to be treated as human pillows. "Brother Roy," Prochny asked uneasily, "are you angry?" Philomela wanted to stretch out her left hand to comfort Roy, but before her fingers touched Roy's body, she instinctively retracted her hand. "I'm not angry," Roy said with a bright smile. "I feel very happy to be able to return home and see my most important sister. I am so happy that I want to tell you stories. I want to hear the story from Brother Roy." Philomela immediately smiled. "What story does Brother Roy want to tell? Are you telling us the story of the creation of the world by the goddess Gaia? Just like Mother?" Roy shook his head and said, "I am going to tell you a story called 1001 Nights. It is said that there was a cruel king in the Far East. Because his first wife cheated on him, he killed her every day. He wanted to marry an unmarried girl and then kill the bride the next day. After this situation continued for 3 years, more than 1,000 girls had been killed by the king. When the king killed no more marriageable girls in the country, the prime minister could only they dedicated their 2 daughters to the king. These 2 sisters were very smart. In order to save their own lives, they asked the elder sister to tell stories to the king every night. After the elder sister told the story of the 1001 Nights, the cruel king was finally moved and decided to stop his tyranny and make his sister the new queen. "Brother Roy, are the 2 sisters in the story you told a hint to my sister and me?" Philomela said in amazement. The sister in the story was really smart to be able to impress the king with the story of 1001 Nights. "My story isn't finished yet," Roy said with a smile. "Philomela, listen to me tell the complete story. Maybe you will have new thoughts." After the smart sister told the story of the 1001 Nights to the king, she has given birth to 3 sons for the king. Because the sister in the story is with the king every night, the sister has been a loyal woman to the king for 1001 nights. The sister in the story actually gave birth to 3 sons for the king. Prochny couldn't help but widen her eyes and said, 1001 nights is 33 months. The sister in the story will give birth to a son for the king on average every 11 months. Is she telling stories to the king every night? Or is she serving the king with her sister every night? Now you understand, Roy said with a smile. This story is to tell you that a truly smart woman will not please the king with clever stories, but will serve the king every night with her sister. Brother Roy. Since the sister in the story gave birth to 3 sons for the king, did the sister in the story also give birth to 3 sons for the king? After all, the 2 sisters serve the king together every night. Hearing Philomela's question, Roy shook his head and said, I can't answer this question. Because in the end the story does not say how many sons the sister gave birth to for the king. Nor does it say whether the sister became the king's wife. This is a story told by Brother Roy. How could you not know the ending of your sister? Philomela said with a slightly dissatisfied face. And this story seems to be implying that Brother Roy, my sister and I are alluding to Brother Roy, who comes from the Far East, is the king of the East in the story. And my sister and I are the sisters in the story. Brother Roy wants to use this story tells us that my sister and I should be as smart as the sisters in the story and take the initiative to serve Brother Roy every night. Brother Roy only said that my sister gave birth to 3 sons for you in the story, but did not say that my sister was in the story. I have given birth to several sons for you. I feel this is so unfair. Philomela, this is really not a story I made up, let alone implying that you and I are sisters. Seeing that Prochny and Philomela obviously didn't believe his explanation, Roy said helplessly, since you must have the sisters ending, let me make up one for you. In the ending of 1001 Nights, not only did the sister give birth to 3 sons for the king, but the sister also gave birth to 2 daughters for the king. The elder sister became the king's new queen, and the younger sister became the king's beloved princess. I only gave birth to 2 daughters for Brother Roy in the story. Philomela smiled with satisfaction. Although I have 1 less child than my sister, I will not be jealous of my sister. After Prochny and Philomela fell asleep unconsciously, Roy's hands held them in his arms with gentle movements, a gloomy expression on his face. In the myth of another world, whether it is the priestess Iphigenia, who serves Artemis, or the priestess Cassandra, who serves Athena. They are both girls who never marry. Even in real history. The priestesses of the Temple of Delphi, who served Mnemosyne, and the priestesses who served Vesta, the Roman goddess of the hearth, were both girls who never married. If Procne and Philomela were temple priests, Roy would understand even if they wanted to imitate the goddess and never marry. But Procne and Philomela were not temple priests. But just like priests and nobles, they only served the gods in name. The real job of Procne and Philomela was not to serve Metis, but to serve as the two queens of the city of Athens and help Loe rule the kingdom of Athens. Does Metis want to take Procne and Philomela from me and make them temple priests serving Metis? The next day, after eating breakfast with the girls, Roy went to Metis' temple alone. Temple Square. Roy stood in front of the statue of Metis and looked up at the goddess, suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart, and shouted, "Goddess Metis, please explain what happened to Procne and Philomela." After a while, seeing that Metis did not respond to him, Roy directly threatened him. "Metis, if you don't sacrifice yourself, I will knock down your statue of Metis." The next moment, the statue of Metis bloomed with blue and gold divine light, and then transformed into the goddess Metis herself. After Metis appeared, he looked down at Roy and said, "I have made Procne and Philomela my priestesses. Don't you understand what I mean? Now that you are no longer my priests, why should Procne and Philomela come to me? Communicate. You took away my priesthood." Roy's eyes widened in surprise at first, and then he asked dissatisfiedly, "Why are Procne and Philomela unwilling to contact me? If they voluntarily want to imitate you and never marry, I will never come to trouble you. But their state is obviously abnormal. They accept my blessing and divine power, and they can't blame me for being influenced by me." After Metis said coldly, he transformed back into the statue of Metis. Chapter 3:16 Dorians and Thracians. After Roy drove Metis off the throne of the protector of the kingdom of Athens, he was ready to completely break up with Metis. This is why Roy originally wanted to make Metis the patron saint of Pharaoh's city, and later gave the throne of the patron saint of Pharaoh's city to Pandora. Now that Metis has made it clear that she does not intend to help Roy solve the problem of Procne and Philomela, Roy can only find a way to restore Procne and Philomela to normal. Royal Palace of Athens. Roy came to the hall and saw Procne and Philomela receiving two blonde people. Seeing Roy walking in, Philomela immediately stood up from the throne and asked Roy for help. "Brother Roy, come and help us." Roy walked to the steps where the throne was, turned around and sat on his throne, then hugged the slender waists of Procne and Philomela with both hands, and asked Procne with a solemn face, "You look troubled. What's the problem with these two people?" Procne looked at the two people in the center of the hall and said, "Brother Roy, these two blonde barbarians. The one on the left is a Dorian and the one on the right is a Thracian. The purpose of their coming to Athens is to buy food. Dorians, this is the name given by the Greeks to the nomadic people who lived on the great plain of Thessaly, north of Thebes. Thracians, this is the collective name given by the Greeks to the nomadic people living in the northern part of Thessaly. Geographically speaking, because the Greeks had always had access to the Dorians, the Dorians refer to the nomadic people in the Thessaly region, because the Greeks had little contact with the Thracians before they dominated the Aegean Sea. Geographically speaking, the nomadic peoples living in the Thracian Great Plains, Bulgarian Great Plains, Romanian Great Plains and Macedonian Great Plains on the west coast of the Black Sea are all Greeks. The Thracians through human eyes. If the Greeks could sail to the Ukrainian Great Plains and the North Caucasus Plains on the northern coast of the Black Sea, the nomads living there would also be what the Greeks saw as Thracians. In Roy's view, the Dorians were an offshoot of the Thracians. The place where the Dorians lived was called Thessaly. From the fact that the pronunciation of Thessaly is similar to Thrace, we can also see that in the eyes of the Greeks, Dorian was also a blonde and a nomadic people. The people are the same as the Thracians, because the Greeks had access to the Dorians and were constantly subject to Dorian invasions. The Dorians were classified separately. The nomadic peoples that the Greeks had no contact with were simply referred to as barbaric Thracians by the Greeks. The Greeks described the Dorians as savage half-man, half-horse monsters in mythology, which was undoubtedly a bloody indictment of the Dorian invasion. Seeing that the Dorians and Thracians in the center of the hall had arrogant attitudes, as if they were wild wolves coming to the sheep, Roy said with an unhappy expression, "Dorians, Thracians, I am Loe, king of Athens. Explain to me your identity and purpose of coming." After hearing Roy's order, The Dorian man about 20 years old and the Thracian man about 30 years old showed dissatisfaction on their faces. But they are not fools after all. So Dorian said to Roy first. Your Majesty the King of Athens. I am a descendant of Hieron, the great god with foresight, Prometheus. I came to the city of Athens to buy food for my people. Athamas in the southwest of the great plain of Thessaly, the tribe is ruled by my father Athamas. And I am Phrixus, the prince of the Athamas tribe. Dorian after Phrixus introduced himself. The Thracian followed. I come from the Pylos tribe in the plains of Macedonia. Our leader is Pylos, the favored son of Dionysus, the god of wine. I came to the city of Athens not only to buy grain, but also to buy a large amount of wine. After hearing the intentions of Phrixus, the envoy of the Dorians, and the envoy of the Pylos tribe, Roy teased with a joking smile. You Dorians and Thracians occupy the fertile plains. We, the kingdom of Athens, have not purchased food from you yet. Why do you want to buy food from us instead? Phrixus and the messenger of Pylos looked at each other. And then the messenger of Pylos said with an ugly expression. We are a people on horseback. So we only obtain food through grazing and hunting. You people who don't ride horses are agricultural people. And growing food is the business of you agricultural people. Since you can get food through grazing and hunting, why do you still buy food from farming peoples? Facing Roy's question, Phrixus said with an embarrassed expression. Our population is increasing every year. And grazing and hunting can no longer guarantee enough food. So we can only come and buy food from you. Athens is a fair trade city, and we open our doors to everyone. Seeing the smiles of Phrixus and the Pylos messengers, Roy continued. Why do you come to the palace instead of going to the port of Piraeus to trade with those grain merchants? Because those merchants don't accept our goods. Phrixus explained. Our goods are horses, cattle and sheep. And the merchants are unwilling to accept these live animals. So we can only trade with the city of Athens. Forget about cattle and sheep. You actually want to sell horses to the city of Athens. Roy couldn't help but said. You sell horses to the mountainous areas just like selling ships to the inland. Why should we buy a large number of horses from you? The mountainous areas of central and southern Greece do not have large plains where thousands of troops can gallop. But our main commodity is horses. The Pylos messenger threatened with a ferocious expression. If you don't accept our goods for trade, then we can only start a war and steal food from you. If you could seize food through war, would you still demand trade as you do now? Roy said with a sneer. I know you nomads very well. Since you choose to trade with us, it means that you have judged that you have no chance of winning in a war with us. You're right. We really don't have the confidence to conquer you. Phrixus said with a sigh. But if you don't sell food to us, we will have no choice but to wage war against you. Even if we lose to you, we can use war to reduce the population and reduce the demand for food. Messenger Pylos followed. As long as you sell food to us, the great Dionysus, the god of wine, will definitely give you blessings and give you true joy and happiness. I have no interest in having anything to do with your gods. Facing the threat of war from Phrixus, Roy said expressionlessly. In order to avoid war, I will listen to how you plan to trade with us. Phrixus immediately said happily. Great King of Athens, our Athamas tribe not only wants to buy food, but also white salt, cotton, linen and other commodities. The goods we sell to you include a horse priced at 100,000 gins of grain and a cow at 50,000 gins. Grain. One sheep has 10,000 caddies of grain. Chapter 3:17. We will get married when the war is over. Lowy was not angry when he heard the prices of horses, cattle and sheep stated by Phrixus. Because Phrixus's sky-high asking price was obviously preparation for bargaining. Unfortunately, Roy had no interest in bargaining. So Roy directly stated the price he set. Phrixus, if you really want to trade with us, I can buy it for the price of 1,000 caddies of grain for a horse, 2,000 caddies of grain for a cow, and 200 caddies of grain for a sheep. I don't have time to talk to you. Bargain. If you cannot accept my price, then you will leave my palace immediately. A horse has 1,000 pounds of grain. Pylos' messenger said with his eyes widened angrily. You farming people really don't understand the value of horses. Although I can't accept that the price of a cow is only 2,000 kilograms of grain. But what I can't accept even more is that you actually think that the price of a cow is twice that of a horse. As I said, I know you nomads very well. Roy said with a sneer. For you nomads, Horses are as important strategic weapons as weapons and armor. Only with horses can you conquer the vast plains. But in areas with more mountains and less plains, horses are indeed not as valuable as cattle. Because oxen were not only used to pull carts, they were also used to plow the fields. Phrixus said with a dissatisfied expression. Since cattle can plow the land for you, then you said that the price of cattle is only 2,000 kilograms of grain. Is this price too low? I'm not forcing you to trade with me. If you can't accept it, then leave my palace. Phrixus and Pylos' envoy looked at each other, and then said to Roy, we are willing to trade with your kingdom of Athens at the price of 10,000 gins of grain for a horse, 20,000 gins of grain for a cow, and 2,000 gins of grain for a sheep. Seeing Phrixus actually starting to bargain with him, Roy said with an angry expression, Phrixus, do you think I lowered the price because I want to bargain with you? If you want to trade with the kingdom of Athens, you have to accept my pricing. If you can't accept it, then stop talking nonsense and leave me immediately palace. Phrixus said with an ugly expression. King of Athens, do you know how exorbitant your pricing is? Our Atamars tribe is a large tribe with a population of tens of thousands. If we buy 3 million kilograms of grain to survive the winter according to your pricing, we will sell it to you. 3,000 horses, or 1,500 cattle, or 15,000 sheep. Don't say we can't produce so many horses, cattle, and sheep. Even if we can produce them, what will we do next winter? Of course Roy knew that his prices for horses, cattle and sheep were unreasonable. Even 2,000 years from now, the price of a horse will not be less than 5,000 kilograms of grain. But if Roy trades with the Dorians and Thracians at normal prices, he will be helping his enemies to grow. Phrixus, if you think my price is too high, then you Dorians and Thracians will burn the grasslands in autumn and turn the grasslands into fertile fields. You will grow food to be self-sufficient. So naturally you don't need to ask for help. We buy food. Why should we become a farming nation? Pylos' messenger said with a sneer. When the wolves on the grassland are hungry, they will not eat grass like sheep. They will only hunt sheep to fill their stomachs. The relationship between us nomads and your farming people is like wolves and sheep. You sell food to us. It is a good thing for both of us. If you don't sell us food, we will be hungry and unable to survive. And we will have no choice but to hunt sheep like wolves and wage war against your kingdom of Athens. If I was afraid that you would start a war, would I still let you accept my price? Roy said without fear. Don't just threaten and intimidate me. You can go back and prepare for war now. After the envoys of Phrixus and Pylos turned to leave, Procne said worriedly, Brother Roy, why did you deliberately let the Dorians and Thracians launch a war against us? These barbarians on horseback are like centaur and half-horse monsters. We can't defeat them at all. When we have fewer soldiers than they do, they will slaughter our soldiers mercilessly. When we have more soldiers than them, they will rely on the speed of their horses to avoid direct combat with us, and use sneak attacks to tire us out. During the 400 years that our ancestors were in contact with these nomadic peoples, our ancestors always suffered losses and were eventually driven from the fertile plains to the mountains by these nomadic peoples. Procne, do you think I can't defeat these nomads? Seeing Procne shake his head, Roy said confidently, you are right to believe me. Defeating the Dorians and Thracians is a very simple matter for me. These nomadic people occupy the fertile plains, but they are not engaged in production. They only want to plunder from our farming people. Food. Even if the Dorians and Thracians do not wage war against us, I will destroy them and turn the great plains of Thessaly and Macedonia into our granaries so that our kingdom of Athens no longer needs to buy from other places. Food. The Thessaly region ruled by the Dorians covered an area of 14,000 square kilometers. The Macedonian region ruled by the Pylos tribe covers an area of 20,000 square kilometers. Although these two areas have 30,000 square kilometers of fertile plains, there are only about 100,000 nomads living here. As long as these two areas are included in the territory of the Kingdom of Athens, the Kingdom of Athens will not only be self-sufficient in food, but may also be able to export it. Philomela said with a look of reluctance. Brother Roy, you have just returned from Egypt, and now you are going to war with the Dorians and Thracians. We have less and less time together. I don't want to be separated from you either. Roy said helplessly. But if I don't go to war with these enemies will continue to grow stronger and eventually launch a war against us. As long as I destroy all the enemies around me, we can be happy together forever. Thinking of the future picture of living with Procne and Philomela, Roy immediately thought of a good idea. Procne. Philomela. While I am fighting the war with the Dorians and Thracians, you must gather craftsmen to build a temple of Metis and cover the statue of Metis. When the war is over, I will marry you when I return to Athens. Procne immediately said happily. Brother Roy. Are you going to marry us in the new Metis temple? Roy said with a wicked sneer. I will not only marry you in the new Metis temple, but also use the new Metis temple as our wedding room. In other words, you will become my wife under the witness of Metis. We became Brother Roy's wives in front of the goddess Metis. Procne's body trembled with fear. And Philomela couldn't help but say, Brother Roy, this is no longer a blasphemy to the goddess Metis, but an insult to the goddess Metis. Chapter 3:18 1500 Iron Lancers. Thebes region. This area, centered on the city of Thebes, was only one of 5 regions in central Greece. In addition to the Thebes region, central Greece also includes Euboea, Phocis, Evria, and Otis regions, with a total area of 15,000 square kilometers. Nowadays, the Thebes, Euboea, and Phocis areas in central Greece are all ruled by Queen Harmonia of Thebes. When the Evria and Otis regions are included in the territory of the Kingdom of Athens, perhaps Harmonia will become the queen of 5 regions, with a similar territory area to Pandora, who rules 5 city-states. In order to fight the war with the Dorians and Thracians, Roy left Andromeda in Athens and then came to Thebes alone. The city of Thebes. Roy came to the city on horseback and saw that the city of Thebes had undergone tremendous changes. The most obvious change is that the population of Thebes has exceeded 30,000. The Palace of Harmonia. Because the guards at the palace gate all recognized Roy, Roy entered the palace unimpeded. When Roy came to the luxurious hall built with cement, he saw Harmonia sitting on her throne. In the center of the hall, a group of people were kneeling on the ground, crying to Harmonia. Seeing Roy's figure, Harmonia, who was originally looking sad, immediately brightened up and stood up and said excitedly, Dear, is it really you? I'm not dreaming. Harmonia ran over and threw herself into Roy's arms. After confirming that Roy was not a phantom, she immediately hugged Roy's neck with both hands, hanging on Roy like a sloth. Roy responded by hugging Harmonia tightly with both hands, and then looked at the person kneeling in the center of the hall with some worry and said, Harmonia, you'd better deal with business first. Then you handle it with me. Feeling Harmonia's hands tightening around his neck, Roy hugged Harmonia back to the steps where the throne was. Then Roy sat on the throne and let Harmonia sat on herself. After rubbing her cheek hard against Roy's, Harmonia looked at the people kneeling in the center of the hall and said, My dear, they are the chiefs of the Pelasgi tribes who live in the regions of Evria and Otis. Now they come to my palace together because of the Atamars tribe of the Dorians and the Egyptians. Russian tribes are invading the Evria and Otis regions, killing and expelling them. Roy frowned and said, It is now the time of barley harvest, and the tribes of Atamars and Aeolus invaded at this time, apparently to seize their grain. Not just for food. The barbaric Dorians also robbed their women and children and turned them into slaves. Harmonia said with a troubled expression. Although we live in different areas, we are all Pelasgas. Now they come to me for help. Of course I can't ignore them. But I can't think of a good way to deal with the Dorians. Then I have good news for you. Seeing Harmonia's curious eyes widening, Roy smiled and said, I come to you now to wage war against the Dorians and Thracians. Ah? Harmonia shouted in surprise, and then said to the people kneeling in the center of the hall, You are so lucky. Now my husband, the great King Loey of Athens, is going to wage war against the barbaric Dorians. He will help you avenge the Dorians. In return, should you be loyal to the King of Athens, let the regions of Evria and Otis become part of the Kingdom of Athens. A tribal leader kneeling in the center of the hall said immediately, Queen Harmonia, as long as we can protect us from the barbaric Dorians, we are willing to accept it whether we are loyal to you or to your husband. Please save us for the sake of your fellow humans. If our land is occupied by the Dorians, and the Dorians will definitely invade your land next. Now that you have been invaded by the Dorians, you are naturally willing to agree to our demands. But I must tell you that the Evria and Otis regions will become part of the Kingdom of Athens. I will implement the policies of the Kingdom of Athens and let you lose the power of the tribal leader. When the Dorians are wiped out by me, you will have no chance to regret it. Even if we lose the power of tribal leaders, it is better than becoming slaves, helots, of the Dorians along with our tribe. In the history of another world, historical facts have proven that the Dorians would use the black labor system to enslave other peoples as slaves. The Dorians conquered the Spartans and Pyrrhians in the Peloponnese, not only turning them into slave helots, but always fearing their rebellion. The Dorians conquered the Peloponnese Peninsula with an area of 30,000 square kilometers, but could not defeat Athens with an area of only 3,000 square kilometers. One of the reasons is that the Dorians had to use a large part of their power to suppress the slave helots, seeing that in order to avoid becoming slaves of the Dorians' helots, these tribal leaders would not regret it even if they lost their identity and power as leaders. Roy smiled with satisfaction. Harmonia. They are so active in joining the kingdom of Athens. Of course I can't let my people down. Now you can gather 1,000 soldiers for me and let them go to war with me. 1,000 soldiers, Harmonia said with a worried expression. My dear, are 1,000 soldiers too few? As long as you give me some time, it will be no problem even if you gather 5,000 soldiers. Roy shook his head and said, soldiers should be more sophisticated than more expensive. It's not difficult to recruit 5,000 soldiers. Can you make all 5,000 soldiers use bronze weapons? Cannot. A soldier without weapons is just like a burden. Seeing the disappointed expression on Harmonia's little face, Roy continued. After I go out with 1,000 soldiers, you can summon 5,000 or more soldiers to follow me and actually occupy the land I conquered. I only have 1,000 soldiers, let alone occupying the conquered land. Even prisoners cannot be managed. My dear, we just met. Are we going to separate again tomorrow? Seeing how excited Roy was about the upcoming war, Harmonia complained. When can you always stay with me? Facing Harmonia's question, Roy could only change the subject. I asked the Phoenicians to forge iron tools on the island of Euboea. How many iron weapons have they sent to Thebes now? Harmonia turned her back to Roy and said, there are now 1,500 soldiers, armed with iron guns in Thebes. Take them all away tomorrow. The production process of the spear is simple and relatively fast. The most ordinary blacksmith apprentice can make a spear head in one day. Because Roy also assigned Jin Yo and others the task of making iron plows and other agricultural tools, it was normal for them to make 1,500 gun heads in more than a month. Chapter 3 19-Dimensionality Reduction Attack on Dorians. The Thessaly region is located in northern Greece, covering an area of approximately 14,000 square kilometers. 3,600 years later, because the Great Plain of Thessaly is the most fertile plain in Greece, the Thessaly region has become one of the best agricultural areas in Greece. It is not only rich in wheat and cotton, but also has a developed animal husbandry industry. Unfortunately, the fertile Thessaly region is now ruled by the Dorians, a blonde and blue-eyed nomadic people. As the population increased, the Dorians began to invade central Greece frequently. The main reason why the city of Thebes failed to develop into a hegemonic city-state was the damage caused by the Dorians. 500 years later, the Dorians not only occupied the Otus region with iron mines, but also obtained the smelting technology passed down from the Hittite Empire. So the Dorians used the iron ore in the Otus region to forge advanced iron weapons and launched a war of conquest against the Greeks in the south. After Roy left Thebes with 1,500 iron spearmen, he was confident of defeating tens of thousands of Dorians. After all, in the history of another world, the Dorians used iron weapons to reduce the dimensionality of the Mycenaeans who used bronze weapons. And they could replace the Mycenaeans as the overlord of the Peloponnese Peninsula. Now Roy wants to use iron weapons to carry out dimensionality reduction strikes against the Dorians. There is absolutely no possibility of losing to the Dorians, because there were neither copper nor iron mines in Thessaly. The weapons used by the Dorians were either wooden or made of stone or bone. Mount Osiris. This mountain range is the natural dividing line between Thessaly and central Greece. To the north of Mount Osiris is the Thessaly region, and to the south is the Otus region of central Greece. Mount Osiris is also the dividing line between the territories of the two major tribes of the Dorians. To the east of Mount Osiris is the territory of the Aeolian tribe, and to the west is the territory of the Atamars tribe. In the myth of another world, the territory of the Aeolus tribe is ruled by the descendants of Aeolus. Because the Atamars tribe invaded the central Greece region, Atamars was also regarded as the city-state king of the Thebes region. The central Greece region is the greater Thebes region in a broad sense. Roy led the band soldiers to the southern foot of Mount Osiris, and found that the wheat fields in this area had been harvested, and the tribal garrison in this area were all empty. Obviously, the food here was robbed by the Dorians. And even the residents here were taken away as slaves by the Dorians. Because there are many horse hoof prints in this area. This is proof that Dorian knight came here, leading the band soldiers to climb Mount Osiris. Roy looked at the endless plain of Thessaly and began to think about how to eliminate the Dorians. Roy's 1,500 soldiers were all iron spearmen using iron weapons. Although the Dorians were knights on horseback, their weapons were basically made of wood or stone and bone. In a head-on battle, even if the Dorian knights had a tenfold numerical advantage, there would still be no match for Roy's iron spearmen to carry out a dimensionality reduction attack on them. In fact, the combined population of the four major tribes of the Dorians is only 50,000 to 60,000. Even if all men over the age of 16 mounted their horses and fought, the number of Dorian knights would not exceed 6,000. If Roy defeated each of the four major tribes, each tribe would only be able to bring out a maximum of 1,500 Dorian knights to fight Roy. Defeating Dorian is not difficult, but catching Dorian is difficult. After all, Dorian knight can't defeat Roy's soldiers, so he can take the initiative to stay away from Roy's army. Roy can't lead a group of infantry to chase down Dorian knight. It seems like this is the only way. There is a saying that a monk who can run away cannot run away from the temple. Although the Dorian knights can take the initiative to stay away from Roy's army, their families cannot move at will. As long as Roy finds the Dorian tribe's headquarters, he can attack the old, weak women and children in the tribe. With the old, weak women and children of the Dorian tribe as prisoners, the Dorian knights could only fight head-on with Roy's army in order to save their families. The Great Plain of Thessaly. After Roy led the army into the grassland, they began to advance in a straight line towards the Atamars tribe. Roy was able to confirm the location of the Atamars tribe because Roy used the ability of the demigod hero. When the patrol knights of the Atamars tribe discovered that Roy's target was the Atamars tribe, Roy's army was less than 30 miles away from the Atamars tribe station. In order to stop Roy's army, the Atamars tribe sent thousands of knights to harass and attack Roy's army. These Dorian knights could only use wooden arrows and bone arrows from a distance to launch ridiculously powerful attacks on Roy's army. Because the Dorian knights attacked from the front and had no stirrups or saddles to hold their bodies in place, Roy's soldiers could easily knock them off their horses. In this era, horses were used for chariot combat rather than cavalry combat because tools such as saddles and stirrups had not yet appeared. On the third day, Roy led his army into Thessaly. A garrison of tens of thousands of people from the Atamars tribe appeared in front of Roy's army. Although the Atamars tribe already knew that Roy's army was approaching the station, they did not move, because they had neither tens of thousands of horses or oxen, nor horse-drawn carriages or ox carts as vehicles. If the Atamars tribe chooses to drop everything and leave alone, they will starve to death before long. Even if they go to other tribes for help, other tribes will not have extra food to feed the tens of thousands of people in the Atamars tribe. Therefore, in order to defend the right to survive, the Atamars tribe could only choose to fight head-on with Roy's army. Seeing more than 2,000 men and women of the Atamars tribe standing ready with weapons to defend the tribe behind them, Roy ordered the soldiers behind him. Soldiers, surround the Atamars tribe and do not let go of the spoils that belong to us. I ask you to kill all the men, but you cannot harm the women or horses, because I will give the women to the unmarried soldiers among you. After this war is over, all of you will be rewarded with 1,000 caddies of grain. And unmarried soldiers can use the price of 1,000 caddies of grain to buy unmarried Dorian girls as slaves. After Roy finished speaking, the soldiers immediately let out thunderous shouts. Long live the King of Athens! Long live the King of Athens! Long live the King of Athens! The soldiers had such an excited reaction because most of these young soldiers were unmarried. Even married soldiers were excited about the reward of 1,000 kilograms of grain. Seeing that the fighting spirit of the soldiers was at its peak, Roy didn't waste any time and directly raised his iron gun and said, "Everyone rush with me." After saying that, Roy took the lead and rushed towards the Atamars tribe. Like a tiger with a pack of wolves attacking a flock of sheep, Roy led 1,500 iron spearmen to attack the Atamars tribe. A one-sided killing began from this moment. After Atamars, the leader of the Atamars tribe, became completely desperate. He finally broke out of the siege on horseback with his family and bodyguards and fled to the east. Chapter 320, No Need to be Trustworthy to Slaves. At noon when the sun is high, after the men of the Atamars tribe and the Dorian women who dared to resist were all killed, Roy began to carefully observe the Atamars tribe. As a nomadic civilization, the Dorians built neither walls nor houses. They live in tents made of cowhide. So the Atamars tribe has thousands of tents densely distributed. When Roy's soldiers drove the captured Dorian women together, Roy was even more surprised to see that although thousands of Dorian women were killed for resisting, the number of Dorian women who became prisoners still exceeded 5,000. Among them, there were more than 2,000 Dorian girls who looked like unmarried girls. There are more women than men who have taken up arms to fight. Am I coming to the tribe of Amazon female warriors? Although the Pulaski people are a group that worships the goddess, their culture requires women to be submissive to their husbands. And women's daily work is to weave cloth at home. Roy would safely hand over his power to Procne, Philomela, and Harmonia because they were Pulaski girls who were obedient to their husbands. And it was almost impossible for them to betray Roy. Although the Dorians are a group that worships the male god Chiron, they not only require men to receive military training from an early age, but even Dorian women must receive certain military training. This is why thousands of Dorian women took up arms and fought against Loi soldiers. Looking at the Dorian women with strong bodies and warlike eyes, Roy had to suspect that in the mythology of another world, one of the prototypes of the Amazon female warriors was the Dorian woman. Because Dorian women really fit the image of Amazon female warriors. In the Dorian tribe, whenever a child is born, a boy will undergo 2 life tests. The first test a Dorian boy received after birth came from the tribal priest. If the priest thinks he is not healthy, he will be thrown to the abandoned baby farm in the wild mountains. The second test a Dorian boy undergoes after birth comes from his mother. A boy's mother would bathe him in strong liquor. And if he had convulsions or fell unconscious, it would prove that he was not physically strong. And the mother would leave him to die because he could not grow into a good warrior. Because these 2 life tests reduce the number of Dorian men. The Dorian tribe is usually a daughter country with more women and fewer men. In this situation where there are more women than men, the Dorian culture not only has no restrictions on women, but even actively promotes the culture of sharing wives. That is to say, when Dorian men grow old, they must allow their young wives to have children with other men and raise the children their wives have with other men. There are more than 2,000 unmarried girls in the Atamars tribe. Not only because the Dorian tribe has more girls than boys, but also because the Dorians stipulate that men can only get married when they are 30 years old. This is also the reason why there are old husbands and young wives in the Dorian tribe. And they must implement the system of shared wives. Women are female warriors who received military training. The ethnic group is a daughter country with more women and fewer men. There is no culture of women being loyal to their husbands. The images of Dorian women and Amazon female warriors cannot be said to be 100% similar. They can only be said to be completely consistent. At this moment, hundreds of slave men and women dressed in tattered clothes ran to kneel down in front of Roy. These people are the Pelasgus captured by the Dorians. Without Roy's rescue, perhaps they would have been slaves of the Dorians until their death. Roy accepted their thanks calmly and then said to them, "You unfortunate people. From now on, you are no longer slaves of the Dorians. I know that the slavery of the Dorians has caused unimaginable harm to you. So I will use the property of the Dorians to compensate you." Hearing Roy's words, many slaves couldn't help crying. Because they really didn't expect that Roy would not only save them, but also compensate them with Dorian's property. A white-faced, beardless slave man, who had obviously been turned into a eunuch, mustered up the courage to speak to Roy. "Great King of Athens. The Dorians destroyed us slave men in order to prevent us slave men from having children with Dorian women. I am willing to give up compensation and ask you to allow me to kill a Dorian in revenge." "Can?" Roy said without hesitation. "There are more than 5,000 Dorian women here. You slave men who have been harmed can all kill a married Dorian woman in revenge." With Roy's permission, the slave man immediately pounced on a married Dorian woman and strangled the Dorian woman to death. With this slave man taking the lead, other slave men also took action. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of married Dorian women were turned into corpses, while the remaining Dorian women were trembling in fear. A Dorian girl with noble clothes and a beautiful face rushed to Roy and complained. "You clearly said you would not kill us if we surrendered. Why do you want to kill us women who surrendered now?" Looking at this beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, Roy asked curiously, "Who are you?" "I am Heli, the daughter of the leader Atamars. The people you killed are not only my compatriots, but also my people." After learning the girl's identity, Roy looked at the shining bronze belt around her waist and said, You are indeed the daughter of Atamars, the great leader of the Atamars tribe. Although we did say that we will not kill you if we surrender. But these people who were demoted as slaves by you will take revenge on you. And the death of your people will not be considered unjust. Va? Hela said, unconvinced. Just like it is natural for wolves to eat sheep, it is also natural for these people to be captured and turned into slaves by us. What qualifications do they have to take revenge? Loie was not surprised that Hela's views were incorrect. Because this is how the Dorians' culture educates them. Hela, let me ask you a question. Will you Dorians make promises to your slaves? Of course not. Hela answered without hesitation. In order to motivate the slaves to complete the work assigned by us, we will even promise to free the slaves. But after the slaves actually complete the work, even if we kill the slaves, we will not really free the slaves. In the history of another world, the Dorians Spartans once defeated Athens with 2,000 Helot slaves. To motivate these Helot slaves, the Dorians Spartans promised them freedom. But after the war, these Helot slaves who had made great contributions to the Dorians Spartans for defeating Athens not only did not get the freedom they wanted, but were also massacred by the Dorians. After hearing Hela's answer, Roy said with a joking smile, Hela, since you Dorians feel that you do not need to be trustworthy to slaves, then you can just think that I am not trustworthy to you Dorian slaves. If you are not satisfied, so what if you are dissatisfied? Chapter 3:21 Atamars and Aeolus. The city of Iolcus. This city-state, facing the sea on both sides, is the residence of the Aeolian tribe. After Aeolus, the great leader of the Aeolus tribe, made this place the tribe's residence, they could not only graze cattle and sheep on the grassland, but also fish from the sea for food, and trade food with merchants at sea. Because there are more ways to obtain food than other tribes, the Aeolian tribe has now developed into the most populous Dorian tribe. When night falls, Atamars, the great leader of the Atamars tribe, finally brought his son Phrixos and a group of personal guards to the city of Iolcus of the Aeolus tribe. Upon hearing the news of Athamas' arrival, Aeolus personally took his son Kretos and grandson Aeson to greet the guests, and took them to the hall of his stone house. After the host and guests all sat down, Aeolus asked Athamas doubtfully, Dear brother, how come you come to me with Phrixus? The Dorians practiced a two-king system. There are usually two leaders in a tribe. When one leader leads the tribe soldiers to fight, the other leader is responsible for managing the tribe, in order to prevent the leader's power from being taken away by others. The chief leader of the tribe usually makes his son a double king alongside himself. The two kings of the Atamars tribe are the great leader Atamars and his son Phrixus. Under normal circumstances, only one of Atamars and Phrixos will leave the tribe, and the other must stay in the tribe. After hearing Aeolus' inquiry, Athamas immediately said with tears, Dear Aeolus, my tribe of Atamars was attacked by barbarians from the south. Only these people around me are left to escape from the barbarian siege with me. Barbarians of the south. Aeolus couldn't help laughing when he heard that Athamas actually called the sheep-like Pelasgus barbarians. Because they, the Dorians, are the real barbarians. And the Pelasgus in the south are weak sheep. Seeing Aeolus' reaction, Atamars said anxiously, Aeolus, do you think I'm joking? My Atamars tribe has been destroyed by the barbarians from the south. Now my people may have all been killed. Even if they are still alive, they have become pure prisoners of the Skis. Even my daughter Helle fell into the hands of the Pelasges, and may have been regarded by them as the highest level sacrifice to the gods. Atamars didn't look like he was lying. Aeolus said with a solemn expression, Atamars, how can the Pelasges in the south defeat the Dorians on horseback? Even if we don't ride horses, there is no reason for us to lose to the Pelasges who cultivate the land. Weapons, the reason for weapons. Atamars said with lingering fear. If the weapons used are the same, there is really no reason for us Dorians to lose to the Pelasges who farm the land. Those Pelasges who attacked the Atamars tribe all used a black metal weapon that can easily kill our soldiers. Not a gold and bronze weapon, but a black metal weapon. Aeolus said with a frown. Not only have I never seen black metal weapons, I have never even heard of them. Fate is so unfair. The Pelasges had advanced bronze weapons in the past, preventing us from going south to conquer Pylos. Duran. Now let them get more powerful weapons. Aeolus. This is not only a crisis for our Atamars tribe, but also a crisis for all Dorians. Now we want to defeat the Pelasges. The only way is to go to Mount Pelion and seek the high priest Chiron's help. Chiron of Mount Pelion was a wise priest revered by all Dorians and a wise mentor to the heroic chiefs of all the Dorian tribes. According to Dorian tradition, when a boy reaches the age of 7, he will be organized into a team to live a collective military life. But this is the treatment for ordinary Dorian boys. The sons of the chiefs of the Dorian tribe would be sent to the high priest Chiron for education. In the myth of another world, after the Dorians conquered the Peloponnese Peninsula and dominated Greece, not only the Dorian god Hieron, Prometheus, became the ancestor of all Greeks, but even the Dorian heroes Chiron, the mentor, also became the mentor of all Greek heroes. Seek the help of High Priest Chiron. Do you want High Priest Chiron to unite our 3 remaining tribes? Or do you want High Priest Chiron to summon the great Hieron? Even if the 3 major tribes unite, it is impossible to make up for the gap in weapons with numbers. Now if we want to defeat the barbarians in the south, we can only rely on the power of the gods. Under the same night, the seat of the Atamars tribe, more than 1,000 Dorian women slaughtered cattle and sheep under the supervision of the band soldiers to prepare a sumptuous dinner for Loi's soldiers. Roy sat surrounded by 2,000 Dorian girls, eating roast lamb and correcting their views. Do you know why you failed? Because you Dorians are a barbaric and backward civilization. Your ancestors taught you to be thieves, robbers, and liars, and taught you to enslave other ethnic groups. These are all wrong education. Our kingdom of Athens, we can conquer you because we are a more advanced civilization. Hela suddenly sneered. You say you are an advanced civilization. You kill all our men and degrade us women into slaves. How is your approach different from that of us Dorians? How stupid. Roy shook his head and said, I killed all your men because your Dorian men are hopeless. If you want to save the Dorians, you can only let the civilized Pelasgus give birth to new Dorians with you. Because you Dorian men can only marry when they are over 30 years old. So you Dorian women can only marry a husband who is more than 10 years older than you. Even old enough to be your father. This is a deformed marriage. So the Dorian culture does not require a wife to be faithful to her husband. But that is undoubtedly wrong. Roy raised his left hand and pointed at his soldiers. Look at the soldiers of the Kingdom of Athens. They are all young people no more than 20 years old. In the future, you will have such a brave young soldier to be your master and husband. Because this is a correct marriage that matches the age. So you must abandon your wrong ideas about marriage and be loyal to your husband like the women of the Kingdom of Athens. You can only be with other men if your husband dies or you divorce your husband. Do you think we Dorian women don't want to be loyal to our husbands? Hela couldn't help but said. We Dorian women are not only forced to marry husbands who are more than 10 years older, but because of the custom of marriage abduction. We are not even married with the consent of our parents, but are unilaterally snatched away by the so-called husband. If you would allow us to choose the husband of our choice, and our loyalty to our husbands will not lose to your women. Now that you say so, Roy said with a smile, then I will let you choose each other. You Dorian girls can choose the man of your choice. Chapter 322 Migration from Crete. The Athamas tribe was only one of the 4 major tribes of the Dorians. Of course, Roy's goal is not just to destroy the Atamars tribe. If there were not more than 5,000 Dorian women to manage, Roy would lead his soldiers to the second Dorian tribe the day after the Atamars tribe was eliminated. For the sake of more than 5,000 Dorian women and the horses, cattle and sheep of the Atamars tribe, Roy had to lead his soldiers to station in the Atamars tribe, waiting for Harmonia to lead the army to take over Atamars tribe. The 3rd day of the conquest of the Atamars tribe, Harmonia finally came to the Athamas tribe with an army of 5,000 men and took over the more than 5,000 Dorian women, horses, cattle and sheep here. In the tribal leader's big tent, Roy hugged Harmonia and sat on the leader's throne, and told Harmonia with a solemn expression, Dear, next, I will lead 1,500 iron spearmen to destroy the Ferris tribe. You must manage our property, these Dorian women and the horses, cattle and sheep of the Atamars tribe. After Harmonia nodded seriously, Roy looked at Hela, who was standing next to him. If those Dorian women don't obey orders, you let Heli order them. Heli is the princess of the Atamars tribe, and those Dorian women will definitely obey her orders. Hela couldn't help but said, Will you also kill all the men in the Ferris tribe? You can conquer us and let us herd horses and sheep for you. Harmonia also frowned and said, My dear, we really don't have enough people to fill the Thessaly region. In this era, the population of the Kingdom of Athens is not large enough to have to move to other places. So they will never voluntarily move to Thessaly and turn this great plain from a prairie into a grain-producing area. But if Roy forced the migration, it would definitely cause a lot of dissatisfaction. If the Thessaly region is left alone, it will still be occupied by new nomads. Holding Harmonia's delicate little face with his right hand, Roy said confidently, "We have at least 50,000 people who can migrate to Thessaly and Macedonia." "Are you talking about the population of Knossos, Crete?" The volcanic eruption of Thera not only triggered a tsunami that destroyed the port of Knossos, causing Knossos to completely lose its status as a trade hub. The volcanic ash also caused a large-scale reduction in food crop production. Now all the 100,000 people under the rule of the city of Knossos are in famine. As long as Loe can come up with enough food to feed them, these cretins can be allowed to migrate. Roy praised Harmonia. "You are so smart. I really want to move the population of Crete over to rule Thessaly and Macedonia. And the people I save are all Knossos. And I can also make Minas pay come out of dominion in eastern Crete and become my tool like Rhadamanthus." The city of Knossos now faces a food crisis and can only rely on external help. In order to solve the food crisis, Minas was even willing to risk his life to become a mercenary for the Hyksos. As long as Loe lends a helping hand to Minas, Minas will definitely agree to Loe's conditions and give up his throne. Harmonia, send an envoy to the city of Athens and ask Procne and Philomela to send a fleet to relocate the population of Knossos. Even if Minas is unwilling to give up his throne, we must first migrate the Knossos people. After all, not only does Minas need us to help him solve the food crisis, we also need the Knossos people to grow food for us. The next day, Roy, who had briefly reunited with Harmonia, led 1,500 iron spearmen riding horses of the Atamars tribe and set off towards the Ferris tribe. Harmonia and Hela watched Roy go away. When Roy's figure disappeared into the distance, Hela took the initiative to speak. "Queen Harmonia, your blonde hair and blue eyes mean that your mother is a Dorian. So you are also half a Dorian. Now that your kindred are being demoted as slaves, don't you want to save them?" After hearing what Hela said, Harmonia said with a playful sneer, "Although we Pulaski people worship the goddess, we are a patriarchal society. My father is a Pulaski. And of course I am a Pulaski. Don't think of me as a barbarian like you. Even if my mother is nobles of the Dorian tribe, you and I may be blood cousins. And I have no sympathy for you or other Dorians." Ferris tribe. This is a Dorian tribe living in the northwest of Thessaly. And it is also the Dorian tribe closest to the Athamas tribe. Roy's elimination of the Atamars tribe did not seem to arouse the vigilance of the Ferris tribe. When Roy brought 1,500 iron lancers to the Ferris tribe station, he saw a wedding being held here. After Roy's soldiers surrounded the Ferris tribe, although the male and female warriors of the Ferris tribe took up arms, they did not take the initiative to attack Roy's soldiers. Just when Roy was confused, the leader of the Ferris tribe, Admetus, who was over 30 years old, came to Roy and asked, "Stranger, why do you lead your soldiers to surround us?" Hearing Admetus' confident question, Roy sneered. "Do you know about our annihilation of the Atamars tribe?" "No." Admetus nodded and said, "What does your annihilation of the Atamars tribe have to do with our Fizz tribe? I know that the Atamars tribe often goes south to rob you. So we don't treat you as enemies just because you destroyed the Atamars tribe. Look at it. There is Atamars tribe between us, the Ferris tribe, and you. Our Ferris tribe has not committed any crimes against you. So do you want to destroy us too?" Admetus' question left Roy speechless. Now that the Dorians have been divided into 4 major tribes, the crimes committed by the Atamars tribe have nothing to do with the Ferris tribe. If Roy accepts this, there will be no reason to destroy the Ferris tribe. Looking at Admetus dressed up and looking at the wedding scene where everyone in the Ferris tribe gathered together, Roy suddenly asked, "You seem to be the leader of the Ferris tribe. Is this your wedding?" Admetus nodded and said, "The chief of the Fears tribe is my father Fears. And I am Admetus, who is the double king with my father. This is indeed my wedding. And I am about to marry my cousin Alcestis. If you are willing to put down your hostility towards us, you will become our most distinguished guest. Let your family come out and see me." Seeing that Roy seemed convinced, Admetus called his family out. After Admetus' white-haired parents and his uncle came out with the dressed-up bride, Roy's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the bride, who was only about 16 years old. And he thought of a good idea. Chapter 323 became the savior of the Dorians. Just when Admetus had a displeased expression on his face because Roy was staring at his bride Alcestis. Roy suddenly stabbed Admetus with the iron spear in his hand. Poof! Roy's gun blade pierced Admetus' heart mercilessly. Then, amid everyone's screams, Roy swept across with his gun blade again, slicing the necks of Admetus's parents. After Admetus and his parents fell to the ground and turned into 3 corpses, Lowy questioned the members of the Fire's tribe, who were in panic and confusion. Now that your great leader Fears and his son Admetus are dead, who will take their place as the new leader? The people of the Fire's tribe all turned their attention to Fire's younger brother, the father of the bride Alcestis. Seeing that the father of the bride Alcestis was the expected new leader, Roy immediately leaned over and grabbed the bride Alcestis, pulled the blonde girl onto his horse and said, "You Dorians seem to have a custom of kidnapping marriages. Now I get this princess according to the custom of kidnapping marriages. From now on, my father-in-law and I will be the 2 leaders of the Ferris tribe. Do you have any objections?" "I object." A young nobleman from the Ferris tribe raised his bronze war spear and said to Roy, "Even if Chief Fears and Chief Admetus die, Chief Fears' brother and Chief Admetus' son should become the new leaders." "You're right. Thank you for the reminder." Poof! As a thank you to the young noble, Roy slashed his neck with his gun blade, and then looked at the little boy next to his cheap father-in-law. "Since this child is more qualified to be the leader than me, I have no choice but to send him to the underworld to reunite with his family." After saying that, Royler immediately stepped forward and ended his miserable life in the little boy's horrified eyes. After killing Admetus' son, Lowy asked Alcestis' father, "Father-in-law, do you have a son with a higher inheritance rights than me? If you do, call him out and let me kill him, so that your tribe won't have any objections." Alcestis' father shook his head in fear and said, "No. No, I have no son with a higher claim to the throne than Alcestis. Then I am the new leader of the Ferris tribe. If you don't want to obey my orders as the new leader, you can stand up and I will allow you to leave my tribe." Although the result of standing up was not being killed, but being expelled from the tribe, the young warriors of the Ferris tribe looked at each other, and in the end no one stood up. This is not only because Roy, as the husband of the tribe princess Alcestis, is the new leader with legal status, but also because they know that they cannot defeat Roy. And if they stand up to resist Roy, they will die in vain. Since none of you stand up to object, I will now announce the order of the new leader. Under the wide-eyed gazes of the members of the Ferris tribe, Roy smiled and said, "I am not only your new leader, but also the king of the Kingdom of Athens. From now on, the Thessaly region will be part of the Kingdom of Athens. You are also subjects of the Kingdom of Athens and must abide by the laws of the Kingdom of Athens. You Dorians are a barbaric and backward nomadic civilization. In the future you will abolish all Dorian civilization. The first backward civilization I want to abolish is your abnormal marriage system. In the future, you can no longer implement the marriage robbery system. And both men and women must marry voluntarily. Men's the age of marriage is no longer subject to age restrictions. And you can get married normally when you are over 18 years old. From now on, Dorian men will no longer receive military management from an early age. And after marriage, the man must live with his wife." After hearing what Roy said, the unmarried young men and women of Dorian, and the married Dorian parents all couldn't help crying. The barbaric and backward nomadic culture of the Dorians not only caused great harm to other ethnic groups, but also suffered deeply from it themselves. Seeing that the members of the Ferris tribe, regardless of gender, single or married, were all crying together, Roy continued, "I heard that you Dorians still have the custom of infanticide. I know that your custom of infanticide is because there is too little food. So you have to kill those baby boys who cannot grow into strong warriors. I will provide you with enough in the future food, so that you can feed all your children. So from now on ban the practice of infanticide." Roy's words made the married men and women cry even more sadly. Some people couldn't help but complain. "Why didn't you come earlier? If you had come earlier, my child would not have died. If you had come earlier, I would not have been forced to marry a husband who is more than 10 years older than me. Nor would I have been forced to kill my frail children with my own hands." Roy ignored the complaints and continued, "The barbaric and backward nomadic culture of the Dorians has taught you to be thieves, robbers, and liars. These are all wrong. Only by treating others well can you be treated well by others. From now on, you can no longer obtain property by robbing. Horse herding and sheep are all jobs you are capable of. And you can also learn to cultivate the land. As your king and leader, I will exchange horses, cattle and sheep with you for food at the right price. After saying his order, Roy looked at Alcestis' father. Father-in-law, you have heard my orders. Now I am going to destroy the 2 Dorian tribes in the east. And you will be responsible for implementing my policies to transform the Ferris tribe. After saying that, without waiting for Alcestis' father to agree, Roy turned his horse's head and left with his soldiers. On the way back to the Atamars tribe, seeing Alcestis lying on the horse without crying or fussing, Roy asked curiously, Alcestis, I killed your cousin and fiancé. Why are you not sad at all? My cousin Admetus already has a wife and his eldest son is 10 years old. Alcestis said with suppressed joy. When I was forced to marry my cousin who was old enough to be my father, I even wanted to die. Now that the cousin who forced me to marry and his family are dead, I just want to thank you. It could be heard that Alcestis' tone was indeed full of joy. Tribe of Atamars. After Roy returned here, he immediately stuck with Harmonia again. Alcestis, whose freedom was not restricted by Roy, also exchanged information about each other with Hela. When Hela learned that Alcestis was the bride kidnapped by Roy, Hela came to Roy angrily and asked, Why are we both Dorian girls? You asked Alcestis to be your bride. But you asked me to be your slave. Am I losing to Alcestis for my beauty? Or am I losing to Alcestis for my figure? Roy said with a playful smile. Hail! Your beauty and figure are just like Helen. You will not lose to other girls. But your Athamas tribe has committed unforgivable crimes against the subjects of the kingdom of Athens. So as the Athamas tribe the princess can only be my slave. Are you satisfied with this answer? Even if you are not satisfied, what can you do? Chapter 324 The cavalry cannot defeat the infantry at this time. The tribal leader's big tent. In this temporary palace, Roy and Harmonia were spending their second night together. Lying in Roy's arms, Harmonia asked doubtfully, My dear, why didn't you wipe out the Ferris tribe like you wiped out the Atamars tribe? Because I want to build an army of cavalry. Roy said without any secret. If you want to have cavalry, you must first have qualified war horses. I think the Ferris tribe, as a nomadic people, are suitable horse breeders. Since they have not harmed the Pulaski people, I don't mind giving them a chance to survive. Not charioteers but cavalry. My cavalry army will be an advanced unit that uses saddles and stirrups and is more than 1,000 years advanced than chariot soldiers. Only with the cavalry army can I truly defeat the nomads on the grassland. Defeating the Dorians in Thessaly could not be regarded as a real defeat of the nomads in Roy's opinion, because the Dorians were too close to the kingdom of Athens. Attacking the Dorians did not impose much logistical pressure. The biggest test for the war between the farming people and the nomads is that the nomads' long and deep supply lines thousands of miles away can drag down the supply lines of the farming people. If Roy led a group of infantrymen to attack the nomads thousands of miles away, he might not even see the shadow of the nomads. And Roy's army would starve to death first. In order to fight the nomads thousands of miles away, Roy must use cavalry to fight cavalry. Harmonia, you look like you have something on your mind. Harmonia said with a worried look. Dear, you once said things are rare and valuable. In the past, I was the only blonde girl around you. But now there are more and more blonde girls around you. And you can even make hundreds of young and beautiful girls. A blonde girl enters the palace to serve you. Will my status beside you become lower and lower in the future? How could you have such an idea? Roy couldn't help but laugh. I am not someone who likes the new and hates the old. To put your mind at ease, I promise not to let those blonde Dorian girls enter my palace. Even Hela and Alcestis. I can drive them away. Please do not. Harmonia immediately shook her head and said, Hale and Alcestis are not only noble tribal princesses, but also one of the most beautiful blonde girls in the world. If you drive them away for me, you will definitely blame me if you regret it in the future. My dear, as long as your heart is as long as I'm here, I'm very satisfied. The next day, Roy set out again with 1,500 iron lancers, targeting the Aeolian tribe in the east. If they were on foot, it would take Roy's iron spearmen at least 3 days to reach the city of Iolcus in order to maintain their combat effectiveness. With war horses as a means of transportation, Roy's army set off in the morning and arrived outside the city of Iolcus at noon. The tribe of Atamars was wiped out by Roy, and the tribe of Phys was conquered by Roy, which obviously aroused the vigilance of the Aeolian and Thyian tribes. When Roy's army arrived outside the city of Iolcus, 4,000 Dorian knights immediately rushed out of the city to fight. This was obviously the result of the union of the Aeolian and Thaian tribes. Number of cavalry. Dismount. After sizing up the 4,000 Dorian knights on the opposite side, Roy immediately made the decision to dismount. Because it was okay for Roy's soldiers to ride on horseback. But fighting the Dorian knights on horseback would not only have no advantage, but would also affect the performance of their own strength. Seeing Roy leading the soldiers to dismount, the knights of the Thaya tribe immediately brightened their eyes. Now that they couldn't defeat Roy's army, they could also ride away on fast horses to ensure that they would not suffer too many casualties. After all, the Thaian tribe and the Aeolian tribe belong to different tribes. Of course, the knights of the Phocian tribe will not fight to the death for the Aeolian tribe. The knights of the Thaian tribe could escape when the war failed. But the knights of the Aeolian tribe could not escape, because behind them was the city of Iolcus where their parents, wives and children lived. Roy ordered his soldiers to dismount and fight. Also because of the city of Iolcus, the knights of the Aeolian tribe and the Thaian tribe had to face Roy's army head-on. After Roy's iron spearmen began to approach the city of Iolcus, a cavalry team of 400 people launched a tentative attack on Roy's army. When the cavalry team was only 50 meters away from Roy's army, Roy took the lead in throwing wooden spears at the cavalry team. Brushing. 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 Wooden spears flew like raindrops. Some of the Dorian knights were hit by the wooden spears and fell directly from their horses. Some of them turned sideways to avoid the attacks of the wooden spears, but were unable to get back on their fast-running horses. Some horses were hit by wooden spears and fell to the ground with their knights. Most of this 400-man cavalry team was killed or wounded before they could even reach Roy's army. When the remaining more than 100 knights rushed in front of Roy's army had already formed a spear formation, aiming their shining cold blades at the Dorian knights. Even if the Dorian knights have a fierce will to fear death, it does not mean that their horses can restrain the instinct of survival. Many war horses rushed in front of Roy's guns and stopped running. The knights on the horses were stabbed to death by Roy's soldiers. Aeolus, the leader of the Aeolian tribe. Eurytion, the leader of the Thaian tribe. Chiron, the high priest of the Dorians. And Aechus, Chiron's son-in-law, saw the cavalry team of 400 men being destroyed by Roy's iron army. Aeolus was the first to frown and said in the scene where the spearmen were solving the problem, if there was a tool that could fasten our knights to their horses, they would not be knocked off their horses by the enemy's wooden spears. Eurytion followed. If there is a kind of metal armor to protect the knight's body, they can ignore the enemy's attacks. Chiron couldn't help but laugh. We don't even have metal weapons. How can we have the luxury to make metal armor to protect the knight's body? Aechus said without confidence. I feel that not only the knight's body needs protection, but also the warhorse needs armor protection. Everyone expressed their thoughts. And Aeolus said with a wry smile. Everyone is right. But it's a pity that our knights don't have everything they need. Except for the advantage of speed. Our knights lose to our enemies in all other aspects. How are we going to defeat the enemies next? Let our knights also dismount and fight. Chiron said with a solemn expression. Our soldiers all dismount to fight. And they can still defeat the enemy with their numerical advantage. If our soldiers continue to fight on horseback, they have no chance of defeating the enemy. After Aeolus and Eurytion looked at each other, they immediately issued orders. After dismounting, 3,600 Dorian knights immediately raised their long wooden spears to face Roy's iron spearmen. Just when the war was about to break out, Chiron raised his hands and shouted, Great ancestor Hieron, Prometheus, you are a god with foresight. You once guided us to leave our harsh hometown and come to the fertile and rich plains of Thessaly. Now I ask you to help us defeat the abominable enemy. Chapter 325 Mnemosyne defeats Chiron. A heavily armed knight is undoubtedly a terrifying war machine. But in the era 3,600 years ago, the Dorians had no metal weapons except for horses. And even the knights themselves had no metal weapons. This is why nomadic peoples cannot defeat agricultural peoples. Every time the nomads defeated the farming people, it meant that they had mastered more advanced military technology. The Aryans, distant relatives of the Dorians, were able to launch conquests to the east and west before 2000 BC. Also because they absorbed advanced civilizations from the Mesopotamia and became nomadic people using bronze weapons. Seeing that the Aeolus and Thaya tribes chose to fight their own armies on foot, Roy was not worried about the enemy's numerical advantage. Because Roy's soldiers not only used sharp iron guns, but also wore paper armor to protect their bodies. It was impossible for the enemy's numerical advantage to make up for the strength gap between the two sides. The two armies collided, and the situation turned into a unilateral massacre of the Dorians by Roy's soldiers. Even if the Dorians were physically strong and fearless of death, it would be difficult for them to defeat the iron spearmen with wooden sticks. At this moment, the Dorian god Hieron, Prometheus, accompanied by the call of the Dorian high priest Chiron, appeared on the battlefield with a height of 1,000 meters. Seeing that Cylon had long white hair and a long beard, holding a wooden stick as a weapon in his right hand, and looking like a wise old man, Roy murmured in confusion. If we trace their origins back to the origins of the Dorians and Aryans, they are both descendants of the nomadic people who lived on the plains of Eastern Europe before 3000 BC. Why is the god of the Dorians not Zeus, the god of the Aryans? Then Roy shook his head and said, "What a stupid question. After the Pelasgus migrated to Greece, it only took 1,400 years for the ancient snake goddess they worshipped to split into Mnemosyne, Metis, and Amphitrite. The goddesses such as Rite, Persephone, Hera, and Artemis. The ancestors of the Dorians and Aryans were originally different tribes in the Eastern European plains. If we trace the origins of the ancestors of the Dorians and Aryans, maybe they split tens of thousands of years ago, and it's unusual for them to worship the same god now. Now that the Dorian god Chiron has arrived on the battlefield, Roy also shouted loudly, 'Great goddess Mnemosyne, please protect the warriors of the kingdom of Athens.' The next moment, Mnemosyne, wearing a black dress, came down with an iron spear and confronted the Dorian god Hieron. "You?" Seeing Chiron's appearance, Mnemosyne showed a surprised expression, and even showed fear in her eyes. Seeing Mnemosyne's reaction, Chiron asked jokingly, "Have you ever seen me?" Mnemosyne immediately shook her head and said, "This is the first time we have met. But 1400 years ago, when I was the ancient snake, the patron saint of the Pelasgi people, I once saw a god similar to you in the east." "East?" Cylon glanced at the east and said, "Human beings may not know the history of ancient times, but I know that the god you saw in the east should be my distant brother Indra, Zeus. He is the protector worshipped by the Aryans." "That's right." Mnemosyne nodded and said, "It was precisely because of the invasion of Aryans by Indra, Zeus, that the Pelasgus and I migrated from Asia Minor to Greece. Unexpectedly, 1,400 years later, my sisters and I would not only meet again when you go to Zeus who evolved from Indra, Zeus. You will also meet Zeus' distant brothers. Poor goddess. Since 1,400 years ago, my distant brother Zeus was able to expel you from your hometown. Now I can also defeat you and make you surrender under my feet." After hearing Chiron's declaration, Mnemosyne said coldly with an unhappy expression, "Cylon, you'd better wait until you wake up to talk in your sleep." After saying this, Mnemosyne swung her iron spear and struck Hieron. Hieron immediately used a wooden stick to resist. Click! Just as Roy's iron spearmen could cut the Dorian soldiers' sticks with their spear blades, Mnemosyne's divine spear directly split Hieron's sticks in half. Cylon's eyes widened in shock and he said in disbelief, "How is it possible? Why are my weapons so vulnerable? Is your head clear?" Mnemosyne sneered and teased. "As patron saints, the strength of our divine power is determined by the city-state we protect. Now that the Dorians are vulnerable to the kingdom of Athens, how can you defeat me?" After saying this, Mnemosyne once again wielded the divine spear and stabbed Hieron. Chiron awkwardly avoided Mnemosyne's attack, and then summoned a white divine horse. The white divine horse rushed in front of Hieron, and Hieron immediately mounted the white horse and fled. Seeing Hieron's fleeing figure, Mnemosyne did not pursue him. When the Dorian god Hieron, Prometheus, fled in embarrassment, seeing that the Dorian soldiers were only unilaterally massacred by Roy's iron spearmen, Eurytion, the leader of the Thyian tribe, blew a whistle a horn. This is the clarion call to retreat. Upon hearing the sound of the horn, the soldiers of the Thyian tribe immediately retreated, leaving the soldiers of the Aeolian tribe to fight against Roy's army alone. Eurytion. Seeing this scene, Aeolus immediately asked Eurytion angrily, "You actually betrayed your brother. Who is your brother?" Eurytion said as he moved away from Aeolus, "Since we can't defeat the enemy, why should I let my soldiers die in vain? Now the enemy is attacking your Aeolian tribe, not my Thyian tribe. Seeing Eurytion and the returning Thyan tribe soldiers mounting their horses and preparing to escape, Aeolus wanted to rush over to stop them. But the high priest Chiron said in despair, "Aeolus, let them leave. Our god Hieron has escaped from the battlefield. Since Hieron has lost to the enemy's god, we have no possibility of defeating the enemy. Our god Chiron has been defeated by the enemy's god." After learning the news, Aeolus finally despaired. Seeing that Aeolus had turned into a dull wooden man, Chiron's son-in-law Aeacus asked Chiron, "Father, what should we do now? As long as the soldiers of the Aeolus tribe are willing to abandon their parents, wives and children, we can escape with them. Where else can we escape?" Chiron said with a wry smile, "If we fled to the mountains, without the advantage of horses, we would not be able to defeat the mountain people. If we fled to the northern plains, other nomads would regard us as intruders. Even if they did not kill us, they would relegate us to slavery. Then let's surrender." Chiron said firmly, "Our best choice now is to surrender and ask our enemies to give us a way to survive. Since the enemies have not destroyed the Fire's tribe, we also have hope of survival. Aeacus, blow the horn of surrender." Hearing Chiron's order, Aeacus blew the call for surrender with his trumpet. But Aeolus did not stop him. Chapter 326 Aeolus and Chiron kneel down. In the history of another world, even if the Dorians mastered more advanced iron weapons, they did not develop into the mountains to the west and the Thracian region to the north. The Dorians chose to go south to conquer the Pelasgians and Mycenaeans, apparently because they had a greater chance of survival going south. Since historical facts have proven that whether the Dorians fled to the mountains in the west or to the Thracian region in the north, they would be dead ends, without ships to escape across the sea. The only option for the Dorians was to surrender. Being killed for surrendering is no worse than being killed for resisting. Active surrender can also gain a chance of survival. After all, the soldiers of the Aeolian tribe put down their wooden spears and surrendered. Roy ordered the soldiers to control the prisoners while thinking about how to treat these prisoners. If the Aeolian tribe resists to the end, Roy can kill all the men in the Aeolian tribe, just like he destroyed the Atamars tribe. Now that the Aeolus tribe has surrendered, Roy is embarrassed to deal with them. At this moment, two old Dorians, about 50 years old, were brought to Roy by the soldiers. Before Roy could speak, the two of them knelt down in front of Roy and said, "Great King of Athens, I am Aeolus, the leader of the Aeolus tribe. I surrender to you on behalf of the Aeolus tribe. Please do not harm my people. Great King of Athens, I am Chiron, the high priest who serves the god Heron. Please forgive us with your mercy." After listening to the self-introductions of the two old Dorians, Roy opened his eyes in surprise and said, "Aeolus, the god of wind. Chiron, the star god of Sagittarius." The two Dorian ancestors, who were worshipped as gods in the myths of another world, were now kneeling before him. The kneeling of the two gods did not make Roy feel happy. Roy looked at Aeolus and Chiron expressionlessly and said, "Why don't you, like the Atamars tribe, lead the whole tribe to resist to the end?" Aeolus said with his head lowered, "Because the Atamars tribe and the Pharis tribe have proven to us that if you resist in the end, you will kill all the men. If you choose to surrender, you may survive. So in order to survive, you chose to surrender to me." Roy said helplessly, "To be honest, you have all surrendered, and I can't bear to kill you all. But your Aeolian tribe, like the Atamars tribe, has committed the crime of harming the Pelasgi people. As a token of my gratitude to you as punishment, I will demote all the men of the Aeolian tribe into mining slaves. You must dig iron ore for me in the Otis area for 5 years. If you cannot accept this punishment, then pick up the stick again. Raise a wooden spear to resist. Mine slave. Mining." Although Aeolus and Chiron did not understand Roy's words, they also understood that Roy wanted to make them slaves. Fortunately, Loe only requires them to work as slaves for 5 years. Chiron said with a cheerful smile, "Merciful King of Athens, we are willing to accept your punishment and serve as your mine slaves for 5 years. You are not just going to be mine slaves." Seeing that Aeolus and Chiron were willing to accept becoming mine slaves, Roy said in a cold voice with no expression on his face, "I will also abolish the barbaric and backward culture of your Dorians, and forbid you from worshipping your ancestor Hieron as a god." Abolish Dorian culture. Forbidden to worship ancestor Hieron. Faced with this unacceptable punishment, Aeolus and Chiron trembled with rage. But in order to survive, they can only remain silent and express their willingness to accept the punishment given by Roy. Seeing that Aeolus and Chiron were still unwilling to resist, Roy continued. I will also take away all unmarried Dorian maidens and Dorian girls over 5 years old and give them a proper education in the city of Athens. Aeolus couldn't bear it anymore. Raised his head and glared at Roy. Please kill me and use my life to quell your hatred. Chiron followed. As long as you are willing to treat the clansmen with tolerance, I am also willing to sacrifice my life to you. Why should I kill you? Roy said with a joking smile. You are precious mining slaves. I still count on you to dig iron ore for me. So I will never kill you. If you are not satisfied with my punishment, then use your lives to resist me. Faced with the choice between life and death, Aeolus and Chiron had already chosen survival. So they naturally would not resist Loe. Under Roy's orders, the Aeolian tribe divided into 3 groups. All men from the Aeolian tribe over the age of 5 have their hands tied with ropes and are preparing to go to the Otus region to become slaves digging for iron ore. This group numbered approximately 5,000 people. All unmarried girls over the age of 5 from the Aeolian tribe are preparing to go to the city of Athens to receive civilized education. The group numbered approximately 3,000 people. Married women and children under the age of 5 from the Aeolian tribe can stay in the city of Iolcus to continue living. This group numbered approximately 4,000 people. After nightfall, in the palace of the city of Iolcus, Roy couldn't help but complain while enjoying the dinner served by 2 beautiful blonde girls. Athamas and his son Phrixus actually escaped. Are they going to flee to the territory of Aetes, the son of the sun god Helios, to seek help like the myth of another world? Just as Roy finished his complaint, a soldier entered the hall and said, Your Majesty, there is an envoy from the Thyian tribe who wants to see you. Of the 4 major tribes of the Dorians, only the Thyian tribe remains that has not been conquered by Roy. Eurytion, the leader of the Thyian tribe, sent a messenger, and Roy immediately ordered the soldiers to bring the messenger into the hall. Eurytion's envoy was a young Dorian nobleman. The young man with golden curly hair entered the hall and spoke to Roy very respectfully. Great King of Athens, our leader Eurytion asked me to tell you that Athamas has taken his son Phrixus and fled to the territory of the Thracians. They are likely to attack the sun god Hercules. King Aetes, favored by Leos, seeks asylum. The leader Eurytion also asked me to tell you that we are a different tribe from the Athamas tribe and the Aeolian tribe. The Thyian tribe wants to live in peace with the kingdom of Athens. As a symbol of friendship between the 2 parties, Chief Eurytion is willing to marry the beautiful Princess Laodamia to you, and give 1/3 of his territory and wealth as a dowry for Princess Laodamia. Laodamia. This name, like Hippodamia, is a common name for barbarian princesses in myths from another world. The Dorians were barbarians in the eyes of the Greeks, so it was normal for their princess to be named Laodamia. The sincerity of Chief Eurytion is just to give me 1/3 of his territory and wealth. After hearing what the messenger said, Roy said with a dissatisfied expression, If Chief Eurytion is really sincere, then let him and I become twin kings, and we will rule the Thyian tribe together as the 2 chiefs. You go back and tell Eurytion that if he cannot accept my request, I have no interest in marrying Princess Laodamia. Chapter 327 Eurytion surrenders conditionally. Eurytion, the leader of the Thyian tribe, was willing to marry his daughter Laodamia to Loe. But he was only willing to let Loe get 1/3 of his territory and wealth. This shows that Eurytion has a son, and he wants to leave 2/3 of his territory and wealth to his son. After Loe asked Eurytion's envoy to go back, Eurytion's envoy never came back. Obviously Eurytion did not want Loe to replace his son and get his territory and wealth. The 3rd day when the city of Iolcus was occupied by Roy, Harmonia came with 3,000 soldiers to take over the city of Iolcus. Palace Hall. Roy held Harmonia and sat on the throne, telling Harmonia his plan. Harmonia, divide 2,000 of the 3,000 soldiers you brought and bring 5,000 men from the Aeolian tribe to the Otus area to dig iron ore. You and the remaining 1,000 soldiers stay to manage women of the Aeolian tribe, so that I can lead the lancers to conquer the Thyian tribe. Harmonia smiled happily. Dear, the city of Iolcus is the main port in Thessaly and the only city in Thessaly. Now that you let me manage the city of Iolcus, do you intend to let me rule the Thessaly area? Roy shook his head and said, There are 4 large tribes in Thessaly, which is equivalent to 4 city-states. If I make you the queen who rules Thessaly, you will become the queen who manages 9 city-states and controls half of the territory of the kingdom of Athens. This not only will your authority be too great, but the authority of the goddess Mnemosyne will also be so great that it threatens me. Roy was so defensive about himself and Mnemosyne. Harmonia said with dissatisfaction with her small face. Then who are you going to put in charge of Thessaly? Kaiwan. Roy said with a smile. Now Kaiwan has become the priestess of the goddess Amphitrite. And she is in charge of the Thessaly region. It is just right for the goddess Amphitrite to be worshipped as the port city of Iolcus and the entire Thessaly region. Patron saint of the Salisbury region. In the history of the other world, the city of Iolcus has been the main port city in Thessaly. In the myth of another world, the patron saint of the city of Iolcus has always been the god of the sea. When Peleus ruled the city of Iolcus, the sea god Poseidon was regarded as the patron saint of the city of Iolcus. And Peleus also became the son of Poseidon. Later, Peleus ruled the city of Iolcus. And the sea goddess Thetis was regarded as the patron saint of the city of Iolcus. Harmonia said with her eyes widened in surprise. Dear, Corinth is also a city-state guarded by the goddess Amphitrite. Do you plan to make Kaiwan become the queen of 5 cities like me and rule the 4 city-states in Corinth and Thessaly? Roy nodded and said. That's what I think. With your talents, it should be no problem to rule 5 city-states. Roy made Harmonia and Kaiwan the queens of the 5 cities. Not only to let them share their work, but also to make them immortal gods with him. Mnemosyne and Amphitrite became the goddesses who protected the 5 city-states. As long as they developed for a few or more than 10 years, they would be powerful enough to make Harmonia and Kaiwan into demigod heroes. Has the qualifications to become a heroic god. After Roy became an immortal god, he would still be accompanied by these girls who became goddesses. The next day, after handing over the city of Iolcus to the management of Harmonia, Roy led 1,500 iron lancers and set out towards the Thyian tribe at the foot of Mount Olympus. Mount Olympus is the highest peak in Greece. After the Dorians ruled the Thessaly region, they regarded Mount Olympus as their holy mountain. In the history of another world, when the Dorians dominated Greece, Mount Olympus, the sacred mountain of the Dorians, not only became the holy mountain of all Greece, but also became the home of all Greek gods. Geographically, the Olympus Mountains can be said to be the natural dividing line between Thessaly and Macedonia. The existence of the Olympus Mountains prevented the nomads from the Macedonian plain from invading the Thessaly region on a large scale. The Olympus Mountains have always protected the Dorians. Perhaps this is why the Dorians regard Olympus as a sacred mountain. Roy led 1,500 iron lancers to the station of the Thyian tribe. The leader of the Thyian tribe, Eurytion, neither chose to escape nor to resist. Because escaping is a dead end. And resistance is a dead end. After Roy ordered the iron lancers to surround the Thyian tribe. Seeing that Eurytion did not take any action, Roy rushed directly to the largest tent of the Thyian tribe. Eurytion's leader's tent, 1 man and 1 horse. Roy rode to the outside of Eurytion's tent, and happened to see Eurytion taking a beautiful girl out of the tent under the protection of dozens of guards. Eurytion, do you want to fight or surrender? Don't think that if you don't resist or surrender, I won't attack you. Facing Roy's question, Eurytion took the girl to Roy and said, King of Athens, I have decided to marry my daughter Laodamia to you and make you my heir. But you must also promise me to make Laodamia's child one of your heirs. After Eurytion finished speaking, the girl next to him walked up to Roy alone and said, I am Laodamia. I will be your wife. I hope you will treat my family and people well. After taking a look at Laodamia's small face and figure that would not lose to Helle and Alcestis, Roy leaned over and picked up Laodamia on his horse and said, Eurytion, I accept your daughter. Since you choose to surrender, your Thyian tribe must accept the transformation of the kingdom of Athens. Abandon the barbaric and backward nomadic culture, and no longer worship your ancestor Heron. Eurytion nodded and said, I already know about your transformation of the Pharis tribe. As long as you can guarantee food for us, the Thyian tribe can accept the same transformation. But the request I made just now, let my grandson be one of your heirs. Do you agree or disagree? Do you think you are qualified to negotiate terms with me? Roy glared at Eurytion dissatisfied, then held Laodamia lying on the horse in his arms and said, As long as the child Laodamia gives birth to is good enough, I will definitely make her child a more powerful ruler than my grandfather. Hearing Roy's words, Eurytion immediately smiled happily. Unlike the Far East, which regards daughters as outsiders, the West also regards daughters and grandchildren as heirs. Although Eurytion felt sad that he could not let his son become the next generation leader of the Thyian tribe, But the grandson who inherits his bloodline can become a more powerful ruler. Which is indeed something that makes Eurytion happy. Looking at Eurytion's smiling face, Roy said expressionlessly, Eurytion, prepare to take the Thyian tribe to migrate to the Great Plains of Macedonia. I will incorporate the Great Plains of Macedonia into the territory of the Kingdom of Athens. And then let the tribes of Phyas and Phthia serve me in the Great Plains of Macedonia. Raise horses. Chapter 328 Heading to the Great Plains of Macedonia. Before night falls, Roy took Laodamia back to the city of Iolcus, the royal palace of Aeolus. Roy took Laodamia into the palace hall. Harmonia, who was sitting with Helle and Alcestis, saw another beautiful blonde girl beside Roy, and her face immediately showed dissatisfaction. Expression. Dear, it turns out that you are not going to conquer the Thyian tribe, but to capture Princess Laodamia, the daughter of Eurytion. Hearing Harmonia's teasing, Roy smiled and explained. Eurytion asked me to marry Laodamia as a condition for his surrender to me. I only accepted it to avoid sacrifices on both sides. Seeing Laodamia standing behind Roy like a well-behaved and obedient little wife, Harmonia sighed and said, Laodamia, from now on, please stay with me along with Helle and Alcestis. Seeing that Roy had no objection, Laodamia immediately walked to Helle and Alcestis and said, Hail, Alcestis. It seems that we will always be together in the future. Please take good care of me. Two sisters. You should be the one taking care of me. Helle said with an ugly expression. Although we are both tribal princesses, you and Alcestis will be his wives, and I will just be his slave. Alcestis also looked at Harmonia and said, Laodamia, although we are both women of His Majesty the King of Athens, you and I are supposed to be just side chambers with lower status. So we must obey the orders of Sister Harmonia. After Roy came and sat down next to Harmonia, Harmonia ordered Helle, Alcestis, and Laodamia to make dinner while speaking to Roy. Dear, I have sent an envoy to the city of Athens. Chiron may come to the city of Iolcus with the first batch of immigrants from Crete in 10 days. Now the 4 major tribes of the Dorians we have conquered it. Is this war over? 10 days. Hearing this time unit, Roy said with some dissatisfaction. As the territory of the Kingdom of Athens expanded, communication between various regions of the Kingdom of Athens took longer and longer. If the round trip from Athens to Egypt and Thrace took half a month, or even a month, the Kingdom of Athens simply cannot effectively control border areas, such as Egypt and Thrace. It seems that in order to shorten the time spent on communication between various regions, I will build a steamship that can be 3 times as fast as a sailboat. With fast-sailing steamships, the round-trip time from Athens to Egypt and Thrace can be controlled within 10 days. Harmonia asked curiously. Steamship. Does the ship emit steam? Harmonia. When I build the steamship, you will know what the steamship looks like. But I can't start the design and manufacture of the steamship until I end this war. This war is not over yet. No. Roy said looking towards the north. Although we don't even have enough people to migrate to Thessaly, I will attack the Macedonian region next and drive the Phaeacian and Thyian tribes to the Macedonian plains to raise horses for me. Only the Macedonian region can only by annihilating all the Thracians, or teaching them a painful lesson, can we ensure that the Thracians dare not offend the Kingdom of Athens in a short period of time. My dear, when will you end the war and marry me? Harmonia said with some resentment. After we met, you spent most of your time either fighting or on the way to the battlefield. If you are like this in the future, how much time can you spend with me? Roy said with a guilty conscience. Harmonia, I promise to finish this war before the end of June, and then hold a wedding in the second half of the year to marry you. And I will always be by your side. There are so many girls around you now. In the next 6 months of the year, I hope you can spare 1 month to stay with me. Looking at the pleading expression on Harmonia's little face, Roy nodded and said, I will definitely spend a month with you. After Roy finished speaking, Helle, Alcestis, and Laodamia walked in with dinner. While enjoying dinner under the service of Helle, Alcestis, and Laodamia, the myth of another world emerged in Roy's mind. In the myths of another world, Helle, Alcestis, and Laodamia are all the names of Dorian princesses in Thessaly. Alcestis and Laodamia are both faithful wives in mythology. When Alcestis' husband was about to die, Alcestis volunteered to take his place and sacrifice her soul to the god of death. After Laodamia's fiancé died on the battlefield of Troy, Laodamia died in love for her fiancé. Helle, this is a name that sounds similar to Helen. In the myth of Jason's capture of the Golden Fleece, Helle was buried in the sea when he was young. But Helen, whose name is similar to Helle, was an unfaithful wife and neglectful mother who abandoned her husband and daughter after being bewitched by the power of Aphrodite, the goddess of love. Because Helle and Helen have similar names, and they are both Dorian princesses, Roy has always subconsciously regarded Helle as the prototype of Helen, thinking that she would become a woman who betrayed her husband. The next day, Roy once again left the city of Iolcus with the Iron Lancers. Roy's goal was to enter the Great Plains of Macedonia from the plains east of the Olympus Mountains. The Macedonian region covers an area of approximately 20,000 square kilometers. In the era 3,600 years later, it was one of the richest and developed regions in Greece. There is not only fertile land suitable for the development of agriculture and animal husbandry, but also metal resources such as gold, silver, copper, tin and lead. 3,600 years later, as many as 33 million tons of gold have been mined on the Halkidiki Peninsula, and the gold resources have not been exhausted. The Macedonian region is now ruled by the Thracians, and there is also a Thracian tribe that worships Dionysus, the god of wine. The ancient city of Macedonia in another world has been excavated and has a picture of Dionysus riding a leopard embedded in the floor. In cities in Macedonia, there are also great festivals that may be related to Dionysus, the god of wine. Because Dionysus, the god of wine, is also a god in charge of grapes. Without grapes, it would be impossible to make wine. Therefore, in mythology, vines, wine, and grapes are all symbols of Dionysus, the god of wine. Looking around the world, Bacchus is not worshipped as a major deity in other regions. As a nomadic people in the north, the Thracians would worship Dionysus, the god of wine, as their main god. Perhaps it was because in the cold winter, the only thing that could bring warmth to their bodies besides the sun was wine. The sun god Helios, the king of the gods who ruled over the Thracian region, is a testament to the Thracian people's desire to survive the harsh winters. It is a pity that worshipping Dionysus, the god of wine, and becoming a drunkard will not only fail to make the tribe stronger, but will make the tribe weaker and weaker. Therefore, Dionysus, the god of wine, is probably the weakest patron saint in Thrace. Chapter 329 Dionysus knelt down to acknowledge his mother. Mount Olympus. When Roy led 1,500 iron lancers from the coastal area around the mountain range and from the Thessaly region into the Macedonian plains, the patrolling knights of the Pylos tribe quickly brought the news back to their tribe. Although the nomads on horseback have always looked down on the farming people and regarded themselves as wolves on the grassland and the farming people as cattle and sheep, this does not mean that the nomads are really arrogant and stupid. When Athamas and his son Phrixus passed through the territory of the Pylos tribe with their personal guards, they had already told Pylos, the leader of the Pylos tribe, that the four major tribes of the Dorians had been defeated by Roy. Pylos did not think that the kingdom of Athens could defeat the Pylos tribe, but he was still ready for a war with Loe, the royal tent of the Pylos tribe. Pylos, the son of the god of wine Dionysus, the king of the Pylos tribe who ruled over 30,000 people, learned about the invasion of the kingdom of Athens from the patrolling knights, and immediately summoned the young and strong among his tribe's population, a knight skilled in equestrian skills. The second day after entering Macedonia, Roy's army arrived on the south bank of the Aelius River and did not encounter any Thracian tribes along the way. Obviously, Pylos, the leader of the Pylos tribe, had moved all the tribe members on the south bank of the Aelius River while Roy's army was invading. After leading the army across the Aelius River, Roy also began to become cautious. After all, Macedonia is not the Thessaly region without copper and iron mines. There are copper mines for casting bronze weapons. If the enemy were thousands of Thracian knights armed with bronze weapons, Roy did not have the confidence to defeat the enemy with 1,500 iron spearmen. The third day into Macedonia, Roy's army finally encountered the Pylos tribe's army at the southern foot of Mount Pico. Seeing that the enemy in front was more than 4,000 knights armed with wooden spears, Roy couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. Since the enemy's weapon was a wooden spear, there was no doubt about the outcome of this war. After Roy dismounted with his iron spear cavalry, Pylos also jumped off the horse with more than 4,000 tribal knights. Then, under the puzzled gazes of Roy and the iron lancers, Pelos and his tribal warriors took out their animal skin water bags and started drinking water in large gulps. After the wind on the grassland blew the strong smell of wine. Roy opened his eyes in disbelief and said, what they drank was not water, but wine of about 50 degrees. These people were all out of their minds to drink such strong liquor before the war started. Pelos, who was about 30 years old, and his tribal warriors finished drinking the spirits they carried with them. Pelos threw the animal skin water bag on the ground and said loudly, brave warriors of the Pelos tribe, we are all the favorites of the great Dionysus, the god of wine. Under the favor of the god of wine, Dionysus, our bodies will be brave and strong, and we will not feel the influence of the enemy, the pain caused to us, in order to repay Dionysus, the god of wine, for his favor on us. I will lead you to defeat the enemy and turn the enemy's life into a sacrifice to Dionysus, the god of wine. After saying that, Peros took the lead in charging. Pelos's tribal warriors followed him with excited shouts. Many of the tribal warriors were unable to run normally due to drunkenness. Looking at the enemy who looked like a drunken lunatic, Roy also gave orders to his soldiers. My soldiers, since our enemies are a group of drunkards, let them die painlessly while drunk. After saying that, Roy also led his iron spearmen to charge. Before the two armies collided, Dionysus, the patron saint of the Pelos tribe, took the initiative to descend on the battlefield in a huge figure that was thousands of meters tall. As a beardless boy god, Dionysus' weapon was a wooden staff wrapped around a vine. He said as he waved the wooden staff of Dionysus and sprinkled divine power over the warriors of the Pelos tribe. People of Dionysus, I will inspire your power so that your bodies will not feel pain. Can a warrior who can't even stand still defeat my people? Following the teasing of the goddess Mnemosyne, the goddess Mnemosyne descended on the battlefield holding a black divine spear. Although Dionysus was the god of wine, he was not drunk at all. After looking at Mnemosyne expressionlessly, Dionysus smiled and said, just because my people can't stand firmly when walking, the tribe I protect is already the weakest tribe in Thrace. And I am also the weakest patron saint in Thrace. The Dorians guarded by Chiron split into with 4 tribes of 10,000. My people cannot defeat any Dorian tribe with 3 times their numerical superiority. At this time, Roy's iron spearmen had collided with the army of the Pelos tribe. After Roy wielded a sharp iron spear and pierced the heart of Pelos with the blade of the gun, Roy's iron spearmen also launched a unilateral massacre on the Pelos tribe warriors who were holding wooden spears and could not even walk. If neither side uses weapons, or if the weapons used by both sides are wooden spears, perhaps Dionysian warriors can defeat Roy's army by relying on drunken madness and numerical superiority. It is a pity that in this situation, where Dionysian warriors use wooden spears and Roy's warriors use sharp iron spears, no matter how drunk and crazy the Dionysian warriors are, they cannot make up for the strength gap caused by the weapons. Dionysus, god of wine, since the war of mankind has begun, let us also decide the winner. Mnemosyne was about to wield the divine spear to attack Dionysus when Dionysus suddenly fell to his knees and said, Great Mother Goddess, I am your son. Mnemosyne stopped waving her gun in surprise, letting the sharp blade of the gun stop above Dionysus' head. Then stared at Dionysus with an unhappy expression and said, What are you talking nonsense about? I am an unmarried virgin. I'm not talking nonsense. Dionysus lowered his head and explained, Mother Goddess, I am really your son. You are the Earth Mother Goddess who nurtures all things. And I am the incarnation of the vine. Grapevines are plants that grow from the ground. So I am the Earth Mother Goddess, that is. You, the child of Pelos who now worships me, will be destroyed by the kingdom of Athens. I will leave the Thracian region and enter the kingdom of Athens, and become a native Greek god born of the Mother Goddess of Thebes. You shameless fellow dash. After hearing what Dionysus said, Mnemosyne blushed and said angrily, In order to survive, what you did was not to change yourself and make yourself stronger, but to take the initiative to be the son of a more powerful god. But I don't want you to tarnish the reputation of an unmarried goddess. So you can't even think of becoming my son. After saying this, Mnemosyne swung her divine spear and struck Dionysus. Dionysus, who originally bowed his head to worship Mnemosyne, immediately used the wooden staff of Dionysus to block Mnemosyne's spear blade. Click! Mnemosyne's divine spear split the wooden staff of Dionysus in half. Seeing how sharp Mnemosyne's divine spear was, Dionysus hurriedly got up from the ground and threatened while running away. I am a vassal of the great sun god King Helios, and I will let His Majesty Helios punish you. Chapter 330 The Moon and Hunting Goddess Bendis. On the vast grassland, all the more than 4,000 warriors of the Pylos tribe had turned into corpses and fell to the ground. Roy looked at these corpses and couldn't help but feel filled with emotion. The Pylos tribe, which worshipped Dionysus, the god of wine, drank strong alcohol and became drunk before going to war. It really looked like an ignorant group 3,500 years later. That ignorant group chanted magical body protection and invulnerability, while using their flesh and blood to fight against the enemy's muskets and artillery. There is no difference at all from the warriors of the Pylos tribe who drank alcohol and used their flesh and blood to fight against the sharp blades of the iron spearmen. His Majesty, a 500-man commander, rode up to Roy and said, "We have discovered the Pylos tribe's garrison, where there are at least 30,000 Thracians. Leave 500 men to clean the battlefield, and the rest will follow me to the Pylos tribe." After issuing his order, Roy quickly left the battlefield with 1,000 iron spearmen on horseback, leaving 500 men to collect the enemy's horses and gather the corpses on the battlefield to burn. Pylos tribal station. Roy came here with 1,000 iron lancers, and saw that not only was there no defense, but everyone gathered together to drink and revel, celebrating the victory that would surely belong to them. The entire Pylos tribe is completely a tribe of drunkards. Looking at the men and women drinking and reveling, Roy said with emotion, "No wonder no tribe or city-state in recorded history has worshipped Dionysus, the god of wine, as its patron saint. Tribes that worshipped Dionysus, the god of wine, have long since perished in the long history. In the myth of another world, it is very interesting that the followers of Dionysus, the god of wine, are all women. This may be a hint that the followers of Dionysus, the god of wine, are as weak and powerless as women and cannot even protect themselves. Perhaps it is a hint that men who need to kill enemies on the battlefield will not worship Dionysus, the god of wine. Only women who do not need to rush to the battlefield will worship Dionysus, the god of wine." Just when Roy was about to lead 1,000 iron spear cavalry into the Pylos tribe and turn all the drunkards of the Pylos tribe into prisoners, a cavalry team of 3,000 people suddenly rushed towards the Pylos tribe from the east. Hearing the sound of horse hooves that shook the ground, Roy turned his head and looked in the direction where the sound of horse hooves came from, and his eyes immediately widened in disbelief. The cavalry team that suddenly appeared included not only 500 knights with bronze spears, but the 13 knights at the head were wearing gleaming bronze helmets and bronze armor to protect their bodies. Is this another army of the Pylos tribe? Seeing the enemy troops rushing over with great momentum, Roy immediately ordered the soldiers to dismount and fight. When the distance between the two armies was only 200 meters, the leader of the enemy army, the knight with a golden belt around his waist, stopped the 3,000 army. Then under Roy's surprised gaze, the enemy leader dismounted with 500 knights using bronze spears and charged towards Roy's army. "You actually want to use 500 soldiers with bronze war spears to defeat 1,000 soldiers with sharp iron spears? He thinks our iron spears are wooden spears like sticks." In order to convince the enemy of defeat, Roy also led 500 iron spearmen to face the enemy. After the two teams of 500 people collided, Roy also fought with the enemy leader wearing a golden belt. Clang clang clang. After the two faced each other face to face, Roy discovered that even if the enemy leader was wearing a helmet, he was still half a head shorter than himself, and his waist was as slender as a girl's. Although the enemy leader is neither tall nor strong, he has the same strength as a demigod hero like Roy. Discovering that Roy was also a demigod hero, the enemy leader said in a deep voice, "Are you King Roy of Athens? It turns out you are a demigod hero. No wonder you dare to invade our territory. Are you warriors of the Pylos tribe?" Roy asked with confusion. "Why do you have so many bronze weapons?" "But Pylos and his more than 4,000 warriors who were defeated by me just now don't have any bronze weapons. Who told you that we are a weak tribe that worships Dionysus, the god of wine?" The enemy leader shouted angrily. "We are an Amazonian tribe who worship the goddess of the moon and the hunt." Because the enemy leader's voice rose, Roy was surprised to find that the enemy leader turned out to be a girl. "The Amazon tribe that worships the goddess of the moon and the hunt," Roy said while brandishing his iron spear to attack the enemy leader. "Since you are not warriors of the Pylos tribe, why are you attacking us? Why do you have so many problems? Why do we need a reason to attack foreign invaders?" Although the Pylos tribe and the Amazon tribe belong to different Thracian tribes, they are both blonde and blue-eyed Caucasians and have distant or close relatives. The kingdom of Athens invaded the territory of the Pylos tribe. The Amazon tribe really did not need to explain the reason for attacking the kingdom of Athens. As the battle between Roy and the enemy leader prolonged, Roy quickly confirmed that the enemy leader's strength was significantly different from his own. And Roy's iron spear was more powerful than the enemy leader's bronze war spear. Weapons. Even Roy's 500 iron spearmen suppressed the 500 warriors of the Amazon tribe in the battle. The enemy leader also discovered this and could only beg while fighting Roy. Great goddess Bendis, please give us victory. Immediately after the enemy leader's prayers ended, a full moon appeared in the daytime sky. Then, a goddess with beautiful silver hair descended on the battlefield in a huge figure that was 1,000 meters tall. Like Artemis, the goddess of hunting. This goddess is a female hunter wearing a short skirt and hunting attire, carrying a silver bow. But her right hand holds a bronze-like golden spear, proving that she is not only the goddess of hunting is also a goddess of war. Obviously, this silver-haired goddess with three divinities, moon goddess, hunting goddess, and war goddess, is the goddess Bendis worshipped by the Amazon tribe. Goddess Bendis looked down at the battlefield with her shining golden eyes. When she saw that the enemy leader would obviously lose to Roy, she immediately blew out a burst of divine power and said, "My beloved daughter, I will not allow you to lose to others." The divine power blown by the goddess Bendis was poured into the enemy leader. The enemy leader immediately increased his divine power, gradually reversing the battle situation suppressed by Roy. Just as Roy was about to summon the patron saint of the kingdom of Athens, the goddess Mnemosyne took the initiative to come again and confront the goddess Bendis. With the arrival of the goddess Mnemosyne, a surge of divine power poured into Roy's body, allowing Roy to once again suppress the enemy leader. "You?" Seeing her beloved daughter being suppressed by Roy again, Goddess Bendis stared at Mnemosyne with an unhappy expression and said, "Do you think you can beat me?" Mnemosyne raised the black divine spear and pointed it at the goddess Bendis and smiled. "What a stupid question. Can't you see the gap between us?" Goddess Bendis immediately fell silent. Although from the perspective of divine attributes, the goddess Bendis, as a war goddess with sky attributes, should be more powerful than the Earth Mother goddess with earth attributes. But the black spear of the goddess Mnemosyne is more powerful than the golden spear of the goddess Bendis. Chapter 331 Amazon Queen Hippolyta. The goddess Mnemosyne and the goddess Bendis have the same level of divine power. The goddess Bendis has the advantage of being a goddess of war, and the goddess Mnemosyne also has the advantage of having more powerful weapons. After a moment of silence, goddess Bendis said expressionlessly, "I admit I can't defeat you. But you can't defeat me either." Mnemosyne said with a joking smile, "Have you forgotten the outcome of the war between humans? As long as the humans I protect defeat your people, you will lose to me. Then I'll defeat you first." After the goddess Bendis finished speaking angrily, she immediately swung the golden divine spear and stabbed the body of the goddess Mnemosyne. The goddess Mnemosyne moved with great speed to avoid the spear blade of the goddess Bendis, and at the same time swung the black divine spear to sweep towards the body of the goddess Bendis. While the two goddesses were fighting fiercely, Roy also began to fight seriously. The Amazon warriors not only had a numerical advantage of 3,000 men, but also had 500 bronze war spears. If Roy cannot defeat the Amazon queen as soon as possible, Roy's iron spearmen will definitely suffer heavy casualties. If the goddess of fate no longer favors Roy may even lose the war. The Amazon queen was not only able to eliminate 1,000 of Roy's iron spearmen, but also obtained 1,000 iron spears. Feeling Roy's attack becoming more and more fierce, the Amazon queen said coldly, "You are more powerful than ordinary demigod heroes. I underestimated you too much at first. Why don't you honestly admit that I am stronger than you?" Roy said with a smile while wielding his iron gun and forcing the Amazon queen to retreat with violent attacks. "Now that you know my identity, can you tell me your identity? You want to know who I am?" The Amazon queen said loudly in a proud tone while wielding her war spear to resist Roy's attack. "I am Hippolyta, queen of the Amazon tribe and the divine daughter of Bendis, the great goddess of the moon and the hunt." Hippolyta. In the myth of another world, Hippolyta is not only the queen of the Amazon woman country, but also the demigod daughter of Ars, the god of war, and the queen snatched back from the barbarian tribe by King Theseus of Athens. The king of Athens and the queen of the Amazons, these are really two identities with a bad fate. After learning the identity of Amazon Queen Hippolyta, Roy finally used all his strength and rushed to Hippolyta at the risk of injury. There was a loud explosion. Roy used the barrel of the iron spear to block Hippolyta's spear, and then punched Hippolyta on the shoulder with his left hand. Hippolyta's body immediately flew out uncontrollably. And even her helmet fell off her head. The helmet without a mask hid her face. And Roy saw that Hippolyta was a girl with long blonde hair pulled back into a bun. Although she is the daughter of the goddess of war, Hippolyta's delicate and beautiful face not only does not have a strong temperament, but looks more delicate than ordinary girls. Plop! After Hippolyta's flying body fell to the ground. Looking at Hippolyta's cute little face and dazzling blonde hair that were as beautiful as a goddess, Roy opened his eyes in surprise and said, "No wonder you have to hide your face with a masked helmet. Because you don't have the fearless majesty of a queen and the heroic temperament of a female warrior." Seeing that Hippolyta was still trying to stand up from the ground, Roy immediately came to Hippolyta and pressed the blade of the iron spear against Hippolyta's neck. "Just kill me." Facing the reality of losing to Roy, Hippolyta said stubbornly, "I can die. But I can't become a prisoner and be humiliated by you." Looking at Hippolyta's cute and pitiful little face, Roy couldn't help but think of Achilles. In the myth of another world, after Achilles saw the face of Amazon Queen Penthesilea, he regretted killing Penthesilea. Perhaps Achilles' mood after seeing Penthesilea's face was exactly the same as his own now. Roy can say with certainty that killing Hippolyta will definitely make him full of regrets. Hippolyta is such a beautiful girl. "Queen. Don't hurt the queen. Get away from the queen quickly." Seeing Hippolyta defeated by Roy, 12 knights, armed with masks and helmets like Hippolyta, immediately rushed over and surrounded Roy. Hearing their clear voices, Roy realized that they were 12 female knights. Even the goddesses Mnemosyne and Bendis, who were evenly matched, stopped their battle of gods at this time and looked down at Roy and Hippolyta. "Don't be nervous," Roy said with a bright smile towards Hippolyta. "My kingdom of Athens simply does not have enough population to control the Great Plains of Macedonia. So I only want to control the western part of the Great Plains of Macedonia as my horse farm. If you are willing to live in peace with the kingdom of Athens, then you don't have to be my prisoner. Let alone you won't be killed by me. Let me admit that you are the master of the western part of the Macedonian plain. Seeing that Hippolyta was unwilling to accept his request, Roy continued, "If you accept my conditions, I am willing to share the spoils of war with you. All the men of the Pylos tribe are your trophies. And I only want the women of the Pylos tribe to be my trophies." After saying that, Roy withdrew his gun blade from Hippolyta's neck to express his kindness. Hippolyta said with some wavering, "Even if you kill more than 4,000 young warriors of the Pylos tribe, there will still be more than 5,000 men who can work as slaves. After those boys are raised, they will be able to work. You really want to kill all the men of the Pylos tribe? Give it to me. If I can exchange more than 10,000 prisoners for your friendship, I think the price is well worth it." Hippolyta stood up, looked at Roy with complicated eyes and smiled bitterly. "Since I have been defeated by you, I have no right to refuse your request. I agree to recognize you as the master of the western part of the Macedonian Great Plains in accordance with your request. Unless you launch a war with us, as long as I am still the queen of the Amazon tribe. We Amazons the tribe will never actively invade your territory." Seeing that Roy and Hippolyta had made peace, the goddess Mnemosyne said to the goddess Bendis with a bright smile, "It seems we don't have to decide the winner." Goddess Bendis had an expression of reluctance on her face, because she knew that Hippolyta's goal in attacking Loe was to drive the kingdom of Athens out of the Macedonian Great Plains, and then take the western part of the Macedonian Great Plains ruled by the Pylos tribe as her own. Now Hippolyta recognizes that the western part of the Macedonian plain belongs to the kingdom of Athens, which means that this war is a defeat for the Amazon tribes. "You can be proud now." Goddess Bendis looked at the black divine spear of goddess Mnemosyne with her shining golden eyes and said coldly, "When I have the same weapon as you, I will definitely defeat you next time. You really refuse to admit defeat." The goddess Mnemosyne said without showing any signs of weakness, "The next time we meet, I will definitely be stronger than I am now." Chapter 332 The Golden Queen sitting on the gold mine. Roy wants to live in peace with Hippolyta. Certainly not because of Hippolyta's beauty. Even if Hippolyta were a man, Roy would have offered to make peace with her after defeating her. Because Roy knew that even if he killed Hippolyta, the Amazon tribe would elect a new leader to become an enemy of the kingdom of Athens. Even if Loe wiped out the Amazon tribes, other Thracian tribes would enter the Macedonian plains and become enemies that the kingdom of Athens must face. If the kingdom of Athens wanted peace, the best choice was to let Hippolyta live. Hippolyta refused to live in peace with the kingdom of Athens, so Roy would kill Hippolyta mercilessly. Pylos tribe. After Hippolyta's 3,000 soldiers began to capture the men of the Pylos tribe, Roy stood beside Hippolyta, admiring her beautiful profile. Perhaps unable to bear Roy's gaze, Hippolyta quickly blushed and put on her mask and helmet again. After hiding her face again, Hippolyta said in a low voice, "Don't you think you're being rude? Don't get me wrong." Roy explained immediately. "I keep staring at you just out of curiosity. Queen Hippolyta, I want to know why you have 3,000 soldiers, but only 500 bronze war spears. The gold we mine can only buy 500 bronze war spears. Are you satisfied with this answer?" Hearing Hippolyta's answer, Roy's eyes immediately lit up. The bronze war spears of the Amazon tribe were bought with gold, which shows that the Amazon tribe did not master the bronze smelting technology, or did not discover the copper mines in Macedonia. But Amazon tribes are mining gold, which shows that Amazon tribes have discovered gold mines in Macedonia. Although Roy does not yet have enough population to control the Macedonia region, Roy has regarded the gold mines in Macedonia as his own property. Amazonian tribes are mining gold in their territory, leaving Roy feeling like his wealth is being stolen. "I have answered your question. You should answer mine too." Hippolyta turned to Roy and asked, "The black weapons you use are more powerful than bronze weapons. Where did you buy this weapon?" "Black weapons, our weapons are black iron weapons," Roy said confidently. "This is a weapon unique to our kingdom of Athens. You cannot buy black iron weapons anywhere else." "Then can I buy black iron weapons from you?" Hippolyta said in a wistful tone. "I will use the same weight of gold to trade you for the same weight of gun heads. The same weight of gold is exchanged for the same weight of a black iron spearhead." After hearing Hippolyta's words, Roy couldn't help rolling his eyes. In this age of barter, gold could neither be eaten nor made into weapons or farm tools. Anyone in their right mind will understand that black iron is worth more than gold. Seeing Roy's reaction, Hippolyta continued, "If you are not satisfied with the price, I can buy your black iron weapons with twice the weight of gold. The maritime merchants who trade with us told me that our gold is a very valuable metal. Is gold in your the value of the kingdom of Athens is very low. Then I use 10 times the weight of gold to buy your black iron weapons. So you won't accept it. 10 times the weight of gold. The weight of the black iron gun head is 1 pound. In other words, Hippolyta had to spend 10 pounds of gold to buy a pound of black iron weapon. Is this the pride of the Golden Queen, who owns a huge gold mine? Only now did Roy understand why. In the myth of another world, Hercules, the great hero of the Mycenaeans, wanted to snatch Hippolyta's golden belt. In Greek mythology, treasures such as golden swords, golden belts, and golden fleeces are just symbols of the great wealth of their owners. So what Hercules, the great hero of the Mycenaeans, really wanted to rob was not Hippolyta's golden belt, but Hippolyta's gold mines. In the setting of Greek mythology, the Amazons lived on both sides of the Telmadan River on the southern coast of the Black Sea. But in another world's history, the first Greeks arrived on the southern shores of the Black Sea around the 1st millennium BC. This was 200 years after the end of the Trojan War, and 100 years after the Dorian conquest of the Mycenaeans. The Mycenaeans had been conquered for 100 years before the Greeks reached the southern shores of the Black Sea. Apparently the Mycenaean hero Heracles came to the Telmadan River on the southern shore of the Black Sea to snatch Hippolyta's golden belt. This myth has no realistic prototype at all. This myth would make perfect sense if the mythical daughter of the Amazons lived on the banks of the Strymon River in the Macedonian region. The pronunciation of Telmo, from the Don River, and Tremorn, from the river Strymon happened to be somewhat similar. The Dorians have a culture of training girls to receive military training. The Thracians, like the Dorians, are also Caucasian nomads. The Thracian tribe in Macedonia cultivates female warriors, and a queen happens to appear in this tribe. Then this queen, who sits on a large gold mine, will perfectly fit the image of Amazon Queen Hippolyta, who has a golden belt as a symbol of wealth. In Greek mythology, the Amazon tribes that were originally supposed to live in the Thracian region moved to the south coast of the Black Sea. This is actually related to the migration of the Thracians in history. Amazonian tribes did inhabit the Thracian region before the Mycenaean kingdom was destroyed by the Dorians. But at the same time that the Dorians used black iron weapons to invade the Peloponnese Peninsula, the Thracian tribes, who also used black iron weapons, also invaded the Asia Minor Peninsula after the collapse of the Hittite Empire, and established Ephesians on the Asia Minor Peninsula, Kingdom of Lygia. When people made up myths after 1100 BC, the Amazon tribe had already moved to the Asia Minor Peninsula. So the people who made up the myths set the Amazon tribe on the south coast of the Black Sea. completely ignoring that there was no connection between the kingdom of Mycenae and the south coast of the Black Sea. Contact with historical facts. I have already decided to use 10 times the weight of gold to buy your black iron weapons. Do you still want me to use 20 times the weight of gold to buy your black iron weapons? Hearing Hippolyta's dissatisfied tone, Roy came back to his senses and shook his head. Queen Hippolyta. Even if you offer the price of 100 pounds of gold to buy a pound of black iron spearheads, I will not trade with you. When Roy has enough people to migrate to Macedonia, Roy will launch a war against the Amazon tribes and take the super-large gold mines in Macedonia as his own. Now Roy is trading weapons with Hippolyta. In the future, soldiers of the Kingdom of Athens will be killed by black iron weapons made by the Kingdom of Athens. You guy, why aren't you willing to sell me your weapons? Hippolyta said through gritted teeth. If you are worried about me using your weapons against you, then I can assure you that as long as you do not wage war against me, I will never use your weapons against you. Queen Hippolyta. Do you know what monopoly is? Roy explained with a smile. I can't sell you black iron weapons because the Kingdom of Athens must ensure that its military technology leads all other regions in the world. Chapter 333 Eats. Son of the Sun God. Feeling Hippolyta glaring at him fiercely, Roy continued. Queen Hippolyta. Although I cannot sell you the black iron weapons of the Kingdom of Athens, I can sell you bronze weapons and various bronze items. Bronze weapons are different from black iron weapons. No matter how much gold Hippolyta spent, it would be impossible to buy black iron weapons elsewhere outside the Kingdom of Athens. Roy doesn't sell bronze weapons. Hippolyta can buy bronze weapons from many places with gold. Instead of letting others exchange bronze weapons and carpetware for Hippolyta's gold, it would be better for Roy to earn Hippolyta's gold himself. Moreover, making the Amazon tribes rely on the Kingdom of Athens for weapons can also temporarily ensure peace between the two sides. Are you willing to sell me bronze weapons? Hippolyta said in an unhappy tone. Bronze weapons are not unique to your Kingdom of Athens. I can only exchange 1 pound of gold for the price of 1 pound of bronze to buy bronze weapons and various bronze wares from you. Can. Roy readily agreed to the price proposed by Hippolyta. But Hippolyta still said reluctantly. You should think about it and sell me the black iron weapons. I am going to turn all the men of the Pylos tribe into gold mining slaves. As long as you are willing to sell me the black iron weapons. Even if you ask for 1,000, I can accept a pound of gold in exchange for a pound of black iron weapons. Roy shook his head without hesitation and said. Queen Hippolyta. Gold can neither be eaten nor made into weapons or agricultural tools. What is the use of so much gold? The value of gold lies in the fact that someone is willing to buy gold jewelry at a high price. As long as I have no interest in gold jewelry, gold has no value. After Hippolyta and her 3,000 knights left with more than 10,000 men from the Pylos tribe, Roy and 1,500 iron spearmen remained in the Pylos tribe to manage more than 10,000 men from the Pylos tribe. A woman. When the Thyaean and Phaeacian tribes migrate to the west of the Macedonian Great Plains, Roy will return to the city of Iolcus with the Iron Lancers and more than 5,000 unmarried girls from the Pylos tribe. Sun tribe. This is the most powerful tribe in Thrace. The king of the tribe of the Sun tribe is Eats, the son of the sun god Helios. A fertile plain between the lower reaches of the Danube River and the Black Sea is where the royal tent of the Sun tribe is located. At this time, in the royal tent of the Sun tribe, Eats, the young and powerful son of Helios, the sun god, was receiving 2 special guests, Athamas and his son Phrixus. As the king of Thrace who nominally rules over all the tribes in Thrace, Eats sits on a throne made of gold and possesses incomparable power. The son of the sun god was not wearing a shirt, as if he was not afraid of the cold. And a sun disk was tattooed on his body with golden dye. He has long blonde hair tied into a bun, with a red headband and a short beard on his face. Both Athamas and Phrixus looked at Eats with awe. Fear almost written on their faces. Eats looked at Athamas and Phrixus with a teasing smile and asked. You said you have important news to tell me. Is this news worth wasting my precious time on you? Athamas nodded immediately and said. Great Eats. This news is indeed important. We, the tribe of Dorians, were defeated by the black-haired people of the south in the region of Thessaly. If those black-haired people were more numerous than us, we would be defeated by them. It's not surprising. But our 4 major Dorian tribes of more than 50,000 people were defeated by 1,500 black-haired warriors holding a black weapon. That black weapon was like the weapon of the gods. Just like that, our soldiers can be easily killed. Our bodies are as fragile as dead grass in autumn in front of the sharp edges of black weapons. Black weapon. Eats said with a frown. Are you unable to distinguish between gold and black? And mistake gold and bronze weapons for black weapons? My tribe also has sharp bronze weapons, which I bought from merchants from the Troy area. While speaking, Eats pulled out a bronze dagger from a scabbard. This bronze weapon is indeed very sharp. I am going to equip all my guards with bronze weapons. Athamas glanced at the bronze dagger in Eats' hand, then shook his head and said, Great Eats. This is not the black weapon that the black-haired people of the south used to defeat us. With all due respect, that black weapon is sharper than the dagger in your hand. You said that black weapons are sharper than bronze weapons. Athamas's words finally attracted Eats' attention. At this moment, a girl with dazzling blonde hair and a golden ring around her neck walked into the king's tent and said, Father, I have good news for you. The blonde girl walked to Eats and sat on the armrest of the golden throne and said, Our craftsmen have successfully forged bronze spearheads, and we no longer need to purchase bronze weapons from those merchants. Ha 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 ha. Eats immediately smiled happily. My dear daughter Phyllis, this is indeed good news. There are copper mines and woods on our territory, and we are also lucky to have craftsmen who can smelt bronze. All of this is the result of the great father god Helios' love for us. Soon our warriors will be equipped with bronze weapons made by ourselves. We don't have to worry about those farming peoples conquering us with bronze weapons, let alone other nomadic peoples coming to snatch our territory. Phrixus looked at Princess Phyllis, the daughter of Eats, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Among the girls he had ever seen, Phyllis was undoubtedly the most beautiful and noble. If he can become Phyllis's husband, he can regain his territory with the help of King Eats of the Sun tribe, and even have the opportunity to inherit Eats' throne and become the leader of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers in Thrace, the titular king of his territory and all tribes. Great Eats. Driven by some kind of desire, Phrixus said boldly, You have to see the threat from the kingdom of Athens. And I don't think they will be satisfied by taking the Thessaly region. I feel that they only have 1,500 black weapons now. And this is our best chance to eliminate the kingdom of Athens. Seeing Phrixus admonishing Eats without permission, Athamas said in a panic, Phrixus, how dare you speak without permission? Great Eats. Please forgive my son Phrixus, and I will teach him a lesson. Eats looked at Phrixus with eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, and teased with a smile. Young Phrixus, do you want to provoke a war between me and the kingdom of Athens, and ask me to help your father and son regain the territory and people? Phrixus shook his head without hesitation and said, I have no idea of taking advantage of you. I just want you to see the threat the kingdom of Athens poses to us. Chapter 334 Sun God King Helios. Seeing the sincere expression on Phrixus's face, Eats remained silent with a smile on his face. Just when Phrixus began to feel uneasy, a soldier guarding the king's tent came in and said, Your Majesty, the high priest of the Pylos tribe would like to see your Majesty. The tribe of Pylos who worshipped Dionysus, the god of wine. Eats said with confusion. Let him in. After a while, a middle-aged priest with disheveled hair walked into the king's tent, knelt in front of Eats and cried, Great Eats, please save our tribe of Pylos. The evil kingdom of Athens invaded the Great Plains of Macedonia, and not only killed our tribe's king, Pylos, but also turned our tribe of Pylos into slaves. Now only the great you can save our Pylos tribe. Not satisfied with conquering Thessaly, the kingdom of Athens actually invaded the Macedonian plain. Upon hearing the news, Eats' face immediately turned ugly. Now that the kingdom of Athens has proven their ambitions with facts, the kingdom of Athens is the enemy that the Sun tribe must face. Phrixus, it seems you are right. The kingdom of Athens is indeed a threat and enemy to our Sun tribe. Phrixus said happily after hearing Eats' praise for him. Your Majesty Eats, if you decide to deal with the kingdom of Athens, I am willing to lead your army. Then what reward do you want? I don't expect to regain my territory and people. I only hope that you can marry the beautiful Princess Phyllis to me. You want to be my son-in-law. Seeing her daughter Phyllis shaking her head anxiously, Eats smiled. Phrixus, if you can prove that you are good enough, I will give you a chance to become my son-in-law. Your Majesty Eats, the high priest of the Pylos tribe said loudly. I came to ask for your help. Why don't you respond to me first? Because you are the high priest of Dionysus, the god of wine. Eats said with a look of disgust. What I hate the most is you drunkards who are worse than women. You are like giant babies that will not grow up. You will only look to Dionysus or other tribes to save you. If the men of the Pylos tribe, you are all brave and powerful warriors. Even if you hold a wooden stick, you will not lose to the kingdom of Athens. There is no exaggeration in Eat's words. Roy was able to lead 1,500 iron spearmen to defeat the 4 major tribes of the Dorians, because he defeated the 4 major tribes of the Dorians one by one. If all the men over the age of 16 in the Pylos tribe fought Roy's army with wooden weapons, Roy would definitely lose to them. Because even if he could defeat them, Roy didn't want to commit huge casualties. It is a pity that the men of the Pylos tribe are not warriors who can fight to the death, but drunkards who worship Dionysus, the god of wine. Since the Pylos tribe has been wiped out by the kingdom of Athens, let the Pylos tribe disappear completely. You priests who serve Dionysus, the god of wine, must leave the Thracian region, because I will not allow you to use the belief in Dionysus to poison you. Thracian warriors from other tribes, your majesty Eats, do you want to eliminate the belief in Dionysus, the god of wine, in Thrace? The high priest of the Pylos tribe said in disbelief. It's okay if you don't save the tribe of Pylos, but you actually want to expel the great Dionysus, the god of wine. You don't understand what a great god Dionysus is. If all the tribes in Thrace worshipping the god of wine, all Thracian warriors drank wine before going into battle, then all Thracian tribes will be destroyed, and all Thracian men will become slaves, watching helplessly as foreign conquerors take our wives and daughters as their own. Eats looked at the high priest of the Pylos tribe with cold eyes and said coldly, "Don't challenge my patience. Leave Thrace immediately before I decide to kill you." Although Dionysus, the god of wine, was a god in Thrace, he was expelled by the king of Thrace. This is a story truly recorded by a myth from another world. The Thracian king named Lycurgus was described in Greek mythology as a madman for expelling Dionysus, the god of wine. Greek mythology is a very true reflection. Lycurgus, as the king of Thrace, did not believe in the Greek gods. Therefore, he was a cruel and godless tyrant in Greek mythology. After the high priest of the Pylos tribe, Athamas, and Phrixus all left the royal tent, Phyllis immediately complained to Eats dissatisfied. "Father, although children's marriage should be decided by their parents, why did you marry me to Phrixus? He was originally the heir to a large tribe of 10,000 people. But now he has lost his tribe and territory." "Phyllis, I didn't say I wanted to marry you to Phrixus," Eats explained with a smile. "I just want to use Phrixus and give him a chance. If he is really good, I will be able to marry you to him." Floating above the royal tent of the Sun tribe is a huge royal tent that cannot be seen by the naked eye. This magnificent royal tent is like the sun, always shining with dazzling light. This Sky King's tent is the temple of the sun god Helios, the king of gods in Thrace. At this time, in the Thracian pantheon, the sun god Helios sat on the golden throne, and in front of him stood the Dorian god Hieron and the wine god Dionysus. "Dear brother Chiron, how long has it been since we last met?" Helios looked at Chiron with a smile and teased. "The Dorians you guarded moved to the Thessaly region far away from the Sun tribe, and broke away from the rule of the Sun tribe. I thought you also broke away from my pantheon, but I didn't expect you to come to my pantheon again." Hieron bowed his head respectfully and said, "The great sun god King Helios, the humble Hieron will always be your subordinate gods." Helios looked at Chiron with a satisfied expression, and then said with some disappointment, "Hieron, you are one of my watchdogs. I originally thought that the Dorians could go south to conquer the Mycenaeans, and you would trample Zeus under your feet. Then Zeus would be trampled by my Helios watchdog, a second-class dog at your feet. Unexpectedly, you still let me down after all. Do you deserve to call yourself a Foresight, Prometheus, like this?" "Your Majesty Helios," Hieron said with some reluctance. "If the kingdom of Athens had not suddenly risen, the Dorians would have certainly been able to conquer the Mycenaeans, and I would have trampled Zeus under my feet. Prove to the gods that Prometheus is the dog at the feet of the sun god King Helios, and that Zeus is Prome, the dog under the feet of Zeus. Zeus is the dog trampled under the feet of the dogs of Helios. This is the difference between the humble Zeus and the great Helios. I will give you a chance to stay in my pantheon." Looking at Dionysus, the god of wine, the smile on Helios' face disappeared, and he said in a cold voice with no expression on his face, "Why don't you get out? There is no place for a loser like you in my pantheon of gods." Chapter 335 Dionysus wants to be a giant baby. Faced with Helios's harsh words, Dionysus said, as if he was showing off, "I am also a local god in the Thracian region. How can you drive me out of my hometown? Since I am a new god, please tolerate and take care of me as your son. You are a giant baby, who has never grown up. I have tolerated you for hundreds of years. Helios said angrily. What use can you, the god of wine, do? Can drinking help humans fill their stomachs? Can drinking help humans win wars? Humans who worship you and imitate you will eventually destroy themselves and disappear into history. Of course I know. My biggest problem is the identity of Dionysus. Dionysus said, pretending to be innocent. But I am a new god. And those powerful gods have been divided up by gods who were born earlier. If you don't object, let me become the son of the great sun god King Helios, and the second-generation sun god in the future. I believe that with the identity of the second-generation sun god, I will be able to get rid of the identity of a giant baby and become a powerful god. I don't want such a useless son like you, Helios said, waving to Dionysus. Dionysus, leave my pantheon and Thrace immediately and go find a god who is willing to make you his son. Then I will go find God the Father who is willing to accept me as his son. Dionysus said as he turned to leave. I believe that as long as I am shameless, there will be powerful father gods, mother gods, brother gods, and sister gods to take care of me and give me their powerful godheads. I heard that Apollo Smintheus, in the Troy area, he is the most powerful god in the western part of Asia Minor. I want to recognize him as my brother god. Zeus has also developed well in the Peloponnese Peninsula. I want to recognize him as my father god. Most importantly, I want to recognize him as my father god. The Biz area recognizes the goddess Mnemosyne as the mother goddess, and then inherits her Delphi temple to become the god of prophecy. The Delphi temple is a holy place recognized by the Pelasgi people in all Greece. As long as I become the owner of the Delphi temple, you can become a powerful god. When he reached the door of the temple, Dionysus suddenly stopped, turned to look at Helios and said, before leaving, I decided to propose to the moon goddess Bendis. As long as I become the husband of the moon goddess Bendis, even if you are the sun god king, you cannot drive me away. Helios mocked with a sneer. How could Bendis, the moon goddess, marry you? Then I will learn from my father god Zeus and unilaterally fabricate the myth that the moon goddess Bendis married me. In order to test Bendis's reaction, I first asked my priests to fabricate the story of the moon goddess Bendis. The myth of Ariadne marrying Dionysus. Pylos tribe. Roy waited here for 3 days. And finally waited for the Phothier tribe and the Pharis tribe. Just when Roy was about to return to the city of Iolcus with 1,500 iron spearmen and more than 5,000 unmarried girls from the Pylos tribe, an envoy from the Amazon tribe interrupted Roy's plan. The royal tent of the Pylos tribe. Roy sat on a throne covered with leopard skin, listening to the news brought by Hippolyta's messenger. You said that Eats of the Sun tribe gathered 10,000 Thracian knights to defeat the kingdom of Athens that invaded the Thracian region. After listening to the messenger's words, Roy frowned and said, why did Queen Hippolyta tell me this important news? She could have just watched the kingdom of Athens be defeated by Eats, and then took the western part of the Macedonian plain as her own. Hippolyta's messenger explained. King of Athens. Queen Hippolyta tells you this news because Queen Hippolyta believes that the purpose of the Sun tribe is not only to defeat the kingdom of Athens, but also to conquer the Amazon tribe. The western part of the Great Plains of Macedonia is far away from the territory of the Sun tribe. And it is also the sphere of influence of the Amazon tribe. The tribe of the Sun dispatched 10,000 Thracian knights to attack the kingdom of Athens, which was obviously a loss more than the gain. It would be very reasonable if the true purpose of the Sun tribe was to conquer the powerful and wealthy Amazon tribe, which owns gold mines. Then Queen Hippolyta means to join forces with our kingdom of Athens to fight against the Sun tribe. Hippolyta's messenger nodded and said, although all the tribes in the Thracian region surrender to the Sun tribe in name, and Helios, the sun god who protects the Sun tribe, is also regarded as the king of the gods in Thrace, our Amazon tribe only surrenders to the Sun tribe in name. If the Sun tribe wants to control the Amazon tribe, we will definitely resist the Sun tribe. Then I will take my iron lances to the Amazon tribe now to show Queen Hippolyta my sincerity of cooperation. After saying that, Roy immediately stood up and left the king's tent, going outside to gather his iron spearmen. After gathering all 1,500 iron spearmen, Hippolyta's envoy led Roy's army to leave the Pylos tribe and go to the Amazon tribe next to the Strymon River. The area of Macedonia is 19,000 square kilometers. The area of the western part of the Macedonian Great Plain is 5,700 square kilometers. which is equivalent to the area ruled by 2 large city-states. The Amazon tribes ruled an area of 13,000 square kilometers in the central and eastern part of the Macedonian Great Plain, equivalent to 5 large city-states. If Hippolyta was just a queen of 5 cities, the power of Bendis, the moon goddess, would never have been powerful enough to make Hippolyta a demigod hero. Because although the Amazon tribe rules an area equivalent to 5 large city-states, its population is only about 60,000. In addition to the Amazon tribes, Hippolyta controlled 12 vassal tribes with a population of 60,000. These vassal tribes also regard the moon goddess Bendis as their patron saint. It is precisely because the moon goddess Bendis has more than 100,000 adult subjects that she can make Hippolyta a demigod hero. With the addition of the territories of the 12 vassal tribes, Hippolyta should be considered a queen of 10 cities. The 12 female knights who followed Hippolyta were also the daughters of the leaders of the 12 vassal tribes. River Strymon, Amazon tribal settlement. On his way here, Roy learned this information from Hippolyta's messenger. Hippolyta learned that Roy had arrived with an army, and she personally came outside the tribe to greet Roy and express her importance to Roy. When Roy saw Hippolyta greeting him and the 12 female knights behind her, his eyes widened in shock. Because Hippolyta, who appeared in Roy's sight at this time, was not wearing full-body armor that hid her delicate face and slender figure, but was wearing a long-sleeved dress that highlighted her figure. Even the 12 female knights behind Hippolyta were all dressed in leather armor and short skirts, proudly showing off their beautiful faces and powerful figures. King of Athens, welcome to our Amazon tribe. After Hippolyta took the initiative to greet Roy, Roy jumped off the horse and looked at Hippo, who was wearing a long-sleeved white cotton dress with a gold belt to outline her slender waist. Her beautiful blonde hair was particularly dazzling in the sun. Liut couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, full-body armor doesn't suit you. Chapter 336 Reasons to Fight Against the Sun Tribe. The royal tent of the Amazon tribe. After Roy and Hippolyta sat down at the guest and host seats respectively, they saw that the dining table was filled with pure gold bowls and plates. Even the forks and spoons were pure gold tableware. Roy felt emotional once again. This is the luxurious life of sitting on a super big gold mine. While Hippolyta's servants brought barbecue, fruit, wine and other food, Roy took the initiative to speak to Hippolyta. Queen Hippolyta, do you really want to join forces with our kingdom of Athens to deal with the Sun tribe? I think the target of the Sun tribe should only be our kingdom of Athens. What good will it do to the Sun tribe to deal with your kingdom of Athens? Hippolyta smiled confidently. Even if the goal of the Sun tribe is really just the kingdom of Athens, I cannot tolerate the appearance of vassal tribes of the Sun tribe to the west of the Amazon tribe, surrounding our Amazon tribe on 3 sides. To the south of the Amazon tribe is the Aegean Sea, and to the east and north are the territories of the Sun tribe. If even the west side of the Amazon tribe becomes the territory of the Sun tribe and is surrounded by the Sun tribe on 3 sides, the Amazon tribe will have to truly surrender to the Sun tribe and become a vassal controlled by the Sun tribe. Therefore, even if the Sun tribe's goal is really just the kingdom of Athens, Hippolyta cannot tolerate the Sun tribe controlling the west of the Macedonian plain. Since the Amazon tribe has enough reason to join forces with the kingdom of Athens to deal with the Sun tribe, Roy said with a bright smile. Queen Hippolyta, the Sun tribe is undoubtedly our common enemy. How do you think we should deal with the Sun tribe? Because of time constraints, our kingdom of Athens cannot summon more soldiers. I can only bring 1,500 iron lancers went into battle. That's enough, Hippolyta said with a smile. If you have too many soldiers, others will think that it was the kingdom of Athens that defeated the Sun tribe, rather than our Amazon tribe defeating the Sun tribe. Your Majesty the King of Athens, with the help of your kingdom of Athens, I am very confident in defeating the Sun tribe. So let's talk about the division of the spoils now. After we defeat the Sun tribe, I plan to conquer the land to the west of the Sea of Marmara, allowing our Amazon tribe to own the ports of the Black Sea, and control the Dardanelles Strait and the Bosporus Strait. The power of the Amazon tribe expanded to the Sea of Marmara, which was equivalent to half the territory controlled by the Amazon tribe. Hippolyta changed from the queen of 10 cities to the queen of 15 cities. More importantly, if the Amazon tribe controls the Dardanelles and Bosporus, they will be able to control the sea lanes of the Black Sea world and the Mediterranean world. In the era 3,600 years later, the Husky Kingdom turned the Black Sea fleet of the domineering Rakshasa Kingdom into a lake fleet because of its control of the Dardanelles Strait and the Bosporus Strait. Defeating the Sun tribe, the Amazon tribe will gain such huge benefits. What can the kingdom of Athens gain? Queen Hippolyta. After defeating the Sun tribe, what will be the spoils for our kingdom of Athens? I'll give you 1,000 horses and 10,000 pounds of gold as trophies. What do you think? 1,000 horses. 10,000 pounds of gold. Do you think of me as a mercenary hired by you? Although Roy was dissatisfied with the distribution of the spoils, he could not object, because the kingdom of Athens simply did not have enough population to migrate to Thrace and control the Dardanelles or Bosporus. In order to relieve his depressed mood, Roy looked at Hippolyta's graceful figure and asked while changing the subject. Queen Hippolyta, I have a question for you. Will you become the queen of the Amazon tribe because the Amazon tribe, which worships the moon goddess Bendis, has a tradition of letting princesses inherit the throne? No. Hippolyta shook her head and said, it was by chance that I became the queen of the Amazon tribe. Before me, all the leaders of the Amazon tribe were men. When my father became the king of the Amazon, all my brothers died in infancy. So I inherited the throne becomes queen. So do you have a husband now? Although I am 18 years old, I don't have a husband yet. Because my husband must be a stronger man than me. Thinking of the battle she lost to Roy, Hippolyta blushed and looked at Roy with burning eyes. Why do you care about whether I have a husband? If you want to be my husband, I recognize your qualifications to propose to me. Because you have defeated me before and you are a stronger man than me. Propose to Hippolyta. Thinking of the many girls around him, Roy could only say with a wry smile, Queen Hippolyta, if we could meet earlier, I would definitely pursue you because you are as beautiful, noble and powerful as a goddess. But I already have a fiancé. And I believe you are not willing to be with another girl, serving the same husband. You're right. After learning that Roy already had a fiancé, Hippolyta smiled bitterly with a disappointed expression. It seems that I want to marry a husband who is stronger than myself. This condition may prevent me from marrying for the rest of my life. After Hippolyta's servants brought all the grilled meat, fruits, wine and other food to the table, Roy and Hippolyta enjoyed the food with pure gold tableware while communicating about various situations in the kingdom of Athens and the Amazon tribe. After learning that the kingdom of Athens had white salt, grain, bronze, olive oil and other commodities, Hippolyta stared at Roy with greedy eyes like a leopard staring at her prey. King of Athens, your kingdom of Athens is so rich. Almost all the commodities of your kingdom of Athens are what we need. I want to use gold to buy your white salt, bronze, grain, olive oil and other commodities. Are you willing to sell them to us? What do I need so much gold for? Roy said helplessly. Queen Hippolyta, I have told you a long time ago that in this era of barter, gold can neither be eaten nor made into weapons or agricultural tools. If you are willing to exchange cattle, sheep, horses, wool and other commodities, our kingdom of Athens can trade with the Amazon tribe. Of course Roy knew that the trading of white salt, grain, and bronze between the kingdom of Athens and the Amazon tribe might make the Amazon tribe stronger. When the kingdom of Athens and the Amazon tribe become enemies, the Amazon tribe will be a more powerful enemy than now. But the Amazon tribe is sitting on a gold mine. Even if the kingdom of Athens does not trade with the Amazon tribe, there will be other merchants selling goods to the Amazon tribe in exchange for their gold. Since the Amazon tribe cannot be prevented from trading with other merchants, it is better to let the kingdom of Athens exchange these commodities for the Amazon tribe's cattle, sheep, horses and other commodities, and also make the Amazon tribe dependent on the kingdom of Athens for trade. Hippolyta nodded in agreement and said, you are right. Then let's trade cattle, sheep, horses and other commodities. But you have to give us a reasonable price, and not lower the price of our commodities. Chapter 337 I will help you in the war. Silent night. Roy couldn't sleep in the tent arranged by Hippolyta. So he came outside to admire the night sky. The early summer night breeze blows slowly, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Unfortunately, there are not only many wild animals on the grassland, but also many harmful or harmless bugs active at night. After I conquer the northern grasslands, I must cover the ground with cement to keep all kinds of animals and bugs away from the space where humans live. Just when Roy was thinking about his future plans, two divine lights suddenly fell from the sky and turned into two pillars of gods 100 meters tall on the banks of the Strymon River. They were Bendis and Bendis, the goddesses of the moon and hunting worshipped by the Amazon tribe. Dionysus. The two gods faced each other across the Strymon River, and the goddess Bendis looked at Dionysus with disdain and teased. Dionysus. The Pylos tribe you guarded has been wiped out. Now you are a wandering god, who has lost your territory. What is your purpose in coming to my territory? If you want me to help you regain your territory, then don't now that I have spoken. It has been proven that I cannot defeat the patron saint of the kingdom of Athens. Dear Bendis, I am not asking you to help me regain my territory. Dionysus said with a bright and beautiful smile. I'm here to propose to you. I want you to marry me and let me share your territory and authority. What did you say? After hearing Dionysus's declaration of being a soft rice, Bendis widened his eyes in surprise and said, It's a shame that you can say such shameless words. Are you still a man like this? Don't say that I have no idea of getting married. Even if I really want to get married, I will only marry a male god who is more powerful than me. Like? How could I agree to marry you? A loser like you who can't even protect yourself. Bendis, do you really not want to think about it? Dionysus said without any discouragement. I plan to find a father god, mother god, brother god, and sister god in the Aegean Sea who are willing to let me be my son and brother. When I have a powerful father god, mother god, brother god, and sister god, my authority will improve accordingly. If you don't want to marry me now, you might regret it in the future. Shut up, Bendis said in disgust. Are you still a god of the nomads? Even as a goddess, I am a hunting goddess with war attributes. I don't need to rely on other male gods. As a male god, you will only rely on other gods. Help. There's no way. Who told me that my godhead is the god of Dionysus? Dionysus said helplessly. Do you think I want to surrender? If I had the godhead of war, or even the godhead of the sun, unfortunately. The reality is that I am a useless god of wine in the war between humans and gods. Dionysus, Bendis said with a frown. Although I sympathize with you as the god of wine, I will not help you, let alone agree to marry you because of sympathy. Leave my territory immediately before I use force to expel you. You are so heartless. After saying this with a smile, Dionysus turned into a divine light and flew towards the Asia Minor Peninsula. After Dionysus left, Bendis did not leave, but looked at Roy with fierce eyes. Apparently she had noticed Roy's gaze. Can you see me and Dionysus? Roy nodded honestly and said, Great goddess Bendis, I can indeed see the form of your gods. Then I'll give you a warning. Don't do anything detrimental to the Amazon tribe. After saying that, Bendis turned into a ray of light and flew towards the mountainous area in the north. After confirming that Bendis left, Roy said with a smile, Bendis, the goddess of the moon and hunting, her stubbornness is really like Artemis, the goddess of hunting. No wonder in the history of another world, the Greeks deliberately confused Bendis and Artemis to make Artemis the Miss replaced Bendis as the goddess of the moon and hunting. After the Thracians established the kingdom of Phrygia in Asia Minor, Bendis also became the moon goddess of Asia Minor. The Temple of the Moon, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, may have it is dedicated to Bendis. Perhaps the moon goddess of the Hittite Empire, because of the confusion between Bendis and Artemis. This moon temple, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, was also mistakenly named Artemis, Temple of Sri Lanka. Just as Roy was about to return to his tent, Hippolyta's voice suddenly reached Roy's ears. You can't sleep either. Roy looked towards the direction of the sound and saw Hippolyta walking over wearing a thin white cotton nightgown. The bright moonlight shone on Hippolyta, making her as beautiful as a moon goddess. Hippolyta walked up to Roy and saw Roy's eyes widening blankly. She said with a bright and sweet smile, Is your reaction now because of my beauty? Even the powerful king of Athens was defeated by my beauty. It seems that everyone's praise of my beauty is true. I'm not defeated by your beauty. Roy came back to his senses, looked at Hippolyta with a complicated expression and said, But I admit that your beauty will not lose to other girls. Unfortunately, your beauty will not only become your weapon, but will also bring disaster to you. Those men who are stronger than you may not have conquered the Amazon tribe. Next, I will launch a war against the Amazon tribe because of your beauty, and use their force to take you as my own. It is just to prevent this from happening that I join forces with you to defeat the Sun tribe. Hippolyta said with a serious face. Among the forces adjacent to the Amazon tribe now, the only men stronger than me are Eats, the king of the tribe of the Sun tribe, and you, the king of Athens. As long as the Sun tribe is defeated, you are the only one who can conquer me with force. Then you're not worried that I will use force to take you for myself. If you really want me, you can propose to me now. Hippolyta said with a smile. I can see that you really don't get what I'm thinking. Hippolyta was right. Although Roy was amazed by Hippolyta's beauty, he really didn't get what she thought. By the time the kingdom of Athens has enough people to migrate to Thrace, and Roy can conquer Hippolyta like Hele, Alcestis, and Laodamia, Hippolyta may have already been married. People. Queen Hippolyta. What's on your mind when you can't sleep late at night? I'm worried about the war with the Sun tribe. Hippolyta said in a low voice. Although I look confident on the surface, in my heart I am not completely sure of defeating the Sun tribe. After all, the Sun tribe is the most powerful tribe in Thrace. Once I lose this war, I can't imagine it. Amazonian tribes will be hit hard. Seeing Hippolyta showing her weak and girly side, Roy couldn't help but want to hold her in his arms and care for her. Thinking of Procne and Philomela, Roy suppressed his inner thoughts and said with a firm expression, no matter how powerful the Sun tribe and Eats are, I will definitely help you in this war. Chapter 338 An Inevitable War. Rhodope Mountains in Thrace. In more ancient times, this was the birthplace of the belief in Dionysus, the god of wine, and the territory of the Pylos tribe who worshipped the god of wine, Dionysus. Later, as the Amazon tribes migrated over, the Pylos tribe was forced to move westward with Dionysus, the god of wine. In the end, because they were unable to conquer the Dorians in Thessaly, they could only be squeezed out by the Amazon tribes in the Macedonian plains. Pressure on living space. Now the eastern part of the Rhodope Mountains has become the territorial boundary between the Amazon tribe and the Sun tribe. The east and north of the eastern Rhodope Mountains are the territory of the Sun tribe. In order to prevent Eats, the king of the Sun tribe, from bringing tens of thousands of Thracian knights into the territory of the Amazon tribe, Queen Hippolyta of the Amazon tribe summoned 5,000 knights to the eastern Rhodope Mountains. He accompanied Hippolyta with 1,500 lancers to the west of Dongluojuobe mountain, while Roy and Hippolyta came here with their armies. Eats also brought tens of thousands of Thracian knights to the east of Rhodope mountain. After the two armies faced off, the Sun tribe did not launch a direct attack. Seeing Eats, wearing a golden crown, riding alone towards the Amazon army, Hippolyta, fully armed and hiding her face with a visor and helmet, also rode towards Eats alone. After the two came to the middle of the two armies at the same time, Eats took the initiative to ask Hippolyta. Are you Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons who is rumored to own a gold mine? Even if you are a woman, there is no need to hide your face in front of me. If Hippolyta, while being a woman, possesses the heroic qualities to intimidate others, Hippolyta does not want to hide her face with a mask and helmet. It's a pity that Hippolyta's face is too delicate, and her temperament can neither deter the enemy nor her own soldiers. So she must use full armor to disguise herself as a man. King Eats of the Sun tribe. As soon as we started fighting, you realized that being heavily armed would keep me from getting hurt. Why are we fighting? Eats said with a smile. We are both Thracian tribes, and I am still your nominal king. I do not want to fight with you, Hippolyta. My goal is to crusade against the kingdom of Athens and drive the greedy black-haired southerners out of our Thracian tribe, the territory of the race people. Then what? Hippolyta teased. After driving away the kingdom of Athens, will you let us Amazon tribes take over western Macedonia and Thessaly? Eats shook her head without hesitation and said, I summoned tens of thousands of Thracian knights and sacrificed huge manpower and material resources to drive away the kingdom of Athens, not to help your Amazon tribe expand its territory. After driving away the kingdom of Athens, I will divide the western part of Macedonia and Thessaly, a tribe that fought with meritorious service. King Eats. Now the east and north of our Amazon tribe are the territory of the Sun tribe. I will not allow the west side of the Amazon tribe to become the territory of your Sun tribe. If the Amazon tribe is surrounded by the Sun tribe on three sides, in the future the Amazon tribe is an enemy of the Sun tribe, and our only option to escape is to jump into the Aegean Sea to the south. Why is the Amazon tribe an enemy of the Sun tribe? As long as your Amazon tribe obeys the orders of the Sun tribe like other tribes, I guarantee that the Sun tribe will never be an enemy of the Amazon tribe. But I don't want to be a vassal of your Sun tribe, Hippolyta said firmly. King Eats. If you want to avoid a war between us, take your army and leave. If you don't leave, our Amazon tribe and the kingdom of Athens will become your enemies. Facing Hippolyta's threat, Eats said with a smile. Hippolyta, you want to challenge the son of the sun god? Then I will fulfill your wish and defeat you and the kingdom of Athens. After you lose this war, you will be used as a spoil of war and become one of my wives. Amazon the tribe will become a vassal of the Sun tribe. And our children will inherit the throne of the Amazon tribe in the future. Eats. You really have the ambition to control our Amazon tribe, Hippolyta said, glaring at Eats with an angry look. It's a pity that your ambition will not succeed. You will be the loser in this war. After speaking, Hippolyta turned her horse's head and left. Looking at Hippolyta's leaving figure, Eats said calmly, just as Father God Helios is the king of the gods in Thrace, I am also the king of kings of all the tribes in Thrace. Your Amazon tribe not only refuses to be a vassal of the Sun tribe, but also has gold mines to rapidly increase your strength. What's wrong with me wanting to control you? Do I have to wait for the Amazon tribe to surpass the Sun tribe in strength? The Amazon queen to become the king of kings in Thrace? And the moon goddess Bendis to replace the sun god Helios, king of the gods in Thrace? After saying that, Eats also turned his horse's head and left. Hippolyta returned to the front of the Amazon army and immediately shouted to her 5,000 knights. My brave warriors! Eats of the Sun tribe no longer hides his ambition to control us. For the great goddess Bendis and for our freedom, I will lead you to defeat the Sun tribe. The fate of the Amazon tribe it is up to us and no one else can be our master. Defeat the Sun tribe. Defeat the Sun tribe. Defeat the Sun tribe. Inspired by Hippolyta, the 5,000 knights of the Amazon tribe let out a thunderous cry. Roy looked at this scene and was not surprised at all that the negotiation between Hippolyta and Eats failed. If Roy had stood in Eats' position, he would not have allowed the Amazon tribe, which owns gold mines, to escape the control of the Sun tribe and become the biggest threat to the Sun tribe. Now that this war is inevitable, Roy also shouted to his soldiers, fighters of the kingdom of Athens, this is not only the war of the Amazon tribe, but also our war. In order to prevent the territory of the kingdom of Athens from being threatened, we must work with the Amazon tribe to defeat the Sun tribe. Now everyone, dismount with me. After saying that, Roy took the lead and jumped off the horse. Before the advent of saddles, stirrups and other horse equipment, fighting on horseback was very dangerous. Roy would never let his iron spearmen fight on horseback with the nomads who grew up on horseback. At this moment Eats also shouted to his 10,000 knights. Sun knights! Every land where the sun shines is the territory of the great sun god Helios. When we fight under the sun, we will be protected by the great sun god Helios and will not lose to any enemy. Now for the sake of Helios, the sun god, and for the Sun tribe to become stronger, I will lead you to defeat the enemy and trample the enemy's corpse under my feet with our horse hooves. After saying that, Helios directly raised his bronze war spear and took the lead in charging towards the combined forces of the Amazon tribe and the kingdom of Athens. Tens of thousands of knights from the Sun tribe immediately followed Eats. Chapter 339 Bendis and Helios. At the foot of the eastern Rhodope mountains, the coalition forces of the kingdom of Athens and the Amazon tribe and the army of the Sun tribe were like two torrents colliding together. The Moon Knights of the Amazon tribe and the Sun Knights of the Sun tribe both fight on horseback, and most of them use wooden or stone spears as weapons, making it difficult to cause fatal damage to the enemy. But as long as they knock the enemy off their horses, they can let their horses trample the enemies with their hoofs. While ordinary Moon Knights and ordinary Sun Knights were fighting, Hippolyta rushed towards Eats with 500 Moon Knights using bronze spears. Although the Sun Knights had a numerical advantage, Hippolyta believed that the war could be won as long as Eats, the tribal king of the Sun tribe, could be defeated quickly. Eats obviously had the same idea. So when Hippolyta approached Eats, Eats also approached Hippolyta with 1,000 Sun Knights using bronze spears. Hippolyta, let me see how powerful your proud queen is. Eats, you will regret starting this war. There was a muffled bang. Hippolyta's black horse and Eats' white horse collided with each other with their heads. Hippolyta and Eats on horseback also used bronze spears to attack each other fiercely. There was a loud explosion. The spears of Hippolyta and Eats clashed. Although Hippolyta and Eats are both demigod heroes, the sun god Helios is the strongest god in Thrace. So Eats has the blessing and support of the sun god Helios. With the blessing of divine power, he is also more powerful than Hippolyta. In the first round of the battle between the two, Hippolyta was suppressed by Eats' powerful power, and the war spear in her hand was almost knocked away by Eats. Seeing that she could not compete head-on with Eats, Hippolyta immediately changed her fighting style and wanted to defeat Eats with her fighting skills. But Eats, As a warrior who is more than 10 years older than Hippolyta, his fighting skills and combat experience are also better than Hippolyta's. From the first round of the battle between the two, Hippolyta was completely suppressed by Eats in the battle. When Hippolyta's strength begins to fail, Eats is able to defeat Hippolyta without taking any damage to herself. While Hippolyta and Eats were fighting fiercely, Roy also entered the battlefield with 1,500 Iron Spearmen and began to unilaterally massacre the Sun Knights of the Sun tribe. The Iron Lancers can either use their sharp spear blades to chop down the Sun Knights on horseback, or they can also use their sharp spear blades to stab their horses. When a war horse is injured, it often begins to run wildly. Once a knight falls off his horse, he usually dies in the battlefield when his horse tramples him. Even if the knight did not fall off his horse, he would be carried away by the injured horse far away from the scene. When Roy's Iron Lancers joined the battlefield, the Sun Knights, who originally had a numerical advantage, immediately fell into a disadvantageous situation. Seeing the Iron Lancers killing their companions like chopping melons and vegetables, more and more Sun Knights began to flee the battlefield. If the Sun Knights were participating in this war to protect their tribe, perhaps they could show the will to fight to the death. Unfortunately, the war that Eats led them into was not to protect their tribe and family, but to invade the territory of the Amazon tribe. In this kind of war, once one's own side falls into an unfavorable situation, morale will easily collapse. Eats was observing the battlefield situation while fighting Hippolyta with ease. Seeing the Iron Spearmen of the Kingdom of Athens inflicting huge casualties on his Sun Knights, Eats murmured with his eyes widened in disbelief. This is the black weapon of the Kingdom of Athens. The damage caused by black weapons and bronze weapons are completely different levels. Our Sun tribe has just mastered the forging method of bronze weapons. The Kingdom of Athens has already used black weapons that are higher than bronze weapons on a large scale. Weapons? It's not fair, it's so unfair. How are we going to beat them with the difference in equipment level? Hippolyta saw that after the Iron Spearmen entered the battlefield, the balance of victory gradually tilted towards the Amazon tribe. She smiled while stubbornly blocking Eats' attack. Eats, my prophecy is about to come true. Victory in this war belongs to our Amazon tribe. We, the Sun tribe, will not lose. Eats looked up at the sun in the sky and prayed loudly. Great Father God Helios, please use your brilliance to destroy our enemies and let us win this war. Along with Eats' prayer, the sun god Helios, with the sun disk appearing behind him, descended on the battlefield with a huge figure of 1,000 meters tall and appeared on the east side of Rhodope Mountain. Looking down at the war on the ground, seeing the Sun Knights with numerical superiority being suppressed by the coalition forces of the Kingdom of Athens and the Amazon tribe, Helios said in a cold voice with no expression on his face. It really disappoints me that you need me personally to help you win this war. Although he said dissatisfied words, Helios still shined infinite divine light on the Sun Knight on the battlefield. With the divine blessing of Helios, the Sun Knights all increased their strength and courage and began to reverse the unfavorable situation. Eats received the divine blessing of Helios, and even exploded with amazing divine power to attack Hippolyta, knocking Hippolyta off her horse. Helios, at the same time that Hippolyta fell from her horse, the moon goddess Bendis came to the battlefield with an angry face and stood on the west side of Rhodope Mountain to confront Helios. It seems that the battle between the gods between us is inevitable. Bendis, Helios said with a bright and gentle smile. My dear sister, do you really want to challenge your brother? You should bow to me and let your beloved daughter Hippolyta surrender to my beloved son Eats and become Eats' loyal submissive wife. Although I don't deny our brother-sister relationship, I don't want to become your vassal. Bendis gritted his teeth and stared at Helios. I don't want to challenge your authority as the sun god king. I just want to have independent power. No. Helios said immediately. All gods in Thrace shall be members of my pantheon. And all tribes in Thrace shall be subject to my Sun tribe. If you and the Amazon tribe become exceptions, the other gods and tribes in Thrace will also give rise to the idea of betraying me and the Sun tribe. Then let's use fighting to resolve our differences. After Bendis finished speaking, he summoned a golden divine spear with his right hand, and then took the initiative to attack Helios. The sun god Helios did not make any move. He just bloomed with golden divine light and blazing solar fire like the sun, making the moon goddess Bendis unable to approach him. My stupid sister Bendis, who gave you the courage to challenge me? Unlike ignorant humans, you should know that the moon's light comes from the sun. So it is absolutely impossible for the moon to defeat the sun. Chapter 340 The Gods of Thrace. Although the sun god Helios only targeted the moon goddess Bendis, the fire of the sun he released still caused environmental changes, causing the Thracian steppe in early summer to be as hot as a furnace of flames. But this harsh hot environment did not stop human wars. The moon goddess Bendis also stubbornly tried to attack the body of the sun god Helios with a golden spear. Seeing Bendis approaching him step by step despite the burning of the sun's fire, Helios said in a cold voice with no expression on his face, "My stupid sister. Give up now." While speaking, rays of divine light descended behind Helios, becoming the patron saint worshipped by other tribes in the Thracian region. Gebelezus, the sky god of the Dacian tribe. Zalmoxes, the god of the underworld of the Geta tribe. Prestoros, the war god of the Apsan tribe. Candaean, the war god of the Crest One tribe. Suzybasold, the thunder god of the Dur tribe. Cybele, the earth goddess of the Phrygian tribe. Sabazios, the plant god of the Sabasa tribe. And Horos, the harvest god of the Zerath tribe. These gods are all subordinates of the sun god King Helios and members of the Thracian pantheon. The Thracian gods stood behind Helios. Although they did not make any move, the divine power they exuded still had an impact on Bendis, causing Bendis to have to retreat away from Helios and Thrace. Gods? While the moon goddess Bendis was suppressed by Helios and the Thracian gods, Hippolyta, who fell from her horse, was temporarily unable to withstand Eet's attack. Just when Eets rode up to Hippolyta and was about to press his spear blade against Hippolyta's beautiful neck, Roy arrived at Hippolyta's side in time and used his iron spear to repel Eet's war spear. Queen Hippolyta, stand up quickly. Hippolyta originally thought that this war would end with her defeat. Roy suddenly appeared to block Eet's attack. Looking at Roy's back protecting her, Hippolyta couldn't help but think of the scene of being protected by her father when she was a child. And an inexplicable warmth surged in her heart. A loud explosion. The sound of Roy's spear blade colliding with Eet's spear blade woke Hippolyta out of her memories. Hippolyta immediately stood up and prepared to join forces with Loe to defeat Eets. "Are you King Loe of Athens?" Eet said in an annoyed tone, as he swung his spear blade at Loe on horseback. "Hippolyta is my defeated prisoner and trophy. How dare you prevent me from getting her at this time?" Roy said with a joking smile. "I don't deny that you defeated Hippolyta. You can think that I took away your prisoners and trophies. If you want to get Hippolyta, use your strength to defeat me." While speaking, Roy suddenly stabbed Eet's white horse with his spear blade. Eet's white horse immediately stood up to avoid Roy's attack, proving that the white horse had amazing intelligence. Although Eet's white horse avoided Roy's attack, because the white horse stood up, Eets could not stay on the horse anymore and was forced to leave the horse and jump to the ground. Eets, who had his feet on the ground, looked at Roy with an annoyed look and said, "As a powerful demigod hero, you attack my horse. I don't like being looked down upon by you." Faced with Eet's accusation, Roy said without any shame, "Now that you are standing on the ground like me, I will naturally not attack your horse again." At this moment, Hippolyta came to Roy and said, "King of Athens, I am here to help you defeat Eets. Although Eets is the son of the powerful sun god, it is impossible for him to defeat us together. Stay out of the way." After hearing Hippolyta's words, Roy immediately said coldly with an unhappy expression, "This is a battle between us men. As a woman, you just need to stand behind and be protected by me." After saying that, Roy swung his spear blade and struck Eets. Eets also showed no weakness and attacked Roy with his spear blade. There was a loud explosion. Loe and Eets began to fight fiercely. Watching the battle between Loe and Eets, Hippolyta smiled with a complicated expression of joy and displeasure. "What does it mean, this is a battle between us men? How dare you look down on me as an ordinary girl? You are such an arrogant man. But the idea of you protecting me as an ordinary girl does not really disgust me." After the sun god Helios suppressed the moon goddess Bendis, he looked towards the ground. After seeing the battle between Roy and Eets begin, Roy used a powerful black iron weapon to suppress Eets. And Helios immediately said displeasedly, "My beloved son cannot lose to the son of another god." After saying this, Helios injected a divine power into Eets' body. Eets was originally completely suppressed by Roy in the battle due to the difference in weapons. With the divine blessing of the sun god Helios, Eets' divine power and speed immediately increased to a level that surpassed Roy's, and in turn began to suppress Roy. Faced with this situation, Roy could only pray to the goddesses of the Kingdom of Athens for help. Patron saints of the Kingdom of Athens, Come quickly and help me win this war. After Roy's prayer ended, the nearest goddess Mnemosyne rushed to the battlefield first and appeared next to the moon goddess Bendis. Dear Bendis, I'm here to help you. You? Looking at Mnemosyne, who came to him as an ally, Bendis said with a stubborn look. Even I can't deal with Helios's son Fire. So what can you do? Just like fire cannot burn the ground as the goddess of the earth, I can ignore the flames of the sun. After saying that, Mnemosyne brandished the black divine spear and charged at Helios. The solar fire of Helios turned into a blazing pillar of fire and rushed towards Mnemosyne just as it burned Bendis. Mnemosyne's divine power formed a thick earth-like shield around her body. No matter how much the fire of Helios sunburned it, it could not burn and melt the earth shield. Seeing Mnemosyne approaching him step by step, Helios said with an ugly expression, "The earth goddess is one of the opponents I least want to encounter. Your Majesty Helios, please let me deal with her." Cybele, the earth goddess of the Phrygian tribe, immediately stood in front of Helios and summoned a golden divine spear to fight Mnemosyne. Helios did not stop Cybele. There was a loud explosion. Mnemosyne rushed to Cybele like a lioness, and her divine spear collided with Cybele's. Just when Cybele thought she was about to have a close battle with Mnemosyne, Cybele began to retreat step by step involuntarily under the impact of Mnemosyne's divine power. In the history of another world, when the Thracians entered the Asia Minor Peninsula and transformed into a farming nation, the earth goddess Cybele would become the great goddess of the Thracians. Nowadays, the Thracians are still nomadic people, and the power of Cybele cannot match the earth goddess of the farming people. Chapter 341. The patron saint of Athens fights 1 against 2. In the history of another world, the Thracians would migrate to the Asia Minor Peninsula 500 years later and establish the powerful Phrygian kingdom. However, only the coastal areas of the Asia Minor Peninsula have a Mediterranean climate, and the inland plateaus have a subtropical summer dry climate. The Asia Minor Peninsula was obviously not suitable for nomadic people to survive. So the Thracians transformed into an agricultural people in the Asia Minor Peninsula. For nomadic peoples, most of their food comes from grazing or hunting. So it is difficult for nomadic peoples to become the highest gods over the gods such as the earth goddess, plant god, and harvest god. But for agricultural people, most of their food comes from the output of the earth. So the earth goddess will have the supreme status among the gods. In the creation myth of another world, the creation goddess Gaia split herself into Gaia, the mother of the earth, Uranus, the god of the sky, and Pontos, the god of the sea. The trinity of Gaia, the mother of the earth, Uranus, the god of the sky, and Pontos, the god of the sea. This is the original goddess of creation, Gaia, who can also be called Chaos, the god of chaos. The earth goddess Gaia has such a lofty status in Greek mythology. Of course, because the Greeks are an agricultural people. Today's Thracians are nomadic people who live by herding, fishing and hunting. Therefore, as the Thracian earth goddess, Cybele's power and divine power are far from comparable to that of Mnemosyne, who is also the earth goddess. After seeing the goddess battle between Mnemosyne and Cybele begin, Cybele was completely suppressed by Mnemosyne. Heroes, the harvest god of the zealous tribe, immediately spoke to Helios. "Your Majesty Helios, I am going to help the goddess Cybele." After saying this, Heroes rushed towards Mnemosyne with a wooden harvest scepter. Because Helios had no objection, he agreed with Helios to help Cybele. In the history of another world, after the Thracians transformed into a farming people, not only the earth goddess Cybele was worshipped as the great goddess by the Thracians in Asia Minor, but Heroes was also worshipped as a high-status goddess in the Thracian region. Lord God, Heroes is not only the horse-riding god of war, but also the god of plants, harvests and the underworld. The ram's horn symbol that symbolizes him is even engraved on coins by the Thracians to pray for harvest. This shows the status of Heroes. But that was all after thousands of years, when the Thracians transformed from a nomadic people into an agricultural people. Now that the Thracians were still a nomadic people, Heroes was just the harvest god, and one of the many war gods in the Thracian region. Seeing Heroes wielding the harvest stick to attack her, Mnemosyne easily fought 1 against 2 without falling into any disadvantage. Cybele and Heroes joined forces, but they were unable to suppress Mnemosyne. Gebelezus, the sky god of the Dacian tribe, immediately said to Helios, "Your Majesty Helios, I will also go to help the goddess Cybele. Do you want to disgrace us Thracian gods?" Helios scolded angrily. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough that Cybele and Heroes couldn't suppress Mnemosyne 2-on-1? Hearing Helios's words, Sky God Gebeleizes said in disbelief. Your Majesty Helios. Do you think that I, Cybele and Heroes, can't defeat Mnemosyne even if we fight 3 against 1? Helios said nothing, apparently acquiescing to Gebeleizes' guess. At this moment, a stream of sea water fell from the sky like a torrent. Sizzling, sizzling. Under the wash of this sea water, the fire of the sun around Helios's body was extinguished by the sea water. Immediately afterwards, Amphitrite came to the battlefield holding a silver trident and asked Mnemosyne, who was 1 against 2. Dear sister, do you need me to help you? Of course not. Mnemosyne said as she launched a violent attack on Cybele, the earth goddess, and Heroes, the harvest god. Do I look like I'm going to lose? Seeing that Mnemosyne did not need her help, Amphitrite turned to Helios and said, are you my enemy? Etc. Bendis immediately came to Amphitrite and said dissatisfiedly, Brother Helios is the king of the gods in the Thracian region. Only I am qualified to be his opponent. As a foreign god, you should be like Mnemosyne and compete with Brother Helios. The subjects fight. Amphitrite was not angry because of Bendis' words. She looked at Bendis with worried eyes and said, I have no intention of stealing the spotlight from you. But I am the goddess of the ocean. And my attributes can restrain each other from the sun god. The sun god's flame can evaporate the sea water. And my sea water can also extinguish the sun god's flame. As the moon goddess you, in terms of attributes, are the same as the sun god. This is not something you should worry about. Helios is my opponent. I see. Faced with Bendis' tough attitude, Amphitrite said with a gentle smile, then I will fight with Helios' subjects and help you weaken Helios' divine power. After saying that, Amphitrite pointed her silver trident at the gods behind Helios. Which of you will fight me? Gebeleizes, the sky god of the Dacian tribe, immediately rushed over and fought Amphitrite with a blue stick. Fight with me with this backward weapon, Amphitrite said sympathetically while waving her silver trident to suppress Gebeleizes. You nomadic gods are so pitiful. My fight with you is unfair. Seeing that the patron saint of the kingdom of Athens suppressed the patron saint of the Thracian region in a one-on-one battle, Helios' expression turned extremely ugly. Zalmoxes, the god of the underworld of the Geta tribe, took the initiative to say, I'm going to help Gebeleizes. Zalmoxes, the god of the underworld, was also a god of the underworld and harvest. The Getai who worshipped him would use human sacrifice rituals to pray to Zalmoxes to let them harvest more food. In order to beautify this human sacrifice ceremony, the Getai claimed that they were immortal and that the dead only went to Zalmoxes. Every 4 years, the Getai will select a person by lot as a messenger and send them to meet Zalmoxes in order to convey their needs to Zalmoxes through the messenger. The specific method of dispatch is to lift the messenger and throw it into the air, and let others holding sharp spears catch it below. If the messenger is stabbed to death by the point of an upright spear when he falls, it means that the messenger is accepted by Zalmoxes. If the messenger is not dead, he will be regarded as a bad person who is not accepted by God, and someone else will have to be replaced. Zalmoxes used a shepherd's whip as a weapon to attack Amphitrite. Amphitrite used the silver trident to suppress the sky god Gebeleizes with ease, while creating a huge with her left hand. Water snakes attack Zalmoxes, the god of the underworld. Seeing Zalmoxes evading the attack of the water snake in embarrassment, Amphitrite said with a smile, if it were inland far away from the sea, my strength would be severely weakened. This battlefield is only a few dozen miles away from the Aegean Sea. Even if we fight 1 against 3, I will not lose. Chapter 342 The All-Out War of the Gods. Of course, Mnemosyne and Amphitrite were not the only patron saints of the kingdom of Athens who could come to Thrace. Just when Bendis was about to challenge Helios again, a huge shadow suddenly enveloped the ground. Bendis raised his head and saw Metis falling from the sky with wings behind him. It was Metis' wings that blocked the sun's light just now. Metis came to the battlefield. First looked down at the war between humans, and then looked at Helios and said, it seems that you are the strongest god in Thrace. So you are the enemy I want to defeat. Etc. Bendis came to Metis again and said, Helios is my enemy, and your enemies should be Helios' subjects. Metis is no Amphitrite. After hearing what Bendis said, Metis said with a dissatisfied expression, I am the strongest and should challenge the strongest enemy. Do you think you are stronger than me? Isn't this a matter of course? Bendis said confidently. I am the only one qualified to be a rival with Helios. The guy who has no self-awareness. Metis said with a sneer. Then go challenge Helios and let me see if you can really fight him. Under the provocation of Metis, Bendis brandished his spear and charged at Helios. Prestolos. Candaean. Presterus. The god of war of the Apsan tribe. And Candaean. The god of war of the Creston tribe. Whose names were called by Helios. Immediately faced Bendis at the same time. Stay out of the way. Seeing the two war gods blocking him, Bendis attacked them with his war spear and shouted angrily. My opponent is Helios. Not you two subjects. Candaean said with a sneer at being so scorned by Bendis. Proud goddess Bendis. Although we are no match for you one-on-one. You underestimate us. You don't even need His Majesty Helios to take action. You can't even defeat the two of us. Candaean is right. Prestolos said in agreement, as he and Candaean attacked Bendis from both sides. Bendis. You are not qualified to challenge His Majesty Helios now. Just like your Amazon tribe is not qualified to challenge the Sun tribe. Under the attack of the two gods of war Prestolos and Candaean. Although Bendis was not defeated, he could not suppress the two gods of war. The arrogant Bendis had to accept the reality. There was still a big gap between her and Helios. Without the aid of the patron saint of the Kingdom of Athens, she would have become the loser in the war of gods. Just like Hippolyta, without the help of Loe, has become the trophy of Eats at this time. Seeing that Bendis was evenly matched with Prestoros and Candaean, Metis looked at Helios and behind him Sverthold, the god of thunder and lightning, and Sar, the plant god of the Sabasa tribe. Barzios, the king's opponent should be the king. Since Helios is the king of the Thracian gods, of course his opponent should be me. Helios' two subordinates. Please help me deal with them. After Metis finished speaking, the figure of the goddess Night descended from the sky. Obviously, the person Metis was talking to was Night. Are you treating me as your subordinate? After Night asked with a smile, Metis said without hesitation. The city of Athens is the capital of the Kingdom of Athens. As the patron saint of Athens, I will definitely become the king of the gods of the Kingdom of Athens. All the gods of the Kingdom of Athens are my subjects. What's wrong with you obeying my orders? Although theoretically you will become the protector of the Kingdom of Athens. But if the king of Athens pulls you off the throne of the protector once, will you really become the king of the gods of Athens in the end? Seeing the furious expression on Metis's face, Night immediately continued. I don't want to start a civil war with you. So I will obey your orders this time. After saying that, Night summoned the golden divine spear with his right hand, and then rushed towards the thunder god Sverthold and the plant god Sabazios like a hunting lioness. Sabazios, the plant god, is now just a patron saint who is not much stronger than Dionysus. But 500 years later, the tribes who worship Sabazios migrated to the Asia Minor Peninsula to establish agricultural city-states. As a plant god, Sabazios not only increased his authority, but also was worshipped as the sun god. The increase in authority of the plant god Sabazios after 500 years will certainly not change the reality that he is now a weak god. Facing the fierce lioness goddess Night, the god of thunder Zybersold and the plant god Sabazios joined forces to fight, but were still suppressed by Night. Seeing that Helios' subordinates were suppressed by the goddess of his own camp, Metis summoned the black divine spear with his right hand, and then walked towards Helios and said, Helios, now that your subjects are suppressed, as the king of the Thracian gods, you will not be able to draw on their divine power. In other words, as my opponent, you can only use the power of the sun, the divine power of the tribe's patron saint. Helios said expressionlessly, even if I am just the patron saint of the sun tribe, my power is not something you can match. Your arrogance really resembles that of a certain man. Metis glanced at Roy on the ground and said, I will use my strength to crush the arrogance of you men, and let you know that I am truly the strongest. You say I am an arrogant man. Aren't you also an arrogant goddess? I am telling the fact that I am the strongest. And this is not arrogance. After saying that, Metis brandished the black divine spear and stabbed Helios. Helios unleashed the blazing fire of the sun, trying to keep Metis away from him. The fire of the sun surged in front of Metis, and was immediately extinguished by Metis's divine power. Seeing the surprised expression on Helios' face, Metis smiled jokingly. Don't you think I am a god with the sky attribute just because you saw my wings? Although I am indeed a god with the sky attribute, I am also the ocean goddess, with the ocean attribute, and the earth mother goddess, with the earth attribute. I can use earth as a shield to block your fire. Or I can use sea water to extinguish your fire. Sun god Helios. He is both the god of light who blooms and illuminates the world, and the god of fire who burns and warms the world. Even in Greek mythology, the sun god Helios is worshipped as the original god of fire. In Thrace, the sun god Helios was the supreme king of the gods. Because in ancient times with backward civilization, if humans at high latitudes wanted to survive the severe cold winter, the only thing they could crave was the sun. As long as the sun spreads more warmth, humanity's hope of surviving winter will be greater. Later, with the development of civilization, humans were able to rely on charcoal or coal to ensure their survival in the cold winter. And the authority of the sun god Helios gradually declined. In the current era, not only the sun god Helios, but also the sun god Mithras on the Persian plateau, the sun queen on the Asia Minor peninsula, and Jupiter in the Roman region. The sun gods in these high-latitude areas are all the highest gods in the local area. Obviously it can't be an accident. Chapter 343, 2 against 1 for victory. If we look at the territory and population, the Athenian gods are absolutely unable to compete with the Thracian gods, because the Thracian territory and population were at least twice that of the Kingdom of Athens. But the strength of the patron saint is not simply determined by the territorial area and population, but by the overall strength. The patron saint of an iron civilization city-state with a population of 50,000 is bound to be more powerful than the patron saint of a tribal civilization city-state with a population of 100,000 who uses wooden weapons. Although the Thracians had advantages in territory and population, most of their tribes had not yet entered the Bronze Age. Although the Kingdom of Athens has a smaller territory and population than the Thracians, it is an advanced and powerful country that has fully entered the Bronze civilization and begun to enter the Iron civilization. With this gap in civilization and technology, the Athenian gods are certainly more powerful than the Thracian gods. Even if the Thracian gods had a numerical advantage, it would be difficult to defeat the Athenian gods. At this time, it is at the foot of the eastern Rhodope mountains. The goddess Metis broke through the obstruction of the blazing sun fire and came to the sun god Helios to launch a fierce attack. Facing the blade of the black divine spear, the arrogant sun god king had to dodge, and then summoned a golden divine spear with his right hand to counterattack. While Metis and Helios began to fight, the battle between Loe and Aetes was already heating up. With the arrival of the gods of Athens, Roy's divine power was raised to the same level as Aetes, which made the battle between Roy and Aetes evenly matched. Now, if Roy and Aetes want to decide the winner, they can only compete in combat skills or endurance. The party with stronger fighting skills or stronger endurance can win. Clang clang clang. In the fierce battle between the two sides, Roy had to admit a fact. As a warrior who is more than 10 years older than Roy, Aetes' fighting skills are only as good as Roy's. So it is absolutely impossible for Roy to defeat Aetes with his fighting skills. Now if Roy wants to defeat Aetes, he can only compete with Aetes for endurance. Aetes is a middle-aged man in his 30s, and Roy is a young man in his 20s. Obviously, when the two sides competed for endurance, Roy had the greater advantage. While the war of attrition between Loe and Aetes continued, the figures of Atomars and Phrixus appeared on the battlefield, approaching Roy and Aetes. Seeing the evenly matched battle between Roy and Aetes, Phrixus suppressed the excitement in his heart and said to Athamas, "Father, let's help King Aetes defeat the hateful king of Athens. As long as I help King Aetes defeat the king of Athens, he will definitely marry the beautiful princess Phyllis to me." Upon hearing Phrixus' proposal, Athamas said in agreement, "We help Aetes defeat the king of Athens, and we will even influence this war and help the Sun tribe defeat the Amazon tribe and the kingdom of Athens." With such a huge contribution, Aetes will definitely agree to marry his beloved daughter to you. But it will not be easy for us to intervene in the battle between two powerful demigod heroes. So we must call on the help of the god Chiron. Phrixus begged, aiming a bronze war spear at Roy as a javelin. "Great Chiron, let my spear blade pierce the enemy." Following the prayers of Phrixus, Chiron, who lost his territory and became a wandering god, also descended on the battlefield in a figure of 100 meters tall. Looking down at the human war, Chiron injected a divine power into the spear blade of Phrixus. "Throw your battle, Phrixus. Your spear will pierce the enemy's body." Phrixus seemed to have heard Chiron's order, and threw the bronze war spear at Roy with the greatest strength. Whoosh! The bronze war spear flew towards Roy with a sound of breaking through the air. Just when Phrixus' bronze war spear was about to pierce Roy's body like an arrow, Hippolyta suddenly blocked the flight path of the bronze war spear. Dang! After Hippolyta knocked down Phrixus' bronze spear with her own spear, she stared at Athamas and Phrixus with a cold face and said, "You actually want to destroy the fair fight between two demigod heroes? Then let me, Hippolyta, be your opponent." After saying that, Hippolyta rushed towards Athamas and Phrixus aggressively. Athamas and Phrixus were so frightened that they turned and fled, not daring to fight Hippolyta. Although Athamas and Phrixus fled the battlefield, Hieron remained on the battlefield to watch the war of men. Seeing Loe and Eats fighting an evenly matched battle, Chiron said with a sneer, "Since no other gods can interfere with this battle, let me help you decide the winner." After saying this, Hieron aimed his wooden scepter at Eats' body. Rumble. Just when Hieron was about to inject his divine power into Eats' body, a bolt of thunder suddenly struck Hieron's wooden scepter. Immediately afterwards, Hestia, a wandering god like Charon, descended from the sky and confronted Charon. "Don't get in the way of my brother's fight. What stupid thing are you talking about?" Hearing Hestia's address to Roy, Charon frowned and said with an unhappy expression, "Could it be that in order to regain the throne of the patron saint, you actually went so far as to flatter humans and let humans become your younger brothers?" Faced with Chiron's accusation, Hestia showed no shame. Now Hieron has just become a wandering god. So Helen would never understand how painful and desperate it would be for the wandering gods to completely lose hope of regaining the patron throne. He glanced at the gods of Athens and Thracian in battle. Then Hestia looked at Chiron and said, "Since everyone is fighting, let's fight too." After saying that, Hestia released her divine power, and her divine power turned into a blazing flame and rushed towards Chiron. Hieron is the god of wisdom with foresight, Prometheus. Although the Dorians also regarded Hieron as the god of fire stealing and believed that Hieron stole fire from the sun god Helios, so that the Dorians mastered the technology of using fire, Hieron himself was not the god of fire. Facing the fire attack from Hestia, Charon could only retreat while waving the wooden scepter to repel Hestia's flames. While Roy was fighting Eats, he was also observing the battle between the gods. Seeing that the Athenian gods, like himself, were unable to defeat the Thracian gods in a short time, Roy suddenly shouted to Hippolyta, "Queen Hippolyta, come and defeat Eats with me." Hippolyta, who was watching the battle, heard Roy's words and immediately opened her eyes in surprise and asked, "Didn't you just say that you asked me not to interfere in your battle?" "That's because I think I can defeat Eats," Roy explained loudly. "Now I am not fighting a duel with Eats, but a war. In order to win this war, let alone two of us besieging Eats together, even if 20 people besieged Eats, it should be. In order to win this war, I can use any means." Chapter 344 Phyllis became a prisoner. If this were a one-on-one battle between Roy and Eats, Roy would definitely use his own power to defeat Eats and prove that he was stronger than Eats. But this is not a duel between Loe and Eats, but a war between the kingdom of Athens and the tribe of the sun. The victory of this war is more important than Roy's victory alone. Hippolyta was obviously not a pedantic fool. After hearing Roy's request, Hippolyta immediately followed Roy to attack Eats. You too. Faced with being beaten 2-on-1 by Roy and Hippolyta, Eats, although his angry eyes seemed to be able to breathe fire, retreated rationally to avoid the attacks of Roy and Hippolyta. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Under the attack of Roy and Hippolyta, Eats retreated more and more. In the end, Eats decisively chose to escape from the battlefield and ran away from Roy and Hippolyta as quickly as possible. Seeing Eats escape, Roy did not choose to pursue Eats immediately, because Roy knew that after Eats was killed, the Amazon tribe was likely to replace the Sun tribe and become the most powerful tribe in Thrace. Hippolyta will become the queen of Thrace from the Amazon queen, and the moon goddess Bendis will also replace the sun god Helios and become the queen of the gods in Thrace. When the kingdom of Athens conquers Thrace in the future, the Amazon tribe may become a more powerful enemy than the Sun tribe. Roy only hesitated for a moment before deciding to kill Eats, because Roy would rather let Hippolyta become the biggest enemy of the kingdom of Athens in Thrace than fight Eats again, who has more combat experience than himself. Queen Hippolyta, this is our best chance to kill Eats. Don't miss this opportunity. I see. Loe and Hippolyta began to hunt Eats, and the distance between the two and Eats was getting closer and closer. Just when Roy was about to catch up with Eats, a beautiful blonde girl riding a white horse stood in front of Roy and said coldly, "You have already won the war. Do you still want to kill my father?" "You?" Blocked by the blonde girl. Roy could only watch Eats' figure getting further and further away, reluctantly giving up the idea of chasing Eats. Roy walked up to the blonde girl with a fierce expression and said, "Are you the daughter of Eats? Since you hindered us to protect your father, then you will become my prisoner." After saying that, Roy grabbed the blonde girl's arm with his left hand and pulled her off the horse. "Oops!" When the blonde girl screamed, Roy caught the blonde girl with his left shoulder and then lifted her on his shoulder. "You're Phyllis." Hippolyta came to Roy at this time, looked at Phyllis on Roy's shoulder and said, "King of Athens. I know Phyllis. When we met in the past, she called me sister. This is our war with Eats. Please let Phyllis go." Hearing Hippolyta's request, Roy refused without hesitation. "No. This girl is my prisoner. I want her to become a trophy that belongs only to me." "Eh?" Hippolyta said with wide eyes full of surprise. "You don't want to propose to me, but you fall in love with Phyllis's beauty. Now the kingdom of Athens and the Amazon tribe are allies. Normally, Roy should not refuse Hippolyta's request for a prisoner. The only reasonable explanation for Roy rejecting Hippolyta's request for Phyllis is that Roy fell in love with Phyllis's beauty. "Hippolyta, you misunderstand," Roy explained with a smile. "I refuse to release Phyllis because according to the rules of war, I can use Phyllis to demand ransom from Eats." "Then how much ransom do you plan to ask for?" 10,000 war horses. Upon hearing Roy's answer, Phyllis on Roy's shoulder immediately hit Roy's back with her small fist and said, "Are you crazy? You actually want my father to use 10,000 war horses to redeem my freedom? I think you don't want to return me to my father at all. Because it is impossible for my father to destroy the foundation of the Sun tribe with 10,000 war horses. In exchange for my freedom. You are really going too far." Feeling that Phyllis's two little fists were tickling him, Roy said innocently, "I'm very sincere. If your father can't come up with 10,000 horses as a ransom at once, he can pay it in installments over 10 years. And I will return you to Eats after 10 years. 10 years? Hippolyta said with a wry smile. 10 years later. When you return Phyllis to Eats, will she still be an unmarried girl? Even if you will not do anything to harm Phyllis, how can she make up for the 10 years of youth she has lost? Let Phyllis be your prisoner for 10 years. And her life will be ruined." "Hippolyta." Roy looked at Hippolyta in surprise and said, "Do you sympathize with Phyllis so much because you share the same problem? Or because you regard her as your sister?" Hippolyta looked at Phyllis and said, "We are both girls. The tragic fate of Phyllis becoming a prisoner today may happen to me one day in the future." As Hippolyta spoke, the horns of the Sun tribe suddenly sounded on the battlefield. This is the clarion call to retreat. Hearing the sound of the horn, the knights of the Sun tribe fled from the battlefield. Obviously, as Eats fled the battlefield, the morale of the knights of the Sun tribe had already collapsed. After the human war ended, the war between the gods of Athens and the goddess Bendis and the Thracian gods also ended at the same time. After all the knights of the Sun tribe left the battlefield, more than 2,000 corpses were left on the battlefield. Half of the corpses belonged to the tribes of the Amazons and half to the tribes of the Sun. Although more than 200 of Roy's iron lancers were wounded, there were no casualties. The war is over. Roy scanned the battlefield and then said to Hippolyta, "Queen Hippolyta, now I want to tell you my true purpose. I am not using Phyllis to ask Eats for 10,000 horses as a ransom. But I want to use Phyllis to let Eats Sri Lanka reached an armistice agreement with us and accepted our demand for compensation." "You mean dash?" After understanding Roy's intention, Hippolyta immediately put away her sympathy for Phyllis and looked at Phyllis with burning eyes. "You are right. We can use Phyllis to make Eats accept our request. If Eats cherishes his daughter, after we fight this battle, we can end the war with the Sun tribe and ask the Sun tribe to cede the territory in the western part of the Sea of Marmara and the 5 large tribes to our Amazon tribe. I just wanted you to let Phyllis go mercifully. It was really stupid. You want to use me to make my father accept your request even if I die. I will never let you succeed. Phyllis, don't do anything stupid." Seeing that Phyllis had suicidal thoughts, Hippolyta persuaded her. "You have seen that the Sun tribe cannot defeat the coalition forces of our Amazon tribe and the kingdom of Athens. Ending this war now is what your Sun tribe needs." Chapter 345 Hippolyta wants to marry me. Eats obviously valued his daughter Phyllis very much. As soon as the war at the foot of the eastern Rhodope Mountains ended, Eats sent a messenger to redeem her daughter Phyllis. Loie and Hippolyta asked the envoy to negotiate with Eats in person. And the envoy soon brought Eats' reply. Eats agreed to negotiate in person. When night falls, a bonfire was lit outside the joint camp of the Kingdom of Athens and the Amazon tribe. Roy, Hippolyta and Phyllis were waiting beside the bonfire. Not long after, Eats came to the campfire alone on a white horse. Phyllis. Seeing Phyllis sitting with Roy and Hippolyta, Eats immediately jumped off the horse in excitement. Seeing that Eats wanted to get close to Phyllis, Roy reminded Eats. Eats, you can't get close to your daughter Phyllis until we reach a negotiation. If you find an opportunity to snatch Phyllis away, we will lose the leverage to negotiate with you. After saying that, Roy put his left hand on Phyllis's beautiful neck. It seemed to be hinting to Eats that if he dared to approach Phyllis without permission, Roy would take Phyllis' life. Eats could only stop approaching Phyllis and asked Roy and Hippolyta with a cold face. How much ransom do you want me to pay to return Phyllis to me? Eats, if you want us to return Phyllis to you, you must agree to 2 requirements. Hippolyta said with a smile. Our first request is for you to end this war. Our second request is that you cede the 5 large tribes in the western part of the Sea of Marmara and their territories to the Amazon tribes. This is impossible. After hearing what Hippolyta said, Eats refused without hesitation. I agree to end this war. But I will not cede my territory and people to the Amazon tribe in humiliation. If I accept this humiliating request, will other tribes in Thrace surrender to the Sun tribe? Father, please give up me as a burden. Phyllis also said firmly at this time. They asked you to exchange tens of thousands of square kilometers of territory and more than 50,000 people for me. You must not agree to this request. Phyllis. Eats looked at Phyllis with a distressed look. Then looked at Hippolyta with a fierce expression and threatened. Hippolyta. You heard what my daughter said. You actually want to use Phyllis to take away the territory and population of our Sun tribe. Do you really think that the strength of the Amazon tribe can compete with the Sun tribe? If it weren't for King Roy of Athens and his soldiers, your Amazon tribe is no match for our Sun tribe. Faced with the threat from Eats, Hippolyta was immediately shaken. As Eats said, the tribes of the Amazons were weaker than the tribes of the Sun. When the cooperation between the Kingdom of Athens and the Amazon tribe ends, the Sun tribe will be able to completely eliminate the Amazon tribe, let alone defeat it. Maybe it would be a wise choice to accept it as soon as possible. At this moment, Roy said with a smile. Eats, since you think that the Sun tribe is far more powerful than the Amazon tribe, why don't you accept our request for the sake of your daughter first? And then take back the lost territory and population later. Did you just lie? You don't think the Sun tribe can defeat the Amazon tribe? Of course I didn't lie. The Sun tribe is the strongest tribe in Thrace. Then why don't you dare to accept our request? Although we will ask you not to attack the Amazon tribe again, we will give you a short time limit. 1 year, we only ask that you cannot attack the Amazon tribe within 1 year. Wait until in a year. You can wage war against the Amazon tribes and regain your lost territory and population. After Roy finished speaking, Hippolyta immediately said anxiously. Roy, you haven't discussed it with me yet. Before Hippolyta could finish her words, Roy interrupted Hippolyta and continued. Eats, I'll give you 1 night to think about it. Now let's return to our respective military camps. After saying that, Roy stood up and pulled Hippolyta and Phyllis away. After watching Roy and the others leave, Eats immediately rode his white horse back to the Sun tribe's camp, Hippolyta's royal tent. Roy, Hippolyta, and Phyllis returned here. And Hippolyta said dissatisfiedly while taking off her helmet. Roy, why did you set the truce between us and the Sun tribe to be 1 year? After only 1 year of truce, it is impossible for our Amazon tribe to develop enough strength to compete with the Sun tribe. Could it be that after 1 year, your Kingdom of Athens will you continue to fight against the Sun tribe with us? Hippolyta, you underestimate the potential of the Amazon tribe. Roy said confidently. If the Kingdom of Athens sells you 10,000 bronze war spears in 1 year, and allows you to have tens of thousands of knights using bronze war spears in a year, will you still not have the confidence to fight against the Sun tribe? 10,000 bronze war spears. Hippolyta's eyes lit up and she couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, if our Amazon tribe has tens of thousands of knights using bronze spears in a year, I will be confident that we can defeat the Sun tribe even without the help of the Kingdom of Athens. You really underestimate our Sun tribe. Phyllis suddenly sneered and said. Now our Sun tribe has mastered the technology of smelting bronze and discovered the copper mines in our territory. Half of the bronze war spears used by our Sun tribe knights were made by our Sun tribe ourselves. They will be available for purchase by the Amazon tribe in a year. 10,000 bronze war spears. But our Sun tribe will make more bronze war spears. You are actually able to make your own bronze weapons. Hippolyta glanced at Phyllis with wide eyes. And then said to Roy. Roy. Sell me the black iron weapons of your kingdom of Athens. As long as all the knights of the Amazon tribe use black iron weapons, I will be able to defeat the Sun tribe with full confidence. Roy shook his head without hesitation and said. Hippolyta. I have told you long ago that black iron weapons are the monopoly weapons of the kingdom of Athens. Even if the Amazon tribe is now an ally of the kingdom of Athens, I will not sell black iron weapons to you. If I marry you and let you rule the Amazon tribe with me, will you be willing to sell me black iron weapons? Looking at Hippolyta's big eyes full of expectation, Roy shook his head and said. Even if we get married, I will not sell you black iron weapons. Because I am the king of the kingdom of Athens. For me, the most important thing is the interests of the kingdom of Athens. Only the Amazon tribe becomes the territory of the kingdom of Athens. Only then will I sell you the black iron weapon. You want to annex our Amazon tribe. Unless the Amazon tribe becomes part of the kingdom of Athens, I will just be a tool husband who helps you give birth to children. Roy said very frankly. Hippolyta. If you are willing to let the Amazon tribe become part of the kingdom of Athens and change from a nomadic people to an agricultural people, I will sell you black iron weapons. Chapter 346 Food Problems of Nomads. Will nomadic people voluntarily transform into agricultural people? The answer is of course no. In the history of another world, after the nomadic Dorians conquered the Peloponnese Peninsula, they turned the indigenous Spartans and Pylos into serfs. And the Dorians transformed into a military group that did not engage in production. This situation lasted for about 800 years. Historical facts prove that even if nomadic people come to the area of agrarian people, they will not voluntarily transform into agricultural people. Later, the Thracians transformed into a farming nation because their population was too large. Even if some of them migrated to the Asia Minor Peninsula, they still could not solve the food shortage crisis. In order to survive, the Thracians had to transform into a farming people. The history of another world has proven that only when nomadic peoples face an existential crisis of population explosion will they voluntarily transform into agricultural peoples. The population problem in Thrace is not serious now, and their food needs can be met as long as food is purchased from the outside world. In this situation, where there is no need for the Thracians to transform into a farming nation, Roy would not be naive enough to think that by marrying Hippolyta and becoming the king of the Amazons, he would be able to order the Amazon tribe to transform into a farming nation. If Roy really marries Hippolyta, he will probably become an Amazon tribe parasitizing the kingdom of Athens. When the Amazon tribe needs food in winter, Roy must provide food for the Amazon tribe and fulfill his responsibility as the king of the Amazon. In order to ensure the safety of the Amazon tribe, Hippolyta will also ask Roy to provide bronze weapons and even black iron weapons to the Amazon tribe. With the support of the kingdom of Athens, the Amazon tribe will become stronger and stronger, and eventually conquer the entire Thrace region. Then Hippolyta became queen of Thrace, and Loe became king of Thrace. All Thracians would become parasites on the kingdom of Athens, and Roy had to provide food and weapons for all Thracians. The Thracians then continued to expand and conquered all nomadic peoples in Eastern, Western and Northern Europe. Hippolyta will become the queen of millions of nomads in Europe, and Loe will become the king of millions of nomads in Europe. The responsibility of providing food and weapons to feed Europe's millions of nomads will also fall on Loe. If Loe had no food to feed them, the nomads who were armed with food and provided with weapons by Loe would go south and invade Loe's kingdom of Athens. You want our Amazon tribe to become a farming nation? Hippolyta looked at Roy with confusion and asked. Why should we transform into a farming nation? It's too much trouble to explain. Roy said helplessly. As your nomadic population increases, your food will not be able to support the growing population. When the food shortage crisis comes, how do you plan to solve the food problem? I will use our cattle, sheep and horses to exchange food with your farming people. Hearing Hippolyta's answer, Roy couldn't help but laugh. The population of your nomadic people is increasing, and the population of our farming people is also increasing. If the farming people don't have enough food to sell to you, what are you going to do? Hippolyta was silent for a moment, and finally said expressionlessly, If the farming people don't sell their food to us, then we will use war to rob your food. Although I know that many people from the farming people will die if they lose food. But my people can survive. What if you can't defeat the farming people? Roy said with a serious face. In the future, I will make all soldiers of the Kingdom of Athens use black iron weapons and wear iron armor. How will you survive if you cannot defeat us? I don't know. Hippolyta said with a blank expression. We have no food and cannot defeat your Kingdom of Athens. How can we survive? The grasslands occupied by your nomads are all fertile plains. As long as you nomads transform into farming people, the food you grow will not only meet your own needs, but you will also have excess food to sell to us. But we are nomadic people. And our ancestors have lived like this for thousands of years. Hippolyta said with a pained expression on her little face. If you ask us to become a farming people, it's like asking wolves to eat grass like sheep. Hippolyta, just pretend that I didn't say what you just said. Roy shook his head in disappointment and said, I have known for a long time that unless you nomadic people face an existential crisis, you will never voluntarily become a farming people. Loie. Hippolyta took a deep breath, then looked at Roy with a firm face and said, I am willing to marry you and hand over my power to you. As long as you promise to take care of the Amazon tribe. I will not support a large group of people who are not engaged in childbirth just to get a woman. After saying that, Roy left the king's tent directly. After Hippolyta and Phyllis were left alone in the royal tent, Phyllis asked doubtfully, Sister Hippolyta, why do you have to beg him so humbly and offer to marry him? Princess Phyllis. Hippolyta looked at Phyllis with a wry smile and said, You are now a princess protected by your father. So you don't know that we Thracians have always faced food problems. In order to reduce the demand for food, many tribes will examine newborn children. And those with weaker constitutions will be killed. Even if we kill newborn children cruelly, we still cannot solve the food problem. So we Thracians often have wars between tribes. Killing children with weaker constitutions reduces the population. And through tribes I don't want to use these two cruel methods to solve the food problem. If I can use my marriage to exchange for a happy life for everyone in the Amazon tribe, I will certainly take the initiative to propose to Roy. The real reason why our Thracian tribes kill weaker children and often have wars between tribes, all to reduce the population and reduce our demand for food. Phyllis frowned and said, This is too unbelievable. When I return to my father, I will ask him and let him tell me the answer. Phyllis, you'd better not look for trouble, Hippolyta advised. So what if you know the problems? You can't come up with solutions to them. The camp of the Sun tribe. Eats was sitting in his royal tent, thinking about whether to agree to Loie's request. 1 year is just a 1-year truce with them. After 1 year, we can regain the lost territory and population. Their demands are not unacceptable. In order to redeem her daughter, Eats finally decided to accept Loie's request. Before the 5 large tribes in the western part of the Sea of Marmara are given to the Amazon tribe, I will take away all their young men and food, leaving the old, weak women and children to be taken care of by Hippolyta. Wait for Hippolyta to help them after a tough winter. I'll get them back tomorrow's summer. After saying that, Eats had a proud smirk on his face. Chapter 347 Negotiating the End of the War. It was approaching June and the midday temperatures were getting very hot. Just when Roy was about to have lunch with Hippolyta and Phyllis, Eats finally came outside the coalition camp of the Kingdom of Athens and the Amazon tribe and asked to continue yesterday's negotiations. Roy and Hippolyta brought Phyllis to Eats. And Eats said straight to the point. I agree to your request. I am willing to cede the Thrace plains between the Macedonian Great Plains and the Sea of Marmara to the Amazon tribe and redeem my daughter Phyllis. Father. Although Phyllis expected that her father would do his best to redeem herself, the fact that her father really used tens of thousands of square kilometers of land in Thrace and tens of thousands of people from 5 major tribes to redeem herself still made Phyllis Silk felt unbelievable. Hippolyta recovered from the shock and immediately spoke to Eats. Then we swear now in the name of the gods that we will not start a war in the next year. Eats nodded and said, I now swear in the name of the sun god Helios that I will not wage war against the Amazon tribes in the next year. I now swear in the name of the moon goddess Bendis that I will not launch a war against the sun tribe in the next year. After Hippolyta made her oath, she then asked Eats. King Eats. Now that we have all sworn an oath, when are you going to hand over the Thracian region to me? Give me 3 days to prepare. In 3 days you can take over the Thracian plains. Hearing Eats' answer, Hippolyta showed a bright smile on her face. turned to Phyllis and said, Phyllis, you can go back to your father now. Eets had made a sacred oath in the name of the sun god Helios. And Hippolyta had no fear that Eets would violate his oath. Phyllis walked to Eets with hurried steps and immediately asked Eets, Father, why did you accept their request? Silly boy. You became their captive just to save me. Do you think I don't know? Eets smiled. It is a fact that the Sun tribe cannot defeat the coalition forces of the Kingdom of Athens and the Amazon tribe. Let's consider this the price we pay for underestimating the enemy. 1 year later. I will personally take back everything we lost. Eets was willing to accept Loie and Hippolyta's request for a truce. The first main reason was for the sake of her daughter Phyllis. The second main reason was that the Sun tribe could not defeat the combined forces of the Kingdom of Athens and the Amazon tribe. As this war continues, the losses of the Sun tribe will become greater and greater. After Eets left with Phyllis, Hippolyta looked at their leaving figures with a solemn face and said, Loie, will you still fight with us against the Sun tribe in a year? The Sun tribe is too powerful. Even if all the knights of the Amazon tribe use bronze weapons in a year, I still have no confidence in defeating the Sun tribe. Roy shook his head without hesitation and said, I will not sacrifice the soldiers of the Kingdom of Athens to defend your Amazon tribe. Roy is now fighting with the Amazon tribe against the Sun tribe because the main enemy of the Sun tribe is actually the Kingdom of Athens. The Sun tribe just wants to surround the Amazon tribe on 3 sides and force the Amazon tribe to surrender to the Sun tribe. It has no plan to have a direct war with the Amazon tribe. But now, the Amazon tribe has become the main enemy of the Sun tribe. The war launched by the Sun tribe against the Amazon tribe a year later was to regain territory and population. Not against the Kingdom of Athens. If I hire you with gold, cattle, sheep and horses, will you be willing to defend the Amazon tribe as a mercenary? Land? Roy said with a smile. If you are willing to cede the central part of the Macedonian plain to the Kingdom of Athens, I will fight for you as a mercenary. Land? Hearing Roy's request, Hippolyta couldn't help but frown. In fact, not only the farming people care about the land, but the nomadic people also care about their land. After all, with more land, more cattle, sheep and horses can be grazed and more people can be fed. Loie, Hippolyta said with a pleading expression on her little face, I can give you more cattle, sheep, horses and gold. I can also give you myself and give you children. In the future, our children will be the next generation of Amazon kings. I'm not a fool. Roy shook his head again and said, If you become my woman and my child is the heir of the Amazon tribe, taking care of the Amazon tribe will become my responsibility and obligation. So even if your beauty is worthy of being the daughter of the moon goddess, I will not do it for you. Give up the land. You are such a heartless man. Staring at Roy with a look of sadness and dissatisfaction, Hippolyta continued, Thank you for helping me win this war. I will give you 2,000 horses and 10,000 pounds of gold as reward. 2,000 horses. 10,000 kilograms of gold. Roy said with a satisfied smile when he thought that he could cast a pure gold throne and make many gold ornaments to give to the girls around him. Dear Hippolyta, I look forward to our next collaboration. The camp of the Sun tribe. Eets took Phyllis back to his royal tent and immediately asked Phyllis for various information about the Kingdom of Athens and the Amazon tribe. Father, I don't know much information, Phyllis said while trying to remember. But I can confirm that the news about a gold mine in the Amazon tribe is true. Because Sister Hippolyta is so luxurious that even the tableware is made of pure gold. The strength of the Kingdom of Athens seems to be stronger than we expected. Roy he said that he would sell 10,000 bronze weapons to the Amazon tribe within a year. It seems that the Kingdom of Athens can cast both sharp black iron weapons and bronze weapons. This time, we lost the war because we didn't have any understanding of the strength of the Kingdom of Athens. Eets said with a sigh. If I had known that the black iron weapons of the Kingdom of Athens were so powerful, I would never have launched a war rashly. Phyllis, according to your observation, how is the relationship between Hippolyta and Roy? Sister Hippolyta offered to marry Loie in order to get assistance from the Kingdom of Athens. But Loie did not accept it. Upon hearing Phyllis' answer, Eets immediately said happily, In this era, only marriage can ensure that the alliance between the two parties is unbreakable. Since Roy and Hippolyta are not married, next year our enemy will only be Hippolyta. We will definitely be able to regain the lost territory and population. Father, Phyllis said with a hesitant expression, I want to ask you a question. Do we Thracians always have a food shortage problem? We kill babies with weaker constitutions and wage wars between tribes. The essence is to reduce the population and reduce the need for food. Needs. Chapter 348. Minas voluntarily gave up the throne. The city of Iolcus. When Roy arrived here on horseback with 1,500 iron spearmen and more than 5,000 girls from the Pylos tribe. It was already June. Before entering the city of Iolcus, Roy saw Harmonia and Kaiwan standing outside the city to greet him from a distance. Roy immediately rushed towards the city of Iolcus. Memo sign. Kaiwan. Arriving in front of Harmonia and Kaiwan, Roy jumped off the horse. Then held the two of them in his arms and said, "Thank you for coming to welcome me. I will give each of you 1,000 kilograms of gold as a gift. You can use this gold to make jewelry. Or you can cast a golden throne of your own." Looking at the more than 5,000 girls behind Roy who were obviously trophies, Harmonia said with a smile, "My dear, it looks like you've won another battle." "Not one. I won 3 consecutive battles in Thrace," Roy said proudly. "I first defeated the Pylos tribe who worshipped Dionysus, the god of wine. Then defeated the Amazon tribe guarded by the moon goddess Bendis. And finally defeated the sun tribe guarded by the sun god Helios together with the Amazon tribe. Now the kingdom of Athens there won't be another war in the north for at least a year. So I have time to marry you," Kaiwan said with some lack of confidence. "My dear, do you really want to hand over the Thessaly region to me? Not only the Thessaly region, but also the Corinth region will be handed over to you in the future. Like Harmonia, you will become the queen who rules 5 large city-states." After answering Kaiwan, Roy looked at Iolcus city and asked, "How many Cretan immigrants are there in Iolcus now?" The first immigrants to Crete were over 5,000 people. It was neither Harmonia nor Kaiwan who answered Roy. Roy looked at the person who answered him in surprise. "Minas. How come you are here in person?" Minas Deucalion said with a smile. "My people immigrated here. As the king who rules over them. Of course I have to see if this place is suitable for their survival," Roy said with a fake expression of displeasure. "I must correct you. The immigrants in Crete used to be your people. But when they came here they were my people and had nothing to do with you. If they continue to treat you as their king, I will show no mercy to drive them away." "What a stingy guy." Minas shook his head and said, "You don't have to worry about this small problem with the immigrants of Crete. Because there will be no King Minas in the future. Since you are willing to save my people and settle them in this fertile plain, I will give you the throne as promised. And you will be the only king of Crete from now on." "Minas, are you really willing to give up your throne?" "Why am I unwilling to give up the throne?" Minas said with a relaxed expression. "After I gave up the throne, the responsibility of taking care of all the people of Knossos and providing them with food fell on you. But you must also abide by your promise to me and not shake the goddess Europa's Knossos, the identity of the city's patron saint." Roy nodded and said, "I very much welcome the goddess Europa, as one of the many goddesses in the kingdom of Athens." "Minas, what are your plans after giving up your identity as king of Knossos? Do you want to take a group of soldiers to the backward areas of the western Mediterranean and occupy or establish a new city-state in the region?" In this era, princes who did not have the right to inherit the throne or royal families whose country was ruined usually took a group of followers to establish their rule in areas with backward civilization. Cadmus, the Phoenician prince, came to Greece with 300 soldiers and wanted to establish a royal family that ruled here. In the history of another world, Carthage, which competed with ancient Greece and Rome for hegemony in the Mediterranean, was founded by immigrants from the Phoenician region. The ruler of these Phoenician immigrants was, according to legend, a Phoenician princess named Dido. "I have no interest in returning to the throne," Minas said with a complicated expression. "Wearing the crown, it's too heavy for me." "Minas, since you have no ambition to regain the throne, then take your followers to the island of Kassos to fight against pirates and protect the safety of the shipping lanes in the East Aegean Sea. Now Crete can easily become a target for pirates to plunder the island of Crete, and the Cretans need your protection." "You?" Minas glanced at Roy dissatisfied, then sighed helplessly and said, "Because you saved my people, I will guard the shipping lanes of the Eastern Aegean Sea on Kassos Island for the next 5 years." After saying that, Minas turned around and left. He seemed to be worried that if he didn't leave, Roy would assign more tasks to him. Roy took Harmonia and Kaiwan back to the palace hall of Iolcus city, hugged them and sat on the throne and said, "Kaiwan, there are about 50,000 immigrants in Crete. You have to place them in the city of Iolcus and the settlements of the tribes of Atamars. Pheres and Thia. Harmonia. You and Kaiwan are sisters who share the same husband. In the future, let the band soldiers guard the security of Thessaly and train them into cavalry. In order for them to become true for the cavalry, we need to build a blacksmith workshop in the city of Iolcus. Use the iron ore in the Otis area to cast stirrups, horseshoes, saddles and other horse equipment. And also use iron sheets to make iron armor. With these iron equipment, we the cavalry can defeat the nomads in the north with 1 against 10. Honey, you got tens of thousands of girls as trophies, and are you going to marry them all to our soldiers? Harmonia said worriedly. Civilians are all monogamous. These tens of thousands of girls entering the kingdom of Athens will probably make it impossible for many girls in the kingdom of Athens to get married. There is nothing wrong with having more women than men in the kingdom of Athens. It can avoid the difficulty of finding a wife. Roy said with a smile. In order to reduce the competitive pressure on the girls in the kingdom of Athens, I will select 100 of the most beautiful girls from the tens of thousands of trophy girls and let them become the palace maids of the Palace of Athens. In addition, the Palace of Athens will once again recruit 100 dark-haired Pulaski girls became palace maids. Your palace in Athens will suddenly have 200 palace maids. Seeing the displeased expressions of Harmonia and Kaiwan, Roy immediately explained. Don't get me wrong. I will ask the royal palace of Athens to add 200 palace maids selected from 100. Not just to enjoy them. After I return to the city of Athens, I plan to send out the palace maids who have learned Chinese characters so that they can serve in the military system of the Kingdom of Athens. And the civil service system teaches Chinese characters. The royal palace of Athens lacks hundreds of palace maids who have learned Chinese characters. If new palace maids are not added, who will serve Procne and Philomela? After hearing Roy's explanation, Harmonia rolled her eyes and said, even if your reasons are reasonable, why do you have to choose the most beautiful girl? Chapter 349 I want to promote spice cultivation. The soldiers of the Kingdom of Athens were basically young soldiers who were not married. Roy selected the 100 most beautiful girls from tens of thousands of trophy girls as palace maids in the Palace of Athens. And then ordered 1,500 iron spearmen and 5,000 soldiers brought by Harmonia to pick out the wife they want. Although these trophy girls are all blonde and blue-eyed foreign girls, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Athens are very keen to be with them. Because these trophy girls are equal to slaves. They will have children like ordinary wives. But they do not have the rights of ordinary wives. For example, if an ordinary wife is bullied by her husband, she can ask her father and brother to teach her husband a lesson. Even if the husband does not bully his wife, the presence of his natal father and brother will make the husband respect his wife. In the myth of another world, Alcmaeon was killed by his wife's 2 brothers because he betrayed his wife. When Athenian soldiers choose trophy girls as wives, they don't have to worry about their wives' father and brothers. And they don't have to worry about their wives giving away their property to her father and brothers. After more than 6,000 trophy girls were married to soldiers who participated in the war, Loe took the remaining 3,000 trophy girls and returned to Athens by boat. Port of Piraeus. When Roy returned here, it was already mid-June. After landing at the cement pier, Roy was surprised to find that Piraeus port had once again changed dramatically, with many buildings that Roy had never seen before. Restaurants, hotels, bathhouses, toilets, warehouses. Various buildings are built around the port, making Piraeus more and more like a port city independent of the city of Athens. Acropolis. Roy returned to the Palace of Athens with 100 blonde palace maids. After receiving the news, Procne and Philomela took Io and Andromeda to the outside of the palace to greet Roy. Brother Roy. Brother Roy. You are finally back. Seeing Roy's figure, Procne and Philomela showed joyful smiles on their faces. But under the influence of Metis, they all stood still and did not throw themselves into Roy's arms like they did in the past. I'm back. Roy walked up to Procne and Philomela, took the initiative to hold them in his arms and said excitedly, Procne. Philomela. The war in the Kingdom of Athens is temporarily over. I can marry you as agreed. And I can always stay with you too. Although Procne and Philomela's bodies stiffened for a moment, they did not resist Roy. Seeing that Roy actually brought back 100 beautiful young blonde girls, Philomela complained very unhappy. Brother Roy. Why did you bring these girls back? In addition to us, the royal palace of Athens also has 300 palace maids serving you. Are you still not satisfied? Philomela. Don't get me wrong. They are the palace maids I brought back. Roy explained immediately. I want to send out all the palace maids who have learned Chinese characters to teach Chinese characters to the military system and civil service system of the Kingdom of Athens. Without these palace maids who have learned Chinese characters, the Palace of Athens will definitely need to add new palace maids. So in addition to the ones I brought back, palace maids, the Palace of Athens will recruit another 100 palace maids. These palace maids must be unmarried girls. And they must be one of the most beautiful girls. After listening to Roy's words, Procne frowned and said, Brother Roy, you are going to send out all the old palace maids and replace them with 200 beautiful palace maids. You mean that almost all the 300 maids in the Palace of Athens have learned to write Chinese characters? Roy was not too surprised by this result. Although there are tens of thousands of Chinese characters, there are only a few thousand commonly used Chinese characters. Even 3,600 years later, 1,000 commonly used Chinese characters will cover 92% of written materials. In today's era, 1,000 commonly used Chinese characters can cover 95% of written materials. It is normal for those palace maids who can write Chinese characters to learn to write 1,000 commonly used Chinese characters in a month or two. After all, based on 50 days, they only need to learn 20 Chinese characters every day. Royal Palace of Athens. Roy took the girls back to the palace. And after handing over 100 blonde palace maids to Io and Andromeda to manage, Roy, Procne and Philomela came to the palace hall and held the two girls in their arms. The man said while sitting on the throne, Procne, Philomela, I brought back 10,000 kilograms of gold from the Thracians. 2,000 kilograms of which I have given to Harmonia and Chiron. The remaining 8,000 kilograms of gold have been given to Harmonia and Chiron. I will give you 2,000 kilograms of gold for you to use to make jewelry or other things. For the remaining 6,000 kilograms of gold, I will build a golden throne and various gold objects. Procne blinked her big beautiful eyes and said, Brother Roy, how can we use 1,000 catties of gold to make jewelry? Even if we use gold to make tableware, we can't use up 1,000 catties of gold. Then make clothes of gold. Roy said with a smile. Made gold into gold threads and woven into your clothes. It will definitely make your clothes beautiful and noble. Clothing. Philomela pulled up her dress and said, Speaking of clothes, we have prepared a surprise for Brother Roy. Brother Roy, what do you think? After speaking, Philomela also pulled up Procne's dress. Roy lowered his head and saw that Procne and Philomela's little feet were wearing white wool socks. This is. Procne and Philomela wore woolen socks that were obviously made of elastic wool. Because of the level of craftsmanship. Although the wool socks of Procne and Philomela can be regarded as a kind of knee-high socks, they are completely incomparable with silk stockings. Roy rested his head on Procne's lap pillow and said with a smile, These woolen socks are not bad. They would be even better if they were dyed black. My dear sisters, since you are wearing knee-high socks, please put on short skirts again. Hearing Roy's request, Procne and Philomela looked at each other. And then Procne blushed and said, Brother Roy, we are not barbarian girls. How can we wear short skirts shamelessly? You just wear it for me in the palace. This is my order to you. In order for Procne and Philomela to meet their demands, Roy directly used the royal order of the King of Athens. Brother Roy is really. Since you said so, we can only obey your orders. Roy closed his eyes with satisfaction and said, Dear sisters, now that our wheat fields have been harvested, I plan to promote spice cultivation in the Attica Peninsula. The land on the Attica Peninsula is barren and the food production is not as good as that in the plains. It is better to plant high-value spice plants. And these spices can not only be used for seasoning, but also as medicine for treating diseases. I want to promote the cultivation of spices from the Mediterranean world such as fennel, coriander, beets, and thyme. These spices and herbs can also be sold as high as gold. Bring endless wealth to the Kingdom of Athens. Chapter 353 Goals for the second half of the year. The next day after returning to the city of Athens, Roy began to perform his duties as the King of Athens. Royal Palace of Athens. Roy was sitting on the throne in the palace hall, calculating the territory and population of the Kingdom of Athens. The territory of the Kingdom of Athens now includes the Attica Peninsula, Corinth, Central Greece, Thessaly, the western part of the Macedonian Great Plain, Crete, and the western Nile Delta, with a total area of more than 60,000 square kilometers, and a total population of more than 60,000 of people. in addition to the territories directly ruled by the Kingdom of Athens. The islands in the South Aegean Sea that became vassals of the Kingdom of Athens also totaled 4,000 square kilometers of land and a population of more than 50,000. Although in terms of area and population, the Kingdom of Athens is far behind the large eastern countries such as the Kingdom of Egypt, the Hittite Kingdom, and the Kingdom of Babylon in the Near East. But in terms of strength, the Kingdom of Athens is undoubtedly the world's most powerful country. This is not only because the Kingdom of Athens is becoming an iron civilization, but also because the Kingdom of Athens is a centralized governance system. And Roy can mobilize all the human and material resources of the Kingdom of Athens. The great eastern countries such as the Kingdom of Egypt, the Hittite Kingdom, and the Kingdom of Babylon were only nominally ruled by kings. In fact, each city-state was autonomous, and the king was only nominally respected as a co-lord by each city-state. The only powerful forces bordering the Kingdom of Athens now are the Amazon tribe and the Kingdom of Mycenae. However, the Kingdom of Mycenae has made a sacred oath not to attack the Kingdom of Athens. The Amazon tribe needs the Kingdom of Athens as an ally to fight against the Sun tribe. So Mycenae, neither the kingdom nor the Amazon tribes pose a threat to the Kingdom of Athens. Although the North Macedonian Mountains, West Macedonian Mountains, Epirus region, Aetolia region, Achaia region and Caledon region also border the borders of the Kingdom of Athens. These Illyrians from Central Europe are still backward tribal civilizations, and their threat to the Kingdom of Athens is nothing. The three major ethnic groups in the Balkans are the Pelasgians living in the southern Balkans, the Thracians living in the northeastern Balkans, and the Illyrians living in the northwest Balkans. The Pelasgians migrated to the Balkan Peninsula before 3000 BC. They were the earliest inhabitants of ancient Greece and the main ethnic group in the Kingdom of Athens. The Thracians are a blonde Caucasian race who migrated to the northern Balkans before 2000 BC and have been living a nomadic life on the Great Plains of the northern Balkans. The Illyrians originally lived in Central Europe, in the process of the Illyrians spreading to the Balkans. Because the Thracians occupied the fertile plains, the Illyrians could only live in Austria, Albania, the mountains of North Macedonia, the mountains of Western Macedonia, and Epirus region, Aetolia region, Caledon region, Elis region, Achaia region and other northwest areas of the Balkan Peninsula. As the Illyrians migrated from Central Europe to the Balkans, some Nordic Germanic tribes also migrated to the Balkans with them. The ancestors of Kaiwan, a beautiful silver-haired girl, were probably the Germans who migrated to the Balkans with the Illyrians. The Illyrians could not compete with the Thracians for the fertile plains, and could only live a nomadic and hunting life in the barren mountainous areas and some plains in the Western Balkans. This proves that the Illyrians not only used wooden weapons or stone tribal civilizations that make weapons, and their population is not large. If the Illyrians had a large population, their nomadic and hunting lifestyle would not be able to provide them with sufficient food. Not only did the Kingdom of Athens have no enemies in the Balkans, but even in Egypt, because the Egyptian kingdom ruled by Napha and the Hyksos were hostile to each other. The Egyptian territory of the Kingdom of Athens would not be attacked by either of them. Although the Libyans would launch a war to the west of the Nile Delta, the Libyans were nomadic tribes with backward civilization. By attacking the west of the Nile Delta, they took the initiative to provide prisoners of war and slaves to the Kingdom of Athens. It seems that as long as I don't take the initiative to start a war, I don't have to worry about the Kingdom of Athens facing a war. In other words, I can concentrate on preparing to marry Procne and Philomela. After making marriage his first goal, Roy began to think about the development plan of the Kingdom of Athens in the second half of the year. Now that the summer grain has been harvested, I will do my best to promote cattle and iron farm tools, so that farmers in the Kingdom of Athens can cultivate more fields and increase food production. In addition, the Great Plain of Thessaly has become a grain-producing area of the Kingdom of Athens. Next year, the Kingdom of Athens will be self-sufficient in food, and maybe there will be surplus food that can be exported. In this era, food is undoubtedly the most important thing. Even if a war is to be launched, there must be sufficient food support to tame the conquered people. If there is no food to feed the conquered people, they can only kill the captives or sell them all to other areas as slaves, wasting important population resources. In the history of another world, many great generals who have left their names in history have records of massacring prisoners. The essence is that these generals simply did not have enough food to absorb prisoners. In addition to achieving self-sufficiency in food, I should also exploit the coal resources of Euboea and Crete. After all, charcoal can only be smelted, and coal can be used as fuel to make steel. The kingdom of Athens entered the steel civilization from the iron civilization. And unlike other regions, the latitude gap will further widen. In order to increase the production of iron tools, I will build an iron workshop on Euboea Island, the Otis region, and the Attica Peninsula, which have iron mines. After making the kingdom of Athens fully enter the iron civilization as the second goal, Roy began to think about the finances of the kingdom of Athens. If the kingdom of Athens wants to support a large army and civil service, it must find a way to let soldiers and civil servants spend their wealth. After all, the army and civil service are high-income professions in the kingdom of Athens. If their wealth continues, accumulation will soon become a factor of instability. In order for them to consume luxury goods such as salt, spices, and cotton cloth must become necessities in Athenian life. Although Athenians cannot be allowed to starve, they cannot be allowed to accumulate wealth. We must keep them at the level of food and clothing. And then they will voluntarily become workers and soldiers to fight on the battlefield. Thinking of this, Roy was suddenly frightened by his own thoughts. In order to make the Athenians voluntarily become workers and soldiers, he actually wanted to deliberately exploit their wealth. That was not my goal before I became king of Athens. After the guilt in his heart disappeared in a flash, Roy continued to think about how to take the greatest wealth of the kingdom of Athens into his own hands and turn everyone in the kingdom of Athens into workers for the Athenian royal family. Not only the hugely profitable industries such as salt, iron, spices, and olive oil must be exclusively owned by the royal family, but also industries such as food, clothing, logistics, footwear, and socks must have royal family-run shops set prices for these industries. That's the third goal on Roy's list. Chapter 351 Asking for help in the Elis area. When it was close to noon, Procne and Philomela took 12 palace maids to bring the lunch that had just been prepared to the palace hall. Brother Roy. Hearing Philomela's enthusiastic call, Roy came back to his senses, smiled at Procne and Philomela and said, "Didn't I let you rest for a few days? You are not working as part-time workers year-round. Now that I am back, you should have a good few days of fun and do what you want to do. We are not children anymore." Procne pulled Philomela to Roy. And then the two sisters sat on the left and right sides of Roy. "Brother Roy is working hard now. And we should do what we can for you." Seeing that they had already cut their skirts into short skirts that barely covered their knees, Roy put his arms around their thin waists and said, "You two are really my caring little cotton-padded jackets. I am looking forward to getting married to you more and more. Brother Roy is making us happy again." Procne asked the 12 palace maids holding food to come over, and said while feeding the food they held to Roy, "Brother Roy is really anxious to marry us. We have become your wives long ago. And maybe we are already pregnant with Brother Roy's child. Sister, I believe Brother Roy will really marry us this time," Philomela said with a confident smile. "After all, the wars in the kingdom of Athens are over. Brother Roy has no reason to delay marrying us," Procne said with her lips pursed. "Even if the war in the kingdom of Athens is over, it doesn't mean that Brother Roy will not be involved in other wars. Procne, are you worried that our wedding will be postponed again?" Roy held Procne and Philomela in his arms and said, "Dear sister, I can promise you two in the name of the goddess Metis that no matter what happens, my marriage to you will not be postponed." Hearing Roy's promise in the name of the goddess Metis, Procne smiled as if her conspiracy had succeeded. At this moment, a palace guard ran into the palace hall and said, "Your Majesty, there is a man outside who claims to be the envoy of King Enomanos of Elis. He wants to enter the palace to discuss important matters with your Majesty." The messenger of King Enomanos of Elis, Loe said immediately, thinking that he had a beautiful daughter Hippodamia. "Bring King Elis's messenger here." After a while, a young nobleman with disheveled hair entered the hall and knelt directly in the center of the hall, begging, "Great King Loe of Athens, please save our city of Olympia from the foreign invaders Mycenaeans. Our city of Olympia is willing to become a vassal of the kingdom of Athens. And King Enomanos of Elis will also take over the beautiful Hippo Princess Demia will marry you." Upon hearing the messenger's words, Philomela immediately frowned and whispered, "Brother Roy, let's not interfere in the war between these barbaric Thracians. If you get involved in the war again, your marriage to us will definitely be delayed." Procne followed. "Not only will our marriage be delayed, but Brother Loe will have an extra princess by his side. After all, the envoy of King Enomanos of Elis has said that they will dedicate Princess Hippodamia to Loe. Brother Ye, Thracian, In a narrow sense, the Thracians refer to the blonde and blue-eyed Caucasian nomads in the north. In a broad sense, the Mycenaeans and the Illyrians of the Illyris region were Thracians in the eyes of the Pelasgus. Because Thracians is not an exclusive name for a certain ethnic group, but a name used by the Pelasgus for all barbarians. The common characteristic of these barbarians, Thracians, is that they are not agricultural people. As distant relatives of the Dorians, the Mycenaeans came to the Peloponnese Peninsula. Although they did not treat the Pelasgus in the Argos and Acadia regions as slaves, they also made them the conquering Pelasgus-produced food, which the Mycenaeans, as the ruling class, were responsible for enjoying just as they had in Egypt. The Illyrians living in the Great Plains of Ilys and the Achaia region also lived a nomadic and hunting life. Even though they had been neighbors with the Pelasgus for hundreds of years, they did not transform into a farming people and waste the fertile land of the Ilys plains. It is precisely because the Illyrians in the Ilys region are also barbarians, Thracians, in the eyes of the Pelasgi that Ars, the patron saint of the Ilys region, became a Thracian barbarian. Gods? Later, with the evolution of history, Thracians became the exclusive name for the blonde and blue-eyed nomads in the north. Ars, the patron saint of the barbarians, Thracians, in the Ilys region, was also regarded as the northern Thracian. Human gods. You said the Mycenaeans were waging war against your region of Ilys. Roy looked at the messenger with suspicion and said, the Mycenaeans conquered Arcadia a few months ago. Will they have enough soldiers to conquer your Ilys region now? What I said is true, the messenger explained anxiously. Although after the Mycenaeans conquered the Arcadia region, they did not have the extra troops to expand. But not long ago, Perseus, the prince of the Mycenaeans, brought tens of thousands of Mycenaeans from distant Egypt. Of the same race, Perseus moved tens of thousands of Hyksos to the Peloponnese. If the Mycenaeans had increased their population by tens of thousands, it would be very reasonable for them to now be able to wage war against the Ilys region. Messenger of Annomenus. Even if what you say is true, I have no interest in intervening in the war between you Illyrians and the Mycenaeans. Your Majesty the King of Athens, please think again. The messenger pleaded with some despair. Without your help our city of Olympia would soon be overrun by the Mycenaeans. What benefit can I bring to the kingdom of Athens by helping you? Do you think Annomenus giving me his daughter, Princess Hippodamia, is worth the Athenian soldiers risking their lives to protect the city of Olympia? After responding to the messenger, Roy ordered the two palace guards at the entrance of the hall. Drive this messenger away. After the two palace guards carried out Roy's order and drove the messenger away, Roy couldn't help but say, it seems that King Acrisios of Mycenae will die soon, and the peace between the kingdom of Athens and the Mycenaeans will lose the guarantee of the sacred oath. In the myth of another world, Acrisios died in Olympia. Now the Mycenaeans are besieging Olympia, the main city in the Ilys region. When they capture the city, they will definitely hold the famous Olympian Games as an athletic event to celebrate victory and sacrifice to the gods. After Perseus killed Acrisios in the Olympian Games, he buried Acrisios there. Perhaps out of guilt for his grandfather, Perseus would give up ruling the Ilys region and let his cousin Pelops become the city-state king of the Ilys region. In the future Pelops would conquer the Achaia region and rule the entire Elysian plain. Chapter 352. The plan to get married will not change. After the envoy of King Ennomanos of Ilys was taken away, Procne asked with some worry, Brother Roy, are you really not going to interfere in the war between the Mycenaeans and King Ilys? Roy smiled and nodded. The Athenian tribe developed into the current kingdom of Athens in half a year, and the territory area and population increased hundreds of times. In order to truly absorb these newly increased territories and population, and implement the policies of the kingdom of Athens to every piece of land in the kingdom of Athens, I won't start any more wars this year. Philomela joked. Brother Roy, although Hippodamia is a barbarian princess, we have all heard of her beauty. Are you really not attracted to her? Roy shook his head without hesitation and said, if I were just the king of Athens, in order to become the ruler of the Ilys region, I would definitely intervene in the war between the Mycenaeans and the Ilys king and make Hippodamia my woman. Now I am the ruler of the 60,000 square kilometers of the kingdom of Athens. Hippodamia is just the princess of Olympia. In my opinion, she is not qualified to be my wife at all. Then, Roy spoke to Procne and Philomela. Procne, Philomela, my plan to marry you will never change. Now you send invitations to all the nobles in the kingdom of Athens and ask them to attend our wedding on time. In the western Nile Delta, the Thessaly region, and the city of Corinth, which were conquered by Roy with force. The ruling class such as the nobility has been eliminated. However, in Crete and central Greece, the ruling class like the nobility still existed. Because these areas entered the territory of the Kingdom of Athens in a peaceful way. And Roy had no sufficient reason to eliminate the nobility here. Now Roy just used the wedding to gather these nobles. And then asked them to voluntarily give up their noble status and become commoners. Hearing Roy asking him to invite guests to the wedding, Procne said with a blushing face and rapid breathing, "Brother Roy, if we invite guests to Athens, you really have no room to postpone the wedding." "Silly girl." Roy leaned close to Procne's neck, smelling the fragrance on her body and said, "I am also a normal man. Do you know how much I want to eat you? I can't wait to complete the wedding with you and let you fulfill your responsibilities as a wife." Brother Roy. Seeing that Procne's entire face had turned red due to shyness, Roy turned around and shouted, "Herald, now go and tell everyone in the city of Athens that on the first day of July, Princess Procne and Princess Philomela will become their real queens and queens. 3 days later, Procne and Philomela and Iromela will go around the city of Athens so that all Athenians can see the faces of the newlyweds." The 4 heralds immediately carried out Roy's order and told everyone in Athens that the king of Athens was about to get married. 3 days flew by. On this day of patrolling the city of Athens, Loe, Procne, and Philomela were all dressed up under the service of the palace maids. Roy wore an olive branch crown made of gold on his head, a gold belt around his waist, and even his feet were wearing gold strap sandals. Procne and Philomela wore gold hair ornaments, gold belts around their slender waists, and flat sandals made of gold on their feet, wearing short skirts 3 centimeters above the knee and black wool knee-high socks. They are as beautiful and noble as real goddesses. The 3 of Roy came to the palace courtyard. An open carriage pulled by 2 white horses and 2 black horses was waiting for its owner to ride. "Procne, Philomela, let's go meet our people together." After the 3 of them boarded the carriage, Procne leaned against Roy nervously and asked, "Brother Roy, if we wear short skirts and knee-high socks, will we be regarded as women imitating savages?" "Don't think so wildly," Roy said while hugging Procne and Philomela's slim waists. "Not only will your clothing not be ridiculed, but it will also become the target of imitation by all the girls in the city of Athens." Philomela ordered the man leading the horse. "Let's go." The man leading the horse immediately pulled the reins and let the carriage leave the palace. The carriage drove out of the Acropolis and onto the streets of Athens. Civilians who wanted to see the king and queen of Athens immediately swarmed towards the carriage. Because the carriage was protected by Athenian soldiers, the fanatical civilians could not crowd around the carriage. Roy, Procne, and Philomela on the carriage showed friendly smiles and kept waving to the surrounding civilians. The civilians responded with enthusiastic cheers. "Long live the king of Athens! Long live Princess Procne! Long live Princess Philomela!" Under the sunlight, the golden crowns, gold belts, and gold sandals on the 3 Roys all shone, making the 3 Roys look like gods shrouded in divine light. Many people regarded the 3 Loys as the incarnations of gods, and they knelt on the ground and prayed devoutly for protection. The current city of Athens is only a city with a population of about 30,000. After the carriage completed its tour of the city of Athens, Roy sent the carriage to the port of Piraeus so that the people in the port of Piraeus could also witness the 3 of them. Port of Piraeus. When the patrolling carriage arrived, everyone at the port stopped trading and looked at the 3 Roys on the carriage with curiosity. When the carriage passed by the trading market, a Phoenician businessman suddenly stopped the carriage and said, "Great King of Athens, I have brought you extremely precious commodities. I believe you and the queen will like them." With that, the Phoenician merchant walked over to his merchandise. There were 2 wooden cages. The first cage contained a female lion and 3 cubs. And the second cage contained a female cheetah and 4 cheetah cubs. These 2 creatures have become extinct in the Europa continent. And Procne and Philomela have naturally never been seen. Seeing these 2 new creatures, Procne and Philomela immediately widened their eyes curiously. The Phoenician merchant saw their reaction and said with a happy smile, "Great King of Athens, I would like to sell you these beautiful and precious creatures for the price of 20,000 catties of salt. 20,000 kilograms of salt. Even if the city of Athens is a salt producer, 20,000 kilograms of salt can be equivalent to 1 million kilograms of grain. So this is undoubtedly a price that a lion would ask for. Even 3,600 years later, When the number of lions is reduced, the price of a lion will not exceed 100,000 kilograms of grain. And the price of a cheetah will be the same. The number of lions and cheetahs is not endangered now. And their price will never exceed 10,000 kilograms of grain. Cunning businessman. Don't you know that the Kingdom of Athens has a territory in Egypt? Although there are no lions and cheetahs in Europe, I know that these two beasts can be found everywhere in Africa. So I will not accept your price. After all, it is 20,000. 1 kilogram of grain sold to other areas is equivalent to 2 million kilograms of grain. I will give you 1,000 kilograms of salt. Will you sell all these beasts to me? 1,000 pounds of salt. If 1 pound of salt is exchanged for 100 pounds of grain and sold to other areas, 100,000 pounds of grain can be exchanged. Although it failed to sell for a sky-high price, the Phoenician merchants could accept the price. Chapter 353, Holding a family dinner with my father-in-law and his family. Acropolis. The three of Roy finished their tour of the city and returned to the palace of Athens with the big cats and kittens they bought. The girls in the palace all curiously gathered around the two cages to observe. Although lions and cheetahs grow up to be ferocious carnivores, their cubs are very cute pets. Philomi asked Roy while pulling the little lion and cheetah in the wooden cage. Brother Roy, these animals are so cute. If you buy them for 100,000 caddies of grain, will that businessman suffer a loss? Ouch! At this moment, the lioness in the wooden cage let out an angry roar and protected the cub under her paws. Roy said with a smile, Philomela, don't think that it is very difficult to capture lions and cheetahs when you see them with sharp teeth and claws. We humans can wear armor to defend against their sharp teeth and claws. And we can also use tools to capture them alive. Even so, the businessman hired 20 people to help him catch these beasts at the price of 500 kilograms of grain a month. And he only needed to spend 10,000 kilograms of grain. If I gave him the price of 100,000 kilograms of grain, he could make a net profit of at least 80,000 gin of food. And they couldn't have captured just this pair of lioness and cheetah mother and son in a month. That businessman can make a net profit of 80,000 caddies of grain from these beasts. Even though Philomela was a member of the royal family, she couldn't help but smack her lips. Procne said worriedly, Brother Roy, if we allow that businessman to earn so much food, will they capture more wild beast mothers and babies to sell? Don't worry. They won't be able to do this kind of business for long. Roy said while looking at the lioness and her son and the cheetah and her son in the wooden cage. When these little lions and cheetahs grow up, there will be 4 lions and 5 cheetahs. These are gold-swallowing beasts that ordinary nobles cannot afford or raise. Only the royal family and the great nobles can afford to buy and raise them. When the lion cubs and cheetah cubs grow up, they need to be fed with a sheep every day. On the surface, 1 sheep may not seem like many. But 1 sheep every day means 365 sheep are killed in a year. Not to mention that civilian families do not have such luxury. Even ordinary aristocratic families do not have such luxury. After the 2 palace maids brought the raw meat for feeding, Roy threw the 2 legs of lamb into the wooden cage. The lioness and the cheetah wolfed them down immediately. Obviously, the Phoenician merchants did not let them eat enough meat. While his mother's attention was on the food, Roy grabbed a lion cub and a cheetah cub from the wooden cage, handed them to Procne and Philomela and said, You first develop a relationship with these little guys. Once the female lion and female cheetah are fully tamed, you can release them from the cage. Ouch! Meow! The little lion and the little cheetah made cute cat sounds in Roy's hands. Procne and Philomela immediately took the 2 cute little guys and held them in their arms. Seeing Io and Andromeda looking at Procne and Philomela with envy, Roy smiled. If you 2 behave well, I can give you 1 too. Time flies to the end of June. As the news that Roy was about to get married spread, not only the invited guests came to Athens, but also many guests who had not received the invitation. That night, Roy held a family dinner at the palace. Because Roy's cheap father-in-law Pandion brought Perseus's mother Danae to the city of Athens, and the cheap uncle Erechtheus had already arrived in the city of Athens yesterday. Palace Hall. Loe, Procne, Philomela, Pandion, Zeuxippus, Danae, and Erechtheus were sitting around a table. Seeing Pandion caring for Danae carefully, without his wife, Lady Zeuxippa, in his eyes, the children Procne, Philomela, and Erechtheus all showed dissatisfaction. Philomela said directly and viciously, Since Danae became my father's side wife, The relationship between my father and my mother has become worse and worse. Brother Roy. Can we kill Danae? Sure. Roy replied without hesitation. Now the strength of the kingdom of Athens has far surpassed that of the kingdom of Mycenae. Even if we kill Danae, we don't have to worry about the revenge of her father, King Acrisios of Mycenae. After Danae hid in Pandion's arms in fear, Pandion said dissatisfiedly, "How can you children say such things? Although I have been particularly fond of Danae recently, it is because Danae has my child in her belly. Which is your brother or sister? If you hurt Danae, is tantamount to hurting your half-brother or sister. Danae is pregnant." After learning this information, everyone turned their attention to Danae's abdomen. Unexpectedly, Pandion and Danae had a new child when they reached middle age. Danae had a half-brother or sister in her belly. And now even the somewhat willful Philomela did not dare to say anything to hurt Danae. Roy couldn't help but feel worried at this time. It's okay for Danae to give herself a sister-in-law. If she gives herself a brother-in-law, will Procne and Philomela become the legendary foodie demon? Will Pandion seek to become the ruler of a city and a country for the sake of this young son? Father-in-law, now that you are back, please stay in Athens from now on. In order to prevent Pandion from having undue ambitions, Roy decided to take back his identity as the governor of Corinth and let Chiron take over the city of Corinth and become a veritable queen of the 5 cities. Pandion said with some dissatisfaction at having his power taken away by Roy. "Loie, I don't mind if you take away my power. But why don't you give more power to Procne and Philomela? I heard that Pandora, Mnemosyne, and Chiron were all given to you. The ruling power of the 5 large city-states is called the Queen of the 5 cities. Procne and Philomela rule the city of Athens together. They are only half-city queens. Should you let them rule the 10 large city-states? Next year," Roy said with a serious face. "Father-in-law, I can promise you that next year I will let Procne and Philomela get the right to rule in line with their status." After making a promise to his cheap father-in-law, Roy looked at Erechtheus and said, "Erechtheus, you have been responsible for digging silver mines in Lavrio. Now I want to give you a new job. You go to the western part of the Macedonian Great Plains and manage the Phyres and Thia tribes for me. I still remember that you like girls with different hair and eyes from us. Girls with blonde hair and blue eyes from the Pharis tribe and the Thia tribe. You can take whoever you like as your own. Am I a tool without a will of my own?" Erechtheus said dissatisfied. "You asked me to work for you and you didn't ask me if I would accept it. Don't you want to?" Roy looked at Erechtheus meaningfully and said, "I believe you don't want anything to happen to my marriage to Procne and Philomela." His sister was about to become Loie's first wife, the most noble queen of the kingdom of Athens. And Erechtheus certainly did not want his sister's happiness to be ruined by him. He had no choice but to accept Roy's arrangement. Chapter 354 Unexpected Wedding Guests. When the invited wedding guests came to Athens, Roy would always receive them personally and express his importance to them. Even the guests who were not invited, Roy would personally meet them and decide whether they could stay in Athens to attend the wedding. The banquet hall of the royal palace of Athens. Roy was sitting on the recently built golden throne and was receiving an unexpected guest. The person standing in the center of the hall was a beautiful girl wearing a short skirt with her calves exposed, and her long black hair tied into a braid. Looking at the girl with a nomadic style, Roy asked calmly, "Are you Hippodamia, the daughter of Enamanos, king of Ilis? Although we invited many guests, we did not invite you Illyrians." Hippodamia, who looked like a female hunter and a female warrior, looked directly at Roy with her big beautiful eyes and said, "Loie, King of Athens, do you want to drive me away?" "No, since you're here. Just attend my wedding with the other guests," Roy said as he looked at Hippodamia's tall and beautiful figure. "Because you are an unexpected guest, the city of Athens has not prepared a guest room for you. You can stay in the guest room of the palace." Then, Roy waved to Hippodamia and asked Hippodamia to leave the hall. "I have something else to say," Hippodamia said anxiously. "I came to your wedding in the hope that the powerful kingdom of Athens can bring justice to us and punish the Mycenaeans who waged war against us. I have already told the envoy of your father Enamanos that I have no interest in getting involved in your war with the Mycenaeans," Roy said impatiently. "And what good will saving you do to the kingdom of Athens? The great plains of Elis is suitable for raising horses and grazing. We can provide many war horses to the kingdom of Athens. And we can also sell our cattle and sheep to the kingdom of Athens. There are no precious metal mines such as gold and silver mines in the Ilis region. Nor are there copper or iron mines for casting weapons. The Illyrians living there are still nomadic people, who do not engage in production. If Roy had not controlled the Phyres tribe and the Thyan tribe to raise horses for him, perhaps Roy would be interested in letting King Eanomanos of Elis raise horses for him, as a condition for saving the city of Olympia. Now that Roy already has someone who raises horses for the kingdom of Athens, King Eanomanos of Elis is nothing but useless to Roy. In order to impress Roy, Hippodamia continued. Loe, King of Athens, my father has already said that as long as you are willing to save Olympia, I will become your wife, and we will inherit the throne of Olympia together. You can't defeat the Mycenaeans, Roy said with a joking smile. Without my intervention, the city of Olympia will definitely be conquered by the Mycenaeans, because Anomenus will soon lose his throne. He is willing to make me his heir to the throne. But you, this beautiful princess, and the throne of Olympia cannot impress me at all. Loe, King of Athens, if you are dissatisfied with me, you can leave the city of Athens at any time. Hippodamia glared at Roy with suppressed anger, then turned around and said, I will not leave. I will continue to convince you. After Hippodamia left, another uninvited guest entered the hall. Perseus. Looking at Perseus walking to the center of the hall, Roy said in surprise, I didn't expect you to come to Athens. My stepsister is going to marry you. How can I not come? You regard my father-in-law Pandion as your stepfather. Aren't you afraid that your father will crawl out of the grave? If the strength of the kingdom of Athens is weaker than ours, of course I cannot bear the humiliation of my mother being occupied by Pandion. Perseus said helplessly. But now the kingdom of Athens is too strong. We Mycenaeans are no longer a match for the kingdom of Athens. In order not to be destroyed by the kingdom of Athens, I must treat your father-in-law as my stepfather and your wife as my stepsister. This way we are a family. 6 months ago, the Mycenaeans were more powerful than the Athenian tribe. Even Roy was worried that the Mycenaeans would use all their strength to destroy the Athenian tribe. Now, half a year later, the Athenian tribe has become the kingdom of Athens, and its territory and population have increased hundreds of times. The Mycenaeans have become a weak enemy that can be easily destroyed by the kingdom of Athens. In order not to be destroyed by the kingdom of Athens, Perseus was willing to endure humiliation and become relatives with Loe, which can be regarded as a man who can bend and bend. Perseus, the reason you came to the wedding is because you are afraid that I will interfere in the war between your Mycenaeans and King Eanomanos of Elis. Roy said with a joking smile. Don't worry. I have rejected Hippodamia's request. Thank you so much. Perseus bowed his head respectfully to express his gratitude. Dear brother-in-law, you can rest assured. I guarantee that the Mycenaeans will not be enemies of the kingdom of Athens. You are just a prince of the Mycenaeans. What authority do you have to represent the Mycenaeans? Is your grandfather Acrisios going to die soon? Even if Acrisios dies, his throne will not be it's not your grandson's turn to inherit. After all, my grandfather is old. So it is normal for something to happen. Since you can take away my stepfather's throne as your son-in-law, of course I can inherit my grandfather's throne as my grandson. You guy dash. Roy said with an unhappy expression. Because you are an unexpected guest. The city of Athens has not prepared a guest room for you. So just go and stay at your stepfather's house. After Perseus leaves, 3 unexpected guests enter the hall. Goddess Artemis, Goddess Calypso, Princess Callisto. Looking at the 3 girls walking to the center of the hall, Roy recognized their identities at a glance even though they hid their faces with veils. Aren't you going to the Calydon region to spread the faith of the goddess Artemis, so that the goddess Artemis can replace the goddess Althea there as the patron saint of Calydon? Our operation failed. Callisto took off his face and said. The Illyrians of Calydon were completely unwilling to accept the goddess Artemis. In this era, god worship was somewhat similar to ancestor worship, and rulers often claimed to be descendants of the gods. Artemis is the goddess of the Pelasgus. To make the Illyrians in the Calydon region accept Artemis is like making the Illyrians believe that the ancestors of the Pelasgus will protect them. So the Illyrians should abandon their ancestors, Altai Asian goddess. Artemis's failure to replace Althea was something Roy expected. Roy said with a faint smile. If the goddess Artemis wants to replace the goddess Artia, the most feasible way is to conquer the Calydon region by force. Even if the Calydon region cannot be conquered by force, the Arcadians who worship the goddess Artemis muster large number of immigrants came to the Calydon region to assimilate the Illyrians in the Calydon region. In the history of another world, The Dorians invaded the Peloponnese Peninsula, causing a large number of Arcadians to migrate to the Calydon region. This is where Artemis assimilated with Althea, and even replaced Althea. Base. Chapter 355. Consider accepting Artemis. In the history of another world, the Messiah's church was able to grow because the church's teachings allowed the common people to endure suffering. Because it is beneficial to the exploitation and oppression of the ruling class. The church is supported by the royal power. This is the fundamental reason why the church can eliminate polytheism. As a wandering goddess without the support of royal power, it is abnormal for Artemis to be able to replace Althea in the Calydon region. Goddess Artemis. Although there is no support from the royal power, you cannot replace the goddess Althea with force. Without a large number of Akkadian immigrants, you cannot assimilate the goddess Althea. But I believe that as long as you persist, maybe after hundreds of thousands of years, you will be able to subtly replace the goddess Althea. Roy's words obviously sounded more like ridicule. Artemis said while glaring at Roy with angry red eyes. I won't waste any more time. The Illyrians in the Calydon region will never abandon their own gods and regard me, a foreign god, as their patron saint. In this era, foreign gods replaced local gods, often ruling over the natives on behalf of foreign conquerors. Without the support of force, the result will only be the absorption of foreign gods by local gods. The goddesses Metis and Net are a good example. As a foreign god, Net and Pallas did not replace Metis Athena, the patron goddess of Athens. But Metis absorbed Net and became Pallas, the city of Athens, in order to emphasize the master-slave relationship between Metis and Night. The story of Athena killing Pallas and inheriting Pallas's name was born in the myth. As a foreign god, Night of Pallas did not replace Metis Athena because the Egyptians did not conquer the city of Athens. But the Greeks had a history of conquering Egypt. The Egyptians were conquered by the Greeks. And the Greeks would naturally not degenerate into worshipping the gods of the conquered people. Feeling Artemis' anger, Roy said helplessly, "Are you guests at the wedding? If you are not a guest at the wedding, I will ask you to leave my palace." "You guy, do I disgust you like this? Does goddess Artemis like me very much?" Of course Artemis wouldn't like Roy. After all, Roy once refused to worship Artemis as his patron saint. Now Artemis came to Roy again because she had no choice. In the past few months, Artemis's operation to replace Althea failed completely. Metis, Mnemosyne, and Amphitrite became more powerful goddesses as the kingdom of Athens expanded. This made Artemis jealous of her sisters, and also dissatisfied and hated Roy. When Roy accepted Artemis, Artemis would definitely become a more powerful goddess than before as the kingdom of Athens expanded. The great king of Athens, Callisto, suddenly fell to his knees and begged. The goddess Artemis will pamper her people like a mother loves her children. I ask you to accept the goddess Artemis, and let the goddess Artemis have a foothold in the kingdom of Athens. Goddess Calypso followed. The western part of the Great Plains of Macedonia, this land has no owner yet. You can give this land to Artemis. The Dorians living there will also use hunting to obtain food and destroy enemies. They can become Artemis, his people. You want me to give the western part of the Great Plains of Macedonia to the goddess Artemis? Roy couldn't help but frown and said, "That's 7,000 square kilometers of land and more than 30,000 people. It's not an exaggeration to say it's equivalent to 3 city-states. What's the benefit to me if I dedicate the land and population there to the goddess Artemis? I will marry Calypso and Callisto to you." Seeing Roy's expression still expressionless, Artemis gritted her teeth and said, "If you can become a god in the future, I will marry myself to you." Another promise that cannot be fulfilled immediately. Roy shook his head and said, "Goddess Artemis, if I can't become a god in the future, then you don't have to marry me. Even if I become a heroic god who becomes a god after death, how can I become a husband and wife with only a soul and no body? That's your problem," Artemis said through gritted teeth. "I've already said I want to marry you. What else do you want me to do? I asked you to marry me, now you won't accept it." Roy thought, "Goddess Artemis, if I accept you, what kind of blessing can you give me? I can make you a marksman with perfect shots. And I can also make you run as fast as the wind. Archery with perfect accuracy and running speed like the wind," Roy said with a hesitant expression. "Goddess Artemis, I have to seriously consider whether to accept you. You can stay in the guest rooms of the palace as guests. Apart from the royal palace of Athens, the most luxurious residence in Athens is the villa built by Roy for his cheap father-in-law Pandion. In the past, only his mother-in-law Zeuxippe lived here alone. But now not only Pandion, Danae. And Erechtheus. But even Perseus also wants to live here. Villa Hall. When Perseus walked into the hall, Danae immediately rushed over happily and hugged Perseus and said, "My child. My Perseus. I see you at last. Dear mother. How are you doing during this time?" "I'm fine. Pandion loves me like a father to you." After the mother and son separated, Danae lowered his head in shame and said, "Perseus. I have a child now. It's a good thing that my mother and stepfather have my brother or sister." Perseus said, looking at Danae's belly, "The birth of a younger brother or younger sister will make my stepfather and my family a real family." After speaking, Perseus took the initiative to pull Danae to Pandion and said, "Dear father. Do you accept me as your son?" Perseus took the initiative to recognize his father. And Pandion stood up happily and said, "You are the son of Danae. My son. How could I not accept you? From now on, I will be your father. And Erechtheus, Procne, and Philomela will be your brothers and sisters." Seeing Pandion, Danae, and Perseus standing together like a family of three, Erechtheus said dissatisfiedly, "Father, are you old and confused? People are willing to call you father because the kingdom of Athens can now easily eliminate the Mycenaeans and change his status from a noble prince to a humble commoner." Of course, Pandion was not an old fool. He knew that Perseus took the initiative to recognize his father in order to take advantage of him. But he really loves Wujiwu. For the sake of Danae and the child in her belly, Pandion did not mind being used by Perseus. "Perseus, you don't need to care about what Erechtheus says. As long as I am the head of the family, Erechtheus will recognize you as his brother. After Roy marries my daughter, he will also recognize you as the elder brother. Uncle." Hearing Pandion's words, the smile on Perseus's face became even brighter. I have to say that this father did not admit it in vain. Seeing that his husband regarded Danae and Perseus as family members, Zeuxippus sighed helplessly. Chapter 356, Gods live forever, but will also perish. When night falls, Artemis stood on the edge of the Acropolis and looked down at the city of Athens. Her eyes full of complex expressions. Compared with the first time Artemis came to the city of Athens, the city of Athens has become more prosperous. And this change happened in just a few months. If I were the patron saint of this city, I would be the Mediterranean, the greatest god in the whole world. This city belongs to me. Metis' cold voice said, "If there are other gods who want to compete with me for the city of Athens, even if they are sisters who have the same origin as me, I will never forgive them." While speaking, Metis appeared next to Artemis in the form of a human girl. Artemis turned to look at Metis beside her and said with a smile, "Metis, you have indeed discovered me a long time ago. Do you think I am blind? I already noticed it when you first came to Athens." Metis looked at Artemis with cold eyes and said, "I even saw the fact that you knelt down to humans to Roy. You actually said you wanted to marry a human. It really embarrassed us sisters. Is this the arrogance of a goddess standing on a throne?" Artemis said with a forced smile, "Now your identity is the patron saint of the city of Athens. In the future, you may become the queen of the gods of the kingdom of Athens. Of course you can despise me for surrendering to humans. If our identities were exchanged, could you still maintain this arrogance? But don't forget that becoming a wandering goddess is not the end of our fall. Although we are immortal gods, we are not immortal existences. Just like the end point of a wandering lion is to become a lion king with a territory, or to die in obscurity. There are only two ways to the end of the wandering gods, to ascend the throne of God again, or to be submerged and disappeared by the long river of time. Artemis, are you worried that you will disappear?" Metis. Before the blonde and blue-eyed Caucasian nomads migrated over, the Pelasgus lived in the great plains of Thessaly, Macedonia, and Thrace. And our sisters guarded them. Caucasian nomads after the national invasion. Only more than 400 years have passed. Who now remembers the Pelasgi people who lived in the great plains of Thessaly, Macedonia and Thrace? Who still remembers the Pelasgi people who guarded them? The goddess of humans disappeared. The sisters with the same origin as us did not even leave their names, and have completely disappeared into the history of the past. Those sisters who didn't even have their names left, the gods of Thrace made them disappear. You can say that, Artemis said while looking at the city of Athens below. Although our gods are immortal beings, they need territory to support us. If we lose the throne of our patron saint, We can only become subordinate gods of other gods and continue to survive by relying on other gods. Becoming a true wandering god in the end. Maybe it will only take a few hundred years for our names to disappear from the past history. And the gods who do not even have names will naturally disappear from this world completely. Metis. Now I am slowly disappearing a wandering god. If I don't seize every opportunity to ascend the throne of God again, will I have to wait until my name disappears before abandoning my pride and self-esteem to fight for the throne of God? In the history of another world, it is a very lucky accident that Artemis, who lost her identity as the patron goddess of Arcadia, can re-emerge as the 12 main gods of Olympus. Because the Greeks wanted to replace Bendis, the Thracian goddess of the moon and hunt, with a native Greek god. Artemis was given Bendis's authority. Because the Greeks who colonized the Asia Minor Peninsula wanted to replace the sun god Helios in Thrace with Apollo, Artemis, who was confused with Bendis, the goddess of the moon and hunting, was lucky enough to become Apollo's sister. Like Dionysus, the god of wine, he relied on Apollo to enhance his authority. Artemis's re-emergence has nothing to do with her own efforts. If Artemis was unlucky, the Greeks could have another goddess confused with Bendis, the goddess of the moon and hunting, and then become Apollo's sister. Artemis, who was not favored by the goddess of luck, might have declined into an unknown goddess, and might have disappeared along with her name. The history of another world has proven that Artemis, who became a wandering goddess, cannot become a patron saint again by relying on her own strength. Perhaps because of her self-awareness of her own strength, Artemis has a strong sense of crisis. This is exactly why she agreed to marry Roy in order to regain her position as the patron saint. Artemis. Metis looked at Artemis with sympathetic eyes and said, I understand your desire to continue to survive. As long as you have no ambition to compete with me for the city of Athens, I will not hinder you. After saying that, Metis' body bloomed with divine light and disappeared. Looking at where Metis was just now, Artemis said with a determined expression, I will definitely ascend the throne of God again, and become a goddess more powerful than you. Bathroom in the royal palace of Athens. After driving out all the palace maids who served him, Roy lay alone in the mini swimming pool-like bathtub, looking at his own shadow on the wall. As the flame of the candle changes irregularly, Roy's shadow on the wall is also constantly changing. When Roy was about to fall asleep, someone approached with silent footsteps. Didn't I say that I don't need the services of you maids? Before he finished speaking his dissatisfied words, a figure jumped into the bathtub like a mermaid. Roy's eyes immediately widened when he saw her beautiful braids and beautiful face. Hippodamia. Hippodamia swam up to Roy, grabbed Roy's shoulders with her hands and said with a blushing face, Please save us. I will do my best to serve you and be a humble maid by your side. Just when Roy was hesitating whether to escape, chaotic footsteps came from outside the bathroom. Roy turned around and saw Procne and Philomela walking in aggressively with a group of palace maids, followed by Io, Andromeda, Callisto and Calix who looked curious. Puso. What are you doing? Why are so many people breaking in? Brother Roy. Don't worry about anything. We are here to catch this sneaky cat. Philomela waved her hand, and several palace maids immediately grabbed Hippodamia out of the bath and brought her to Procne and Philomela. You bold sneaky cat. We haven't married Brother Roy yet. And you actually want to use this method to get ahead of us. Today we are going to teach you a lesson and let others know the consequences of trying to steal your husband from us. After speaking, Philomela took out a leather whip and handed it to Procne. Taking the whip from Philomela, Procne looked at Roy hesitantly and asked, Brother Roy, can we teach her a lesson? Obviously, Procne did not want to damage her image in Roy's mind by teaching Hippodamia a lesson. Forget it, Roy said helplessly. She also wanted to save her city-state. Chapter 357 Gold is not a hard currency now. A hill north of Athens. 12 female knights with slender waists rode their horses to the top of the hill, overlooking the city of Athens and the port of Piraeus in front of them. Is this the city of Athens? The speaker was one of the two leading female knights. Under the midsummer sun, their beautiful golden hair seemed to be shining, and they looked like goddesses descending. Sister Hippolyta. Is this the capital of the kingdom of Athens? Phyllis. If this is the city of Athens, we will know by asking the locals. After saying that, Hippolyta rode towards the port of Piraeus. Phyllis and the 12 female knights immediately followed, arriving on the road connecting the city of Athens and the port of Piraeus. Hippolyta stopped a passerby and asked, Let me ask you. Is this the city of Athens? Seeing that although Hippolyta was a blonde barbarian Thracian, she was also a noble person riding a tall horse and wearing gold ornaments. Passers-by immediately said in awe. Behind me is the city of Athens. And in front of me is Piraeus, the port of Athens. After getting a satisfactory answer, Hippolyta took out a golden ball the size of a walnut and threw it to passers-by. This is your reward. After Phyllis caught up with the 12 female knights, Hippolyta looked at Phyllis and said, Phyllis, I have confirmed that this is the city of Athens. Then let's go into the city. After hearing Phyllis' suggestion, Hippolyta shook her head and said, I want to go to Piraeus port first. After saying that, Hippolyta continued to ride her horse towards the port of Piraeus. Hippolyta and Phyllis brought the 12 female knights to the port of Piraeus, and saw that it was like a small city, with at least tens of thousands of people. Merchants shouted loudly on both sides of the road and introduced their products. Seeing that there were various merchants here including grain merchants, slave merchants, leather merchants, etc. And the prices they shouted were very cheap. Hippolyta said with a complicated expression, It's incredible. If we want to buy these goods, we have to go to the Troy area to find merchants ourselves. The Athenians don't have to do anything. These merchants will take the initiative to deliver the goods to them. Phyllis jumped off the horse and came to the grain merchant and asked, You said your food is cheap. How much food can I buy with a pound of gold? A pound of gold. After hearing Phyllis's words, the grain merchant said hesitantly, Theoretically, 1 pound of gold should be able to buy at least 20,000 pounds of grain. 20,000 kilograms of grain, food in the city of Athens is so cheap. Phyllis first opened her eyes in shock, then turned to Hippolyta and said, Sister Hippolyta, you heard it. You can buy 20,000 kilograms of grain with 1 kilogram of gold here. In the Troy area, we can only buy 5,000 kilograms of grain with 1 kilogram of gold. I heard. Hippolyta also jumped off the horse and came to the grain merchant and asked, I want to trade with you at the price of 1 pound of gold in exchange for 10,000 pounds of grain. How much grain can you sell me? The grain merchant said with an embarrassed expression. Gold is a high-value precious metal. But gold is not a hard currency. If I accept your gold, I will waste a lot of time looking for a gold buyer. I am really sorry. I hope the buyer can use salt or olive oil. Trade hard currency like this with me. The first deal hit a brick wall. But Hippolyta was not disappointed. She pulled Phyllis to the slave merchant and asked, How do you sell your slave? Looking at Hippolyta and Phyllis, who had tall horses and gold ornaments, the slave merchant introduced them enthusiastically. My slaves are all healthy. An ordinary slave man and woman costs 5,000 caddies of grain. A handsome and strong slave man and a beautiful slave woman cost 10,000 caddies of grain. So expensive. Upon hearing the slave merchant's quotation, Phyllis immediately frowned and said, When we sell war prisoners to slave traders, we can only sell them for the price of 1,000 to 2,000 kilograms of grain. Hippolyta nodded and said, When we trade with merchants, they always raise the price to sell us goods, and then lower the price to buy our goods. Even if we are exploited by merchants, we have to accept their pricing because we have no choice at all. If we Thracians had a trading port like this, we would no longer be exploited by merchants. Hippolyta then asked the slave merchant, I want to trade gold with you. Are you willing to trade with me? The slave merchant shook his head and said, I suggest you go to the palace of the king of Athens and exchange your gold for hard currency like salt or olive oil to trade with us. Thanks for your advice. After thanking the slave merchant for his advice, Hippolyta left Piraeus with Phyllis and the 12 female knights, mounted their horses and headed for the city of Athens. Royal Palace of Athens. Roy, who was receiving guests, learned of the arrival of Hippolyta and Phyllis and immediately asked the palace guards to invite them in. Hippolyta and Phyllis walked into the palace hall, which was splendidly decorated with a lot of gold ornaments. When they saw Roy sitting on the golden throne, Hippolyta said with a smile, You guys are so good at enjoying it. I thought I was entering the palace of a temple. Roy said awkwardly, There are palaces in the Near East that are more luxurious than mine. Don't be surprised. Queen Hippolyta. Princess Phyllis. Why did you come to my city of Athens together? We heard the news that you were getting married. So we came to attend your wedding and see the city of Athens by the way. Hippolyta praised from the bottom of her heart. No wonder your city of Athens is called the Aegean trade hub by merchants. The port of Piraeus brings huge benefits to the city of Athens every day. You want to buy something from the port of Piraeus? Phyllis nodded and said. We brought a lot of gold. But the merchants don't want to trade with gold. Are you willing to help us and exchange our gold for hard currency? What do I need so much gold for? Roy said helplessly. What else can gold be used for besides making beautiful ornaments? When there is no food, gold cannot be used as food to fill the stomach. When the enemy invades, gold cannot be made into a weapon to kill the enemy or prevent the enemy from stealing our food and wife and daughter. Seeing the disappointed expressions on the faces of Hippolyta and Phyllis, Roy continued. Although I don't need that much gold, you are my guests after all. I am willing to exchange salt for your gold so that you can use salt to buy the goods you want. After hearing Roy's words, Hippolyta immediately brightened up and said, Loie, thank you for your willingness to help us. Sister Hippolyta, now that we have hard currency like salt, those merchants will no longer refuse to trade with us. Looking at Hippolyta and Phyllis, who looked like two sisters, Roy said with a smile, You can stay in the palace guest room. After my wedding is over, I will arrange a ship for you to take back the goods you bought. Chapter 358 Spices are also medicinal herbs for healing diseases. Hippolyta and Phyllis were undoubtedly guests welcomed by Roy, because having a good relationship with the two of them can ensure that there will be no wars or conflicts in the north of the Kingdom of Athens. To celebrate the arrival of Hippolyta and Phyllis, Roy held a dinner specially for them. After nightfall, Procne, Philomela, Hippodamia, Callisto, Io, Hippolyta, and Phyllis were all invited to the palace hall by Roy, and Andromeda served as a palace maid. After Roy and the girls sat down around the dining table, Roy introduced Procne and Philomela, who were sitting next to him. Procne, Philomela, let me introduce to you the identities of the two distinguished guests. The older one is Hippolyta, the queen of the Amazon tribe. She rules the Great Plains of Macedonia and Thrace. There are more than 100,000 people in the 30,000 square kilometer territory of the plain. The younger one is Princess Phyllis. Her father Eets rules the most powerful Sun tribe among the Thracians, the co-owner of the Thracian people. If all the Thracian tribes are considered as a whole, Eets is the king of the Thracian kingdom. Phyllis is the princess of the Thracian kingdom. And Hippolyta is the Thracian king, the largest prince in the kingdom. Then, Roy introduced to Hippolyta and Phyllis. Queen Hippolyta, Princess Phyllis. The two beside me are my fiancé Procne and Philomela. This is Princess Hippodamia, the daughter of King Enamanos of Elis. This is Princess Callisto of Arcadia, whose country has perished. This is Princess Io of Argos, whose country has perished. And she is Princess Andromeda of Hyksos, whose country is about to be subjugated. After Roy introduced the identities of all the girls, Procne and Philomela showed worried expressions on their little faces. Because Hippolyta and Phyllis were too noble and powerful, they were far compared to each other. The current territory of the Kingdom of Athens is 60,000 square kilometers. Hippolyta is the ruler of 30,000 square kilometers, which means that as long as Loie and Hippolyta marry, the territory of the Kingdom of Athens can be increased by half. If Phyllis was his father's only child, Roy's marriage to Phyllis would more than triple the territory of the Kingdom of Athens. Your two fiancés are so beautiful. Hippolyta looked at Procne and Philomela and praised them. I understand now why you didn't have feelings for me and Felice back then. Hippolyta then spoke to Procne and Philomela. Procne, Philomela, Roy really loves you too. I once proposed to marry Roy, but this ruthless man rejected me. Phyllis once became Roy's prisoner, and Roy also has no idea of taking Felice as her own. Philomela glared at Hippolyta with a hostile look and said, Even if you don't say it, my sister and I know that Brother Roy loves us, just like we love Brother Roy. Seeing Philomela's undisguised hostility, Hippolyta showed a puzzled expression, not knowing what she had done wrong. Hippolyta had no idea that her identity was nobler and more powerful than Procne and Philomela, and that she could bring greater benefits to Roy. This was the reason why Philomela was. Although she shared the same sense of crisis as Philomela, Procne did not show hostility towards Hippolyta and Phyllis. Queen Hippolyta, Princess Phyllis, welcome to the city of Athens. If you have any problems, you can come to me and Philomela to solve them. Because Brother Roy is very busy, you'd better not disturb Brother Roy. At this moment, the palace maid brought sumptuous food to the table in the hall. After roast lamb, roast beef, vegetables, fruits, oatmeal, white bread, salt, Sugar and various spices were placed on the table. Two maids brought a hot pot with burning charcoal. Looking at the dazzling array of sumptuous food, Hippolyta and Phyllis widened their eyes curiously. Not only Hippolyta and Phyllis, but also Procne, Philomela, Hippodamia, Callisto, Io and Andromeda were all curiously observing fresh ingredients they had never seen before. Loey. What are these sweet salt-like salts? What are these dried plant-like things? Roy introduced various spices, mutton slices, and beef slices to the hot pot while introducing them to the girls. This is white sugar, not sweet salt. These are the spices I collected at a high price. They not only make food very delicious, but are also herbs for treating various diseases. I am going to plant spice plants on a large scale. And some of them are used to spices are made. And part of it is used to make medicinal materials. This is a hot pot for cooking meat. Cooking the spices with the meat slices makes the meat slices very delicious. After listening to Roy's introduction, Hippolyta glanced back and forth at the various spices and said, "You said these spices not only make food delicious, but are also herbs that can cure diseases. Roy, can you sell these spices to me? I can accept them at any price." In this era, due to the backwardness of medical standards, ordinary injuries and illnesses can also kill people. One of the reasons why priests are respected is that priests with ancient heritage have the knowledge to use some herbs to heal injuries and illnesses. The Thracians lived in northern areas where there would be heavy snowfall in winter, and they obviously needed herbs to cure various winter epidemics. After hearing Hippolyta's words, Phyllis followed. "Although I am only the princess of the Sun tribe, I also want to purchase these spices on behalf of the Sun tribe. I believe that my father knows that these spices can cure diseases, and will definitely agree to the deal I made with you." Roy shook his head and said, "The price of these spices is really expensive. And you can't give me anything that satisfies me in exchange. Then I'll trade myself with you." Hippolyta took the initiative to look at Roy with a pitiful expression and said, "You get me. Which means you get everything from the Amazon tribe. I only ask that you take care of my people like you take care of the Athenians." "No. No." After Hippolyta finished speaking, Procne and Philomela objected at the same time. Roy looked at the two of them in surprise, then held their little hands and said, "Don't worry. I don't want to take on the responsibility of taking care of the Amazon tribe just yet. Even if Hippolyta becomes my woman in the future, her status will not surpass you." Roy was not a fool. Of course he could guess what Procne and Philomela were worried about. But Roy is not someone who measures everything by profit. Even if Hippolyta can bring greater benefits to Roy, Roy will not let Hippolyta's status surpass Procne and Philomela. Hearing Roy's comforting words, Procne lowered her head in shame and said, "Brother Roy, I'm sorry. I shouldn't object to your marriage to Hippolyta. As long as Brother Roy marries her, the territory of the Kingdom of Athens will be increased by half. I support Brother Roy's marriage to her." Chapter 359. A real wedding is necessary. Hippolyta has always wanted to marry Roy in order to use Roy to bring huge benefits to the Amazon tribe. In fact, Roy also wanted to get the territory of the Amazon tribe. After all, the Macedonian Great Plains and the Thracian Great Plains ruled by the Amazon tribes can not only become rich food-producing areas, but also have super large gold mines, submarine oil and other resources. It is a pity that Loey has not yet completely solved the food problem of the Kingdom of Athens. If the Amazon tribe's hundreds of thousands of people are included in the Kingdom of Athens, the unsolvable food problem will fall on Loey. So even if Roy desires to turn the Great Plains of Macedonia and Thrace into the grain-producing areas of the Kingdom of Athens, desires to obtain super large gold mines, and desires oil resources, Roy must now firmly reject Hippolyta. When the Kingdom of Athens becomes self-sufficient in food and is even rich enough to support the Amazon tribe's hundreds of thousands of people, even if Hippolyta doesn't want to marry Loey, Loey will use war to conquer the Amazon tribe. Time flies to the first day of July, the day when Roy marries Procne and Philomela. On this day, like a grand festival held for the gods, the city of Athens slaughtered dozens of cattle and sheep, made barbecue and distributed them to every family in Athens. Acropolis. All the wedding guests gathered at the Temple of Metis to witness the wedding. It's noon. After Roy, Procne and Philomela dressed up. Roy held the hands of Procne and Philomela, and the three of them walked into the recently built Temple of Metis, which was 12 meters high. Hundreds of guests stood on both sides of the aisle in the temple, looking at Roy, who was wearing a gold crown, a gold belt, and gold shoes, and Roy, who was wearing a white dress, a gold necklace, a gold belt, and gold feet. Procne and Philomela of sandals. Pandion and Zeuxippe stood at the foot of the statue of Metis, waiting for the three of them. Roy, Procne, and Philomela walked up to Pandion and Zeuxippe. Pandion looked at the two daughters, who would truly belong to Roy, with a complex expression, his eyes full of reluctance. In this era, unmarried girls belonged to their fathers and brothers. After getting married, a girl belongs completely to her husband. In other words, after Roy married Procne and Philomela, Roy, as her husband, was the most important family member to them. Under the gazes of the guests, Pandion put away his reluctance for his two daughters to get married and said loudly with a serious face, Loe, in the presence of the great goddess Metis and all the guests, are you going to marry Procne and Philomela and become their husband who will love and care for them forever? Roy said without hesitation. The goddess Metis and all the guests witness that I will be the husband of Procne and Philomela, and I will love and care for them forever. The great gods and guests have witnessed your vows, and I hope you will never forget this day. After Pandion warned Loe, Zeuxippe said to Procne and Philomela, Procne, Philomela, in the presence of the great goddess Metis and all the guests, are you willing to marry Roy and become a loyal wife and bear him children? Procne and Philomela looked at each other and said in unison, the great goddess Metis and the guests witness that we will become Brother Roy's wife and fulfill our wife's responsibilities and obligations for Brother Roy. 3,600 years later. As long as a man and a woman register and receive a marriage certificate, they are legally recognized as husband and wife. But in this era, to become a legally recognized couple, they had to have a wedding witnessed by gods and guests. If there is no formal wedding, no matter how many sweet words a man says to a woman, the woman's identity is just the man's side wife, or even his lover. Common men usually cannot afford to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. So even if there is no wedding, it will not affect the relationship between husband and wife. Of course, those who really need weddings are the royal families and nobles who have many women. Women who marry royal families and nobles need a wedding to establish their status as a head wife and ensure their identity and the inheritance rights of their children. In the myth of another world, Jason was able to abandon Medea without any scruples because Medea was only Jason's concubine or lover. Without a wedding as a guarantee. Even if Medea lived with Jason for 10 years and gave birth to 3 children for Jason, Medea's identity was not Jason's wife. Medea, who was beguiled by the power of Aphrodite, the goddess of love, handed herself over to Jason, who neither provided her with a wedding nor a house in a strange cave on a dark night. The tragedy was doomed from the beginning. It is precisely because Roy does not want to become a scumbag like Jason that he always rejects the girls around him and insists on marrying them and then letting them become his wives. Now, Roy's wedding to Procne and Philomela means that Roy can finally exercise his power as a husband. Procne and Philomela spoke the oath witnessed by the gods and guests. And Pandion immediately threatened Loe without giving up. My son, if you dare to hurt Procne and Philomela, I will not let you go. Roy rolled his eyes and said without fear, Dear father-in-law, now Procne and Philomela completely belong to me. You don't have to worry. I will never let others hurt them. Am I worried about other people? I'm worried about you. After the wedding was completed, the guests began to present gifts to Loe. They offered jewelry made of gold and silver, pearls and precious stones, or beautiful slave women. When a former city-state king of Naxos offered a gift, the former city-state king came to Loe and said, Great king of Athens, I have prepared a special gift for you and the 2 queens. I hope you can come to the square outside. A special gift. Roy led everyone outside the temple. The former city-state king of Naxos Island immediately walked up to 2 tall slave men and said, Now it's your turn to perform. I will let the winner among you go free as promised. Then, the former city-state king asked his followers to hand over the bronze war spear and wooden shield to the 2 slave men. Seeing the 2 slave men picking up bronze war spears and wooden shields and starting to fight, Roy realized that the so-called special gift turned out to be a gladiatorial performance between slaves. Slave owners have made slaves fight each other for their own pleasure since ancient times. In the Roman era, professional gladiators were developed in order to watch the performances of gladiators. 1,500 years later, the Romans built a circular gladiatorial arena known as an architectural marvel. Seeing that the guests, the original ruling class of the Kingdom of Athens, were all watching the fight between the 2 slaves with great interest, Roy's face became ugly. Although the Roman Empire admired gladiator performances, it also launched a slave uprising launched by the Thracian Spartacus. Roy didn't want the Kingdom of Athens to become the second largest in the Roman Empire and stage a professional slave gladiatorial performance. Chapter 360 Transforming Nobles into Capitalists. Slaves are like talking tools. Life and death are completely controlled by the slave owner. So the slave cannot resist the slave owner's orders at all. The square outside the Temple of Metis. Clang clang clang. The two slaves were engaged in a fierce battle at the request of their master, both of whom wanted to kill the other to gain freedom. As the guests of the ruling class, they watched the fight with great interest, and even made bets on which slave would survive. After a fierce fight, the battle between the two slaves finally came to a close. The shorter slave was knocked to the ground by his opponent. Seeing this scene, the guests who won the bet burst into cheers. The victorious slave walked up to the defeated slave and was about to kill the defeated slave with a spear blade when the defeated slave suddenly cried and begged, "Please don't kill me. I don't want to die yet." The victorious slave looked at his master questioningly. Before the owner of the two slaves, the former king of the city-state of Naxos, could speak, the guests started shouting, "Kill him, kill him, kill him." Being able to please these guests with the death of a slave, the former king of the city-state would certainly not let go of such an opportunity. Kill him. Upon hearing the master's command, the victorious slave pointed the blade of his spear at the defeated slave and whispered, "I cannot disobey my master's orders until I am free. I will pray to the gods so that your soul can be redeemed by Hades in the underworld." Just when the victorious slave was about to kill the defeated slave, Roy suddenly spoke loudly. "Shut up. Everyone. I have already made slave laws. Slave owners cannot harm slaves' lives. And slaves must be released after 5 years of work." After Roy finished speaking, everyone fell silent for a moment. Even the victorious slaves stopped holding their spears and did not kill the defeated slaves. After a while, the former city-state king couldn't help but said, "Your Majesty the King of Athens, although you enact slave laws, we are vassals of the Kingdom of Athens and not part of the Kingdom of Athens. So your laws do not bind us. I don't treat you as vassals." Roy looked at each guest and said, "I once made laws. Except for the royal family with me as the core. Everyone else in the Kingdom of Athens is a civilian. In those areas that I conquered with force, the ruling class as aristocrats have been eliminated by me. But after joining Athens in a peaceful way in the areas of the kingdom, especially the islands in the South Aegean Sea that are vassalized to the Kingdom of Athens, the nobility still exists as the ruling class. Now I formally propose to you that you give up your status as nobility and become commoners. If you refuse my request, we will destroy you by force, deprive you of all your property, and reduce you and your family to lifelong slavery." Roy actually asked them to give up their status as nobility. Losing noble status also means losing the power of the nobles. Without the power of the nobles, how will they obtain wealth from the common people to support their families in the future? The guest said dissatisfiedly, "Your Majesty, King of Athens, your demands are too much. We have all devoted our loyalty to become your subjects. And you actually want to take away our identity, power and wealth. I want to give up my status as a vassal. From now on, my city-state will no longer be a vassal of the Kingdom of Athens. Please think again. How can my family continue to survive if you take away its identity, power and wealth? Everyone, please be quiet." After Roy shouted and told all the guests to shut up, Roy continued, "If you feel you have the strength to fight against the army of the Kingdom of Athens, you can choose to use force against me." After Roy finished speaking, the guests continued to remain silent. Because even if these guests were added together, they did not have the force to confront the Kingdom of Athens. Seeing the reactions of the guests, Roy continued, "It seems that you all know that you are unable to fight against my army. If you choose to fight against me, the result will be that your whole family will become slaves for life. It is not that I will not give you a way to survive. As compensation for giving up your noble status and power, I can let you become agents and let you run salt and iron shops in the areas I have divided. Although these shops cannot make you as rich as the enemy, they can also allow you to obtain wealth that far exceeds that of ordinary people. As long as you pay taxes according to the law, you can also become fourth-class citizens, third-class citizens, second-class citizens, and first-class citizens above the common people." After hearing Roy's words, the guests' eyes lit up. Someone couldn't help but say, Your Majesty the King of Athens. Does the highest level of first-class citizens have the same power as nobles? No. Roy shook his head and said, even first-class citizens do not have special rights beyond civilians. But becoming a citizen can enjoy the benefits of the corresponding level. For example, becoming a first-class citizen by paying taxes can enjoy the treatment of interacting with the royal family. Being able to associate with the royal family and become friends. This is a treatment that ordinary nobles do not have. A guest who didn't have the courage to confront Roy said immediately, Your Majesty the King of Athens. I am willing to become your agent and give up my nobility and power. Another guest followed. If I become your agent and the wealth I gain allows me to support the entire family, I will also be willing to give up my aristocratic status. Roy said with a satisfied smile. I can guarantee that even if your family has more than 20 people, you will be able to live and feed comfortably with the wealth you gained as an agent. But I also want to warn you. If you dare to evade taxes, I will demote your whole family to lifelong mining slaves. Serfs. Wealth that can provide enough food and clothing for more than 20 people. Even if there are 10 people in his family, he can still support a dozen slaves and enjoy a life of being served. The guests who were just ordinary nobles said one after another. I accept the arrangement of His Majesty the King of Athens, and I want to be your agent. I'm willing to accept it too. I believe in the wealth His Majesty the King of Athens has promised us. Although ordinary nobles have special powers, their wealth may not be as rich as being an agent of Lowy theory. The great nobles, especially the former city-state king, all frowned and did not express their stance immediately. Because the wealth they now possess can enable hundreds of people to live without worries. Accepting Low's arrangement would mean their wealth would shrink by 3/4 or 4/5. Seeing that neither the great nobles nor the former city-state king expressed their opinions, Roy also said to them, the agents I'm talking about will also be divided into levels. Ordinary nobles can only become low-level agents. Big nobles can become mid-level agents. And top nobles and city-state kings can become high-level agents. I have tried my best to ensure that you have similar levels to those in the past. If you still can't accept the wealth, then I can only destroy you and send your whole family to be slaves for life. There is a carrot on one side and a stick on the other. Under Roy's coercion and inducement, the great nobles and former city-state kings expressed their willingness to give up their status as nobles. Roy chose to transform these nobles into capitalists in the Kingdom of Athens. And it was a helpless move to let them promote the commercial development of the Kingdom of Athens. Because civilians simply don't have the capital to become capitalists. Chapter 361 Nobles will become citizens. Roy could obviously use force to wipe out all the nobles in the Kingdom of Athens. But he chose to transform the nobles into capitalists. Of course, he had a greater purpose. It is not simply about using the nobility to promote commercial development. As long as these nobles are transformed into capitalists and promoted as successful examples, Roy will no longer have irreconcilable conflicts with nobles elsewhere. When Roy conquers other regions, the nobles in other regions can voluntarily surrender to Roy and become capitalists with a certain amount of wealth. Royal Palace of Athens. Roy led everyone to the palace hall. And the lively wedding banquet began. After the guests sat on both sides of the aisle in the hall with their family or friends, the young and beautiful palace maids brought a variety of food, spices, fruits, vegetables, and wine in front of them. Roy, Procne, and Philomela sat on the golden throne and looked down at the hall. Observing the guests in the hall, Brother Roy, Procne suddenly lay on Roy and asked softly, You shouldn't be marrying us just to use this wedding to bring together all the nobles of the Kingdom of Athens. Right? How is that possible? Roy said a little guilty. I held this wedding just to be able to eat you. I want to summon the nobles of the Kingdom of Athens. And I don't need this wedding as a reason at all. That's right. Seeing Procne's reason for believing in him, Roy said with relief. Procne, Philomela, I will host the next banquet. You two go to the temple of Metis to rest and wait for me to eat you. After Procne and Philomela left, Lowy also left his throne and walked to the guests with the golden goblet. The most distinguished guests among the guests were undoubtedly Hippolyta and Phyllis. Roy came to Hippolyta and Phyllis and said, Queen Hippolyta, Princess Phyllis, thank you for coming to my wedding and letting us have a drink together. After the palace maid poured a glass of wine for the three of them, Hippolyta raised the glass and smiled. You are married now. Do I have no chance? What opportunity are you talking about? Roy asked rhetorically. If you still want to attend my wedding, I can tell you that I will hold a wedding with Harmonia in the city of Thebes in August. And I will hold a wedding with Chiron in the city of Iolcus in September. I will hold a wedding with Pandora in Donia city in October. You still have many opportunities to attend my wedding and taste the delicacies of the wedding banquet. After hearing Roy's words, Phyllis couldn't help but say, "Don't you need to remain faithful to your wife? Although you men can have many women. I heard that you will only hold weddings for your first wives." Princess Phyllis, I make laws in the kingdom of Athens. As a king, I can have multiple head wives. So I can also hold weddings with other girls and make them my head wives. All girls who marry me are the children born to the head wives with equal status will also have the same inheritance rights. If it is like this, Hippolyta said with a smile, it seems that I don't have to give up the idea of marrying you. After all, I can still become your legal wife. After Roy toasted with Hippolyta and Phyllis, he came to Hippodamia and Callisto. Princess Hippodamia. Princess Callisto. One of you is a princess who is about to perish. And the other is a princess who has already perished. As a thank you for coming to the wedding, I allow you to settle in the city of Athens. And I will protect you. Be safe and don't let anyone hurt you. Hippodamia looked at Roy with a reluctant expression and said, as long as you intervene now, the region of Elis will not be conquered by the Mycenaeans. I am willing to be a humble maid by your side and ask you to save my family. Callisto couldn't help but said, you can use my name to launch a war and seize Arcadia from the Mycenaeans. I do not expect to become the queen of Arcadia. I only ask that you restore the goddess Artemis's guardianship of Arcadia. God's identity. Roy seemed not to have heard what Hippodamia and Callisto said. After clinking wine glasses with them and drinking together, he then came to Perseus. Perseus. Congratulations on becoming a brother again. Don't you call me uncle. Perseus said, feigning dissatisfaction. I am the stepbrother of your 2 wives. Roy rolled his eyes and said, the war between the Mycenaeans and King Enamanos of Elis is not over yet. How long do you plan to stay in the city of Athens? Confirm that you will not interfere in this war. And I will immediately go to Olympia city to bring this war to an end. You heard everything just now. Roy said with a smile. I have rejected Princess Hippodamia's request and will not interfere in your war. Thank you. I can assure you that we Mycenaeans will not be enemies of the kingdom of Athens in the future. After toasting with Perseus, Roy came to the king of the former city-state of Naxos. The former city-state king took the initiative to speak to Roy. Your Majesty. The 2 slaves just performed well. I want to dedicate them to your Majesty. There are many things I want to know about us becoming His Majesty's agents. Seeing that the other nobles around him were looking at him with wide eyes, Roy turned around and said, it seems that everyone wants to know. So let me tell you. After I send soldiers and officials to take over your territory, I will arrange for you to run a salt shop. If you were originally a small nobleman who ruled 1,000 people, I will arrange for you to run a shop in a place with a population of 1,000. Because you are an agent, I will let you purchase goods at the price of 40 pounds of grain and 1 pound of salt. And then retail them at the price of 50 pounds of grain and 1 pound of salt. Eliminate employment. The income of workers and the income of small nobles can become third-class citizens. If it is a large nobleman who controls a population of 2,000, he can run a shop in an area with a population of 2,000. And his income can reach the level of a second-class citizen. If he rules a population of 3,000, he can become a second-class citizen. Top nobles or city-state kings can run shops in an area with a population of 3,000. And their income can reach the level of a first-class citizen. After hearing Roy's explanation, the nobles calculated how many people they could support with their income as capitalists. In the end, they all confirmed that their income could not only support their family, but also hire workers or buy slaves to serve their family. Although they will lose their aristocratic status and privileges, their quality of life will be better than before. Because under the protection of the strong military strength of the Kingdom of Athens, they did not need to worry about pirate attacks or attacks from other forces. These nobles were willing to give up their status and power precisely because without the protection of the Kingdom of Athens, they might be attacked by pirates or other forces at any time, causing themselves and their families to be ravaged by their enemies and become slaves with a tragic fate. Chapter 362. Write your name on the marriage certificate. After nightfall, the wedding banquet in the palace was over, and most of the guests returned to their homes in Athens. Only Hippolyta, Phyllis, Hippodamia and Callisto, who were staying in the palace guest rooms, remained in the palace. Roy came to the temple of Metis alone and saw that Procne and Philomela were sitting at the foot of the statue of Metis, waiting for him in the temple illuminated by candlelight. Brother Roy. Seeing Roy's figure, Procne and Philomela immediately ran to Roy. And Procne asked with an anxious look, "Do we really want to use the Temple of Metis as a wedding chamber?" Philomela followed. "The goddess Metis is an unmarried virgin after all. Is it blasphemy for us to become husband and wife in front of the goddess Metis? In Roman mythology from another world, the sea god Neptune once occupied a priestess in the temple of the moon goddess Minerva. Because the moon goddess Minerva was a virgin goddess confused with Pallas Athena, Neptune and the priestess became husband and wife in the temple of Minerva, which was considered blasphemous by the moon goddess Minerva. The moon goddess Minerva was unable to punish the sea god Neptune, so she cursed the priestess who was obviously the victim, turning the priestess into a Gorgon. This is the origin of the Gorgon Medusa in Roman mythology. Recalling the story of the priestess who was cursed by the goddess for blaspheming the gods, Roy said with a confident smile, "Even if this is blaspheming the goddess, what can our goddess Metis do? She has only been the patron saint for half a year, and her authority as a god is far less powerful than my royal power. If the goddess Metis wants to punish us, I don't mind kicking her off the throne and making her a wandering goddess like Artemis." Buzz buzz. The statue of Metis suddenly vibrated strongly, as if to express Metis's dissatisfaction. After a while, the statue of Metis fell silent. Apparently Metis decided to endure Roy's blasphemy against the goddess. While ordering the palace maid to move the big bed, Roy took Procne and Philomela to the table at the foot of the Metis statue, picked up the pen and paper on the table and wrote, "Marriage certificate. The first day of July in the first year of the Kingdom of Athens. Loie married Procne and Philomela. Signed by myself Roy. Procne. Philomela. Although we have become husband and wife in the presence of the gods and guests, I not only want people now to know that you are Roy's wife, but also let people thousands of years later. I know you are my wife. Let's complete this marriage certificate together, and then keep the marriage certificate in the Temple of Metis. I want people thousands of years from now to know that you are my wife." After hearing Roy's words, Procne and Philomela were moved. Brother Roy. Philomela couldn't help but say as Procne wrote her signature on the marriage certificate, "It would be great if Brother Roy's wives were only my sister and me. Although this is an era when men can have many women. Love is selfish after all. Procne and Philomela can accept sharing a husband with their sisters who love each other, but it does not mean that they can accept sharing their husbands with other girls." After Philomela wrote her signature on the marriage certificate, Roy stretched out his hands to hold the two of them in his arms and said, "Procne. Philomela. In the future, I will make glass and keep our marriage certificate in the picture frame. I can't just be the husband of you two. And I feel sorry for you." After a group of palace maids moved the big bed, Roy drove the palace maids out. Only Roy, Procne and Philomela were left in the Temple of Metis. Pulled by Roy towards the big bed, Procne and Philomela couldn't help but begin to resist. "Brother Roy. This is really not good. Let's go back to the palace. Brother Roy. I can feel that the goddess Metis is very angry. It's not too late to regret now," Roy said with a tough smile. "If Metis comes to me now and says she is willing to marry me, I will stop blaspheming her." Acropolis. Artemis brought Calypso outside the Temple of Metis and said with a gloating smile, "It won't take long for the news that Metis was desecrated by the king of Athens to spread throughout the kingdom of Athens. Without thousands of years to accumulate authority, the divine power of the gods will also be suppressed by the royal power of humans. Are you seeing my joke?" Accompanied by Metis' angry tone, Metis appeared in front of Artemis in the form of a human girl and said with a sneer, "No matter how much he blasphemed me, he still regarded me as the patron saint of the city of Athens, the royal capital of the kingdom of Athens. In this era, it is usually the patron saint of the royal capital who is regarded as the patron saint of the country. In other words, I will become the queen of the gods in the kingdom of Athens in the future. Seeing the benefits Roy can bring to me, it doesn't matter if I endure his blasphemy. If you can have the opportunity to become the queen of the gods from a wandering god who is about to fall, even if I ask you to marry Roy now, do you dare to say that you will refuse? From a wandering god on the verge of death to the queen of the gods of the kingdom of Athens." Of course Artemis couldn't refuse this condition. After all, the development potential of the kingdom of Athens proves that the kingdom of Athens will soon become the world's most powerful country. Becoming the queen of the gods in the kingdom of Athens means becoming the most powerful god in the world. Not to mention a wandering god. I am afraid that even the patron saint with a divine throne would be willing to marry Roy. A human. in order to become the most powerful god in the world. Metis, are you going to endure his blasphemy like this? Artemis, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. If I have a conflict with Roy, or even be kicked off the throne by him, you will have the opportunity to replace me as the patron saint of Athens. Metis said with a sneer. Human life is only a few decades. As long as I wait until Loe dies, I can use increasingly powerful divine power to suppress the future king of the kingdom of Athens. After hundreds of years, I can let my priests tamper with history and myths. Delete the history and myths that Loe has blasphemed against me. And let Loe become the king of Athens, who serves the goddess Metis like a son in history and mythology. Aren't you worried that he will become a god? So what if he becomes a hero god? When he was a human, he could still use human kingship to suppress me. When he becomes a hero god, he will have to speak with his strength in the world of gods. The so-called hero god. Metis looked at Calypso next to Artemis and said, I'm afraid even the hero god Calypso beside you, the weakest god, can't defeat you. Artemis said, shaking her head. What I'm saying is, aren't you worried about him becoming a real god? How is that possible? Metis said with a firm expression. Human beings have become gods like us, that has never happened before in history. It is already remarkable that he can become a heroic god. Calypso looked at the temple of Metis and suddenly asked a question that made Metis and Artemis' eyes widen. If Roy could become a real god, would he want to become the king of the gods in the kingdom of Athens? Chapter 363, Launching a war that guarantees profit without loss. Bright sunlight shone into the temple of Metis. And Roy also woke up from his sleep, seeing Procne and Philomela lying on his left and right sides, with dark circles on their faces from being tortured until late at night. Roy sat up with some remorse, trying not to make any noise to disturb them from their sleep. Awake, brother Roy. Just as Roy was getting dressed, Procne woke up. She endured the fatigue and pain and stood up and said, It is the wife's duty to serve her husband. Let me serve and dress you. Hearing her sister's voice, Philomela also woke up. Brother and sister Roy, I will continue to sleep for a while. No sleep. Procne pulled Philomela up and said, Now that we are brother Roy's wives, we must fulfill our responsibilities as wives. Brother Roy and I have fallen in love and are ready to give birth to a child for him. Let the maids do the work of serving brother Roy. Procne, you and Philomela can continue to sleep for a while. Roy also said to Procne, I feel very sad when I think of the harm I caused to you last night. If you don't want me to be sad, you and Philomela should return to normal as soon as possible. Brother Roy. Seeing the heartfelt sad expression on Roy's face, Procne lay down again and said, Then Philomela and I will sleep for a while. After opening the door of Metis' temple and coming outside, Roy ordered to the palace maids standing outside the door. Go in. When the two queens wake up, you must take good care of them. After leaving Procne and Philomela in the care of the palace maid, Loe came to the palace hall of the Palace of Athens alone. Sitting on the golden throne and feeling it carefully, Roy closed his eyes and said with a smile, After becoming the husband of Procne and Philomela and making it possible for them to become pregnant, something really changed in my heart. Although he worked for more than 8 hours last night and only slept for 3 hours, Roy was in an unprecedented state of excitement. What should I do to calm my overly excited spirit? In order to calm down and think, Roy took a pen and paper and wrote out his next plan. Those nobles who have been transformed into capitalists will be arranged to run shops in the west of the Nile Delta. After all, Roy's main purpose of transforming them into capitalists was to make them a model for the transformation of priests and nobles in Egypt. Seeing that the nobles of the kingdom of Athens could still enjoy a wealthy life after becoming capitalists, the priests and nobles in Egypt would not resolutely resist Roy's rule. If this plan goes smoothly, I will be able to peacefully bring the Egyptian region under the rule of the kingdom of Athens, and turn the kingdom of Athens into an Athenian empire with a population of millions. While this plan is progressing, I should also complete my plan for the kingdom of Athens. Sister Stia's promise. Roy had promised Perseus that he would not prevent the Mycenaeans from conquering the Elis region. After Perseus leaves Athens, he will definitely go to Olympia to help the Mycenaeans conquer Olympia. Then at the first Olympian Games held by the Mycenaeans to celebrate their victory, Perseus would accidentally kill Acrisios, the king of Mycenae, and inherit the throne as the new king of Mycenae. In the process of contact with Perseus, Roy has seen that Perseus cannot suppress his ambition. Perseus was eager to replace Acrisios and lead the Mycenaeans on his own. So even if this world is different from another world, Perseus' fate of killing Acrisios will not change. Once Acrisios died, the agreement between the Kingdom of Athens and the Mycenaeans would be invalidated. And Roy could launch a war against the Mycenaeans without any scruples. Now that we have decided to launch a war, we cannot just target the Argos region. We should simply use this opportunity to conquer all the Argos, Arcadia, Sparta, and Pylos regions, and let Athens the territory of the kingdom increase to 80,000 square kilometers, and the population increase to 800,000. Roy did not want to launch a war to conquer the Thracians in the north of the kingdom of Athens, because the Thracians were nomadic people who did not engage in production. The more Thracians Roy conquered, the more people Roy had to feed. The Argos, Arcadia, Sparta, and Pylos regions are all farming Pelasgus. When Roy conquered these areas, he not only did not need to provide food for them, but he could also obtain food from these areas. After making the decision to start a war in his heart, Roy immediately called Io and Callisto over. After a while, Io and Callisto walked into the hall one after another. And Roy said directly to them, Io, Callisto, I am preparing to summon 2,000 elite soldiers with iron spears and 3,000 auxiliaries with bronze spears to launch a war against the Argos and Arcadia regions. The Mycenaeans were driven out of both areas. Io was the daughter of Inachus, king of Argos. Callisto was the daughter of King Lycaon of Arcadia. The Mycenaeans conquered Argos and Arcadia, turning the two of them into subjugated princesses. Now hearing that Roy said he wanted to drive away the Mycenaeans, both Io and Callisto showed excited expressions. Yi was the first to calm down and said, Your Majesty, I dare not ask you to hand over the throne of Argos to me. I only hope that you can make the goddess Hestia the patron saint of Argos again. I am willing to be a maid by your side forever. Thank you. You saved the Argives from Mycenaean rule. Me too. Callisto followed. Not long after the Mycenaeans conquered the Arcadia region, I am willing to use my identity as the princess of Arcadia to persuade the Arcadians to be loyal to the kingdom of Athens. But I do not ask for the throne. I only ask that you let the goddess Artemis become the patron saint of Arcadia. Since I want to use you to rule the Argos and Arcadia regions, I should reward you. Roy said with a joking smile. Io, Callisto, as a former princess, don't you want me to marry you? Yi said with a wry smile. Of course I also want to be the wife who has a formal wedding with her husband under the witness of the gods and guests. But I know you don't love me, let alone have the idea of marrying me. So why should I make impossible demands? Roy looked at Callisto, who said calmly, as a subjugated princess like a commoner, how dare you expect to marry the great king of Athens? Roy said with a satisfied smile. Seeing that none of you have undue ambitions, I will restore Hestia and Artemis to their status as patron saints of Argos and Arcadia, and make you priestesses serving the goddess. But you have the status of a princess after all, so I can't let you marry another man. So you too can become my concubines. Chapter 364, Another War of Dimensionality Reduction Strikes. Argos, Arcadia, Sparta, and Pylos are all backward areas with no gold or silver mines, let alone copper mines. Although there are coal mines in Arcadia and iron mines in Sparta. No one conquered both Arcadia and Sparta at the same time in this era, and then used the coal mines in Arcadia to smelt Sparta iron ore in the area. In the history of another world, the Dorians conquered the Peloponnese Peninsula, but chose to settle in the Spartan region instead of the agriculturally developed Pylos region, apparently to control the iron mines in the Spartan region. Because the Dorians were the overlords of the Peloponnese, they could use the coal mines in Arcadia to smelt the iron ore in Sparta. In this era, it is impossible for all soldiers in the Argos, Arcadia, Sparta, and Pylos regions to use bronze weapons. The Kingdom of Athens, which has already used a large number of iron weapons, launched a war against these regions. Naturally, it was a dimensionality reduction strike that could sweep these four areas into the territory of the Kingdom of Athens. Just like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. In the process of gathering 5,000 troops together in the city of Athens, Roy would be in close contact with Procne and Philomela every night. In a blink of an eye, it was the third day of Roy's wedding. Royal Palace of Athens. Roy was sitting on the golden throne in the palace hall, diligently handling government affairs, when Hippolyta and Phyllis suddenly walked into the hall. Seeing the two figures, Roy put down the pen and paper in his hand and said, Queen Hippolyta, Princess Phyllis. Is there anything else you want to buy? We want to buy iron weapons and food. Will you sell them to us? Hippolyta said, pretending to be dissatisfied. Because you refuse to sell us the most important thing. Phyllis and I plan to leave. Phyllis followed. We are all leaving. Are you really not considering selling us some iron weapons and food? Roy explained helplessly. Queen Hippolyta. Princess Phyllis. I have told you many times that the weapons of the Kingdom of Athens cannot be exported. Although food is not for sale in the Kingdom of Athens. Whether the food of the Kingdom of Athens can feed the population of the Kingdom of Athens is also a question. I will not sell the grain of the Kingdom of Athens until the grain of the Kingdom of Athens is rich enough to be exported. Because for me, it is my greatest responsibility, as the King of Athens, not to let anyone in the Kingdom of Athens suffer from hunger. After hearing Roy's explanation, Hippolyta smiled with a complicated expression. Although you make me a little dissatisfied as a man, you are impeccable as a king. I sincerely hope that you can rule our Amazon tribe just like you rule the Kingdom of Athens. I have enough food to feed the Amazon tribe for a year. I will definitely conquer the Amazon tribe and turn you, the Amazon Queen, into my trophy. As long as you are willing to marry me, I can surrender to you directly. You are not needed to conquer our Amazon tribe. Because I not only want to conquer your Amazon tribe, but also transform the Amazon tribe into a farming nation. If Roy doesn't make any changes to the Amazon tribe, Roy can become the king of the Amazons who rules over the Amazon tribe as long as he conquers Hippolyta. But Roy changed the Amazon tribe from a nomadic people to a farming people. And everyone in the Amazon tribe was affected. Without Athenian soldiers putting gun blades on the necks of everyone in the Amazon tribe, even if Hippolyta gave the order as queen, they would not be able to be transformed into a farming nation by Roy. Queen Hippolyta. Princess Phyllis. I will arrange a ship for you to send your purchases to the port of the Amazon tribe. I hope I can see you among the guests when I get married next month. It's the 10th day of July. 2,000 elite soldiers with iron spears and 3,000 soldiers with bronze spears all came to the city of Athens. Night. Roy stayed close to Procne and Philomela until late at night. And then hugged the two of them and said, Good sisters. Although we are only on the 10th day of marriage, I am leaving you again. Procne and Philomela held Roy's arms on the left and right. Procne put her head on Roy's shoulder and smiled bitterly. The great king of Athens is either on the battlefield or on his way to the battlefield. Brother Roy can stay with us for 10 days. How can we be dissatisfied? Your words are sour and sound very dissatisfied. Ah woo. Philomela gently bit Roy's shoulder and said, If Brother Roy cares about our feelings, just keep us with you. No. Roy refused immediately. You two must stay and manage the city of Athens for me. I want to issue large and small silver coins as legal tender in the Kingdom of Athens. The purchasing power of a large silver coin is 50 caddies of grain. And the purchasing power of a small silver coin is 5 caddies of grain. Wait until the Kingdom of Athens fully enters in the Iron Age. I will also introduce copper coins with the purchasing power of a pound of grain. Procne. Philomela. You must manage the large silver mines in the Lavrio area, and let our craftsmen cast the silver produced from the large silver mines. Then I will issue silver coins as wages to the soldiers of the Kingdom of Athens, so that the soldiers and their families can use the silver coins to buy various daily necessities. After we got married to Brother Roy, it seemed that our life was no different from our original life. After hearing Philomela's words, Roy put his left hand on her belly and said, Perhaps our child is being conceived here. If you think this is not a difference, then I will only love Procne from now on. No. Philomela immediately said coquettishly. I want to give birth to Brother Roy's child with my sister. Brother Roy will give me as much love as he gives to my sister. After saying that, Philomela began to take the initiative to attack Roy. It wasn't until the sun rose that I fell asleep tiredly. Roy left Procne and Philomela with reluctance, and left the city of Athens with Io and Callisto with an army of 5,000. Port of Piraeus. When Roy boarded the ship here with 5,000 troops, Hippodamia suddenly appeared in front of Roy. Princess Hippodamia. You haven't left yet. Looking at Roy's surprised expression, Hippodamia explained calmly. I originally planned to leave. But when I saw you gathering an army in the city of Athens, I stayed. King of Athens. I heard that you were going to conquer the Argos and Arcadia regions. Please bring us to Elis. Let's conquer together. As the Princess of Elis, I will order all the people in the Elis area to be loyal to the Kingdom of Athens. And I am willing to be your concubine just like Io and Callisto. Even if you let me be your maid, that's fine too. Roy said helplessly. You should think about it again. If I conquer the Illes region, I will not only oust your father Nominus from the throne, but I will also push Ars, the god of war, from the throne of the patron saint of Illes. Chapter 365 Perseus, king of Mycenae. Elis region in northwestern Peloponnese. The city of Olympia is located in the southern part of the Elis plain. This city was originally ruled by King Ennomanos of Elis. But now the rulers of this city have become Mycenaeans. After a period of war with the Mycenaeans who used bronze weapons, King Ennomanos of Elis finally lost the war and fled with some of his followers to Elis, ruled by his brother Tereus. City. Ennomanos would lose the war, both because his soldiers mostly used wooden or stone weapons, and because the Illyrians in the Illes and Achaia regions lived a nomadic life, which led them to the population is not large. Now to celebrate the victory of this war, the Mycenaeans are holding a competition dedicated to Zeus in Olympia. Outside Olympia, while the Mycenaean soldiers were actively participating in various competitive activities, Perseus looked at Acrisios sitting on the altar and made the final decision in his heart. He wanted to kill Acrisios and become the king of Mycenae leading the Mycenaeans. Perseus wanted to replace Acrisios not only because of his ambition, but also because he saw a crisis. While Acrisios was leading the Mycenaeans to develop slowly, Roy was leading the kingdom of Athens, increasing its territory and population at an incredible rate. If the Mycenaeans cannot speed up the improvement of their strength, the Mycenaeans will completely lose their last chance to compete with the kingdom of Athens for hegemony and can only wait to be conquered by the kingdom of Athens. The kingdom of Athens was originally just the Athenian tribe with a population of 5,000. After young Loe ruled the Athenian tribe, the Athenian tribe became the current kingdom of Athens. The Mycenaeans developed so slowly because my grandfather was old. Young I became the king of Mycenae and could lead the Mycenaeans to develop rapidly. So my actions were correct. Perseus made up his mind and walked to the arena where the spear was projected. Now Perseus is not only the prince of Mycenae, but also a war hero who made great contributions in the war to conquer the Arcadia and Elis regions. Seeing Perseus competing in the games, the Mycenaean soldiers began shouting Perseus' name. Perseus! 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 Amid the shouts of the Mycenaean soldiers, Perseus hurled his bronze spear. Whoosh! Perseus' war spear did not fly towards the target area, but deviated from the target area and flew towards Acrisios on the altar. Poof! With blood splattering, Perseus' spear penetrated Acrisios' body. Seeing this unexpected scene, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Grandpa! Perseus yelled in self-reproach, and then rushed towards Acrisios on the altar as fast as he could. The altar dedicated to Zeus. Acrisios, who was lying in a pool of blood, saw Perseus coming to him. He raised his right hand and pointed at Perseus with an angry look and said, Perseus! How dare you! How dare you! Grandpa! Can't you see the crisis yet? Perseus whispered without guilt. I am doing this all for us Mycenaeans. Please rest assured that the Mycenaeans will surely rise again under my leadership. You? Acrisios looked at Perseus excitedly, as if he had a lot to say. But his life had come to an end. So after a moment of excitement, Acrisios closed his eyes and lost his life. After the Mycenaean nobles and soldiers came under the altar, Perseus looked at everyone with tears in his eyes and said, My grandfather is dead. Just now my grandfather told me that he does not blame me for accidentally killing him, and let me inherit the identity of the king of Mycenae. The Mycenaean nobles and soldiers all found it hard to accept what Perseus said about fooling everyone. After all, Perseus was not Acrisios' chosen successor in the first place. Now that Perseus accidentally killed Acrisios, it was even less possible for Acrisios to hand over his throne to Perseus. Just then, Pelops suddenly shouted, Long live Perseus, king of Mycenae. Led by Pelops, some Mycenaean soldiers who worshipped Perseus as a war hero followed and shouted, Long live Perseus, king of Mycenae. Long live Perseus, king of Mycenae. Under the influence of the herd mentality, more and more soldiers began to shout. And finally the Mycenaean nobles had to shout, Long live Mycenaean King Perseus. At the same time that Perseus killed Acrisios and usurped the throne of Mycenae, an army of 5,000 troops led by Roy also landed at the port of Corphos in the Corinth region. At this time, the news of the death of King Acrisios of Mycenae had not yet reached the city of Mycenae. In addition, Roy's army was moving within the kingdom of Athens. So Roy's army did not cause any trouble in the city of Mycenae. Of alertness. Noon the next day. The 5,000-strong army of the kingdom of Athens crossed the border and invaded the Argos region. Only then did Proetus, the younger brother of Acrisios, realize that the kingdom of Athens was waging war against the Mycenaeans. Mycenaean king Acrisios gathered an army of 5,000 from Argos and Arcadia for an expedition to the Elis region. Currently, there are only 3,000 soldiers defending the cities of Mycenae, Tiryns, and Tiryns in the Argos region. And there are only 2,000 soldiers in the Arcadia region to suppress the Arcadians who may rebel at any time. Roy led an army of 5,000 people to the outside of Mycenae, and saw that only 500 soldiers with bronze spears and 500 soldiers with wooden spears defended the city. Just when Roy ordered the attack, Proetus stood on the wall of Mycenae and asked loudly, "Loe, king of Athens, if you violate your agreement with my brother, aren't you afraid of being punished by the gods?" "Foolish Proetus," Roy responded with a smile. "I still haven't seen the gods appear to warn me." Which means that Acrisios has been killed by Perseus. And the agreement between me and Acrisios has become invalid. Perseus kills Acrisios. Perseus is the biological grandson of Acrisios. How could he kill his biological grandfather? In Proetus' doubts, Roy's 5,000 troops rushed towards the city of Mycenae like a torrent. When Roy's 5,000-strong army began to attack the city, the defenders collapsed, and most of the soldiers left the city walls and fled back home. Because these soldiers were Argives conquered by the Mycenaeans, they did not want to sacrifice their lives for the Mycenaeans. Proetus stayed on the city wall with hundreds of Mycenaean soldiers. Faced with a numerical gap of more than 10 times between the two sides, Proetus could only order surrender. After all, this is a war that is impossible to win. Surrendering may also win forgiveness from the enemy. Seeing the expected victory, Io, the princess of Argos, was so excited that she burst into tears and said, "Father, Mycenaeans have finally been defeated, and the Argives will no longer be enslaved by the Mycenaeans." Chapter 366 Conquering the Argos region. The Mycenaean conquest of Argos lasted only 10 years. Of course, it was impossible for the Mycenaeans to complete the assimilation of the local Argives in such a short period of time. In addition, the Mycenaeans exploited and oppressed the Argives. And the Argives had no reason to risk their lives to protect the Mycenaeans who exploited and oppressed them. The main ethnic group of the kingdom of Athens is the Pelasgus. And the Argives are also Pelasgus. Could it be that being ruled by a fellow Athenian kingdom would be worse than being ruled by the Mycenaeans? Mycenae. Roy took Io, Callisto, and Hippodamia into the city, and was warmly welcomed by the Argives in the city, because they all already know that under the rule of the kingdom of Athens, every civilian family can be allocated 20 acres of land. And if someone in the family becomes a soldier, they can even be allocated 50 acres of land. Now they are eager to know whether the kingdom of Athens will implement the policies of the kingdom of Athens in the Argos region, or whether it will enslave them like the Mycenaeans. Roy led the soldiers and Argives to the temple of Zeus in Mycenae. He first ordered the soldiers to knock down the statues of Zeus and Poseidon in the temple of Zeus, and then took Io to the altar outside the temple. Said to the surrounding Argives, "Dear Argives, please rest assured that the Argos area will become part of the kingdom of Athens, and you will enjoy the same treatment as the Athenians. The girl next to me is the daughter of Anarchos, the king of Argos, Princess E. She will temporarily rule you in my place. Even if you can't trust me or the kingdom of Athens, you should still trust that your princess will take care of you." After Roy introduced Yee's identity, Yee said loudly and excitedly, "Dear tribesmen, I am Io. I'm sorry. I came back too late and let you be ruled by the Mycenaeans for 10 years. Some Argives who had seen Io said in surprise, "It's really Princess Yee. I didn't expect that after 10 years, Princess Yee would still be alive. Princess Yeo rules us, so we don't need to worry." At this moment, the surrendered Proetus and hundreds of Mycenaean soldiers were brought before Loe by the Athenian soldiers. Seeing the statues of Zeus and Poseidon in the temple of Zeus being pushed to the ground and turned into rubble, Proetus could only suppress his anger and said to Roy, "Great king of Athens, we have surrendered to you, and you should allow us to regain our freedom. We are willing to leave all the wealth belonging to the Mycenaeans in the city to you. Please allow me to leave Mycenae with the Mycenaeans." "City, you want to redeem the freedom of the Mycenaeans?" Roy said with a joking smile. But there is no wealth belonging to you Mycenaeans at all in the city of Mycenae. There is only the wealth that the Mycenaeans exploited and squeezed from the Argives. Because you Mycenaeans cannot use the wealth to redeem your freedom. So I want to dehumanize all the Mycenaeans into slaves. Mycenaean men must work as mine slaves for 5 years to mine the coal mines in Acadia, and the iron mines in Sparta for me. Mycenaean women must also work, become a weaver slave and complete 5 years of weaving work. After 5 years, I will let you regain your freedom and give you a certain salary. Working as a slave for 5 years. Although he didn't want to accept this punishment, he saved his life after all. Unable to resist, Proteus could only lower his head and choose to endure. After Proteus and the Mycenaean soldiers were taken away, Loe asked Io, Io, now I leave you 1,000 soldiers and allow you to recruit soldiers in Mycenae. Do you have the confidence to manage Mycenae well? Yee nodded and said, in order to no longer be enslaved by the Mycenaeans, the Argives will definitely sign up to be my soldiers. But do you really trust me to hand over the city of Mycenae and the Argos region to me? Tonight you will pamper me and make me a woman. Roy shook his head and said, even if you don't become my woman now, I'm not worried that you will be stupid enough to betray me. I won't doubt your loyalty. And you can rule the Argos region boldly. After handing over the city of Mycenae to Io, Roy left Mycenae with 4,000 troops and headed for the cities of Tyre and Tiryns, which were ruled by the Mycenaeans. The city of Tyre is located 20 miles south of Mycenae. In the evening, Roy rushed to the city of Tyre with 4,000 troops, where all the Mycenaeans had fled. Because the Mycenaeans, who received the news, neither wanted to be killed nor surrendered and became slaves. Although he knew that the Mycenaeans from Tiryns had fled to Tiryns, Roy did not pursue them. After all, the Argives in Tiryns city needed to be appeased, and Roy's soldiers also needed to rest. The next day, Roy led his army to the city of Tiryns, and found that the Mycenaeans from Tiryns and Tiryns had left by boat last night. Although he failed to capture the Mycenaeans in Tiryns and Tiryns, Roy was not dismayed by the loss of tens of thousands of male and female slaves. Before launching this war, Roy had ordered the naval fleet of the Kingdom of Athens to control the surrounding seas. The Mycenaeans who escaped by boat would definitely be caught by the navy of the Kingdom of Athens, and became mining slaves and weaver slaves under the orders of Roy. After sending envoys to the city of Mycenae, and letting Io take over the cities of Tyre and Tiryns, Loe directly led 4,000 troops into the Arcadia region. The Arcadia region is a mountainous area located in the central Peloponnese Peninsula, covering an area of approximately 4,400 square kilometers. Because the area is very large, although the Arcadia region is vast and sparsely populated, its population is not inferior to that of the Argos and Sparta regions. There are 2 ethnic groups living in Arcadia. The Pelasgus, a farming people, in the east, and the Illyrians in the west. Artemis, the goddess of hunting, was worshipped by the Pelasgus. Because the Pelasgus were more numerous and powerful, Artemis was worshipped as the patron saint of the entire Arcadia region in the past. The Illyrians, who lived a nomadic life, worshipped Pan Hermes, the god of fawns. A few months ago, the Mycenaeans conquered the Arcadia region. The Pelasgus were suppressed because they were unwilling to surrender, and Artemis was also kicked off the throne of the patron saint of Arcadia. The Illyrians surrendered to the Mycenaeans and made their god Pan Hermes, the son of the Mycenaean god Zeus, symbolizing that the Illyrians were like the sons of the Mycenaeans. Because of the submissive attitude of the Illyrians, the Mycenaeans supported the Illyrians and made the god Pan Hermes, the son of Zeus and a subordinate god, the patron saint of Arcadia. In the myth of another world, 3 of the 12 tasks completed by the Mycenaean hero Hercules are related to the Arcadia region and the goddess Artemis. The prototype of these tasks was the 3 battles the Mycenaeans fought to defeat the tribes who worshipped Artemis. Judging from the timeline, after the Mycenaeans conquered the Elis region, the tribes worshipping Artemis in Arcadia launched a war against the Mycenaeans. Chapter 367 Hermes wants to be a son. In the myth of another world, the Mycenaean hero Heracles completed 12 tasks. Heracles' first task was to destroy the Nemean lion, a monster in Argos, and his second task was to destroy Hydra, the Hydra in Argos. The real prototype of these 2 stories is the Mycenaean conquest of the Argos region. Hercules' third task was to capture Artemis's deer, and his fourth task was to capture Artemis's boar. The real prototype of these 2 stories is the Mycenaean conquest of Arcadia. Hercules' 5th task was to kill King Elis. The real prototype of this story was that after the Mycenaeans conquered the Argos and Arcadia regions, They began to conquer the Elis region. But Hercules' sixth mission is to destroy the strange birds in Arcadia. Judging from the timeline, after the Mycenaeans conquered the Elis region, the Pelasgians in the Arcadia region launched a war against the Mycenaeans and were successfully suppressed by the Mycenaeans. Roy led Callisto and 4,000 troops into the Arcadia region, and the Pelasgi tribe, which had surrendered to the Mycenaeans, immediately launched a large-scale rebellion. The 2,000 Mycenaean soldiers who stayed in the Arcadia region neither chose to fight Roy's 4,000 troops nor suppress the rebellion. After 1,000 Pelasgian soldiers in this team escaped, the remaining 1,000 Mycenaean soldiers fled directly from the Illyrian territory to the Illes region. Arcadia City. This is the city ruled by King Lycaon of Arcadia. But a few months earlier, the Mycenaeans had captured the city. They not only killed Lycaon and his sons, but also destroyed the temple of Artemis and pushed the statue of Artemis off the pedestal, causing Artemis to lose her status as the patron saint of Arcadia. Now the rulers of Arcadia have become Illyrians who are supported by the Mycenaeans. When Roy arrived here with 4,000 troops and Callisto, 2,000 Pelasgi resistance troops also arrived at the same time. Roy asked Callisto before ordering his soldiers to attack Arcadia City. Callisto, I give you 1,000 soldiers. Can you rule the Arcadia region? I can. Callisto said excitedly after finally getting the same opportunity as Io. After being brutally exploited and squeezed by the Mycenaeans, my people must have missed the rule of my father Lycaon very much. So they took the initiative to resist the rule of the Mycenaeans. I am the princess of Arcadia, or Arte, priestess of the goddess Myce. My tribe will definitely be willing to obey my orders, as long as your majesty allows them to live a better life. The Arcadia region will become part of the kingdom of Athens and support your majesty's rule. Roy nodded with satisfaction and said, Don't let me down. Just as Roy's 4,000 army rushed towards the city of Arcadia, the Illyrians in the city took the initiative to open the city gate and sent an envoy to negotiate with Roy. You said you are willing to surrender to us just like you surrendered to the Mycenaeans. And let your god Hermes be the son of our goddess Metis of the kingdom of Athens. The Illyrians surrendered on their own initiative, which was completely expected by Roy, since the Illyrians were soft-boned enough to submit to the Mycenaeans. They had no reason to defend Mycenaean rule over them. Anyway, he knelt down to be his son. Knelt down to the more powerful kingdom of Athens. And maybe he could get better treatment. What Roy didn't expect was that the Illyrians would actually offer to imitate the father-son relationship between Hermes and Zeus and make Hermes the cheap son of Metis. You ignorant Illyrians don't know that the goddess Metis is an unmarried virgin. Roy said angrily to the Illyrian messenger. Only I can make Metis lose her status as an unmarried goddess. Hermes wants to be the son of Metis. Does he want his father Zeus to become the husband of Metis? Originally, I didn't treat you illy since you are hopelessly stupid about the idea of Rhea people becoming slaves. There are only two endings for you living as slaves. Or becoming corpses. After driving the Illyrian envoys back to Arcadia, Loe personally led an army of 4,000 to attack Arcadia. In Arcadia, the Illyrian ruler was Myrtilos. Now he was not only the high priest of Hermes, but also the king who ruled the city of Arcadia. After the messenger brought Roy's reply, in order not to become a corpse or a slave, Myrtilus could only lead 1,000 soldiers to guard the city of Arcadia and buy time for his people to escape. Great Hermes, please protect us from this disaster. Along with the prayers of Myrtilus, the god Pan Hermes, who had the legs, horns and ears of a goat, descended over the city of Arcadia with a height of 100 meters. Damn humans. Hermes looked down at Roy's figure and said angrily, I have already put aside my dignity and offered to be the son of Metis. Why don't you give me this opportunity? After hearing Hermes' words, Roy raised his head and responded, Stupid Hermes. Do you think I will let you become the first male god of the kingdom of Athens? Even if you want to be my son, I will drive you out of the territory of the kingdom of Athens. Can you see me dash? Hermes first widened his eyes in surprise, then sneered. How stupid. You dare to directly humiliate the gods. I already have reason to attack you. After saying that, Hermes waved the huge reed flute in his hand and hit Roy. There was a loud explosion. Just when Hermes' reed pipe was about to hit Roy, an arrow suddenly flew out and collided with Hermes' reed pipe. Hermes was forced to stop attacking Roy. And then the figure of Artemis fell from the sky to confront Hermes. Hermes, the throne of the patron saint of Arcadia that was taken away by you must be returned to me now. Artemis. Hermes looked at Artemis with a fearful look and said with lack of confidence. I have been suppressed by you for hundreds of years. Now I have finally ascended the throne of the patron saint. I will not let you take it away. Before Hermes could finish speaking, Artemis threw away her bow and arrows and transformed into a black female bear with red eyes. Hermes. Artemis, who transformed into a black female bear, roared angrily and said, "With Zeus as your father and backer, do you forget that you are a sheep and I am a bear? You are not qualified to challenge me at all." After saying that, Artemis brandished a pair of bear claws to attack Hermes. The half-goat, half-human Hermes could only dodge in embarrassment under the attack of the sharp claws of the female bear Artemis. Because Artemis restrained Hermes just like a bear restrained a sheep. This is also the reason why Hermes has been unable to replace Artemis as the patron saint of Arcadia for thousands of years. Father God, save me. Recalling his fear of her under Artemis' attack, Hermes let out a lamb-like cry for help. Chapter 368 Hermes Father God and Brother God. Almost all of the Illyrian soldiers guarding the city of Arcadia were armed with wooden or stone weapons. Not only do they have no equipment advantage, they don't even have a numerical advantage. Roy led 2,000 soldiers with iron spears and 2,000 soldiers with bronze spears, and rushed to the gate of Arcadia like a torrent. The Illyrian soldiers on the city wall either attacked with wooden arrows, bone arrows, wooden spears, stone spears, or threw stones. But they were all blocked by Roy's soldiers with shields. When Roy used the power of the demigod hero to break down the city gate of Arcadia and led soldiers into the city, a one-sided massacre began. Under the attack of the blades of iron spears and bronze war spears, the Illyrian soldiers were either killed or surrendered and became prisoners. Because the war ended so quickly, the tens of thousands of Illyrians in Arcadia City had no time to escape. While the human war ended like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, the battle between the gods Artemis and Hermes also had a winner. Seeing that the city of Arcadia was occupied by the kingdom of Athens and all the Illyrians who worshipped him were taken prisoner, Hermes gave up avoiding Artemis' attack and fled to the Ilys area where Zeus was. Perhaps Hermes is trying to escape back to the embrace of his cheap father, Zeus. Or maybe Hermes is going to seek help from his brother Ars, who is also the patron saint of the Illyrians. Arcadia city center. Roy took Callisto and a group of soldiers outside the Temple of Hermes. Callisto looked at the Temple of Hermes angrily and said, "The Illyrians really went too far. This is the temple of the goddess Artemis. They knocked down the statue of the goddess Artemis and put the statue of Hermes on the throne that originally belonged to the goddess Artemis. Think of this temple as the Temple of Hermes," Roy said to Callisto while ordering the soldiers to knock down the statue of Hermes. "Callisto, now I will give you 1,000 soldiers, as agreed, and hand over the Arcadia region to your rule. If you fail to fulfill my expectations, I will not only punish you, but also destroy Artemis his identity as the patron saint. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I will not let you down," Callisto said confidently. "We Arcadians are not fools. Joining the kingdom of Athens can allow each of us to live a better life. So the Arcadians have no reason to oppose the rule of the kingdom of Athens." Roy withdrew from the city of Arcadia with 3,000 soldiers. Hippodamia immediately came to Roy and urged Roy to go to the Elis area to fight the Mycenaeans. "Hippodamia, have you really thought about it?" Roy said with a serious face. "I will not only make your father Nominus lose his status as king of Ilis, but I will also drive Ars, the god of your Illyrians, from his throne as the patron saint of Ilis." Hippodamia said with a wry smile. "Could it be that when the Mycenaeans conquered the Elis region, they would let my father retain the identity of the king of Elis, and let God, Ars still retain the identity of the patron saint of Elis? Since the result of the kingdom of Athens ruling the Elis region will not be better than Mycenaeans had worse results when they ruled the Elis region, I would rather have the kingdom of Athens rule the Elis region. Because I have seen with my own eyes that the Mycenaeans would only enslave the people they conquered. And you could have the Elis live a better life. Now that you are ready, let's go to the Elis area," Roy said with a satisfied smile. "When the Mycenaeans are driven out, I will also give you 1,000 soldiers and let you, the princess of Elis, temporarily rule the Elis region. The Great Plain of Elis is divided into two parts, with Lake Paians as the boundary. The southern part of the Great Plain of Ilis is the Ilis region. The northern part of the Great Plain of Elis and the vast mountainous area form the Ahai region. Although the Ilis plain is divided into two regions, the plains in both regions are inhabited by Illyrians. Only in the mountains of the Ahai region are both Illyrians and Pelasgus living. Because there are more Pelasgi people living in the Ahai mountains, The patron saint of the Ahai Mountains is not Ars or other male gods, but the nature goddess Axioch worshipped by the Pulaski people. The city of Elis, ruled by Tereus, was located in the north of the Elis plain. At this time, the city of Elis was surrounded by an army of 4,000 led by Perseus. Perseus attacked the city of Elis not only because King Enamanos of Elis fled to the city of Elis, but also because Perseus wanted to bring the Ahai region under the rule of the Mycenaeans. While humans on the ground were fighting a war, Zeus, the patron saint of the Mycenaeans, and Ars, the patron saint of the Illyrians, were also waging a war between the gods. Ars, you are really tenacious. Zeus, who appeared in a gigantic form 1,000 meters tall, released thunder to attack Ars while jokingly teasing Ars. The war we fought in Olympia has proven that you are no match for me at all. Why don't you surrender like your brother Hermes and become my son? As long as you become my subordinate god and son, it allows you to retain your identity as the patron saint of Elis city just like Hermes. Zeus, do you think I'm a fool? Ars sneered as he swung his spear to fight back. I have become your son and subordinate god. Can I still be regarded as a patron saint? I am just a tool to protect the city of Elis for you. Hermes has become your subordinate god and son. I dare say that he is just a free man now. As the patron saint of Dia, she is definitely not as powerful as Artemis. You're a smart guy. You're obviously a god of war. But you're not stupid at all. Zeus said with a smile. Since Hermes' identity as the patron saint of Arcadia was given by me, and Hermes' identity is my son and subordinate god, it means that I am the real master of the Arcadia region. Father God, Father God. At this moment, with an anxious cry, the figure of Hermes, 100 meters tall, flew towards Zeus. Great Father God Zeus. Dear brother Ars. Stop fighting. We have a common enemy now. Roll. Ars snapped at Hermes. You are such an unlucky guy. You really embarrass us Illyrian gods. You call Zeus the Father God. And you call me brother. Don't you turn me into the son of Zeus. If I don't have to deal with Zeus now, I will definitely teach you a lesson. While Ars angrily rebuked Hermes, Pelops also appeared south of the city of Elis with an army of 1,500 men. Pelops. Seeing Pelops coming to support him with 1,500 men, Perseus personally drove a horse to Pelops and asked, Pelops, I gave you the rule of Olympia. Why did you bring soldiers to support me? Pelops said with a wry smile. Dear cousin, I abandoned the city of Olympia because I could not defend the city. During the time when we conquered the Elis region and the Ahai region, King Loe of Athens launched a war against us and took away the Ahai region, the region of Argos and Arcadia. The latest news I received is that King Loe of Athens is leading an army of 3,000 into the region of Elis. Chapter 369, Not attacking each other for a year. City of Olympia. It is the only city in the Elis region. When Roy arrived here with Hippodamia and 3,000 troops, Pelops had already escaped with the Mycenaean soldiers. Athenian soldiers took over the city without any hindrance. Because leading the Athenian soldiers was not only Loe, but also Hippodamia, the princess of Elis. The temple of Ars in Olympia has now been transformed by the Mycenaeans into the temple of Zeus, which houses the statues of Zeus and Poseidon. Roy and Hippodamia came here with the Athenian soldiers. After Roy ordered the soldiers to knock down the statues of Zeus and Poseidon, he said to Hippodamia, Hippodamia, I leave you 1,000 soldiers. Can you fulfill my expectations and integrate the Elis region into the kingdom of Athens? After all, the situation in the Elis region is different from that in the Argos and Arcadia regions. The main ethnic group of the kingdom of Athens is the Pelasgi people. And the Argos and Arcadians are also Pelasgi people. The kingdom of Athens conquered the Argos and Arcadia regions to save its own people from the rule of the foreign conquerors, the Mycenaeans. And Loe neither made them worship other gods nor changed their way of life. After the Mycenaeans conquered the Argos and Arcadia regions, they had already eliminated the local ruling class. Roy's implementation of the policies of the kingdom of Athens in the Argos and Arcadia regions would not be opposed by the Argives and Arcadians. But the Illyrs are Illyrians, a different race from the Pelasgus. Although Roy saved the Elis from the rule of the Mycenaeans, Roy not only wanted to oust Ars, the god they worshipped, from his throne, but also transformed them from a nomadic people into an agricultural people, was strongly opposed by the Elis. Hippodamia said with some lack of confidence. I am confident that the Elis region will be integrated into the kingdom of Athens. But I have no confidence in you. Roy sighed and said. Under your rule, the Illy's people can continue to maintain the nomadic lifestyle. I only ask that the Illy's region abolishes us as the patron saint and enshrines Metis as the new patron saint of Illy's. This way it should not provoke strong opposition from the Illy's people. Hippodamia immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, if His Majesty's request from me is just to drive us off the throne, I am confident that the Elis region will be integrated into the kingdom of Athens. Originally, Ars was a god worshipped by the people of Elis for thousands of years. It was not easy to oust Ars from the throne. But the city of Olympia was conquered by the Mycenaeans, representing the loss of Ars to Zeus, the patron god of the Mycenaeans. As a failed god, Ars was unable to protect the Elis, which gave Hippodamia a legitimate reason to oust Ars from the throne. Hippodamia, I only temporarily allow the Elis to maintain their nomadic lifestyle. Next year I will transform the Elis into an agricultural nation. So you have to establish a strong ruling authority within this year. After leaving 1,000 soldiers with Hippodamia, Roy left Olympia with 2,000 iron spearmen and headed for the city of Elis in the north. When Roy came to the south of the Pineos River with 2,000 iron spearmen, Perseus drove a chariot to the north of the Pineos River and questioned Roy angrily. Loe, we Mycenaeans have no intention of being enemies with the kingdom of Athens. Why do you want to take away our territory? Now we are relatives. I even attended your wedding and gave you my wedding blessing. How could you do this to me? After listening to Perseus' question, Roy said with a smile, Perseus, so what if we are relatives? So what if you attended my wedding? Acrisios is your grandfather. You can kill him to seize the throne. Now I want to increase the territory of the kingdom of Athens and population. There is no reason to stop my ambition. You already know I killed my grandfather. With the stain of killing his grandfather Acrisios, Perseus immediately lost the confidence to accuse Roy. Loe, we Mycenaeans no longer pose any threat to the kingdom of Athens. Can you really not give us a way to survive? If you want a way to live, it's not like I can't give it to you. Roy said looking towards the north. Perseus, now I want to include the entire Peloponnese Peninsula into the territory of the kingdom of Athens. You can take the Mycenaeans and move to the northwest Balkan Peninsula ruled by the Illyrians. I will use Metis in the name of the goddess. I agree with you that in the next 1 year, we will not attack each other. And you can do your best to conquer the Illyrians. Roy's suggestion made Perseus look shaken. Because after contacting the Illyrians, Perseus discovered that the Illyrian civilization was very backward. As a backward nomadic people, the Illyrians not only have a small population, but also use mostly wooden weapons or stone weapons. Perseus brought Mycenaean soldiers with bronze weapons to conquer the Illyrians, which can be said to be a dimensionality-reducing blow. If you agree with me in 1 year not to attack each other for 10 years, I will accept your proposal. Perseus, don't you have the confidence to conquer more territories and people than me in 1 year, and establish a powerful kingdom that can compete with the kingdom of Athens? Perseus certainly wouldn't think that his talents were lost to Loes, since Roy was able to establish a powerful kingdom of Athens in half a year. Perseus was also confident that he could build an equally powerful kingdom in 1 year. Roy, I can accept your proposal and make an agreement with you not to attack each other for 1 year. But you must agree to one condition. Perseus said with a solemn expression. You have to give me 10 days to take away all the food and people in Elis city. Okay. Let's make a deal now. King Roy of Athens promises you in the name of the goddess Metis that as long as the Mycenaeans leave the Peloponnese, the kingdom of Athens will not take the initiative in the next year. Made an attack on the Mycenaeans. After Roy made his promise, Perseus followed. Perseus, king of Mycenae, promises you in the name of Father God Zeus that the Mycenaeans will not take the initiative to attack the kingdom of Athens in the next year. After both parties made an agreement in the name of the gods, Perseus said to Roy, I heard that Hippodamia, the princess of Elis, is also your woman. Now that I have captured your father-in-law Enominus, I can release my goodwill and return your father-in-law to you. Roy rolled his eyes and said, Hippodamia is not my woman. And Enominus is not my father-in-law. You do not need to return him to me. Whether you want to kill Enomanos or use him as a slave, none of it has anything to do with me. Since you say so, I want to return Enominus to you even more. Perseus finished jokingly and drove away in his chariot. Chapter 370 Conquering the Peloponnese Peninsula. When night falls, Roy returned to Olympia with 2,000 iron spearmen. Royal Palace. Hippodamia personally greeted Roy, took him to the palace hall, and asked Roy while sitting on the throne that originally belonged to her father Inominus. Isn't your majesty going to conquer the city of Elis and drive away the Mycenaeans completely? I have made a new agreement with Perseus. Roy explained his agreement with Perseus. And then said with some pride. I did not destroy the Mycenaeans. But asked Perseus to take the Mycenaeans to conquer the Illyrians in the northwest Balkan Peninsula. I wanted to use Perseus to transform the Illyrians there. The Mycenaeans have more advanced weapons. And Perseus can conquer the Illyrians like a dimensionality reduction strike. But if he wants to establish a strong rule, he cannot let the Illyrians continue to live a nomadic life. A life of migration. Hippodamia suddenly said. Your Majesty did not destroy the Mycenaeans because you did not want to personally do the evil that forced the Illyrians to become a farming people. That's it. Roy said with a smile. Hippodamia. You will take over the city of Elis in 10 days. So during these 10 days, you must recruit enough soldiers. The 1,000 soldiers I assigned to you are mainly used to protect your safety. If you want to establish rule in the Ilis and Ahai regions, you need to recruit at least 3,000 soldiers. Hippodamia nodded and said. Now that the northern and central parts of the Peloponnese Peninsula have been included in the territory of the Kingdom of Athens, will your Majesty want to conquer the Sparta and Pylos regions in the southern part of the Peloponnese Peninsula? Sparta and Pylos are fertile food-producing areas. And there are iron ores in Sparta. So I want to conquer the entire Peloponnese Peninsula in one go. The next day, in the palace of the Princess of Hippodamia, Roy was still sleeping in his arms with Hippodamia, when the door of the palace was suddenly opened. Roy woke up with a start and opened his eyes, and saw a middle-aged man with disheveled hair walking into the room. Father. Hippodamia, who also woke up, saw the middle-aged man, showed a surprised smile and shouted. It is indeed Inominus. The palace was heavily guarded. If this middle-aged man was not Hippodamia's father and Roy's cheap father-in-law, it would have been impossible for him to break into the place where Roy and Hippodamia slept. Seeing his daughter Hippodamia being held in Roy's arms like a human pillow, Einomanos said expressionlessly. Hippodamia. Is he King Loey of Athens? Since he drove away the Mycenaeans, I can accept him as my son-in-law. Now you two get ready and join me in worshipping the father god Ars. Roy immediately felt a headache after hearing Einomanos' request. Yesterday Roy didn't want Perseus to return Einomanos. Of course not because Roy was a filial son-in-law, but because Roy knew that Einomanos was a big trouble. In the myth of another world, Einomanos is the son of Ars. In this world, although Einomanos is not the son of Ars, he is also the high priest of Ars. As the high priest who serves Ars, Ars' status in Einomanos' heart is like a real father. If there was anyone in Elis who would not turn his back on Ars, it would undoubtedly be Inominus. Inominus was an ordinary man, but he was the father of Hippodamia. After Loey handed over the regions of Elis and Ahai to the rule of Hippodamia, Inominus could use his father's identity to exert influence on Hippodamia and let Hippodamia control Ars. Worshipped as a patron saint, even Inominus could use his authority to rule the Elis region for 20 years to take away the right to rule the Elis region from Hippodamia. In order to solve the problem of Einomanos, Roy once considered killing Einomanos. But if Loey kills Einomanos, Hippodamia's loyalty to Loey cannot be guaranteed. Ordinary Illyrians may also hate the Kingdom of Athens. Father. Ars, the god of war, is no longer the patron saint of the Ilis region. Hippodamia said with a troubled expression after hearing her father's request. The city of Olympia was conquered by the Mycenaeans, which proved that Ars, the god of war, was unable to protect the Elis region. So we will enshrine Metis, the goddess of the Kingdom of Athens, as the patron saint of Elis. Are you crazy? Einomanos said with his eyes widened angrily. I am the high priest who serves Ars. So you have been a priestess serving Ars since you were born. Now you actually turn your back on Ars and want to drive Ars off the throne. I just pretended that I didn't hear what you just said. Now you go to the temple of Ars with me. We have to move the statue of Ars back to the throne. Faced with her father's strong demands, Hippodamia could only look at Roy for help. Roy held Hippodamia in his arms and said seductively. Hippodamia. You cannot be foolishly loyal to your father. Now you have me as your husband. And in the future you will give birth to our children and become mothers. You already have the new identity of wife and mother. You don't just her father's daughter anymore. In this era, after a girl gets married, she no longer belongs to her father, but completely to her husband. Hippodamia hesitated for a moment and finally made up his mind. Father, I already know that your idea is wrong. So I will no longer blindly follow your orders. You unfilial daughter. Seeing that Inamanos was completely angered, Roy ordered to the soldiers outside. What are you waiting for? Take my advantage. My father-in-law. Away quickly and let him calm down. The soldiers outside the palace rushed in and took Inamanos away. Roy said with a solemn expression. Hippodamia. If your father stays here, he will definitely continue to interfere with you. In order to stop him from affecting you and let him truly understand the kingdom of Athens, I want to arrange for him to retire in the city of Athens. Hippodamia nodded and said, as long as my father sees the prosperity and power of the city of Athens, his mind will change. After arranging soldiers to send Inamanos to the city of Athens, Roy led the Iron Spearmen south, preparing to enter the Pylos area from the west side of Minxi Mountain. When Roy conquered the Arcadia region, King Oropar of then Aran in Pylos and King Perieres of Sparta in Sparta had been paying attention to Roy. After learning that Roy was heading south with an army of 2,000, the Pylos and Sparta regions immediately formed a coalition of 5,000 people to defeat Roy. Because both Arabasai and Perieres have seen that Roy obviously has the ambition to conquer the entire Peloponnese Peninsula, Roy learned the news about the alliance formed by Eurybas and Perieres, and directly chose to face the alliance head-on. He conquered the Pylos and Sparta regions at the same time in one war, completing the conquest of the entire Peloponnese Peninsula. Great deeds. Chapter 371 Pelasgi's Seven Goddesses Meeting. The Pylos region is located in the southwest of the Peloponnese Peninsula, covering an area of approximately 3,000 square kilometers. Although there are no gold or silver mines or iron or copper mines here, the fertile land of the Pylos Plain makes the Pylos region a prosperous grain-producing area with the largest population in the Peloponnese Peninsula. If Oribasai and Perieres went all out to recruit troops, they could form a coalition army of tens of thousands. Oribas and Paleares limited the number of the coalition to 5,000 men because they only had 3,000 bronze war spears to arm their soldiers. Taygetos Mountains. This mountain range is the dividing line between Pylos and Sparta. When Loe led 2,000 iron spearmen to the plain between then Aran city and the Taygetos Mountains, 5,000 coalition troops led by Orobas and Perieres appeared in front. After the two armies faced off, Roy took the initiative to walk to the center of the battlefield and shouted loudly, Erebus? Perieres? Now I have a proposal to discuss with you. After hearing Roy's words, Eurybas and Perieres walked up to Roy and said, what do you propose? If you want to end this stupid war, we are happy to accept it. Roy shook his head and said, my proposal is not to end the war. I hope to use this war to decide whether the Pylos and Sparta regions will be included in the territory of the Kingdom of Athens. The main ethnic groups of the Kingdom of Athens are the Pelasgists. Pylos and the Spartans are also Pelasgists. And we should not kill each other at all. If this war is a victory for the Kingdom of Athens, you will give up resistance and let the Kingdom of Athens rule the Pylos region and Sparta region. If this war is a victory for the Kingdom of Athens, the war is your victory. And I will give up my ambition to conquer Pylos and Sparta. After Orobus and Perieres looked at each other, Orobus first said to Roy, I don't want to add unnecessary sacrifices. So I agree to your proposal. If we can't defeat you even if we form a strong coalition, I will hand over the ruler of Pylos to you. When Orobus expressed his position like this, Perieres could only say, I can accept your offer. And you must accept my request. My first request is that you must let the Pyrrhians and Spartans live the same life as the Athenians. My second request, yes. You cannot shake the identity of the goddesses Hera and Persephone as the patron saint of Sparta and the patron saint of Pylos. My third request is that you cannot deprive me and Orobas of our wealth. No problem. Roy said without hesitation. I promise you in the name of Metis that I will make the Pyrrhians and Spartans live like the Athenians. And I will honor the goddesses Hera and Persephone as you do. I will not deprive you of your property. After the two sides reached an agreement, Loe returned to his own army. And Oribasai and Paleares also returned to the coalition forces. The two armies collided like two torrents at the same time. Thebes region. Mount Helicon. The holy spring where the legendary goddess bathed. Mnemosyne. Metis. Amphitrite. Hestia. Artemis. Hera. Persephone, the seven goddesses worshipped by the Pelasgists, are together in the holy bath in the spring. The war has begun. Sensing the war in the distance, Mnemosyne spoke to Hera and Persephone. Sisters, I hope you will not get involved in this war. There is no need for a war of gods to break out between sisters. We see everything King of Athens Roy does. Hera said calmly. From the past to the present. Not only has Roy not dethroned any goddess, but he has also helped Hestia and Artemis regain their thrones. Even if Roy conquers the Sparta and Pylos regions, it will not matter to me, and Persephone's status as patron saint will not have any impact. But Hera and I will be severely reduced in status. Persephone spoke for Hera. Originally, Pylos and Sparta were independent city-states. And Hera and I were also independent main gods. Hera and I became the patron saints of the Kingdom of Athens. In the system of gods of the Kingdom of Athens, there was not only one protector god becoming a god-king who is above us. The elders among you also have a higher status than me and Hera. Metis said confidently. I am the patron saint of the city of Athens, the royal capital of the Kingdom of Athens. In the future, I will definitely become the patron saint of the country, the queen of the gods above the gods of Athens. But I can assure you that I will treat you as a subordinate god. I love you and will never bully any of you. Are the senators talking about me and Amphitrite? Mnemosyne said expressionlessly. Loe made me and the priestess of Amphitrite become the queens of the 5 cities. And also established that my and Amphitrite's territories were 5 city-states. It indeed gave me and Amphitrite's territory and authority. A huge improvement. But I think this is what I deserve. After all, I am one of the first gods to grant Roy blessings and divine power. It would not be surprising even if Roy gives me more territory and greater authority in the future. Amphitrite smiled. Dear Persephone. Dear Hera. We are sisters from the same goddess. When the Pelasgus first migrated to Greece, 1400 years ago, we were all Pyrrhas, part of the snake goddess worshipped by the ski people. Since we are true sisters, why should we care about each other's strength? If you really don't care, are you willing to exchange territory with me? Hera said with a teasing smile. I also have the power of the sea goddess. Let's make an exchange. You will be the patron saint of Sparta. And I will be the patron saint of Thessaly and Corinth. No. Amphitrite rejected Hera's proposal without hesitation. The area of Sparta ruled by Hera was 3,600 square kilometers. The areas of Corinth and Thessaly that Amphitrite now rules have a combined area of 17,000 square kilometers. The area of the territory is 5 times different. And Amphitrite will not agree to exchange with Hera even if her head is broken. You don't agree. Just now you said that because we are sisters, we don't care about each other's strength. After teasing Amphitrite and silencing Amphitrite, Hera stood up in the holy spring, looked at the 6 goddesses with pride and confidence and said, I don't know what you think, but I don't want to lower my head to you. If I enter the system of gods in the Kingdom of Athens, I will aim at the throne of the protector god and become the queen of the gods in the Kingdom of Athens. Persephone followed. Although I have no ambitions, I don't want to surrender to you. So I will also become your competitor. Hestia said with an innocent smile. I am very satisfied if I can regain my identity as the patron saint of Argos. Although Artemis has just regained the throne of the patron saint of Arcadia. Her beautiful red eyes are full of ambition, showing her unwillingness to admit defeat. Chapter 372. You all have to leave Pylos. Pylos region. The battlefield where Loe led 2,000 iron spearmen to fight against the 5,000 coalition troops led by Orobus and Periarius. Orobaci and Periarius besieged Roy together. But both of them were knocked to the ground by Roy with his unrivaled strength as a demigod hero. Then before the 2 of them could stand up, Roy swiped the blade of the iron gun across the necks of Orobaci and Periarius and said, Erebus? Periarius? Now you understand. It is very simple for me to defeat you and kill you. I did not choose to kill you. Just because I don't want to cause killing among the same race. The facts are before our eyes. There is an unimaginable strength gap between Orobus and Periarius, who are great heroes, enemies of thousands. And Roy, who is a demigod hero, enemies of thousands. Orobus and Periarius looked at each other. And then both shouted together. Surrender. We surrender to you and hope you will abide by your agreement. Hearing the shouts of Europus and Periares, the Pyrrhian and Spartan soldiers immediately gave up their resistance and allowed the Athenian soldiers to capture them. Seeing that this war only injured some soldiers on both sides, and no soldiers were killed, Roy smiled and stretched out his left hand, pulled Orobaci and Periaris up from the ground and said, Dear Orobas, Periaris, there is a saying that the Pelasgus will not fight the Pelasgus. Because of your wise choice, no soldiers were killed in this war. On behalf of the families of all the soldiers, I thank you and reassure you that your property will not be taken away from you. With the disparity in strength between the two sides, Roy could clearly drive them all away. Now that there is such a result, Eurobas and Periarius will certainly not express dissatisfaction. The city of then Aran. After Roy brought everyone here, Oropar, as the king of Pylos, used his status as king to summon all the nobles and nobles in the Pylos area to then Aran city. The next day, all the nobles of the Pylos region, big and small, gathered at the palace in then Aran Palace Hall. Roy held a grand banquet for Orobas, Periares, and all the nobles of Pylos, sitting on the throne that originally belonged to Arabasai. Roy looked down at the people in the hall and said, "Dear guests, from now on, the Pylos area will be part of the Kingdom of Athens. Do any of you object?" The ruler of the Pylos region changed from Orobas to Loi, which only harmed the interests of Orobas. Of course, the nobles of the Pylos region would not object, seeing that no one opposed him. Roy continued, "I have promised Orobas that I will not deprive him of his property. I can also guarantee that when I become the ruler of Pylos, I will not deprive you nobles of their property." After Roy finished speaking, the nobles immediately shouted excitedly, "Long live the King of Athens! Long live the Kingdom of Athens! I am willing to serve the Kingdom of Athens." Seeing the reactions of the nobles, Roy said with a bright smile, "In exchange for my not depriving you of your property, I require you to leave the Peloponnese with all your property and migrate to the islands of the Ionian Sea." Upon hearing Roy's request, Eurobas, Periaris, and the nobles of the Pylos region all stared at Roy with ugly expressions. "King of Athens, this is different from what we promised." As the representative of all the nobles in the Pylos region, Orobasai stood up and said, "You said you would not deprive us of our property. Most of our property consists of land and cattle, sheep and horses that are difficult to take away. If you drive us away now, it is equivalent to depriving us of our property in disguise. You can't take away land, cattle, sheep, horses and other property. I can buy the property you can't take away." Roy put away his smile and said seriously, "I can obviously wipe out all of you, take away all your property, and turn you and your families into slaves. Now I not only don't kill you, but also let you keep your property. Do you really think that all this is free? Now in Athens the navy already controls the Aegean Sea, and I plan to turn the Ionian Sea into the waters of the Kingdom of Athens. But I don't have enough navy to deploy in the Ionian Sea. So I want to move you to various parts of the Ionian Sea island. Let you destroy the pirates in the Ionian Sea on behalf of the Kingdom of Athens. As compensation for you, you can purchase the supplies you need from the Kingdom of Athens. If we refuse your arrangement, will you kill us?" Roy shook his head and said, "I will only expel you from the Kingdom of Athens and let you fend for yourself elsewhere." Expelled from the Kingdom of Athens. What's the difference between that and killing them? This is not the civilized era 3,600 years from now. In this era, it was very dangerous to travel to a foreign country without a large number of soldiers to protect safety. Not only will you encounter land or sea robbers on the way, it may bring misfortune to you and your family. Even if you successfully arrive in a foreign country, the locals may cause misfortunes to outsiders. You can also choose to resist. But the consequences of failure to resist will be that all the men in your family will be demoted to lifelong mining slaves. And all the women in your family will be demoted to lifelong weaving slaves. Those who follow my arrangement and migrate to the Ionian Sea on each island, you can still have a lot of wealth and enjoy the life of aristocrats. And the Kingdom of Athens will also regard you as heroes who protect the safety of the sea. You've already said so. Do we have any other options?" Orobas said with a helpless smile. "I am willing to follow your arrangements and move to Ithaca Island in the Ionian Sea with my family and followers. I hope you can buy the fields, cattle, sheep and horses that I cannot take away at a fair price. I will buy all the property you can't take away at market value." With Orobasai taking the lead, the nobles expressed their willingness to comply with Roy's arrangements. On the second day, Orobas and the nobles began to prepare for the migration. And Roy also ordered 1,000 iron spearmen and 3,000 Pylos soldiers to disperse to various villages and towns in the Pylos area to implement the policies of the Kingdom of Athens. Allotment of land: 20 acres of land for each family. Recruitment in proportion to the population. The Pylos region can recruit another 3,000 soldiers. 5 days later, Orobas and the nobles have all left the Pylos area. Loe also completed the division of territory, and had 6,000 professional soldiers in the Pylos area. Together with Roy's 2,000 iron spearmen and 2,000 Spartan soldiers. Roy now had 10,000 soldiers. Unfortunately, half of the soldiers Roy recruited in the Pylos area had to stay locally. The mission of these soldiers was not only to protect the Pylos region. With these soldiers stationed in the Pylos area, the Pylos area was truly included in the territory of the Kingdom of Athens. The control of the Pylos region has been completed. And Roy's next goal is the Sparta region. Roy will leave 1,000 iron spearmen and 3,000 Pyrrhian soldiers from the Kingdom of Athens. And then take 1,000 iron spearmen, 3,000 Pyrrhian soldiers and 2,000 Spartan soldiers. A total of 6,000 of soldiers went to Sparta. Chapter 373 Persephone's Blessing. The Temple of Persephone in then Aran Palace. Before heading to Sparta, Roy came to this temple to prepare to receive the blessings and divine power given by the goddess Persephone. Inside the temple supported by 2 rows of 12 stone pillars. Roy walked deep into the temple, looked up at the statue of Persephone on the throne and said, "Goddess Persephone, now that you are the patron saint of the Kingdom of Athens, you should bestow your blessings and divine power on me, the King of Athens." Upon hearing Roy's request, the statue of Persephone glowed with golden light. The next moment, the true form of the goddess Persephone appeared on the throne in the form of a human girl. "You finally came." Persephone jumped down from the throne, walked up to Roy and smiled. "Although it is my obligation to bestow my blessings and divine power on the king, I have many kinds of blessings that I can bestow on you. Do you want me to give you any kind of blessing? Or do you have a special blessing that you want?" "I want to live and become a god. Can your blessing help me realize this wish?" "It's not impossible." Just like a fisherman catching a fish, Persephone took the initiative to approach Roy and said, "I am the goddess of agriculture, who is in charge of plant harvests. And I am also the goddess of Hades, who is in charge of death. In other words, I am the goddess who is in charge of both life and death. My power can make you reborn after death." Rebirth after death. Roy's eyes widened in shock. And then he suddenly thought of something. Human beings can only become heroic gods after death. Because only after death can human beings absorb the power of faith and transform into gods. But after human death, the human body will turn into a corpse. Even if the human soul absorbs the power of faith and transforms into a god cannot return to a corpse. And can only be a heroic god with only a soul. A heroic god only has a soul. While normal gods have both the soul of the god and the body of the god. Of course, the heroic god can never defeat the real god. God? But my body can be reborn after death. And I can return to my body after becoming a hero god. As a hero god with a body, I can be as powerful as a real god. And without a body if so. Even if some goddesses agree to marry me. As a heroic god without a body, I can't do what I want to them." Roy couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart and immediately said to Persephone, "Great goddess Persephone, please grant me the blessing of a body that can rebirth after death. Don't be so anxious." Persephone lifted up her beautiful blonde hair with her right hand, rubbed Roy's nose and teased, "Since the blessing of a rebirth after death is so important to you, shouldn't you also pay some price? Goddess Persephone, if you don't meet my requirements, aren't you worried that I will kick you off the throne? Speaking of this, Roy suddenly remembered that he had promised not to drive Persephone off the throne of the patron saint of Pylos. In other words, Roy can no longer threaten Persephone. "Goddess Persephone, what do you want from me?" "I want to be the protector of the Kingdom of Athens, the queen of the gods above the gods of Athens." Persephone said with a charming smile, "I know that you not only want to become a god, but also want to become a living heroic god with a body. As long as you meet my requirements, I will give you this opportunity. Before Persephone could finish her words, Roy said without hesitation, "I promise you." "Well?" Persephone said, her eyes widening in surprise. "Have you really thought about it carefully? I have just become the patron saint of the Kingdom of Athens. Do you really want me to become the patron saint of the Kingdom of Athens?" "I've thought it through," Roy said with a serious face. "As long as you give me the blessing of rebirth after death, I will regard you as the protector of the Kingdom of Athens. Although you are willing to worship me as the patron saint, I am not the most powerful patron saint in the Kingdom of Athens now. Even if you worship me as the patron saint, I have no confidence to suppress those powerful patron saints. So not only do you must enshrine me as the patron saint of the country, and give me more territory and population, so that I can become the most powerful patron saint of the Kingdom of Athens, Goddess Persephone. This is your second request. I will pay the price accordingly. Persephone said with a smile. The blessing of rebirth after death can indeed resurrect your body from the corpse state. But your soul needs time to transform into a heroic god and absorb the power of faith. If your corpse rots and disappears before you become a heroic god, then how can you be resurrected? As long as you help me increase my territory and population, I will help you preserve your body and keep your body in a just dead state. When your soul becomes a heroic god, I will also help you realize your body and soul. The fusion will make you a heroic god with a body. After listening to Persephone's explanation, Roy said immediately, I agree to your second request. Persephone, who made the request, asked with surprise, don't you even think about it? Is it necessary to consider it? Roy said with a smile. As long as you can help me realize my wish to live and become a god, I will accept all your requests. Persephone stretched out her right index finger, pressed it on Roy's forehead and said, since we have reached an agreement, I now give you the blessing of rebirth after death. In addition, I want to remind you that helping you preserve your body is a very consuming divine power. The stronger my divine power, the better your body will be preserved. The longer it takes, the longer it will take. So helping me increase my territory and population will also be beneficial to you. Goddess Persephone, is it enough for me to give you a territory of 100,000 square kilometers? If not, I can give you a territory of 1 million square kilometers. 1 million. Persephone couldn't help but laugh. From ancient times to the present, human beings have never established an empire with an area of 1 million square kilometers. You actually said that you would give me a territory of 100 square kilometers. You gave me a territory of 100,000 or 200,000 square kilometers, coupled with effectively controlling the population of these territories. It will be enough for me to preserve your body for a long time. 100,000 is too little. I will give you 200,000 square kilometers of territory. The current territory of the Kingdom of Athens is less than 100,000 square kilometers. And you actually said you would give me 200,000 square kilometers. While complaining, Persephone's right index finger burst into golden and black divine light, injecting a divine power into Roy's body. As his body merged with Persephone's blessing and divine power, a stream of new information flooded into Roy's mind. Character panel. Name, Roy. God's blessing, Metis blessing, wisdom improvement. Memosine's blessing, predicting the future. Amphitrite's blessing, copper skin and iron bone. Hestia's blessing, speed boost. Pandora's blessing, wings of the sky. Wadjet's blessing, power of the sun. Night's blessing, golden body. Persephone's blessing, rebirth after death. Strength level, demigod hero, 10,000 enemies. I already have 8 kinds of blessings from gods. If I get blessings from the goddess Hera and Artemis, and have 10 kinds of blessings from gods, will my strength match that of the hero god? Chapter 374. The blessing of the ocean goddess Hera. The region of Sparta is located in the southeastern part of the Peloponnese Peninsula. This area not only developed livestock farming, but also had fertile plains irrigated by the Evrotas River. On top of that, the Spartan region had iron ore. In the history of another world, the Dorians who conquered the Peloponnese Peninsula used the iron ore in Sparta and the coal mines in Arcadia to establish a military city-state that enslaved the native Spartans for nearly 1,000 years. The coast of Sparta is rugged and lacks a good harbor. The city of Sparta, the center of the region, is located on the plain between the Taygetos Mountains and the Euphrates River. Roy brought 1,000 iron spearmen, 3,000 Pyrrhus soldiers, and 2,000 Spartan soldiers to the city of Sparta. He implemented the same policy here as in the Pylos area, and asked the Spartan king Pyrrhus to lead with the large and small nobles in Sparta. They migrated to various islands in the Ionian Sea. With 6,000 troops at his disposal, Roy had no worries that his policy would not be implemented. If someone resists, Roy will annihilate the rebel family, demote all the men of the rebel family to lifelong mining slaves, and demote all the women of the resistor family to lifelong weaving slaves. As long as Periarius and the nobles have their heads in order, they will not choose to resist this dead end. While Periarius and the nobles moved to various islands in the Ionian Sea, Roy also asked Athenian soldiers to disperse to various villages and towns in the Spartan area with Pyrrhian soldiers and Spartan soldiers to promote the policy of land division and recruiting soldiers. After Periarius left with the large and small nobles in Sparta, Roy also completed the division of land in Sparta and recruited 2,000 new soldiers, leaving 1,000 iron lancers and 2,000 Spartan soldiers in the Spartan area. Roy could still take away 3,000 Pyrrhian soldiers, and 2,000 Spartan soldiers. The city of Sparta. The Temple of Hera in the royal palace. Before leaving the Sparta area, Roy's purpose of coming here was, of course, to ask the goddess Hera for the blessing and divine power bestowed by the goddess. Entering the Temple of Hera, which was similar to the Temple of Persephone, Roy came to the statue of Hera, looked up at the statue of Hera on the throne and said, "Goddess Hera, now that Sparta is part of the Kingdom of Athens, you have also become the patron saint of the Kingdom of Athens. You should bestow your blessings and divine power on me, the King of Athens." Upon hearing Roy's request, the statue of Hera glowed with golden light. The next moment, the goddess Hera appears on her throne in the form of a human maiden. Standing on the throne and looking down at Roy, Hera said expressionlessly, "If you want to get my blessing and divine power, do you have the consciousness to serve me? There is no free lunch in the world." Roy wants to get Hera's blessing and divine power, but of course he has to pay a certain price. "Goddess Hera, I am ready to wake up," Roy said with a smile. "The more your blessings help me, the greater the rewards I will give you. I want to be the protector of the Kingdom of Athens, the queen of the gods who is above the gods of Athens. Can you meet my request?" "Can." Although Roy had already made the same promise to Persephone, Roy still spoke to Hera. "As long as the blessing given to me by the goddess Hera is strong enough, I will regard you as the protector of the Kingdom of Athens. But I don't think your blessing is worthy of my worshipping you as the protector of the country." "You?" Hera glared at Roy angrily and said, "As the goddess worshipped by the Pelasgus, I am the Earth Mother Goddess with the Earth attribute and the Ocean Goddess with the Ocean attribute. Because of the influence of the Phoenicians on the Spartan area for hundreds of years, I derived from the Phoenician goddess Aphrodite absorbed the attributes of the sky god. I am the goddess of the three attributes of sky, earth, and ocean. You definitely need to get blessings of certain attributes from me. I have been blessed by Metis, Mnemosyne, Amphitrite, Hestia, Pandora, Vagit, Net, and Persephone. Among them are the sky god, the earth mother goddess, the ocean goddess, and the Hades goddess. Can you really give me the blessing I long for?" Roy's words immediately left Hera speechless. "Goddess Hera, although I don't desire your blessing, I want to have more divine power. If you give me your blessing and divine power, I promise to let you have more territory. What blessing do you want from me?" Roy thought about it seriously and said, "I can't swim. Although I don't think I will fall into the water. It's always good to be prepared. I hope you can give me the blessing of the ocean goddess so that I can move freely in the water." Upon hearing Roy's request, Hera immediately smiled and said, "What do you mean by not longing for my blessing? Don't you need my blessing? If you don't have my blessing, if you accidentally fall into the water, you will drown if you are unlucky. I can give you a sneaking in the water's blessing, so that you can move freely in the water. And you must also meet my requirements." Sneaking in the water. Roy frowned and said, "Although your blessing is what I need, it is not essential. I will not regard you as the protector of the Kingdom of Athens just for this blessing. I can only promise to give you more territory." "How much territory will you give me?" "How about 20,000 square kilometers?" Hera's eyes widened in shock at first. Then she sneered. "What you want to give me must be a backward area with poor land and sparse population." Roy didn't deny it. Hera walked up to Roy and pressed her left index finger on Roy's forehead, while instilling a golden divine power into Roy. Hera suddenly asked, "How much territory does Persephone ask of you?" Roy said very honestly, "My agreement with the goddess Persephone is to give her 200,000 square kilometers of territory." 200,000. If you give me 20,000 square kilometers, and give Persephone 200,000 square kilometers of territory, wouldn't Persephone be 10 times more powerful than me in the future? Hera immediately grabbed Roy's neck with both hands and said excitedly, "Persephone and I are not only neighbors, but also twin sisters. Since you gave Persephone 200,000 square kilometers, I also want a territory of the same size." "No." Roy refused without hesitation. "The price that the goddess Persephone paid to me is worth her territory of 200,000 square kilometers, and the corresponding population. If the goddess Hera wants to have a territory of the same size, you must pay the corresponding price." "What price do I have to pay for you to give me 200,000 square kilometers of territory?" Roy said excitedly after seeing that his induction of Hera was successful. "Marry me." As long as the goddess Hera becomes my wife and shares your immortality and divine power with me, I will give you a territory of 200,000 square kilometers. And I will also regard you as the protector of the kingdom of Athens. Impossible. Hera gritted her teeth angrily and said, I am a proud goddess. A completely different existence from you humans. Just like you cannot marry a female monkey, I will not marry a human man willingly. Chapter 375 Artemis Blessing. If you have never experienced the beating of reality, how can you give in to reality? The goddess Hera's refusal to marry Roy was completely within Roy's expectation. After leaving Sparta with 3,000 Pyrrhic soldiers and 2,000 Spartan soldiers, Roy came to the city of Arcadia in the Arcadia region, preparing to receive the blessing of the goddess Artemis here. Harmony and divine power. Arcadia City. The Temple of Hermes has been transformed back into the Temple of Artemis. Roy walked into the Temple of Artemis accompanied by Princess Callisto of Arcadia and came to the statue of Artemis. The statue of Artemis on the throne glowed with divine light. And then the goddess Artemis took the initiative to descend in the form of a human girl. She looked at Roy with the eyes of a beast staring at its prey and said, You came. Roy said with a smile. Goddess Artemis, I will help you regain your throne and make you the patron saint of the kingdom of Athens. You should also give me blessings and divine power. I came to you just to get what I deserve. Artemis is different from Persephone and Hera. Persephone and Hera have been the patron saints of Pylos and Sparta. Artemis, after being reduced to a wandering god, regained her throne with Roy's help. In other words, Artemis should now give Roy blessings and divine power unconditionally. Artemis also understood this. But she still said it to Roy. The Arcadia region is too barren. Although it is the largest among the 7 regions of the Peloponnese Peninsula, its population is the smallest among the 7 regions. If it continues to develop, I will become the weakest in the kingdom of Athens. Patronus. So you must give me new territory. After hearing Artemis's request, Roy said with an unhappy expression, Goddess Artemis, there is no free lunch in the world. I have helped you ascend to the throne of God. So you should give me my blessings and divine power. If you want to get more territory from me, you should do this, pay the price. After all, I am not a priest who serves you, let alone a licking dog who loves you. You? Faced with Roy's tough attitude, Artemis could only suppress the anger in her heart because she didn't want to be kicked off the throne by Roy and become a wandering god. After being severely beaten by reality, Artemis knew very well that she was just an insignificant, even dispensable, weak patron saint in the kingdom of Athens. Until you have enough authority to confront Roy, temporary forbearance is a wise choice. I will give you blessings and divine power as a reward for helping me regain the throne. But I want to know, what should I do now so that you are willing to give me more territory? When the kingdom of Athens starts using archers in war, I will give you more and more territory. Archers. This is a branch of arms that played an important role in warfare during the Iron Age. Because of the heavy use of archers on the battlefield, the authority of the god of hunting will be elevated to that of a powerful god of war. But before the emergence of archers, the god of hunting was just a god who helped hunters hunt more prey. In the history of another world, Artemis lost her status as patron goddess because she was only the god of hunting. The food Acadians obtained through hunting was far inferior to the food obtained through livestock raising. Therefore, it became inevitable that Hermes, the god of animal husbandry, would replace Artemis, the goddess of hunting. The Greek region entered the Iron Civilization age, and archers became an important unit in warfare. The status of Artemis, the goddess of hunting, was re-improved with the development of the times. Archers? After hearing Roy's words, Artemis' eyes lit up and she said, You want the soldiers of the kingdom of Athens to use bows and arrows as weapons? I can guarantee you that as long as all the archers of the kingdom of Athens worship me, you will have the most powerful archer legion in the world. In this era, both the god of agriculture and the god of war wielded great authority. Artemis changed from the goddess of hunting worshipped by hunters to the goddess of war worshipped by the archers of the kingdom of Athens. Of course, her authority would also be greatly improved. Seeing Artemis's unconcealable excitement and anticipation, Roy teased expressionlessly. Goddess Artemis, you are not the only god of hunting in the kingdom of Athens. So don't think that the archers of the kingdom of Athens can only worship you as their patron saint. Artemis's smile immediately froze on her face. After a while, Artemis said with her smile restored, The main ethnic group in the kingdom of Athens is the Pelasgus. And the only goddess of hunting worshipped by the Pelasgus is me. It is never wise to regard the hunting gods of other nations as the patron gods worshipped by the archers of the kingdom of Athens. Your choice. I will prove to you that only the gods worshipped by us Pelasgi people are the gods worthy of your trust. After saying that, Artemis walked down from the throne and came to Roy, pressing her right index finger on Roy's forehead and between his eyebrows. As Artemis injected a green divine power into Roy's body, a stream of information flooded into Roy's mind. Character panel. Name, Roy. God's blessing, Metis blessing, wisdom improvement. Mnemosyne's blessing, predicting the future. Amphitrite's blessing, copper skin and iron bone. Hestia's blessing, speed boost. Pandora's blessing, wings of the sky. Wadjet's blessing, power of the sun. Night's blessing, golden body. Artemis's blessing, always on target. Hera's blessing, water sneaking. Persephone's blessing, rebirth after death. Strength level, demigod hero, 10,000 enemies. 100 shots with 100 hits. Seeing the blessing given to him by Artemis, Roy couldn't help but complain. I never thought about becoming an archer. Although this blessing is a bit useless. I finally have 10 blessings from gods and have the power bestowed upon me by 10 goddesses. At this moment, Roy felt like his body was like a bottle filled with water. The amount of divine power that his body can contain has finally reached its limit. If another god gave Roy more divine power, perhaps Roy's body would be burst. Or perhaps the excess divine power would overflow from Roy's body. Has my current state reached the limit of a demigod hero? Artemis explained after hearing Roy talking to himself. Now you have indeed reached the ultimate state of a demigod hero. Even if you fight against hero gods and wandering gods, you still have a chance to escape from them. I have 10 blessings from gods. Roy couldn't help but said. If I can restrain the heroic gods and wandering gods in terms of attributes, then I should be able to defeat them. Attribute restraint. Artemis immediately complained. If the divine power you possess is your own divine power, then you can indeed defeat some heroic gods and wandering gods by relying on attribute restraint. But you should understand that the divine power you have now is all lent to you by us. These divine powers, it doesn't really belong to you. Even if you encounter heroic gods and wandering gods with the same amount of divine power as you and whose attributes are restrained by you, you will definitely be the loser.